Since the dawn of the Nirvana Era, the blue planet has been inundated with a series of unexpected psychic tides, igniting a frenzy of evolution across all living beings. The transition between old and new orders heralds a jubilant celebration for the otherworldly beasts and the awakened psychics, while the unawakened are left to struggle for survival at the bottom rungs of society. Shu Kao, originally just an ordinary student at a second-tier liberal arts university, unexpectedly awakened a unique ability during his junior year. He could seize the innate powers of otherworldly beasts, thus commencing a journey of remarkable resurgence. What? A dual-ability awakened individual is already a prodigy. Shu Kao gazed at the 10 abilities displayed on his status panel, falling into a contemplative silence. After vanquishing a second-tier beast, the Shadow Mouse, he acquired the errant ability Shadow Escape upon defeating a 5th-tier beast, the Jade-Eyed White Fox. He obtained the rank ability Eye of Insight by expending 1,000 source points. He elevated the basic martial skill Windbreak Slash from minor to major proficiency. Using 100,000 source points, he upgraded the rank ability Eye of Insight to the rank ability Eye of Truth, with a further expenditure of 1,000 source points. He advanced the rank ability Spatial Transit to the SS rank ability Spatial Shift. Thus, Shu Kao oscillated between pain and joy. He relentlessly hunted monsters to gather source points, while fervently enhancing his powers. Family, I shall protect you. Goddess, I shall cherish you. Henceforth he embarked upon his legendary journey. The tale officially commences. In a dilapidated and cramped room, a young figure gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow, evidently having just concluded a vigorous training session. Sigh, why is there still no change? Shu Kao lamented. He fixated on the information displayed in his mind. Name, Shu Kao. Source fusion in progress. Ability awakening progress, 99%. Damn it. What the hell? Shu Kao is a third-year student at the Polytechnic Institute of Star Sea-Bay City. Due to his unawakened abilities, he could not apply to a martial arts university during his senior high school year, thus opting for a liberal arts institution instead for an entire semester. His awakening progress remained stubbornly stuck at 99%. Shu Kao dared not disclose the existence of the panel in his mind to anyone. This phenomenon occurred during his senior high school winter vacation, when he accompanied his parents to a nearby base city to attend his sister Shu Yufei's wedding. On their return journey, they encountered a surge of psychic tides, and the caravan was besieged by a frenzied horde of beasts. The accompanying martial artists fought desperately to breach the encirclement, yet the casualties were staggering. His father, a third-tier martial artist, sustained severe injuries while valiantly protecting his wife and son. In a critical moment, a top-tier human champion fortuitously passed by and rescued them. Otherwise, survival seemed nearly impossible. It was in this dire situation that Shu Kao unexpectedly awakened his power on rank, endless devouring, as he reveled in the thrill of his newly awakened abilities. None noticed a mysterious fragment from the psychic tide strike Shu Kao, penetrating his mind, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke a week later, Shu Kao examined his awakened power and was instantly taken aback. His SES rank devouring ability had vanished. All that remained was the panel in his mind displaying the information. Name, Shu Kao. Source, fusion in progress. Ability awakening progress, 1%. Misfortune does not come alone. There was more dire news. The gene lock, which had been opened by the awakening of his abilities, had closed once more. This meant that Shu Kao had reverted to being an unawakened individual. Shu Kao's father, Shu Jianye, had been hospitalized due to severe injuries for the past 3 years, depleting the family's savings and even forcing them to sell their house just to keep him alive. However, they could not afford the exorbitant costs of ongoing treatment and were left with no option but to recuperate at home slowly. To save money, the family chose to rent a modest apartment in District 25 of Star Sea-Bay City, situated on the outskirts where the rent was affordable, and most residents were struggling to make ends meet. Just 5 days prior, while attending classes at the university, Shu Kao received a phone call from his mother, Wang Lihua, informing him that his father was in critical condition and urging him to return home at once. After intensive efforts by the hospital, his father had survived the immediate danger. Upon waking, his father, fearing the financial burden of hospital expenses, insisted on returning home to recuperate gradually. As his thoughts returned to the present, he had to confront the harsh reality. Checking the time, it was 10 p.m. Just as he was about to open the door to wash up, he overheard his parents engaged in a hushed yet intense conversation in the living room, causing him to halt in his tracks. Their rented two-bedroom apartment was extremely old and rudimentary, with poor sound insulation. Lihua, let it go. I don't want to be a burden any longer. Shu Jianye, what nonsense are you talking? We've endured for years. How can you simply say to give up? If it weren't for your desperate protection of us, we wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. His mother's faint sobs could be heard in the background. I cannot bear to leave you, but what can I do? These past few years, our lives have been in shambles because of my treatment. Where do you think the money for this last rescue came from? Did you borrow from Jiang Mazi again? I know our family is truly out of money. The hunting team has helped us considerably these past years, but they too are not well off. They earn their living through perilous endeavors. Moreover, our daughter, Yufei, her family doesn't earn much either. They've also sent us quite a bit of money over the years, but life has been tough for them as well. My condition is a bottomless pit of expenses. Stop struggling, or I will drag this family down with me. And if you borrow from Jiang Mazi, know that they exploit people. Our family will face dire consequences. Lihua, let it go. This way, both you and Xiao Kao can have a better life. Don't let Xiao Chao suffer with us. He needs to finish his university studies, and he hasn't even secured his tuition for the next semester yet. Grant me a release and offer everyone a reprieve. Shu Kao stood outside the door, hearing his father's suppressed deep voice, and though he could not see, he imagined his father's resolute face was surely streaked with tears. No, I won't. Then came his mother's low, anguished cry, as if to avoid disturbing Shu Kao in the room. Jianye, please don't give up. I beg you, just hold on a little longer. You will get better, and we will overcome this hardship. I heard old Lee from your hunting team mention that there is something called core of willow wood in the Hunters Association that can cure you. I will find a way to get it. Core of willow wood. That costs at least 50 million Huaxia coins. Our family doesn't have that kind of money. There will be a way. There will be a way. His mother's murmurs followed. It was evident that this was yet another unhappy conversation, and Shu Kao had already overheard such arguments between his parents several times over the past few years. Initially intending to step out, he withdrew his hand from the door. Sitting back on his bed, he found tears streaming down his handsome face without his realization. Awaken. I must awaken as soon as possible. Only by awakening and becoming a martial artist can I resolve our family's predicament and save my father. Shu Chao clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing. He chose not to leave the room. Wishing not to disturb his parents at that moment, lying on his bed, he continued to silently ponder. Now, it has been 50 years since the Great Nirvana Era. Countless formidable monsters roam the wilderness outside the base city. Periodically, waves of beasts assault the human settlements, and there have even been instances of monsters infiltrating the base city to hunt humans. It is fair to say that the current plight of humanity is exceedingly dire. In this era, might is paramount. Only by becoming a strong individual can one safeguard oneself and their family. In the aftermath of the Great Nirvana Era, high school graduates on Blue Star have several paths to choose from. Those who awaken their abilities can unlock their genetic locks, enabling them to cultivate breathing techniques and grow stronger, thereby qualifying for military universities. Conversely, those who remain unawakened can only strive to acquire cultural knowledge and aim for liberal arts universities. Most students from liberal arts universities find themselves with no choice but to secure a meager job post-graduation, while graduates from military universities enjoy a different fate. They are eagerly sought after by the military and various factions, and they can also become freelance warriors, joining hunting squads to venture out and slay monsters, thus leading a fulfilling life. Due to the unfortunate relocking of his genetic code, Shu Kao could only enroll in a liberal arts university, ultimately gaining admission to the second-tier institution he currently attends, the Tsinghai Institute of Technology. Fortunately, owing to his previous awakening, his body underwent a transformation, allowing him to attain the physical prowess of a near warrior. Thus, He found part-time work as a sparring partner at a martial arts school located near his campus. Every weekend, he would attend for 2 hours a day, which sufficed to cover his living expenses during university and alleviate his family's financial burdens. Tomorrow is Sunday, and he has another session at the martial arts school. This job was hard-won, and he must not let it slip away. His father has been discharged from the hospital and is being cared for at home by his mother. In the morning, he plans to head to the martial arts school before returning to campus to formally request leave from his teacher. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he gradually fell into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he engaged in an hour of training. For ordinary individuals, it is generally challenging to awaken after high school. However, he can perceive a panel in his mind, instilling in him the certainty that he will awaken in due time. Thus, he persists in his training. After washing up, he enjoyed breakfast prepared by his mother and spent some time with his parents. Shukao then packed his backpack and set out, descending the stairs and exiting the dilapidated complex. He glanced up at the overcast sky, sensing that rain was imminent. He would need to traverse several long streets to catch the bus. Shanghai Base City is one of the 8 major base cities in Huaxia, sprawling over a vast expanse, encompassing 31 urban districts with a total population of approximately 50 million. The first 5 districts form the core area, where every inch of land is precious, and only the elite can reside there. Since the onset of the Great Nirvana Era over 50 years ago, humanity on Blue Star has endured its darkest hour, leading to the establishment of a new order, with the population plummeting to less than 2 billion collectively. The 8 base cities in Huaxia house fewer than 400 million inhabitants. Shu Chaos family resides in District 25, which is located in the suburbs. His school and part-time martial arts job are situated in District 20, necessitating over 2 hours of travel by bus to reach them. Shu Chao skillfully navigated the alleys, and as the rain began to fall, his shoes and pant hems became soaked, punctuated by the occasional rumble of thunder overhead. He tightened his grip on the umbrella and quickened his pace, as the nearest bus stop to his school lay just beyond another alley. To save time, Shu Kao typically opted for shortcuts through less frequented lanes. Just as he rounded a corner and was about to enter the next alley, a series of peculiar clicking noises reached his ears, causing an inexplicable sense of trepidation to wash over him. Subtly, a hint of blood wafted into Shu Chaos' nostrils, although much diluted by the rain. His enhanced olfactory senses, a result of his near-warrior status, detected it nonetheless. Should I turn back? Shu Chaos' inner conflict raged. He felt a wave of unease. However, retreating would entail a considerably longer detour. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate. If anything seemed amiss, he would flee without delay. He retrieved a dagger from his backpack, gripping it firmly in his hand. This dagger was a cherished gift from his father on his 18th birthday. With the weapon in hand, his courage swelled. Shu Chao cautiously advanced, entering the alley, where the scene before him unfolded. The alley was desolate, and the source of the clattering noise emanated from behind a pile of refuse a few meters ahead. Adjacent to it lay a storm drain, its cover scattered nearby. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. Shu Chao, emboldened, crept forward. As he approached, his heart raced faster, and upon glimpsing what lay behind the garbage heap, his hair stood on end, and cold sweat cascaded down his back. Before him was a monster over 2 meters long, rummaging through the refuse for sustenance. Its fur was a grimy black, glimmering ominously, and its blood-red eyes locked onto Shu Kao, displaying a menacing glare. Its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs. A ghastly wound marred its underbelly, still oozing blood, and the creature precariously balanced on 3 legs, its left hind leg grotesquely twisted, evidently broken. This was a grievously injured, rodent-like monster. Shu Kao found himself momentarily frozen in shock upon witnessing the beast. Regaining his faculties, he hastily discarded the umbrella in his left hand and bolted in the opposite direction. Damn it! How could a monster appear here? Shu Chaos' mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. After running a short distance, he sensed something was amiss. Contrary to his expectations, the monster did not pursue him in a frenzied chase. Something is wrong. A monster encountering a human would typically attack without hesitation. Why was it not chasing him? He paused and glanced back, the clicking sounds continuing from behind the refuse pile. Shu Chaos' mind raced as he swiftly analyzed the situation. Arriving at a conclusion, the creature must have been grievously injured by someone and had fled into the storm drain, now driven by hunger. It had emerged to scavenge through the garbage. The fact that it did not pursue him indicated that it was severely wounded. After all, humans are far tastier. An idea suddenly flashed through Shu Chaos' mind. His heart began to race. This monster, gravely injured as it was, presented a golden opportunity. If he could slay it, he would reap substantial rewards. That would secure his tuition for the next semester. As monster corpses, even those of the most ordinary first-tier beasts, hold significant value. With his near-warrior strength and an A-grade alloy dagger, which is exceptionally sharp, he could inflict lethal damage even to a second-tier monster. It was a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. Resolute, Shu Kao began to devise a strategy to confront the monster. He prepared to validate his hypothesis, removing his backpack and placing it in a corner. He used his dagger to extract a fist-sized stone from the exposed wall nearby. Once ready, Shu Kao cautiously advanced. When he neared the refuse pile, he quickly darted out, hurling the stone at the monster while simultaneously retreating, glancing back to observe the creature's reaction. As if sensing the imminent danger, the monster raised its head just in time to meet the stone Shu Kao had thrown, resulting in a sharp crack as the stone shattered. Roar, roar. Infuriated by the provocation, the monster bared its teeth and roared at Shu Kao, seemingly exacerbating its abdominal wound, which began to bleed profusely once more. Presumably, due to its broken leg, it did not pursue him instead. It appeared to adopt a stance of intimidation. Shu Chao discerned that the beast was indeed gravely injured. It was worth a gamble. He advanced once more, reaching into the refuse pile to seize a large bag of garbage. With a vigorous throw aimed at the creature's head, he propelled himself forward towards the beast. The monster, incensed by this bothersome human, extended its foreclaws to viciously swipe at the incoming bag of refuse. Instantaneously, the contents of the garbage bag scattered, partially obscuring the creature's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Kao plunged his dagger forcefully into the monster's neck and swiftly pulled it sideways, a torrent of blood gushing forth. At that moment, the beast regained its composure, violently twisting its body to collide with Shu Chao. Shu Kao felt as if he had been struck by a small vehicle, hurtling more than 3 meters away. Unable to suppress a spurt of blood, his entire body racked with pain. Yet he dared not linger. He immediately scrambled to his feet, rushing once more to attack the creature's neck with his dagger. Then, deftly evading, the monster, already grievously wounded, was left with barely a fraction of its power. Even so, Shu Kao found himself embroiled in a challenging struggle. At one point, he failed to dodge in time, and the creature's claw grazed his right arm, leaving several painful lacerations. Just as Shu Kao was on the verge of exhaustion, the beast finally collapsed to the ground, convulsing, still uneasy. Shu Kao approached to deliver a few more decisive strikes. Only when the creature lay motionless did he collapse beside its carcass, panting heavily. Suddenly, Shu Kao shuddered. A myriad of peculiar energies surged into his body, and he felt a transformation occurring within him, an indescribable sense of exhilaration. This sensation persisted for several breaths. He sensed that the panel in his mind had finally changed, and he focused intently to behold. Name, Shu Kao. Level, First Order Warrior. Ability, Elemental, Shadow, Escape. Physique, 11. Mental power, 11. Source points, 45. Shu Kao's heart swelled with excitement, his hands trembling at that moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout. He had finally awakened. He had become a first-order warrior. From this moment forth, his life would be irrevocably altered. Every individual experiences a surge of energy upon awakening their abilities, not only unlocking their genetic potential for cultivation, but also elevating their strength directly to that of a first-order warrior. Subsequent advancement would necessitate gradual training. Warriors are classified from the lowest to the highest ranks, from first order to ninth order, with whispers of entities surpassing even the ninth order. It is precisely because of the emergence of such unparalleled powerhouses that humanity has been able to safeguard its existence in a world ravaged by countless beasts. On the 18th of September, 2031, the tide of spiritual energy swept across the globe, igniting a frenzied evolution within humanity, flora and fauna alike. Certain humans and animals awakened special abilities, growing increasingly formidable. This year has been dubbed the Year of the Great Rebirth, initially due to the rapid evolution of animals absorbing spiritual energy. A few powerful evolved beasts organized into a beast tide that besieged human cities. Humanity, relying on firearms and a handful of evolved individuals, struggled to mount a defense. As the numbers and strength of the evolved beasts escalated, conventional weaponry proved ineffective against them. Moreover, a vast multitude of marine evolved beasts joined the terrestrial invasion, resulting in the fall of numerous human cities. Countless humans were slaughtered by the evolved beasts, leading to a drastic reduction in population globally. With vast territories claimed by these creatures, human leadership reached a consensus, necessitating the relinquishment of most regions and cities, consolidating humanity into fortified super base cities. Each base city is heavily fortified with advanced weaponry, military personnel, and powerful, evolved defenders. There have been instances where base cities were breached. The scenes were akin to a hell on Earth. Over 50 years have passed, and China still retains 8 super base cities. After a while, Xu Cao managed to regain his composure. He scrutinized the panel. His earlier excitement had prevented him from examining it closely. Then, a wave of confusion washed over him. Why was his ability classified as level shadow escape? He recalled awakening this level endless devour ability. Might it be that he speculated that the mysterious unknown fragment he encountered previously had fused with his level endless devour ability, resulting in the current panel? However, this remained mere conjecture, requiring further exploration as his strength grew. As for why he now possessed level shadow escape, he glanced at the rodent-like beast beside him and suddenly recalled reading about monsters online. It was noted that a select few beasts could awaken special innate abilities, one of which, the shadow mouse, possessed the ability of shadow escape. Could it be that the panel had the capacity to acquire the innate abilities of evolved beasts? If the panel possessed such a capability, that would be utterly terrifying. Yet, the very existence of the panel was already a marvel. Perhaps some extraordinary abilities were justifiable. He resolved to seize the opportunity to slay another beast with abilities for verification in the future. Upon realizing the beast was a shadow mouse, everything fell into place. No wonder it could infiltrate the base city and escape after sustaining severe injuries. Regrettably, it had been wounded too grievously. It took Xu Cao a considerable amount of time to successfully slay it, and he had even incurred injuries in the process. With clarity restored, Xu Cao turned his attention back to the panel. What did the after-physique signify? Could it imply the potential to augment attributes? He would find out by testing it. Resolute Xu Cao concentrated on and suddenly felt tendrils of energy entering his body, enhancing his physical prowess slightly. He hastily glanced back at the panel. Name, Xu Cao. Level 1st Order Warrior. Ability level Shadow Escape. Physique 12. Mental power 11. Source points 35. His source points had diminished by 10, indicating that it required 10 source points to enhance his physique by 1 point. As for the source points, they were likely obtained from his recent defeat of the Shadow Mouse. Regarding his mental power, the absence of a suggested that perhaps he lacked sufficient source points, leaving him uncertain of how many would be needed to elevate it by a single point.
Xu Cao glanced at the remaining source points. He chose not to further enhance his physique, intending instead to retain them for research to explore any other potential uses. Clenching his fists, he felt the explosive power coursing through his body. Xu Cao reckoned that if he were to face the shadow rat from earlier once more, the battle would be significantly easier. He speculated that this shadow rat was likely not merely a first-tier creature. Otherwise, it would not have been so difficult to contend with despite its severe injuries. It was highly probable that it was a second tier, which sent a shiver of apprehension through him. Yet just as swiftly he cracked a wry smile. Compared with the gains this time, the peril had been worthwhile. Indeed, the greater the risk, the richer the reward. Reflecting on the newly acquired supernatural ability, he tested it and found that his speed had increased by nearly 50%. Not bad at all. Su Chao resolved firmly never to expose the existence of his attribute panel. It was his greatest secret. Once his emotions settled, Su Chao wiped the rainwater from his face and hurried to pack up and depart. Although this alleyway was seldom frequented, especially with the rain discouraging passers-by, the commotion from his fight with the monster might have attracted unwanted attention. He was determined to avoid any complications. Surveying the chaotic surroundings near the garbage pile, he rummaged through it and found a relatively large torn sack in which he placed the monstrous corpse. He then swiftly tidied up the traces of battle around him and casually replaced the manhole cover over the sewer entrance. Carrying the sack, he returned to retrieve his backpack and umbrella. From his bag, he took out a spare set of clothes and changed out of the torn garment he had worn during the fight. Thanks to his recent advancement to a martial artist, his physical constitution had improved, and the wounds had already scabbed over. After finishing these tasks, he turned and left the alley. Unbeknownst to Su Chao, just 2 streets away from the alley where he had battled the monster, another alley concealed 2 men in their mid-30s holding a compass-like device, searching around the sewer entrance as if looking for something. Both men bore weapons marking them as martial artists. One of them, with a scar across his face, spat impatiently and cursed, "Damn it, that cursed beast escaped so fast. We've been searching for 2 hours and still haven't found it. The sewer system is so labyrinthine, how are we supposed to locate it? Enough complaining. Let us hurry up and find it. It's your fault we didn't stop it earlier. It escaped into the sewers because you let it slip." The other man holding the compass retorted without turning his head. "It took us so long to severely wound it, yet it still got away. If we can't find it, this loss will be huge. That was a second-tier shadow rat, extremely valuable. Stop talking. Let us keep looking. It's badly injured. It shouldn't be far from here. If it weren't for this sudden rain diluting its scent, we would have found it by now." For Su Chao, already a first-tier martial artist, carrying something weighing over 200 pounds was no burden. After more than 30 minutes of travel, he arrived at the entrance of a 5-story building in District 25, which occupied a vast area. Looking up, he saw the large characters above the door, Hunter Association. Indeed, he had come here to dispose of the monstrous corpse. The Hunter Association was a civilian organization jointly founded by several top families of the Huaxia humans. Every base city of the Huaxia humans had a headquarters and numerous branches. Most districts in the Xinghai base city had branch halls, while the headquarters was situated in District 1 to facilitate various transactions for martial artists. The association naturally purchased monster corpses and materials and provided various services for martial artists. For instance, martial artists could lodge and rest there, purchase weapons, and buy martial techniques. It was also rumored that senior members enjoyed certain exclusive privileges. Su Chao entered the spacious lobby, which was divided into several areas, including a leisure zone and a trading area. Today, there were not many people, so Su Chao quickly approached a counter in the trading area. "Sir, how may I assist you?" A beautiful female staff member, about 25 years old, greeted him with a smile. "Please appraise this for me," Su Chao said, placing the bag he carried on the counter. On the way here, he had deliberately bought a bag to replace the previous torn sack. "Certainly, please wait a moment." The staff opened the bag and examined its contents carefully. "Sir, this is a second-tier shadow rat. Since the body is intact, we can offer 180,000 yuan. Does that sound acceptable?" "Yes," Su Chao replied. He had done some prior research. Generally, a complete first-tier monster corpse was worth no more than 100,000 yuan. Second-tier monsters fetched up to 200,000 yuan, and third-tier monsters could reach as high as 500,000 yuan. This second-tier shadow rat was not the most valuable among its tier, so the price of 180,000 yuan was likely due to its awakened supernatural ability. With a few keystrokes, the staff added 180,000 yuan to Su Chao's card. He stared at the displayed balance of 180,552 yuan in stunned disbelief. This was his first pot of gold in life. For context, ordinary people earned only a few thousand yuan per month. Su Chao's mother, an unawakened elementary school teacher, earned barely over 5,000 yuan monthly. After completing the transaction, Su Chao browsed other counters in the trading area, hoping to find something suitable. However, the more he looked, the more disheartened he became. Many items were beyond his means. The better E-grade alloy weapons cost tens of thousands, while F-grade weapons seemed unnecessary compared to his dagger. Weapons and equipment were crafted from alloys combining monster materials and metals, graded from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Higher grades denoted greater durability and sharpness, resisting damage in battle. The martial techniques for sale were even more expensive. He could not afford a few decent beginner-level techniques priced at 7 to 800,000 yuan, let alone intermediate techniques. From what he understood, martial techniques were categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The highest level he saw for sale here was intermediate. After careful consideration, Su Chao purchased a beginner-level technique called Shadow Stab for 150,000 yuan. This technique, combined with his shadow escape ability, would maximize his combat effectiveness. When completing the purchase, the staff informed him that the technique was for personal cultivation only and was registered with them. It could not be resold or taught to others privately. Severe consequences would follow if discovered. Seeing the remaining balance of just over 30,000 yuan on his card, Su Chao gritted his teeth and left. Upon exiting the hall, he checked the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock in the morning. Turning his head, he noticed a nearby building labeled Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. Since there was still time, he decided to go there. Each base city in Huaxia required newly awakened supernatural ability users to register at the local management bureau. After leaving the bureau, Su Chao received a manual on breathing cultivation techniques, a complimentary gift for all registered awakened individuals. It was only a basic breathing method. He had heard there was an advanced version with better effects, but it required merit points to exchange. With the time approaching noon, he needed to catch a bus to the martial arts training hall. The sparring session was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although he was now awakened and would no longer need to attend, he still intended to go in person to inform them. The training hall had helped him cover his living expenses for several years. However, before that, he had one more important matter to attend to. Retrieving his phone, he dialed the number, and before long, his mother Wang Lihue's concerned voice came through the line. "Xiao Chao, what is the matter? Did you leave something at home?" "It's nothing. Just tell Mom, and she'll send it to you." Su Chao's eyes reddened as he spoke firmly. "Mom, I've awakened. If you and Dad hold on a little longer, our family's days will improve. I will cure Dad." On the other end of the line, the sound of the phone dropping was heard, followed by his mother's urgent, trembling, yet joyful voice. "Xiao Chao, really? Truly?" At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Chao arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In this era, everyone aspired to become a martial artist, so running a martial arts hall was a thriving business. On this very street alone, there were at least 3 such establishments. Around many of the training equipment inside, people were diligently exercising, creating a scene bustling with energy. Most were students, especially high schoolers. Since it was the weekend with no classes, many chose to come here to train, all hoping to awaken supernatural abilities before the college entrance examination in order to apply to martial arts universities. However, only a minority actually awakened such powers. Most were destined only to accompany others in training. In recent years, rumors circulated about gene serums appearing on the market that could unlock genetic locks and open the path to becoming a martial artist. But these were exceedingly scarce and exorbitantly priced. Even those with money often lacked the channels to acquire them. Moreover, martial artists who ingested gene serums generally did not match the strength of naturally awakened peers of the same rank, and each breakthrough required consuming a serum corresponding to the new rank. Su Chao quickly located Wang Meng, the person in charge of the martial arts hall, and handed over 2 cigarettes he had purchased on the way. Land within the city was scarce, with much of it allocated for grain cultivation. The cigarettes were crafted using a commonly found mutated plant called fragrant leaf grass from the wilderness, which had long been harvested and purchased, forming an established industry chain. This stuff was not cheap. He had spent 800 yuan on it. "Brother Wang, I won't be able to come as a sparring partner anymore, so I wanted to tell you this. That's a token of my gratitude. I still appreciate that you agreed to keep me on back then and helped me through those tough times." Wang Meng looked utterly bewildered. "Wait, what do you mean? Made a fortune, huh? Take it back, don't waste money. I know your family's situation." As he spoke, he pushed the cigarettes back towards Su Chao. Su Chao looked at him earnestly and said, "Brother Wang, I've awakened. I believe I'll be able to solve my family's problems in the future." "What did you say? You're not joking, are you?" Wang Meng's expression was one of disbelief. It was no wonder he was shocked. Although awakening was possible before the age of 30, it grew increasingly difficult as time passed. It was hard to believe Su Chao had become such a fortunate individual. After a while, he accepted the reality. "So what are your plans now?" "I intend to focus on cultivating and improving my strength, so I won't have time to come to the martial arts hall anymore. I came by specifically to let you know. I might head to the wilderness area in a while." Su Chao said sincerely. "All right, be careful out there." "I will, Brother Wang." Since he was here, Su Chao completed his final sparring session at the hall. It was quite easy for him now, as he was already a martial artist. What made Su Chao both amused and exasperated was that Wang Meng had told a group of students at the hall about how he, still a junior in university, had persisted in training and finally awakened his supernatural ability, which sparked a wave of astonishment and envy. After hearing this, one after another seemed injected with adrenaline, training with relentless vigor. After finishing his matters, Su Chao returned to Shanghai Institute of Technology located in District 20. He did not head straight to his dormitory but instead grabbed a bite at the cafeteria. In a corner, he took out the beginner-level martial skill manual Shadow Stab, which he had purchased for 150,000 yuan. He wanted to test a hypothesis. As Su Chao carefully perused the entire martial skill manual, he glanced at the interface in his mind. Name Su Chao. Level: First rank martial artist. Supernatural ability: E-grade shadow escape. Physique: 12. Mental strength: 11. Source points: 35. Martial skill: beginner martial skill Shadow Stab. Uninitiated. As expected, martial skills could also be enhanced on the interface. Without hesitation, Su Chao chose to upgrade it, spending 10 source points to raise beginner martial skill Shadow Stab to the initiated level. Beyond this, it could not be upgraded further, presumably due to insufficient source points. He then used all remaining source points to enhance his physique. Name Su Chao. Level: First rank martial artist. Supernatural ability: E-grade shadow escape. Physique: 14. Mental strength: 11. Source points: 5. Martial skill: beginner martial skill Shadow Stab. Initiated. Seeing the scarce source points left on the interface, Su Chao resolved silently that he must find a way to slay more monsters quickly. This interface was practically a bottomless pit. With the beginner martial skill Shadow Stab now at the initiated level, Su Chao prepared to test its power. Shanghai Normal University occupied a vast area. Although it was a liberal arts university, it boasted a dedicated training building spanning an entire floor, since this was an era dominated by martial prowess. Entering the training hall, it was brightly lit. The first floor lobby housed numerous training devices, with many students exercising. Su Chao went straight to the second floor, where private rooms were designated for strength tests. He found the strength testing room unoccupied. After warming up, Su Chao struck the target with a powerful punch. Bang! The machine's display wildly fluctuated before settling at 1,480 kilograms. Upon seeing the data, Su Chao smiled happily. Ordinarily, a first-rank martial artist's raw physical force without using any martial skill ranged between 1,000 and 2,000 kilograms, while a second-rank martial artist's ranged from 2,000 to 4,000 kilograms. His strength was not weak among first-rank martial artists. Before awakening, his strength had been about 980 kilograms. Comparing this with the 14 physique attribute points on the interface, he deduced that 1 point in physique corresponded to roughly 100 kilograms of physical strength. Next, he planned to test the attack power after upgrading beginner martial skill Shadow Stab to the initiated level. Upon upgrading on the interface, a flood of information filled his mind, all cultivation insights. When he executed the skill, it felt as though he had been practicing it for a long time, extremely proficient and natural. His final test revealed that the initiated level martial skill increased his attack power by about 10 points. It was worth noting that cultivating martial skills required martial artists to invest a great deal of time. Normally, it took several months to reach the initiated level, years to reach the minor accomplishment stage, and achieving the great accomplishment stage required not only prolonged practice but also innate talent. As for reaching perfection, it was rarely heard of anyone attaining this pinnacle. Having left the strength testing room, Su Chao proceeded to another room designated for speed testing. His speed reached 32 meters per second. Generally, first-rank martial artists ranged from 25 to 30 meters per second, and second-rank martial artists from 30 to 40 meters per second. His speed was quite commendable. Using his E-grade supernatural ability Shadow Escape, his speed would increase by 50, allowing him to reach the velocity of a second-rank martial artist. At last, Su Chao had a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Among first-rank martial artists, he was not weak. Unfortunately, lacking funds to purchase equipment was his weakness. He then set his short-term goals. He needed to swiftly slay monsters to acquire origin points and enhance his strength, while also earning money to purchase equipment. After testing his own capabilities, Su Chao prepared to return to the dormitory. Though the skirmish with the monsters this afternoon was brief, the intense exertion had thoroughly exhausted him. Just as he stepped outside, he almost collided with someone. Upon recognizing Su Chao, the newcomer's face instantly brightened with a cheerful smile. "Yo, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be our aspiring martial artist, Su Chao." You've been avoiding me these past few days, but I never expected to catch you here today. Su Chao frowned involuntarily upon seeing the man's face and silently cursed his misfortune. This man was Zhou Peng, a classmate from the same year at their academy. Su Chao had offended him back when they first enrolled as freshmen. Once, during a dormitory dinner outing, they were eating supper at a night market near the school gate. Su Chao's roommate, Han Yu, got drunk and started a live broadcast. When he vomited, some of it accidentally splashed onto Zhou Peng's shoes at a nearby table. They promptly apologized and offered to compensate, even suggesting to pay for cleaning Zhou Peng's shoes. Unexpectedly, Zhou Peng immediately cursed and without a word, launched a physical attack. Zhou Peng had 4 companions, making 5 in total, while Su Chao's group had 4. But with Su Chao's status as an aspiring martial artist, they managed to beat back the attackers. Thus a grudge was born. Zhou Peng harbored deep resentment towards Su Chao but had never been able to best him due to Su Chao's martial artist skills. Until last week, when Zhou Peng suddenly awakened. Although his awakened talent was an F-rank ability, he had officially become a first-level martial artist. He intended to seek revenge against Su Chao, but Su Chao had been deliberately avoiding him, leaving Zhou Peng without an opportunity. Unexpectedly, today fate brought them face to face. Su Chao no longer feared him but wished to avoid escalating the matter. Zhou Peng, this is the training hall. Don't cause trouble, he said, stepping aside to walk away, unwilling to engage further with this nuisance. Just as they brushed past one another, Zhou Peng suddenly lunged, attempting to grab him, but Su Chao, as if anticipating the move, swiftly evaded. Zhou Peng was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Su Chao to dodge his grasp. His expression darkened. Are you damn serious? You can't just keep avoiding me, can you? Fine, today we settle this once and for all. There are cameras here. Let us take this inside. With that, he strode into the room where Su Chao had just tested his speed. Su Chao, unwilling to indulge him, followed. The room was spacious, suitable for a fight. Watching Su Chao's retreating figure, Zhou Peng stood in a daze. This guy had been dodging him all along. Why was he acting so differently today? But then he reminded himself that now he was a first-level martial artist. Surely he need not fear an aspiring martial artist like Su Chao. He turned and entered the room as well. Seeing Zhou Peng enter, Su Chao casually closed the door behind him. He had just become a first-level martial artist today and was eager to test the difference in strength between peers. Zhou Peng had only recently awakened, making him a decent opponent. Make your move, Su Chao said, his gaze fixed on Zhou Peng, equally eager to engage. Without hesitation, Zhou Peng charged, throwing a punch that sliced through the air. Simultaneously, Su Chao struck out, their fists colliding. Bang! A muffled sound echoed between their fists. Zhou Peng staggered backward 2 steps before regaining his stance, while Su Chao remained unmoved, composed and calm. It was clear that the initial exchange favored Su Chao. He estimated Zhou Peng's punching force at around 1,100 kilograms, somewhat inferior to his own. Zhou Peng eyed Su Chao warily, surprised. He had assumed that awakening as a first-level martial artist would allow him to easily dominate Su Chao. Yet after the first clash, he had already suffered a setback. When did you awaken? Zhou Peng demanded, recognizing the key to this mystery. Only by understanding this could he explain the situation. If even you can awaken, why can't I? He wondered aloud. Su Chao sneered. What are you pretending for? Zhou Peng was speechless but realized he had to take this seriously. Preparing to unleash his full strength, his hands shimmered as he unleashed a series of slender, arcing wind blades towards Su Chao, moving at an incredible speed. His body followed closely behind, poised to strike. Su Chao felt a vague but palpable threat from the wind blades and deemed it unwise to confront them head-on. He activated his shadow escape ability, swiftly evading. What? How could you dodge my wind blades? Your awakened ability is speed-based? The wind blades struck the surrounding walls, producing crisp sounds and leaving faint scratches. Then, the walls shifted subtly, restoring themselves as if nothing had happened. Evidently, the room was constructed from memory metal. Su Chao's pupils contracted. Had he not dodged, he might have sustained minor injuries. He had not expected Zhou Peng's awakened F-rank wind blade ability to be so formidable. He silently reminded himself never to underestimate any ability, even those ranked lowest as F. Having gauged Zhou Peng's strength, Su Chao lost no time. He immediately activated his shadow escape and launched a full-power counterattack. A series of agonized screams soon echoed from the room. 10 minutes later, the door opened. Zhou Peng lay sprawled on the floor, his face battered and bruised, glaring at Su Chao with deep resentment. Since you've awakened, why have you been avoiding me all this time? Ignoring Zhou Peng's torrent of questions, Su Chao fixed his gaze on him and commanded, Shut up. I'm telling you, mind your own business. Can we just put our differences behind us? Zhou Peng struggled to sit up, gritting his teeth against the pain. Su Chao's blows had been heavy. He had not anticipated Su Chao's hidden depths. Fine. I admit defeat, Zhou Peng conceded. He sensed that if he refused, Su Chao would continue to pummel him. A true hero does not suffer losses unnecessarily. Su Chao paid no mind to whether Zhou Peng's words were sincere. As long as Zhou Peng's strength kept rising rapidly, if he dared trouble him again, Su Chao would deal with him accordingly. Leaving the training hall feeling relieved, Su Chao headed toward the dormitory. Today has truly been a fortunate day. Upon opening the dormitory door, he saw his roommates all present. Their dorm housed 4 people. One sat focused before a computer, immersed in a game, intermittently offering warm greetings to his teammates' parents. This was Tan Jun. Another lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone and occasionally chuckling foolishly. This was Han Yu. The last was Yu Zhongqi, engrossed in reading a book, occasionally shooting a glare at Tan Jun, evidently annoyed by the noise. When Tan Jun paid no heed, Yu Zhongqi turned back to his book. As the dorm door opened, all 3 looked up briefly. Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi exchanged a glance before returning to their activities. Han Yu set down his phone and greeted with a smile. Chao's back. Off to the training hall again. Su Chao nodded in response. Yeah, trained for a while. You're really dedicated, but you don't have Zhou Peng's luck. He awakened last week. How did that bastard get so lucky? Now look at him, acting all arrogant, telling people privately he's gonna take you down. Be careful when you go out. Su Chao had the closest friendship with Han Yu. Seeing his concern, he replied earnestly, It's fine. I'm not afraid of him. Han Yu, sensing his stubbornness, continued, Still, maybe avoid him a bit. I heard he's joined our school's martial arts class. If you clash with him, the school will definitely side with him. You know the martial arts class is the principal's favorite. There are only a few dozen students in the whole school. Yeah, I know. Maybe someday I'll join the martial arts class too. Han Yu rolled his eyes. Everyone in the dorm knew Su Chao was diligent, training persistently every day. He had never relinquished hope of awakening and always admired it in secret. Although, in theory, there remained a possibility of awakening before the age of 30. The minuscule probability made everyone believe Su Chao would not be the fortunate one. Each year, among students in various humanities colleges, a rare few were lucky enough to awaken supernatural abilities. Consequently, every school maintained a martial arts class, where these late-blooming students were gathered together for specialized instruction. Su Chao indeed intended to join the martial arts class. He had no plans to conceal it and quietly develop his abilities. The treatment after joining the martial arts class would undoubtedly differ from his current situation, alleviating much of his burdens. Moreover, he would receive guidance from professional instructors and engage in mutual sparring and exchange with classmates, no longer having to explore alone. Having experienced a remarkable day, Su Chao felt sufficiently exhausted and thus refrained from chatting much with his roommates. After washing up, he lay down to rest, preparing to report his awakening to the school first thing the next morning. The following day, upon waking early, Su Chao habitually exercised for an hour before returning to the dormitory, by which time his roommates were gradually rising. After freshening up, Su Chao and Han Yu headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Along the way, they observed students hurrying in small groups. It was June 29th. The school holiday was about half a month away. With final exams imminent, even those who usually skipped classes had risen early to attend. During this period, many specialized course instructors began highlighting key exam topics in class, as students generally disliked attending lectures but were eager to avoid failing. The cafeteria was crowded with students lining up for breakfast. Su Chao and Han Yu joined the queue, just as there was only one person ahead of them, for individuals entered the cafeteria. 2 men and 2 women, all clad in uniform black, form-fitting training attire. Leading them was a tall young woman with a striking figure, though her face was rather ordinary. Wherever this group passed, it was as if an invisible wall of aura compelled students to give way. They approached Su Chao's queue, instantly drawing a wave of murmurs. They're from the martial arts class, and the leader looks like Senior Mu Zian. Yes, that's definitely Senior Mu. Following her is Senior Jiang Hao, who is rumored to be pursuing her relentlessly. I heard Senior Mu has already reached the 3rd-tier warrior level and awakened a Class B ability. She's among the top 5 in the martial arts class. Indeed, she awakened in her freshman year. Now in her junior year at her cultivation pace, she'll surely reach the 4th-tier warrior by graduation. Senior Jiang Hao is formidable too, awakening also in his freshman year, now at the peak of 2nd-tier warrior. Not far behind Senior Mu, the group naturally slipped into the front of the queue, beginning to serve themselves. The students ahead quickly stepped back, making room. Su Chao and Han Yu were gently pushed backward. Han Yu sighed. Martial arts class students really carry themselves with authority. They have many privileges on campus, no need to queue in the cafeteria, and they can choose elective cultural courses. If only I could awaken and join the martial arts class, I wouldn't have to be scolded by my father every time I go home. Watching the scene before him, Su Chao's resolve to join the martial arts class grew even stronger. After breakfast, he parted ways with Han Yu, saying he needed to visit the administrative building to speak with their homeroom teacher. Han Yu headed to the general education building for class. Meanwhile, in an office of the administrative building at Shanghai Institute of Technology, several teachers were chatting. Teacher Huang, the student who awakened last week in class 3. Is that Zhou Peng? Yes, he has already transferred to the martial arts class. Congratulations, Teacher Huang. The school must have given you a substantial bonus this time. You have to treat us. No problem. Once I receive the bonus at the beginning of the month, I'll arrange something. We'll invite old Jiang and the rest of our office for a gathering. Our mechanical engineering junior year only has 3 classes, and so far only Zhou Peng has awakened. It's truly getting harder to awaken as time goes on. Teacher Jiang, I recall your class has a student who seemed to have quasi-warrior strength in his freshman year but still hasn't awakened, right? That Su Chao. Such a pity. He has been diligently training all along. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. Teacher Jiang paused and called, "Come in." A student pushed the door open and entered, politely greeting the teachers. "Good day, teachers." "Oh, Su Chao, what brings you here?" Teacher Jiang smiled warmly. "Teacher Jiang, I have something to discuss. Do you have time now?" "Of course, speak freely." Su Chao glanced at the other teachers in the office, hesitated briefly, and said, "Teacher Jiang, I want to transfer to the martial arts class." Teacher Jiang was visibly taken aback and spoke earnestly. "Su Chao, I know you are a quasi-warrior, but you still don't meet the criteria for the martial arts class. The principal won't make exceptions. I really can't help you here." Seeing the teacher had misunderstood, Su Chao quickly clarified, "Teacher Jiang, I'm sorry for not making it clear. I have already awakened. According to school policy, I am eligible to transfer to the martial arts class." "What? You've awakened?" Su Chao, this isn't a joke. "The school will conduct tests," Teacher Jiang said solemnly. "Teacher, I truly have awakened. How could I joke about such a matter? It just happened a few days ago at home," Su Chao said helplessly. It was understandable that the teacher was skeptical. Generally, the older one grew, the harder it was to awaken. Hence, most martial arts class students had awakened in their freshman year. After a while, Teacher Jiang gradually accepted the reality of Su Chao's awakening, and the 2 other teachers present were also surprised. "Su Chao, what grade of ability have you awakened?" "Class E," Su Chao replied. "Class E? That's quite respectable." Teacher Jiang was genuinely pleased by Su Chao's awakening, fully aware of how hard he had worked. Next, Teacher Jiang accompanied Su Chao to see the principal and handle the transfer procedures for the martial arts class. Awakening so late meant he was several years behind others in cultivation. Time could not be wasted. After Teacher Jiang and Su Chao left, the remaining teacher looked at Teacher Huang and sighed. "Well, that's good. Both your classes have students who awakened. Ours still has none." Su Chao and Teacher Jiang arrived at the principal's office, where the principal happened to be present. Principal Huagang was a man who appeared to be under 40, with a refined and scholarly demeanor. However, it was said he was a formidable warrior who, due to certain circumstances, had been transferred here from District 1 to serve as principal. Principal Huagang briefly questioned Su Chao about his awakened ability S grade and the process, to which Su Chao gave answers that were partly truthful and partly fabricated. After the inquiry, the principal made a phone call. Soon someone entered. "Principal, you called for me?" Su Chao's eyes brightened upon seeing the newcomer, a woman who was difficult to overlook. Approximately 30 years old, tall and slender, her figure was accentuated by tight warrior attire. Her delicate face paired with cold eyes emanated an unusual charm. Su Chao was momentarily stunned but quickly regained composure. Principal Huagang, visibly troubled, greeted her. "Teacher Chu, you're here. This is Su Chao, who has just awakened his ability and is now transferring to your martial arts class. Please assist him with the formalities." Only then did Teacher Chu turn her head to scrutinize Su Chao, asking calmly, "What year are you in? And what level of awakened ability do you possess?" "Teacher Chu, I am a 3rd-year student, and my awakened ability is rank E," Su Chao replied. He felt somewhat tense around Teacher Chu, even more so than when he was with Principal Hua. "A 3rd year, huh? Just like Zhou Peng. Awakening only now. By the time you graduate, you might not even break through to a 2nd-tier martial artist," she muttered to herself, though Su Chao overheard her words. "Come with me," she said, turning and walking away without greeting the principal, who, clearly accustomed to this, merely shook his head with a weary smile. After exchanging greetings with Principal Hua and Teacher Jiang, Su Chao hastened to follow. Following over an hour of formalities, Su Chao officially became a student of the martial arts class at Shanghai Institute of Technology. He also learned that this teacher Chu was named Chu Xian, the head instructor of the martial arts class, undoubtedly a formidable martial artist who exerted considerable pressure on him. During this process, Teacher Chu briefed Su Chao on various guidelines and benefits of the martial arts class. After understanding these, Su Chao marveled at how excellent the treatment was, vastly superior to his previous experience. Students in the martial arts class did not pay tuition fees and immediately received a 50,000 yuan bonus upon entry. This was a reward specifically for newly awakened students. Each semester, the school assessed students' cultivation progress and distributed resources accordingly. Those who failed to meet standards risked losing access to cultivation resources altogether. Additionally, martial arts class students resided in a separate dormitory building, each assigned a private room. Teacher Chu only mentioned the essentials, advising him to learn more from senior martial arts students later. Finally, they arrived before a solitary academic building. This entire building was reserved exclusively for the less than 50 martial arts students to attend classes and cultivate. That day, the martial arts class was holding a practical combat lesson. As Su Chao followed Teacher Chu and pushed open the combat classroom door, a sudden clamor erupted. Inside, dozens of students had formed a circle, watching two students sparring, while a middle-aged man in his 40s lectured to them. Upon seeing Teacher Chu enter, everyone paused and turned to look at the two of them. Teacher Chu exchanged greetings with the middle-aged man, then clapped her hands to signal silence and addressed the students. Classmates, we have a new member joining the martial arts class. Let me introduce him. This is Su Chao, a newly awakened student. From today onward, he will be one of you. I hope you all support one another. Please welcome our new classmate. A sparse round of applause followed before Teacher Chu continued. Su Chao, come greet Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen is our practical combat instructor. Hello, Teacher Chen. Seniors, please guide me well in the future, Su Chao said promptly, stepping forward and bowing humbly. In the martial arts class, strength commanded respect. As a newcomer, Su Chao addressed everyone as seniors. He spotted Zhou Peng in the crowd, expressionless and inscrutable. Also present was Senior Mu, whom he had met in the cafeteria. She stood near the front. Having finished her introduction, Teacher Chu nodded to Teacher Chen and then turned to leave. Teacher Chen beckoned Su Chao over. Since you just awakened, for today's practical lesson, you'll observe the matches from the sidelines. Watch carefully, listen intently, and think deeply. Understood, Teacher Chen, Su Chao replied with a smile. The practical instruction resumed, and Su Chao attentively watched the sparring sessions, occasionally hearing Teacher Chen's critiques and guidance. The lesson drew to a close as noon approached. Though Su Chao had not yet participated in combat, he felt he had gained much from observing and listening. Just as he thought Teacher Chen would dismiss the class, the instructor waved to him. Su Chao, you've been watching for nearly a whole lesson. You must have some impressions by now. How about giving it a try? I'd like to try, Teacher Chen. Su Chao responded without hesitation. He knew that only by demonstrating his abilities could he attract the school's attention and secure more resources. Good. A martial artist must possess a courageous and diligent spirit. Teacher Chen nodded approvingly. Zhang Dali, come spar with Su Chao, he called. A slightly stout young man stepped forward from the crowd and stood opposite Su Chao. Smiling, he said, Junior Su, don't be afraid. I know my limits. He beckoned to Su Chao. Junior, you make the first move or you might miss your chance. Su Chao bowed respectfully and said, Please instruct me, senior. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged at his opponent, launching a full-powered attack. Zhang Dali blocked with his palm. Choosing not to evade, he wanted to test Su Chao's strength. With a loud bang, Zhang Dali staggered back a step, while Su Chao only swayed slightly. Ha! Zhang Dali's strength is actually inferior to Su Chao's? Murmured the crowd. He just awakened. How can his strength be so formidable? I suspect it's an enhancement-type awakened ability. He must have used it, someone whispered. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Zhang Dali's face flushed with embarrassment. He had underestimated his opponent. Suddenly serious, he warned Junior Su, now I'm going all out. Be ready. With a sharp shout, a yellow glow enveloped him, like armor wrapping his body. Zhang Dali was now earnest, immediately activating his awakened ability. His ability seemed to be a rank D mountain armor, boosting his defense and strength. Su Chao probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense now. Seeing Zhang Dali employ his ability, Su Chao wanted to test whether his attacks and martial skills without using his own ability could pierce the defense. As expected, when his punch struck Zhang Dali's defense, the impact knocked him back several steps. Haha, Su Chao, if you don't use your ability, the fight is over, Zhang Dali said as he charged forward, his footsteps pounding the ground. Su Chao dared not be complacent. Taking the hit head-on would surely injure him, so he quickly activated his ability, Shadow Step, and dodged to the side. Su Chao's speed is incredible, someone remarked. Yes, that speed is not one a newly awakened martial artist should have. It seems his awakened ability is speed-based. But what about his strength? No telling. There's something unusual about Su Chao. Su Chao paid no mind to the surrounding whispers. After dodging, he intended to end the fight quickly by revealing his full power. He unleashed the introductory level martial skill Shadow Stab at full force, combining it with the speed granted by Shadow Step, using his finger as a sword to strike Zhang Dali's right shoulder before he could react. However, upon impact, Su Chao realized he failed to break through the defense, and a faint throbbing pain emanated from his finger. He thought, this guy's defense is really tough. Relying on nimble footwork, Su Chao swiftly evaded Zhang Dali's counterattacks, whose speed was slower. He pressed the attack, repeatedly targeting the same spot on Zhang Dali's right shoulder. After more than 10 consecutive strikes, a muffled thud was heard, followed by a pained shout. Everyone watched as Zhang Dali clutched his right arm and retreated rapidly. What? How is this possible? He actually broke Zhang Dali's defense, murmured the crowd, filled with doubt and astonishment. At that moment, Teacher Chun approached Su Chao, his expression grave as he inquired, have you studied martial skills? Yes. I have learned an introductory level martial skill. So you've entered the martial skill stage? Yes, I just started. How long have you been learning? About a week. Teacher Chun's eyes gleamed as he looked at Su Chao. The surrounding classmates listened to the back and forth between the two of them, their faces a picture of bewilderment. What on earth was this? Was this even humanly possible? Mastering the basics of a primary martial technique in just 1 week? Among them, there were still those who hadn't even begun their martial training, and those who had started had all spent at least several months. Su Chao, the newcomer, possessed an extraordinary gift for martial arts. At this moment, Teacher Chun regained his composure and addressed everyone. As you have witnessed, a martial artist must advance with courage and diligence. You, the senior students who have been training longer, if you do not exert yourselves, you will soon be surpassed by those who come after you. Furthermore, when you face opponents outside, never underestimate them. Remember, some people delight in playing the fool to conceal their true strength. In these times, only those who are sufficiently cautious can survive. Teacher Chun seized the opportunity to deliver his final remarks for the class. That concludes today's lesson. Dismissed. As Teacher Chun's words fell, the students filed out in an orderly fashion. Su Chao, you're something else, hiding your true abilities so well. Su Chao turned around to see Zhang Dali, who had just sparred with him, patting his shoulder. Have you actually awakened your powers long ago, just quietly training all this time to eventually astonish everyone? Su Chao looked at him with a face full of disbelief. This guy really had an overactive imagination. Don't get cocky, Su Chao. Beating me is no big deal. My strength is only mediocre in this class, Zhang Dali said, then proceeded to explain more about the classmates' abilities. Through him, Su Chao roughly grasped the overall strength of his peers. Including himself, the martial arts class now numbered 49 students. A dozen or so were still around the first-tier martial artist level. The majority, more than 20, were second-tier martial artists. He also heard that several senior students were absent that day. They were quite powerful, at least third-tier, and had gone to the wilderness zone to hunt monsters. Zhang Dali explained that the martial arts class was not managed very strictly. At school, they mainly attended practical combat classes and martial technique lessons. Students in the martial arts class could study one primary martial technique free of charge, one of the perks. Additionally, there were courses focused on monster knowledge, with professional teachers explaining the habits, characteristics, weaknesses, and valuable materials of various known monsters, helping students learn how to defeat monsters and collect materials effectively. With teacher approval, students could also venture into the wilderness zone for practical experience. After sharing a meal together in the cafeteria, Su Chao and Zhang Dali parted ways, agreeing to attend the afternoon's monster knowledge class together. In the cafeteria, Su Chao experienced the special treatment afforded to martial arts class members. While other students had to queue patiently for food, they could cut in line. After parting from Zhang Dali, Su Chao headed toward the dormitory, mulling over his plans. There were about 2 weeks left before the school holiday. For the time being, he would focus on steady training at school for a week and attend all the martial arts class lessons. since joining the martial arts class. His previous academic subjects had become electives. He could choose to attend those he was interested in or skip them altogether. The Class final exam mainly assessed progress in martial arts training. Near the dormitory building, he stepped into a quiet corner and took out his phone to make a call. He informed his parents about joining the martial arts class. Before hanging up, Su Chao transferred 10,000 yuan to them to help with immediate expenses. Initially, his parents refused, insisting he keep the money for himself, as martial arts training was costly. After much persuasion, they finally accepted. Su Chao urged them to take care of their health and reassured them that he would soon earn plenty of money and that everything at home would improve. After ending the call, Su Chao exhaled deeply. Finally, he could do something to support his family. He had to improve his strength quickly and planned to visit the wilderness zone before the holiday to hunt monsters. Besides obtaining source points, he could also sell materials for profit. He still had over 20,000 yuan on hand, and the 50,000 yuan reward from the school would take a few days to arrive. He wanted to send more money to his parents but needed to prepare supplies, including medicine for the wilderness trip. Funds were tight. Back in the dormitory, he saw his roommates were all there. Su Chao cleared his throat deliberately and paused. "Brothers, I have something to tell you. I've awakened." Upon hearing this, the roommates turned to look at him and collectively rolled their eyes. Han Yu was the first to speak. "Chaozi, you haven't even gone to bed yet and you're already daydreaming." Tenjun added, "Yeah. What nonsense are you spouting now?" Yu Zhongxi said, "Could it be that Zhou Peng provoked you? You've been under a lot of pressure lately and are a bit out of sorts." "Enough, you three," Su Chao interrupted. "This morning, Teacher Jiang took me to see Principal Hua. I'm officially in the martial arts class now. We even had a practical combat lesson with Teacher Chen." Believe it or not, seeing Su Chao's earnest demeanor, the three were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Han Yu swallowed nervously. "Chaozi, are you sure you're not just messing with us?" "I'm not that bored," Su Chao rolled his eyes. Now genuinely convinced, Han Yu quickly pulled over a chair. "Come, Chao, sit down and tell us everything." Tan Jun grumbled silently at Han Yu's eagerness but busied himself fetching water for Su Chao. "Chao, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water." Yu Zhongxi sneered at the two and, holding his book, fanned Su Chao. "Chao, you must be hot from walking. Let me fan you." Su Chao laughed at their antics. "All right, enough fooling around. Sit down. I have something to tell you." They obediently took their seats. The martial arts class has its own dorm building. I'm moving there this afternoon after class. It'll be more convenient. The four of us have lived together for almost 3 years. Even if I don't stay here, we're still good brothers. We're all at the same school, so you can always come visit me. Thus, the four spent the entire noon chatting together. The conversation only ended when it was time for afternoon classes. As they left the dorm, each bore a complex mix of emotions. The three roommates understood that although they and Su Chao remained at the same school, from this moment onward their lives would diverge. They would graduate next year and face the harsh reality of job hunting, struggling to support themselves and their families, becoming new beasts of burden. Meanwhile, Su Chao's life promised to be extraordinary. The bond between men truly reflected the saying, brothers fear hardship for each other yet also fear one brother driving a luxury car. In the following days, after moving to the new dorm, Su Chao diligently attended every martial arts class and felt he gained much. Additionally, he learned a primary martial technique called windbreak slash, taught by the martial arts class instructor. Without source points, he tried to comprehend it on his own. Unsurprisingly, his progress was slow, revealing his average martial aptitude. He also experimented with breathing techniques which only increased his strength by a few kilograms each day. This made him even more eager to venture into the wilderness zone to hunt monsters and acquire source points. However, the school would never approve a first-tier martial artist going into the wilderness. As he pondered how to find an excuse to persuade his teachers, a beast tide erupted. It was July 7th, and Su Chao's class was in session in the morning. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded urgently throughout the city. The teacher's expression changed drastically. Then, a resolute and commanding voice came over the broadcast. "A beast tide is upon us. All warriors are to proceed immediately to the nearest city walls to assist in the defense. All citizens are instructed not to remain outdoors. Return to your homes at once or seek the nearest shelter for refuge." The broadcast repeated thrice, and the atmosphere throughout the city instantly grew tense as the colossal war machinery roared to life. From time to time, flying vessels soared from the city center toward the surrounding walls. Viewed from the heights above, countless figures sprinted and leapt across city streets and buildings, while vehicles raced frantically along the roads, all heading toward the 4 city walls. Each base city, in preparation for monster attacks, had constructed towering walls equipped with formidable weaponry and garrisons. At Suchao's school, the leaders and teachers swiftly organized the students to take refuge in the underground shelters. Thanks to regular drills, the situation, while urgent, did not descend into chaos. Meanwhile, the students in the martial arts class, under the guidance of their instructors, readied themselves for deployment. The Shanghai Institute of Technology was located in District 20, adjacent to District 28, both situated in the southwestern defensive zone of the base city. The school retained essential protective forces to guard against any monsters that might slip through. The remainder of the personnel, under the leadership of Principal Huagang, boarded vehicles accompanied by over 50 teachers. Many of these teachers were unfamiliar to Suchao, indicating that among the faculty, there were indeed warriors. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Chu, the combat instructor, Mr. Chun, and the martial arts teacher, Mr. Bai, were all present. The group, numbering about 100, was divided among several vehicles heading toward the southwestern city wall. Suchao boarded a vehicle by his own volition. Newly awakened students could have stayed behind, but he insisted on accompanying the group. The students sat in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The teachers briefed them on precautions and shared experience in monster combat. They also distributed equipment corresponding to each student's level. Suchao received a set of F-rank armor and a blade. Not the finest gear, as this was not a specialized martial arts university and resources were limited. Moreover, the equipment was loaned temporarily and would be reclaimed after the battle. When the convoy approached within about 1 kilometer of the city wall, the ground beneath them began to tremble faintly. Rumbling sounds of gunfire, human combat, and monstrous roars melded into a chaotic symphony. At that moment, the principal received a phone call and exclaimed in surprise, "What? A level 2 beast tide?" After hanging up, the principal instructed everyone to disembark. This area had become a controlled zone, swarming with soldiers armed to the teeth. All vehicles were to be parked here. From this point onward, they would proceed on foot. Once everyone had alighted, the principal gave instructions to several teachers nearby before addressing the students. "Everyone, listen carefully to Mr. Chu and Mr. Chun's orders here. Protect yourselves well. I hope every one of you returns safely to school. None missing." He finished speaking, turned on his heel, took to the air, and swiftly vanished in the direction of the city wall. Wow, the principal can actually fly. It was revealed that he was a warrior of at least 7th rank. Indeed, our principal has always been too low-key. The students marveled, for only warriors of 7th rank or higher could soar through the air. Silence. Students of 2nd rank or above, follow us to the city wall. Those of 1st rank, cooperate with the military to eliminate any monsters breaching the walls below. Mr. Chu quickly arranged the deployment and led his team rushing toward the walls. Mr. Chun stayed behind to oversee the remaining students, guiding them forward. Suchao advanced with the group, his hand gripping his blade, beginning to sweat slightly. They had been given wristbands by an officer at the disembarkation point, intended to record combat achievements. "Chaozi, are you scared?" came a trembling voice beside him. Zhang Dali, who communicated most often with Suchao and got along well with him, asked, "Why wouldn't I be? It's my first time facing a beast tide, but fear is useless now. Dali, stay sharp. Let us watch each other's backs." Within moments, they arrived within a few hundred meters of the city wall. Looking up at the towering wall, dozens of meters high, they found a sliver of reassurance. The military had erected simple fortifications there, and everyone waited on standby, watching the fierce battle unfolding atop the battlements, as powerful warriors clashed with monsters in the distance. A mix of tension and fervent excitement. Suchao saw wounded soldiers being carried down from the wall, swiftly rushed to receive treatment. Some were warriors, other soldiers, all grievously injured. Missing limbs, torn abdomens with intestines spilling out. A harrowing sight. It was precisely because so many sacrificed themselves relentlessly in the fight against the monsters that humanity endured. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacking beasts, the pressure on the walls grew unbearable. After about half an hour, some level 1 and sub-ranked monsters began to be allowed through. Ironhide pigs, rock-eating rats, bloodthirsty dogs, and bloodthirsty demon wolves. Seeing these monsters charging in one after another, everyone's skin crawled. The soldiers below the wall opened fire, felling beast after beast. Yet the overwhelming numbers allowed some to breach the defenses. Soldiers began to fall to the monsters, many of whom were not awakened warriors, relying solely on weapons. Once engaged in close combat, they were quickly slain. The warriors on standby, numbering several hundred, including students, hunting team members, merchants, and government officials, rushed forward to engage the monsters in brutal combat. At this moment, they all shared one identity: heroes of humanity, the Guardians. Su Chao encountered a bloodthirsty dog. Their strength ranged from sub-rank to third rank, roughly discernible by size. Those under 1 meter were usually sub-ranked, 1 to 2 meters first rank, while adult dogs, typically 3 to 4 meters long, were third rank. However, size alone only roughly indicated rank. To accurately assess a monster's strength, one had to examine its spirit armor fragment. Every monster bore such a fragment in varying locations, and the number of spirit patterns etched on it denoted the monster's rank. Currently, only the authorities collected these fragments, and warriors could exchange them for combat merit. It was said that among the canine species, a high-rank evolved beast had emerged, the Abyssal Hound, awakened with supernatural abilities. Humans referred to monsters awakened with such powers as heterobeasts, as they were generally stronger and evolved faster. Facing this sub-ranked bloodthirsty dog, Su Chao simply dodged and struck, severing the monstrous head in one clean blow. He noted the change in his mental interface. 5 points of source energy had been added. Indeed, killing monsters granted source energy. Su Chao felt a surge of joy. This was how he could rapidly enhance his strength, having wasted too much time and fallen behind his peers. He maneuvered through the battlefield, deliberately targeting sub-ranked monsters for maximum efficiency, dispatching them with a single strike. When he had slain his 10th rock-eating rat, a first-rank bloodthirsty dog locked its gaze on him. Perhaps it had noticed the number of sub-ranked monsters Su Chao had killed. With a roar, the beast charged at him directly. Since he had been detected, Su Chao faced it without fear. There was no time for restraint. He unleashed his full power. Activating his supernatural shadow step, he executed the shadow stab martial technique. The bloodthirsty dog only sensed a shadow flicker past. Then a deep wound appeared on its neck. It had been grievously injured. Su Chao refused to relinquish his advantage and pressed on to expand his gains. Turning swiftly, he unleashed another slash. The Tier 1 frenzied bloodhound collapsed, unable to rise. Meanwhile, his mind's interface displayed an increment of 16 origin points. Name: Su Chao. Level: Tier 1 martial artist ability. E-rank shadow escape. Constitution: 15. Mental strength: 11. Origin points: 83. Martial skills: Basic martial skill shadow stab novice. Basic martial skill wind cutting slash uninitiated. Gazing at the 83 origin points on his panel, Su Chao roughly comprehended the situation. Previously, by slaying 10 non-tiered beasts, he had earned 62 points, indicating that defeating one such beast granted no more than 10 origin points. Eliminating a Tier 1 monster yielded between 10 and 20 points. As for his constitution rising to 15, it likely correlated with his recent practice of breathing techniques. His strength was already at 1,480 kilograms. Thus, elevating his constitution to 15 was not difficult. Noticing 2 available upgrades, one for constitution and another for martial skills, Su Chao decisively chose to enhance them. He sought out Jiang Dali, who was fiercely battling a monster, swiftly assisted in slaying the beast, and explained that he had some insights and intended to break through, requesting Jiang's protection during the process. Jiang Dali was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Su Chao, is now really the right time to advance? Monsters are everywhere. Su Chao cut him off without argument. Trust me, this is crucial for me. Let us each lure one monster to a corner, so we're not conspicuous leaving the battlefield. Without hesitation, they each found a Tier 1 monster and, fighting while retreating, reached a secluded corner. Su Chao struck decisively, killing 2 monsters, though he felt considerable physical exhaustion and sustained a minor injury to his left shoulder due to his haste. He immediately sat down against the wall and began to enhance himself, while Jiang Dali stood beside him, keeping watch. Enhancement commenced. As he allocated points, countless waves of energy surged madly into his body. Yet, upon reaching a constitution of 19, he could no longer advance further. Originally, Su Chao intended to raise his constitution all the way to Tier 2, but he guessed this limitation was tied to his mental strength not having yet broken through. Thus, he spent 10 origin points to upgrade his wind cutting slash skill to novice level, expending a total of 50 origin points. Name: Su Chao. Level: Tier 1 martial artist ability. E-rank shadow escape. Constitution: 19. Mental strength: 11. Origin points: 33. Martial skills: Basic martial skill shadow stab novice. Basic martial skill wind cutting slash novice. Feeling the explosive surge of power within his body, Su Chao believed his chances of survival had markedly improved. Rising to his feet, only a few minutes had passed. Jiang Dali stared in disbelief. You've already broken through? That fast? The two then returned to the battlefield. In such a brief interval, no one had likely noticed anything amiss on their side. With his dramatically increased strength, Su Chao dispatched Tier 1 monsters with ease, rarely taking more than 5 strikes. Coupled with the tenfold power amplification from the novice-level wind-cutting slash, his killing force barely reached the threshold of Tier 2. Lesser beasts fell effortlessly before him, and he lost count of the monsters slain by his hand. During this, Zhang Dali faced danger several times but was saved each time by Su Chao. After an indeterminate period, Su Chao felt his stamina waning. Even the hand gripping his blade grew heavy. Sensing a void around him, he finally lifted his gaze to the battlefield. As the number of monsters he had slain increased, the remaining foes dwindled, sharply reducing everyone's pressure. Nevertheless, many soldiers and martial artists had been killed or grievously wounded by the beasts. The injured were quickly carried away for treatment. All eyes turned toward Su Chao, the youth clad in black armor stained with blood, his blade dripping crimson and riddled with notches. An inexplicable chill accompanied a genuine sense of respect. Su Chao, somewhat drained, seized the moment while the monsters had been thinned out, giving Zhang Dali a meaningful look. The two immediately found a quiet corner and sat cross-legged to meditate. Not only Su Chao and Zhang Dali, but most martial artists, having suffered heavy depletion from the skirmish, seized the opportunity to find places to recuperate. Observing the situation, an officer promptly ordered a squad of soldiers to form a protective perimeter around the group. Disregarding the external circumstances, Su Chao sat down and immediately glanced at his panel. Name, Su Chao level. Tier 1 martial artist ability. E-rank shadow escape. Constitution. 19 mental strength. 11. Origin points. 1,353 martial skills. Basic martial skill shadow stab, novice. Basic martial skill wind cutting slash, novice. Seeing the ability to finally upgrade his ability rank and mental strength, as well as the staggering 1,353 origin points, his heart pounded wildly. He nearly leapt for joy. Yet, mindful of the occasion, he maintained a stoic expression. I've got it, he thought. Owning so many origin points for the first time, he felt like a newly minted tycoon. Calming himself, he considered how best to allocate these points. First, he needed to raise his fundamental attributes to elevate his power to Tier 2. This would yield the most significant and tangible boost in combat capability. Resolute, he attempted to increase his mental strength by 1 point and noticed that 100 origin points were deducted, eliciting a silent grimace. Gritting his teeth, he spent 800 points to raise his mental strength to 20. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed his head, nearly causing him to cry out. He knew he had reached his limit. Mental strength growth at such a rapid pace demanded a period of adaptation before further advancement. Seeing 900 points vanish, Su Chao winced inwardly. Mental strength was truly arduous to enhance, exacting a tremendous toll. If others heard his complaints, he would surely be scolded. The difficulty of increasing mental strength was well known. Ordinary people required years of painstaking cultivation. This explained why many martial artists remained stuck at a single realm for a long time without breakthrough. Only those fortunate enough to obtain rare treasures that could boost mental strength advanced swiftly, and such treasures were rare and serendipitous. Next, he spent 10 origin points to raise his constitution to 20. Now, he was undeniably a solid Tier 2 martial artist and could not help but marvel. Cheating is exhilarating. Name, Su Chao level. Tier 2 martial artist ability. E-rank shadow escape. Constitution. 20. Mental strength. 20. Origin points. 443 martial skills. Basic martial skill shadow stab, novice. Basic martial skill wind cutting slash, novice. Seeing the panel still indicated the ability to upgrade his ability rank, Su Chao exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. He decisively chose to enhance his ability rank first, watching as 100 origin points were deducted. His ability transformed. Ability, D-rank instant flash. Although he had speculated this possibility, witnessing his ability genuinely ascend filled him with ecstatic joy. This meant that as long as he continuously evolved his ability rank, he could catch up to or even surpass those supreme prodigies. However, he was well aware that subsequent advancements would require astronomical amounts of origin points. He then proceeded to further upgrade both of his basic martial skills to the small accomplishment stage, spending 100 origin points on each. Gazing at the panel, only 143 source points remained. Su Chao immediately channeled the last possible increase of his constitution attribute directly to the utmost limit of 29 points. Instantly, a torrent of energy surged into his body. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding martial artists. They marveled at the young man's remarkable luck, breaking through on the battlefield. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they relaxed. He was no anomaly, as breakthroughs were common amid fierce combat. Only when all attribute points could no longer be improved did Su Chao cease. Name, Su Chao level. Second tier martial artist ability. D rank instant flash, constitution. 29 mental strength. 20 source points. 53 martial techniques. Basic martial technique shadow stab, intermediate. Basic martial technique wind cleaving slash, intermediate. Observing his rejuvenated panel attributes alongside the remaining 53 source points, Su Chao felt a bittersweet joy. The surge in strength was exhilarating, yet the source points were truly ephemeral. The painstakingly accumulated more than 1,000 source points had vanished in the blink of an eye. It felt as though this panel was a bottomless pit. Su Chao glanced around and saw that most others were still meditating to recover. He rose and approached the side, spotting weapons left behind by severely injured or fallen martial artists. Picking up a long blade, he began to familiarize himself with the newfound power coursing through his body. As he practiced, Su Chao furrowed his brow, sensing a problem. Perhaps because his mental strength lagged behind his constitution, he felt unable to perfectly command his body. Both his physical power and mental strength had surged dramatically within a short time, as if an epiphany had been bestowed. He would need to gradually master this sudden influx of power to wield it with flawless control. By principle, a second-tier martial artist's strength ranged between 2,000 and 4,000 kilograms. With 29 points in constitution, he should be capable of unleashing roughly 2,900 kilograms of force. Yet, he sensed he could not fully unleash this power, maxing out around 2,800 kilograms. He must swiftly enhance his mental strength going forward. Moreover, he needed more battles to become intimately acquainted with his body's capabilities. After assessing his physical power, Su Chao resumed practicing the martial techniques he had just elevated to the intermediate stage. With shadow stab and wind cleaving slash reaching this level, he clearly perceived a new depth to his understanding of both techniques. Shadow stab now struck with greater speed and unpredictability, its attack power amplified from 10 to 20. Wind cleaving slash gained an imposing momentum, faintly accompanied by the sonic boom of tearing air, its attack power also doubling from 10 to 20. Combining his foundational physical strength with the 20-point attack enhancement, his strikes now delivered over 3,000 kilograms of force, already a formidable presence among second-tier martial artists. Not bad, Su Chao thought with satisfaction. From what he knew, only a handful of his peers in the martial arts class had reached the intermediate mastery of martial techniques. Each of them ranked among the top in the class. Most classmates were still novices in their techniques. Just as he prepared to familiarize himself with his newly awakened instant flash ability, the sound of gunfire rang out. Looking up, he saw another wave of monsters charging in. In truth, less than 20 minutes had passed since Su Chao sat down to enhance his strength and then began familiarizing himself with his bodily power. Without hesitation, he gripped his blade and charged forward. More than half of the martial artists who had been meditating rose to join the fray. A new round of slaughter commenced. With his greatly improved strength, Su Chao found dealing with first-tier monsters much easier. He need not exert full force, instead savoring the art of delivering just the right amount of power to slay the beasts. He had to conserve his stamina. Who knew how long this battle would endure? From an aerial vantage point, one could see a youth clad in black armor weaving through the battlefield, his blade cutting down monsters wherever he went. He deliberately targeted first-tier monsters, the most threatening of their kind. Whenever he spotted a martial artist or soldier in peril, he intervened to save them, many of whom were his classmates from the martial arts class. Those rescued wore expressions of astonishment. What was going on with Su Chao? He had only recently awakened, yet was so powerful that slaying first-tier monsters seemed effortless. Su Chao paid no mind to what others thought. His heart brimmed with joy. Watching the ever-changing source points on his panel filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Slaying a first-tier rock-eating rat granted him 14 source points. Slaying a first-tier frenzied bloodhound granted him 16 source points. Slaying a first-tier ironclad boar granted him 15 source points. Slaying a first-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf granted him 18 source points. When he saw the 18 source points earned from killing the bloodthirsty demon wolf, his eyes lit up. Thereafter, he consciously targeted these wolves, as they offered the highest cost-performance ratio and posed the greatest threat. Unbeknownst to Su Chao, as he felled more and more bloodthirsty demon wolves, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes began to fixate upon him. Not far from Su Chao's battlefield, two middle-aged figures moved through the beast tide. One wielded a blade, the other a gun. Their casual strikes left a trail of monster corpses, their ease evident. Ulchen, your strength has improved again, you must be nearing the late 5th tier, right? The gun-wielding man remarked with a sly grin. Don't mention it, old Huang. We were about even back then, but now you've surpassed me. You must already be late 5th tier. Ulchen replied sourly. Old Huang, the gun user, wore a lecherous expression, winking at his companion. Head just barely broke through. Old Chen's tone was tinged with envy. Southern Hua Martial University really is something. No wonder it's a specialized martial academy. The resources they provide are on another level. Who is to blame? I insisted you come with me, but you had to go to Shanghai Polytechnic. I was just tricked by Huagang. I owed him a favor, so I couldn't refuse when he asked me to go along. Old Huang shrugged. Let us not dwell on the past. Old Huang, don't you find this beast tide suspicious? A bit. Old Huang replied thoughtfully, watching the endless monsters pouring into the city. Though beast tides often erupt, they're usually third tier or smaller. This scale of a second tier beast tide is rare. The last time was about 10 years ago, if I recall. Old Chun beheaded a first-tier ironclad boar with a single strike and surveyed the battlefield gravely. A beast tide of this magnitude must be orchestrated by at least one 9th-tier aberrant beast, with several 8th-tier aberrants on the surface. The number of beasts must be in the millions. Old Huang's previously sly face now bore an expression of sorrow. After this battle, who knows how many will perish in Shanghai City, and how many martial artists we will lose. The section of the city wall we guard near the south gate isn't the main assault direction. I heard the fighting near the west gate, the main target, is far more brutal. Every martial artist that emerges is hard won. Yet the monsters reproduce and evolve at an astonishing pace. If this continues, things will only worsen. Were it not for a few top-tier human warriors, Old Chun raised his hand to halt him. The battle on the city walls hasn't yet turned in our favor. I suspect we who remain to guard the city and oversee the students will soon be called up to support the front lines. At this moment, Lao Huang was also somewhat agitated, uncertain whether the higher-ups had intervened yet. If they could locate and eliminate the 9th-tier aberrant beast secretly orchestrating the chaos, the beast tide would dissipate swiftly, sparing further loss of life. Matters concerning those influential figures were beyond their control. Their sole concern was to fulfill their own duties. Lao Chun, the students from your current cohort at Shanghai Polytechnic's martial arts class are quite impressive, Lao Huang remarked. I say, Lao Huang, you need not flatter them so earnestly. There remains a gap between us and students from specialized martial arts universities like yours. We ought to maintain a sense of self-awareness, Lao Chun replied modestly. No flattery intended. Look at that young man clad in black armor wielding a blade. Is he from your academy? Notice his ruthless strikes and high efficiency in slaying monsters. Moreover, he conserves his energy diligently, employing elementary martial techniques that appear to have reached a rudimentary mastery. He has a promising talent, Lao Huang observed. Lao Chun turned his gaze to the youth among the crowd and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, his name is Su Chao. He awakened not long ago and shows a certain aptitude for martial skills. Just then, a deafening voice echoed throughout the arena. All defenders stationed below the city walls, warriors of second tier and above, please ascend the battlements to provide support. They ceased their conversation and glanced toward the nearby students. Sensing that the students could manage the remaining monsters, they hoisted their weapons and dashed toward the city wall. Several other figures in the crowd joined them in the sprint. Su Chao surveyed the fallen beasts scattered around him, feeling a profound exhilaration and clarity of mind unlike any he had experienced before. Ever since the accident at home 3 years prior, which caused his already awakened supernatural abilities to vanish, rendering him an unawakened individual, he had been burdened heavily by his family's circumstances and his father's health. For 3 years, he had endured an oppressive restlessness, a suffocating tension within his heart. If such repressed emotions were not vented promptly, they would become increasingly perilous, akin to a volcano brewing beneath the surface. The timing of this beast tide was fortuitous. The fierce and unrestrained combat allowed him to release the pent-up turmoil entirely. His mind felt suddenly clear, as if a massive weight pressing upon his spirit had lifted, leaving him with a lucid and penetrating consciousness. As he momentarily stood dazed, a sudden cry rang out, "Chaozi, watch out!" Su Chao sensed a gust of bloody wind rushing toward him and instinctively raised his blade to parry. Clang! The clash resounded. The force struck him like a massive cart hitting his body, sending him flying several meters backward. Upon landing, he rolled to dissipate some of the impact but felt blood oozing from the web of his right hand. His arm throbbed painfully. He had sustained a minor injury. He had just turned over and was rising when he clearly saw the assailant, a bloodthirsty demon wolf. Yet this creature was unlike an ordinary first-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. Its eyes glowed crimson, its fur bore a reddish-brown hue, and it measured nearly 2 meters in length. Bone spurs protruded faintly from its back. Its strength was fully at the second-tier level, having concealed itself within the beast swarm, exploiting Su Chao's momentary distraction to launch a surprise attack. Having landed a successful strike, the beast charged again, intent on killing Su Chao. Mid-charge, a figure burst out from the flank and collided with it. The beast swiped its sharp claws diagonally, striking the figure, who emitted a pained groan and was hurled over 10 meters away. Dali. Su Chao's eyes blazed with fury. The figure hurtling backward was none other than Jiang Dali. Seeing the beast continue its assault on the ambushed Su Chao, Jiang Dali had rushed over to shield him and buy time. He hadn't anticipated the beast's formidable strength. Jiang Dali struggled to his feet, and Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief, only to see him cough up a mouthful of blood, his abdomen marked by several bleeding claw wounds. His expression darkened once more. "You wretched beast! I will tear you to pieces," Jiang Dali hissed angrily. Witnessing Jiang Dali grievously wounded while defending him ignited a surge of rage within Su Chao. Gripping his blade, he activated his supernatural ability, Instant Flash. During the recent battles since ascending to the second tier, he had used Instant Flash enough to understand its capabilities. Upon activation, his speed experienced a brief but intense surge, roughly doubling. Su Chao's base speed as a second-tier warrior was approximately 47 meters per second. With the burst, he could surpass the speed of most third-tier warriors. Though the acceleration was unsustainable, it was a vital skill for survival. Typically, second-tier warrior speed ranged between 40 and 60 meters per second, making his burst speed exceptionally swift relative to first and second tiers. Before the bloodthirsty demon wolf could react, it felt a fresh wound appear on its body. Blood flowed from the wound at its neck, and the beast's fury ignited. "Damn human brat! You have slain many of my kin and now wounded me. I shall devour you," it roared. The beast turned its head, glaring fiercely at Su Chao, baring its teeth with saliva dripping from its mouth. With all four limbs exerting force, it lunged directly at him. Su Chao, witnessing the attack, had no choice but to activate Instant Flash again to evade the assault. After halting, his face darkened as he stared at his blade. This blade had been picked up on the battlefield earlier and was an F-tier alloy weapon. Now, a segment of the blade had snapped off, and the remaining half was riddled with cracks. The weapon was effectively ruined. Clearly, an F-tier alloy weapon was insufficient against a second-tier monster. Discarding the blade, Su Chao drew a dagger from his waist. Though reluctant to use it, since it was not merely a simple E-tier alloy weapon but a gift from his father on his 18th birthday, he cherished it deeply and feared damaging it in combat. Yet, circumstances left no room for hesitation. He had to kill the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Had the previous strike been delivered with an E-tier alloy weapon, the damage inflicted would have been far greater than a mere minor wound. What troubled him further was the beast's uncanny nature. Its strength exceeded that of a typical second-tier monster, and the neck wound he had inflicted was healing rapidly. Within moments, the bleeding had ceased. Something was amiss. This bloodthirsty demon wolf exuded an eerie aura. Generally, first and second-tier monsters possessed limited intelligence and acted primarily on instinct. Yet this one displayed cunning, concealing itself within the beast's swarm to avoid detection by stronger foes and timing its ambush with precision. Su Chao's vigilance heightened. He needed to end the fight swiftly, as he could not rely on his supernatural ability indefinitely. His natural speed was slightly inferior to that of this bloodthirsty demon wolf. Resolute, he decided to unleash his full strength. Employing the shadowy stab, an elementary martial technique at the rudimentary mastery level, he struck as the demon wolf leapt to attack. Swiftly moving beneath it, he thrust directly at its heart. A sharp, piercing sound followed. A smile crept across his face. He had struck true. The combination of the blistering speed granted by Instant Flash and the unexpected nature of the shadowy stab had succeeded. With a pained groan, the demon wolf collapsed to the ground. Su Chao assumed it was finished, but to his surprise, the beast quickly struggled to its feet. Though severely wounded, it was not yet dead. Its wounds continued to mend rapidly, although its strength was evidently diminished. Su Chao's pupils contracted as he pressed the attack. With relentless effort, combining his supernatural ability and martial skill, it took him several minutes before he finally slew the bloodthirsty demon wolf. He severed its head, unwilling to believe it could regenerate further. One significant reason confirming the demise of this demonic wolf was the addition of 49 source points to his mental interface panel. Although Su Chao had slain the demonic wolf, he found no joy in the victory. This battle had been a tremendous loss for him. Not only was his long blade weapon damaged, but even the blade edge of his E-grade alloy dagger bore a small notch. He clenched his teeth in frustration, vowing that once this beast tide subsided, he must acquire a superior alloy weapon. Constant weapon damage was a vexing nuisance. Moreover, his expenditure of energy was immense. Having continuously employed both his supernatural abilities and martial techniques, He felt that even killing 20 first-tier monsters would not have drained him so severely. The crucial point was that if he had slain 20 first-tier monsters, the source points gained would be several times greater than those earned from killing the demonic wolf. This was a catastrophic loss. What added to his disappointment was the realization that he had expected this bloodthirsty demonic wolf to be an awakened supernatural beast. Yet no new supernatural ability appeared on his interface panel. Lost in thought, he pondered whether his earlier assumption was flawed. Could it be that he could not acquire supernatural abilities merely by hunting supernatural beasts? Was the ability he gained from killing the shadow rat just a coincidence? Or perhaps the power of this bloodthirsty demonic wolf was not a supernatural ability at all. After a moment, he composed himself. They were still on the battlefield, surrounded by beasts. There was no time to dawdle. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, to onlookers, he merely appeared to be stunned for a moment after killing the monster. Su Chao approached the corpse of the bloodthirsty demonic wolf and flipped it over to examine it. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as he noticed faint writing on the skin near the front limb on the wolf's abdomen. Leaning in to take a closer look, he confirmed he was not mistaken. The inscription read, "Experimental Subject Number 093. A tempest of turmoil surged through Su Chao's mind. Writing. How could there be writing on a monster's body? What kind of experimental subject? Number 093? Did this imply there were many such experimental subjects beyond this one? He resolved to keep a close watch on this matter. Who was conducting experiments on the beasts, and what was the nature of their research? Su Chao had too many questions, but alas, no one could provide answers at present. He would have to uncover the truth through his own gradual exploration. He felt he had stumbled upon a profound secret. Opening his mouth, he spat several times forcefully onto the monstrous corpse, as if venting his frustration, which brought him some relief. Having vented, Su Chao proceeded toward Zhang Dali's position. The reason he had been able to kill the bloodthirsty demonic wolf with composure was mainly because he had seen that although Zhang Dali had been knocked back and injured, he had not lost his capacity to fight. Instead, he had quickly risen and was now patrolling the battlefield as periphery, eliminating some sub-tier monsters. Su Chao swiftly crossed the battlefield and arrived beside Zhang Dali. "Dali, are you all right?" "Don't worry, Chaozi. Nothing serious, just some minor injuries. A few days of rest and I'll be fine." "I'm relieved to hear that. You flying back like that scared me." "Haha, I told you, Chaozi. You're just overly worried. Have you forgotten my supernatural ability? I have the mountain armor protection. That beast would have to wish in vain for a single strike to kill me." Though Zhang Dali spoke lightly, Su Chao noticed the grimace of pain on his face whenever he moved. "Enough, Dali. Stop showing off. Go rest in the medical room over there. Leave this place to me. I'll wipe out these beasts." Su Chao attacked swiftly and furiously, clearing the monsters in the area. Zhang Dali yielded, knowing that his internal organs were also injured and that he needed to take some medicine and recuperate before continuing to fight, lest he suffer lasting consequences. Su Chao escorted him to the medical room, heavily guarded by layers of military protection. As they parted ways and took just a step apart, Su Chao turned his head and called out loudly, "Dali." Zhang Dali looked back in puzzlement. Thanks," Su Chao said, locking eyes with him earnestly. "Get lost. So sentimental." Zhang Dali replied, leaving behind a flamboyant silhouette as he stepped into the medical room. After sending Zhang Dali away, Su Chao prepared to sit down and recuperate. The battle with the bloodthirsty demonic wolf had drained him greatly. If he unleashed his supernatural ability again, he feared it would harm his body. He glanced at his mental interface panel. Name Su Chao. Level 2nd tier martial artist. Supernatural ability, D-grade instant flash. Constitution 29. Mental strength 20. Source points, 2,168. Martial techniques, elementary technique shadow stab, intermediate. Elementary technique wind cutting slash, intermediate. Staring at the over 2,000 source points on the panel, Su Chao's mood lifted slightly. His constitution and mental strength could not yet be improved. He guessed it would take a few more days to adapt. After prolonged combat, his command over his body had steadily increased, and he was slowly acclimating to this newfound strength. Yet seeing that his supernatural ability could be upgraded filled him with excitement. Without hesitation, he chose to advance it. It took little time before Su Chao felt as if his understanding of something had reached a new pinnacle. Name Su Chao. Level 2nd tier martial artist. Supernatural ability C-grade shadow clone. Constitution 29. Mental strength 20. Source points 1,168. Martial techniques, elementary technique shadow stab, intermediate. Elementary technique wind cutting slash, intermediate. Seeing that his supernatural ability had been elevated to C-grade Shadow Clone, with 1,000 source points spent, Su Chao felt it was well worth the cost. A second-tier martial artist possessing a C-grade supernatural ability was considered above average in the martial arts class. It was worth noting that C-grade abilities were already mid to upper tier among ordinary students at the Martial Science University. After all, higher-grade supernatural abilities were increasingly rare. From what he understood, those who awakened B-grade abilities were regarded as having above-average talent in the Martial Science University. Awakening A-grade abilities marked one as a prodigy, an elite candidate for specialized cultivation programs. As for awakening S-grade abilities, such individuals were the geniuses among prodigies. Su Chao had only heard of them but never seen one. These geniuses were coveted treasures of every faction. Beyond him, he had never heard of anyone awakening a supernatural ability above S-grade. Perhaps his own level was insufficient to access information about that tier. Su Chao was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress. After all, he had achieved in mere days what might take others a year or two. The only remaining advancements available on his panel were 2 foundational martial techniques. Su Chao decisively selected to enhance wind-cutting /first. Once again, he noted that his source points had decreased by 1,000, causing him some pangs of pain. Soon, waves of insight regarding the wind-cutting technique flooded his mind. He felt as if he were a swordsman who had practiced the wind-cutting for decades, accumulating profound understanding with every training session until reaching a breakthrough. His perception of the blade deepened, as though every casual strike could kill a second-tier monster. Moreover, each strike subtly carried a trace of the world's momentum, capable of intimidating his opponents. What Su Chao did not yet realize was that upon reaching the advanced stage of the elementary wind-cutting technique, he had already begun to faintly grasp the concept of blade momentum. If he could cultivate the elementary technique to perfection, he would master blade momentum, resulting in a tremendous increase in combat power. Name Su Chao. Level second-tier martial artist. Supernatural ability C-grade Shadow Clone. Constitution 29. Spiritual power 20. Source points 168. Martial skills. Rudimentary martial art Shadow Stab at the minor proficiency level. Rudimentary martial art Wind Splitting Slash at the major proficiency level. The source points on his status panel had drastically diminished once more. After slaying monsters for so long, he had accumulated 2,000 points, only to exchange them for enhancements in 2 attributes. The other attributes could no longer be improved. With only the Wind-Splitting Slash elevated to the major proficiency realm, he felt his offensive power had surged by 50%. His physical strength was 2,900 kilograms, and with the rudimentary major proficiency martial skill amplifying his attack power by 50%, his offensive capability barely met the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. Not bad. Not bad. At last, he possessed some ability to protect himself. However, the source points became increasingly scarce as he progressed. He would have to continue slaying monsters to accumulate more. After meditating for a while, he felt much better physically. Brimming with determination, Su found the officer in charge of the military here, temporarily borrowed an E-grade alloy longsword, and returned to the battlefield to continue the fray. The number of monsters on the battlefield was steadily dwindling, perhaps due to changes in the combat situation atop the city walls. Su Chao, however, paid no mind to such details. Watching the monsters charging beneath the city walls grow fewer, he grew anxious. Missing this wave of monster assaults on the city would mean, as a newly minted martial artist, he would seldom find such an opportune moment to skulk and cultivate by hunting monsters here. Thus, he frantically competed on the battlefield to slay monsters, earning the admiration of all the martial artists around him. In their hearts, they regarded him as responsible and possessing a broad strategic vision. Someone willing to stand at the forefront amid humanity's crisis. A commendable and outstanding student. Although he had taken many kills for himself, only a handful of monsters remained on the field. Su then shifted his gaze to the city walls. He was not reckless. He had his own considerations. Many of his classmates from the martial arts class who had reached the second tier were positioned there, and he considered himself not weak among the second-tier fighters. Having resolved this, he slowly advanced toward the city walls. Su Chao ascended the stairs along the city walls. Although the walls were high, for a second-tier martial artist like him, climbing up took only a brief moment. Yet he could not proceed at full speed. He had to conserve energy for dealing with the monsters that occasionally charged down, all of which he dispatched with ease. At this moment, he was like a lone traveler going against the flow. After spending nearly 10 minutes, his feet finally stood atop the city walls. What greeted his eyes was a chaotic scene of fierce combat between human martial artists and monsters everywhere. Beyond the walls, countless monsters swarmed densely. a sight that would overwhelm any first-time observer with a mixture of awe and helplessness. One monster after another was slain, yet more continuously poured in from outside the city. The battle was intense, but with reinforcements arriving from behind, humanity was not at a disadvantage. The situation remained under control. Gunfire and cannon blasts incessantly echoed atop the walls. It was the garrison troops of the Star Sea base city. Although most were not awakened individuals, their coordinated use of weapons and unified command inflicted the most effective damage on the massive beast hordes. Consequently, the majority of the beast groups were restrained by the troops. Only a few broke through the dense fire and rushed forward, requiring martial artists to confront them, as ordinary soldiers would be quickly slain. Therefore, the casualties among the soldiers were considerable. They were true heroes of humanity. Conventional weaponry could effectively damage monsters below the 3rd tier. For those above the 4th tier, powerful martial artists were necessary to contend with them. Shortly after Su Chao ascended the walls, a 2nd-tier ironhide boar charged at him. He grasped his blade and met it head-on. Being new to the situation above, Su Chao was cautious not to draw too much attention, so he did not rush to kill quickly but instead engaged in a prolonged tussle with the 2nd-tier beast. While grappling, he observed the evolving battlefield. When he had gathered sufficient intelligence and prepared to dispatch the ironhide boar, a piercing scream rang out nearby. Turning his head, he saw one of their martial arts classmates, a 2nd-tier martial artist named Zhang Yu, who possessed a D-grade awakened ability and had recently advanced. Zhang Yu had been fighting a 2nd-tier rock-eating rat, which was relatively weak among 2nd-tier monsters, and the battle had been evenly matched. Yet due to a moment's negligence, he was ambushed by a 2nd-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. His left arm was severed from the shoulder, blood continuously flowing, but he clutched his sword hilt tightly with his right hand, confronting the two monsters. Both beasts glared fiercely, relentlessly launching attacks. Seeing Zhang Yu's perilous state and the absence of other martial artists nearby to aid, Su Chao realized he was the closest and had the chance to rescue him. He swiftly slashed to injure the ironhide boar without pursuing it further. Activating his awakened ability, his speed surged as he flashed to Zhang Yu's side, intercepting the fatal blow from the bloodthirsty demon wolf's back. "Thank you. You saved my life." Zhang Yu's pale face revealed profound gratitude upon seeing his savior. Su Chao nodded in acknowledgement. Now was not the time for conversation. Both needed to focus on the monsters before them. Knowing Zhang Yu was gravely wounded and could not hold out long, Su Chao resolved not to hold back but to unleash his full power. He activated his newly acquired C-grade awakened ability, Shadow Clone, combined with the major proficiency level rudimentary martial skill Windsplitting Slash. Though this was only a 2nd-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf, it was not as formidable as the strange one he had slain earlier. The beast was furious at the human who had appeared to block its hunt for prey, intent on tearing him apart. Just as it prepared to strike, several identical humans suddenly appeared before it, rendering it momentarily stunned, its limited intelligence unable to comprehend the spectacle. Then a sharp pain struck its neck. Its vision blurred as consciousness slipped away. Su Chao was immensely satisfied with the combat power achieved through his awakened ability, combined with martial skills. After fully unleashing himself to barely reach the 3rd-tier martial artist threshold, he dispatched the ordinary 2nd-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf effortlessly, killing it with a single strike. He refrained from further using his awakened ability, as its consumption was considerable. He sought to conserve stamina whenever possible, especially on a battlefield where anything could occur. Employing only the major proficiency rudimentary martial skill Windsplitting Slash, he easily eliminated the 2nd-tier rock-eating rat still attacking Zhang Yu, and cleared several 1st-tier monsters nearby. Rescued, Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground, finally able to properly examine his lifesaver. The two were now close. Su Chao crouched beside him, inspecting his wounds and producing a hemostatic potion from his belongings to apply. "Ah, you're Su Chao?" Zhang Yu's face was filled with disbelief. He remembered this junior had only recently awakened and joined the martial arts class. How could his strength be so formidable? "Senior Zhang, it's me. You're badly wounded and need to be sent promptly to the medical station beneath the city walls for treatment." Su Chao glanced around, attempting to locate Zhang Yu's severed arm to see if it could be reattached. However, it was nowhere to be found, likely consumed by the monsters. I have little combat strength left now. Remaining here would only be a burden." Zhang Yu stared at his severed limb with some melancholy. "Su Chao, please escort me to the elevator over there. They have dedicated personnel to care for the wounded and will take me down." "No problem, Senior Zhang. By the way, Senior, how are the other classmates and teachers? Do you know the situation?" Sensing Zhang Yu's sorrow, Su Chao deliberately shifted the topic. It is said that Principal Hua and several formidable warriors ventured beyond the city to confront the Beast King. The scenes of battle on their side were so terrifying that ordinary martial artists dared not approach, leaving the situation unknown. Su Chao understood that the so-called Beast King referred to creatures of 7th rank or higher, each immensely powerful and endowed with considerable intelligence, making them exceedingly difficult adversaries. Behind every beast tide, the shadow of a Beast King loomed. The teachers were all moving toward the section of the city wall 1 kilometer ahead, where the monsters were stronger. None of us dared to cross over, so we remained here to slay the beasts. Several other students from the martial arts class who had ascended were also injured and sent down. Moreover, at this point, his tone faltered, and with profound sorrow he continued. Feng Luan and Luo Guangrong have fallen in battle. What? Senior Feng and Senior Luo have perished. Su Chao was deeply shocked. He had not expected these two seniors to remain forever on the battlefield. Feng Luan's strength was comparable to Zhang Yue's, but Luo Guangrong had reached the pinnacle of 2nd rank, yet even he was lost in this fight. Although he was not close to them, as fellow members of the martial arts class, an inexplicable wave of grief welled up within him. Such promising youth, awakened as martial artists and destined for bright futures, were all frozen in this very moment. This was yet another sorrowful topic. Thus both fell silent thereafter. Su Chao seemed eager to vent his pent-up rage. Along the subsequent path, every monster he encountered was decisively slain by his hand. Before long, they finally arrived at the elevator. This was a place rigorously guarded, a transportation channel for supplies and personnel between the upper and lower city walls, hence fortified by powerful defenders and relatively secure. Seeing Zhang Yu being sent down the wall, Su Chao intended to continue hunting monsters. However, he did not plan to return to the previous spot but instead chose to hunt nearby. With strong protectors stationed here, any sudden incidents would be comparatively safer. He walked to the edge of this section of the wall and gazed outward. Not far below, monsters swarmed densely, piling atop one another as they scrambled upward. No wonder. Su Chao finally understood how these monsters were climbing up. He had wondered how they managed to scale such towering walls. It was by this very method. Looking afar, there was another battlefield in the distant sky beyond the city. Human warriors cooperated with battle aircraft to intercept a vast flock of flying beasts, while continuous artillery fire and specialized laser weapons from within the city and atop the walls repelled these invaders in the sky. Clearly, the human leadership of Starsea Base City had taken this into account. These flying beasts possessed tremendous destructive power, so they were intercepted far away. Even if a few slipped through, they would be deliberately targeted and eliminated upon crossing the city walls. Though a secondary level beast tide of this scale wrought astonishing destruction. After years of relentless struggle between humans and monsters, a mature set of countermeasures had been developed. Having roughly grasped the overall battle situation, Su Chao felt somewhat reassured. At least for now, the entire battlefield remained controllable. Gathering his thoughts, he commenced a new round of slaughter. His choice of targets was deliberate, primarily focusing on weaker 1st and mid-2nd rank beasts. This strategy maximized the source points he gained from each kill. Of course, things were not always smooth. He encountered several crises, but each time he deceived the monsters with shadow clones created by his supernatural ability and escaped. The carnage continued relentlessly. Feeling fatigued, Su Chao returned to the elevator area to meditate and rest, consuming restorative elixirs to regulate his breath. Once recovered, he resumed his slaughter. Just as Su Chao assumed the battle would persist in this manner, a sudden commotion erupted. A small group of monsters charged from the outskirts. Among them was a formidable creature resembling an enlarged lizard, spewing flames from its mouth. Wherever it passed, many soldiers and martial artists were reduced to burning figures. This was a lava giant lizard, a 6th rank extraordinary beast. Perched upon its shoulder was a white fox with 5 tails swaying behind it, its jade-green eyes occasionally flashing with light, a 5th rank extraordinary beast known as the Jade-Eyed Fox. The monsters surrounding them seemed to be controlled, recklessly charging at human warriors with abandon. In contrast, most human warriors appeared strangely affected, their reactions sluggish. Some were even immobilized as if under a petrification spell, standing dazed before being struck down or wounded by the charging monsters. Because Su Chao was somewhat distant, he felt a mental intrusion attempting to control him. At the critical moment, his mental panel devoured this invasive force. He immediately activated his supernatural ability, creating a shadow clone and swiftly fleeing. Yet, he was still caught in the aftershock of the lava giant lizard's flames, feeling a searing pain burning across his back. Escaping, cold sweat streamed down his forehead. This was a close call. These two extraordinary beasts were terrifying. One wielded mental control, the other unleashed wide-ranging fiery devastation. The surrounding warriors and troops were trapped in a dire predicament. Beasts, courting death. A spear flashed like lightning from afar, piercing the lava giant lizard's body. A furious roar followed, causing eardrums to ache. With his shout, the dazed warriors gradually regained awareness. Upon seeing the situation clearly, they scattered to escape. A figure sped back rapidly from the distance. The human defender had finally arrived. It was no fault of this warrior. He had earlier gone to intercept a high-rank extraordinary beast attempting to approach and had just resolved that threat. Now that an incident had occurred here, in merely 2 breaths' time, the casualties were grievous. It now seemed all had been orchestrated to lure him away in order to destroy this human transport passage between the city walls. With the return of this human warrior, the 6th-rank lava giant lizard was slain with a single spear strike. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck again, affecting the surrounding monsters, killing or scattering them by shockwave. Among them was the fox, thrown near Su Chao's feet. Such is the terror of a top-tier powerhouse. Su Chao gazed at the fallen 5th-rank Jade-Eyed Fox lying near him, blood continuously oozing from its mouth, utterly motionless. His understanding of the strength of 7th-rank and above warriors grew clearer. Just 2 moves. The previously seemingly invincible extraordinary beasts fell so easily. Moreover, after killing the beasts, no significant damage was inflicted upon the city walls. Clearly, the control over their power had reached absolute mastery. As Su Chao turned to continue slaying the remaining monsters, he caught a flicker at the corner of his eye. The previously motionless Jade-Eyed Fox's eyelids twitched. Indeed, the creature was not yet dead. To confirm, he stared a moment longer. There was definitely a faint tremor, as if it wished to open its eyes. Upon this realization, his hairs stood on end. He had witnessed the formidable power of this beast before. Yet, relying on the presence of his panel, he cautiously approached with his blade. Drawing near, he struck swiftly. The long blade pierced directly into the fox's eye. Squelch! The blade sank home with a sound. The fox, which had been about to awaken, was instantly killed. This time truly dead. Immediately, Su Chao sensed a change on his panel. Source points gained. 888. Such a fortuitous number. Most importantly, a new ability appeared under the supernatural powers section. An A-rank ability called the Eye of Detection. What? An A-rank ability. Upon seeing this on his panel, he nearly leapt for joy. This was an A-rank ability. As far as he knew, their school's martial arts class had never produced an A-rank ability before. The highest level had been B-rank. He was truly fortunate. Truly fortunate. This was truly an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Not only did he acquire 888 origin points, but he also unexpectedly gained an A-grade supernatural ability. Indeed, wealth is found amidst peril. Had he not taken the risk to ascend the city wall, how could he have encountered such a boon? Once he managed to calm himself, Su Chao was eager to test the capabilities of his newly obtained power. Activate. Instantly, the world before his eyes became astonishingly clear. He could faintly perceive the traces of various energy flows suspended in the air. Ahead, not far off, a 2nd-tier frenzied bloodhound and a human martial artist were locked in fierce combat. Under the scrutiny of his investigative eye, their movements appeared slowed to a fraction of their normal speed, while their fatal vulnerabilities and openings were distinctly marked. Moreover, he sensed that activating this ability also bestowed a form of mental illusion. Those with spiritual power inferior to his would be ensnared in a phantasmal realm. Powerful, truly formidable, befitting an A-grade ability. Yet it was immensely taxing on his spiritual energy. As he engaged this power, he could feel his mental reserves being ravenously consumed. With his current spiritual strength, he could not sustain it for long and would have to reserve its use for critical moments. Spotting a returning formidable warrior in the distance, he hesitated before activating his investigative eye to observe. Hiss! Suddenly, his eyes felt as if they were gazing upon a colossal source of light, the glare piercing and painful. He hurriedly shut off the investigative eye. Ah, this little fellow is rather intriguing. The distant warrior seemed to sense someone spying on him and, upon discovering it was a 2nd-tier martial artist, showed a hint of surprise. Su Chao silently warned himself never to use the investigative eye on warriors whose realms vastly surpassed his own. Still, he vaguely discerned that the opponent's realm was at least that of a 7th-tier peak warrior. After the strong warrior guarding the passage returned, the surrounding monsters were swiftly wiped out. Next came the rapid evacuation of the wounded and the dead, while the remaining combatants continued to hunt down the monsters. With the investigative eye at his disposal, Su Chao reaped considerable gains in the ensuing skirmishes. After about an hour of continuous fighting, sudden waves of howls erupted, followed by a commotion among the beast herds outside the city. Countless monsters turned their heads and fled in a frenzy. Even those that had scaled the walls leapt down and escaped. The beast tide had receded. "Haha, we have triumphed." Cheers echoed everywhere. At that moment, whether martial artists or soldiers, all embraced those beside them tightly, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Su Chao was also immensely joyful. He intended to celebrate by embracing someone nearby, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a girl who appeared to be a student, likely from South China University of Martial Sciences, the only other school nearby lending support besides his own. Awkwardly, he withdrew his hands. As expected, the girl caught his embarrassed expression and chuckled softly, then graciously extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Bai Jie, a junior at South China University of Martial Sciences. You're quite impressive, probably a student too, right? I saw you slay many monsters just now." Su Chao shook her hand and smiled warmly in return. "Hello, I'm Su Chao, a junior at Shanghai Institute of Technology." Bai Jie's grip faltered slightly, astonished. "What? You attend a liberal arts university? I thought your strength was formidable, and your awakened ability must be impressive. Why didn't you apply to a martial sciences university initially?" "I hadn't awakened in high school. It only happened after I entered university," Su Chao patiently explained. Bai Jie was a capable third-tier warrior, tall, with striking features and a generous personality, leaving an overall pleasant impression. Just now, when Su Chao had activated his investigative eye, he discerned that her awakened ability was likely a B-grade metal-type power. Metal abilities are renowned for their lethal prowess, and she had indeed slain numerous monsters. The two chatted for a while longer, exchanged contact information, and arranged to team up for monster hunting in the wilderness whenever possible. They then each sought out their respective classmates and teachers to regroup. Much remained to be handled after the battle. The authorities would organize casualty statistics, comfort the wounded and bereaved families, tally battle achievements, and clear the monster corpses. However, these matters were none of Su Chao's concern. He quickly found his school's contingent, still under the leadership of teacher Chu Xian. Compared to before, some comrades were missing, and several classmates bore fresh wounds that bled faintly. The group's morale was low. A few had reddened eyes, clearly having just wept. Even in these times, where people had grown accustomed to partings and death, the sorrow of loss so close at hand was difficult to suppress. Seeing Su Chao atop the city wall, everyone assumed he had arrived post-battle and did not press him for details. Thus, the group, led by teacher Chu, descended to the city foot to join the others. Everyone surrendered their battle record wristbands for registration. The data would be used to calculate individual battle merits, with no one daring to tamper with the system. Additionally, the monsters each person had slain would be tallied and appraised, with the proceeds distributed accordingly. Su Chao looked forward to this eagerly, expecting a handsome sum that could alleviate his family's immediate financial strain and allow him to purchase equipment. He had already returned the weapons borrowed from the military. His only remaining weapon was a damaged dagger, woefully inadequate for his combat prowess. Then, everyone boarded vehicles to return to school. On the journey back, they all took out their phones to call their families and report their safety. Su Chao's parents sighed with relief upon hearing his voice and urged him to be careful. Suddenly, an excited student brandished his phone and called out, "Everyone, look at this news report." One by one, they tapped the screen to watch a breathtaking scene. In the video, a middle-aged man enveloped in violet lightning wielded a sword in his right hand and carried a gigantic fox-like beast in his left. He appeared to step through the air from outside the city. Wherever he passed, the airborne beast herds trembled and veered away. The beast was enormous, with 9 long, conspicuous tails. Though deceased, it still radiated formidable pressure. That was Grandmaster Hua, a 9th-tier peak warrior awakened to the lightning element, ranked among humanity's top elite. He was holding the 9th-tier beast, the 9-tailed fox, wasn't he? Didn't you see the news? This beast tide was instigated by that 9-tailed fox. I was wondering why the beast tide suddenly withdrew. It turns out the beast king it controlled was slain by Grandmaster Hua. Listening to his classmates' discussion, Su Chao was equally thrilled. It was not the first time he had seen this man. 3 years ago, their caravan had been attacked by monsters in the wilderness, and this very warrior had passed by and saved them, though they did not know his name at the time. So his name was Hua Jiwen, Grandmaster. How powerful. When human martial artists reach above the 7th tier, their strength transcends into an entirely different realm. They can fly through the air and conventional firearms are nearly ineffective. Those who reach this realm are called masters, and those at the 9th tier are grandmasters. Watching him soar through the sky, Su Chao could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Yet, with the existence of his own interface, achieving this realm was merely a matter of time. With that thought, he glanced at his interface. Name: Su Chao. Level: 2nd tier martial artist. Supernatural ability: A grade investigative eye. C grade shadow clone. Constitution: 29. Spiritual power: 20. Origin points: 3,268. Martial arts: primary martial art shadow stab minor mastery. Primary martial art wind cutting / major mastery. Seeing the over 3,000 origin points displayed on the panel, Su Chao grinned from ear to ear. Although currently only one primary martial art, shadow stab, was available for enhancement, he firmly believed that within a few days his physique and spiritual power would improve again, ushering in another surge in his strength. Thinking that upgrading martial arts caused minimal commotion, he decisively chose to upgrade while still in the vehicle, instantly costing him an additional 1,000 origin points. With shadow stab reaching the major mastery realm, countless insights flooded his mind. Returning to school, all the teachers and students who had participated in the battle received a hero's warm welcome. The principal appeared at an opportune moment. The students' eyes were filled with admiration because everyone had heard that the principal had single-handedly slain a 7th-tier beast during the recent beast tide. After offering brief encouragement and praise, he dismissed everyone to rest. Having fought fiercely all day, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Tomorrow, the school would hold a memorial ceremony for the 5 students and 7 teachers who had sacrificed their lives. Su Chao returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and immediately fell asleep, only to be awakened by hunger the next morning. Glancing at the clock, it was 10 minutes past 9. He got up, washed up, and changed into a set of black clothing. The school's memorial ceremony was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the grand auditorium. After eating breakfast in the cafeteria, the timing was just about right. Having attended the ceremony, everyone's mood was heavy. Names like Feng Luan, Luo Guangrong, and Teacher Bai were familiar. They were living beings just yesterday, yet today they lay in cold coffins. No matter how heart-wrenchingly the families wept at the memorial, those souls would never return to life. This cruel world demanded that everyone come to terms with this reality. It cared not whether one was an awakened martial artist or an ordinary person yet to awaken. Su Chao silently admonished himself to exercise utmost caution when hunting monsters in the wilderness from now on. He did not wish, one day, for his parents to see him lying in a coffin, a tragic farewell between the old and the young. In the following days, his schedule was regular and orderly, attending classes and cultivating martial arts punctually. With the school holiday approaching, the martial arts class held its final assessment. Su Chao only displayed the strength of a peak first-tier martial artist, but coupled with his primary martial art refined to major mastery, he still elicited admiration from teachers and classmates alike. After the assessment, his homeroom teacher, Ms. Chu Xian, spoke with him, rewarding him with 2 bottles of vitality elixirs. She also stated that starting next semester, the school would provide him with 1 bottle of vitality elixir every month to support his cultivation. Finally, she sighed, remarking that if he had awakened earlier, his achievements would likely have been considerable. During the assessment, Su Chao witnessed the pinnacle combat power of the martial arts class students, several seniors about to graduate. The strongest was Su Jinsong, with mid-level 4th-tier strength, awakened to a B-grade superpower. Such strength was considerable, ranking very high even within the Martial Science University. 2 other seniors had just advanced to 4th-tier martial artists, while among the graduating seniors one had only recently reached 2nd tier, a notable disparity in strength. The martial arts class held a graduation party for the seniors, where mutual toasts were exchanged and everyone naturally drank to excess, offering blessings and heartfelt farewells. Just 2 days before the school holiday, on July 15th, the official battle achievements and funds were finally distributed. Previously, Su Chao had spent nearly all his remaining money on medicines and such, leaving him practically penniless. Staring at the additional 18,200,000 credited to his account, he leapt up in excitement. He finally had money. This was a fortune that could solve many of his problems, even exceeding his estimates. The 5th-tier blue-eyed fox was not counted among his spoils. It would surely be credited to the Grandmaster overseeing the battle, as that act resembled more of a venting revenge. He himself had slain approximately 200 sub-tier monsters, each worth a few thousand, totaling about 1 million. He had killed around 100 first-tier monsters, each worth tens of thousands, totaling over 4 million. Additionally, he had slain about 70 to 80 second-tier monsters, each worth over 100,000, amounting to roughly 10 million. The 18,200,000 credited directly suggested an incentive to encourage active participation in the battle against the beast tide. Most importantly, his battle achievements were also credited. Every martial artist could query their achievements on the internal platform of the warrior's home, where he found he had 792 points. Though this number seemed modest, many teachers and students who fought had fewer than him, as battle achievements were difficult to earn. The official calculation system was as follows. Sub-tier monsters granted 1 achievement point each. First-tier monsters 2 points each. Second-tier monsters 5 points each. Battle achievements had many uses. Many precious resources, unavailable in places like the Hunters Association, such as advanced martial arts, gene serums, and high-grade alloy equipment, could be purchased in the Warrior's Home's marketplace, provided one had sufficient battle achievements. For example, advanced martial arts required at least 1,000 achievement points and at least 10 million currency to purchase in the marketplace. Moreover, 100 achievement points qualified one as a 1-star honorary citizen. Becoming a 1-star honorary citizen granted family members special protection and access to certain medical and educational privileges in ordinary urban districts. 1,000 achievement points elevated one to 2-star honorary citizen status, allowing the purchase of property in the top 5 core urban districts of the Shanghai base city, becoming a member of the upper echelons. Additional privileges included, for instance, that killing ordinary civilians would not result in the death penalty but only require paying a hefty fine. However, harming family members who were also star-level honorary citizens was punishable. In short, battle achievements were immensely valuable, prompting many to strive to obtain them. This was the official means to encourage martial artists to actively hunt monsters. Fully understanding the value of battle achievements, Su Chao was determined to make use of them. He first submitted an application to become a 1-star honorary citizen on the Warrior's Home platform. The approval process was swift, expected to complete within a day or two. Then he browsed the marketplace, eyeing weapons and equipment. He planned to hunt monsters in the wilderness during the summer vacation, so he needed to purchase quality gear. The more he looked, the more apprehensive he felt. The newly acquired over 10 million was hardly sufficient. B-grade alloy equipment ranged from 5 million to 10 million in cost. Su Chao intended to buy a longsword and a suit of armor. The longsword required 6,500,000, while the armor was more expensive, costing approximately 9,300,000, totaling about 15,800,000. He also planned to buy a martial art book, costing several hundred thousand, which would leave him short on funds. He also wished to reserve some money for his parents at home. After much deliberation, Su Chao ultimately chose to purchase the B-grade alloy longsword for 6,500,000. His strength was advancing rapidly. The sword had to be of good quality, or he would soon be outclassed. For armor, he decided on a C-grade alloy suit, which could suffice temporarily. He planned to replace it later after earning money hunting monsters in the wilderness. C-grade alloy equipment ranged from 1 million to 5 million. The armor cost 4,500,000. By investing 11 million in the photonic alloy gear, he was left with just over 7 million in his account. Subsequently, he spent 250,000 on a rudimentary martial skill, the Jinyue fist. Since he already possessed a blade technique and needed to maintain peak combat effectiveness in situations devoid of weapons, he decided to acquire a hand-to-hand combat skill as well. When purchasing from the House of Warriors, there are dedicated couriers who deliver directly to the address you provide, typically within 2 days, making the process exceedingly convenient. Gazing at the remaining balance of 6,950,000, Su Chao felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. Money flowed in rapidly, yet vanished just as swiftly. Indeed, being a martial artist was an expensive endeavor. He resolved not to spend the remaining funds on himself but to reserve them for buying a house for his family, as his parents needed improved living conditions. He also intended to set aside enough money to cover their basic living expenses in case of any unforeseen incidents during his ventures into the wilderness zone. Initially, Su Chao had hoped to purchase the core of the willow wood, a remedy to aid his father's recovery. However, the price listed was 42 million, and a minimum of 1,000 merit points was required to make the purchase. That was comparatively reasonable. Within the Hunters Association, the price would be at least 50 million, and availability was uncertain. Since many warriors engage in prolonged battles with monsters, injuries are commonplace, rendering such potent healing items highly sought after. The higher one's cultivation level, the more resources a warrior consumes. Su Chao mused that martial artists seemed to become poorer as they grew stronger. Having acquired these valuable items, he prepared to visit Jiang Dali in the hospital. The fellow had nearly recovered and was clamoring daily to be discharged. Tomorrow was his scheduled release. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Chao answered to find it was his former roommate, Han Yu. He teased, "President Yu, what orders do you have for me?" Back in their dormitory days, the four of them often discussed post-graduation plans. Han Yu had confessed that, unable to find a job, He would return home to take over his parents' supermarket business, hence the playful nickname. On the other end, Han Yu replied with a sour expression, "Brother Chow, can you stop teasing your humble subordinate? The semester is ending and Tanjun, Yu Zhongqi, and I have planned to get together. Are you free? Want to join us?" "Sure. The usual place?" Su Chao agreed promptly, realizing he hadn't seen them since moving dorms. Their meeting spot was the bustling night market street near the school, a familiar haunt for their gatherings. With many students having gone home for the holidays, the crowd was sparse. Upon arrival, Su Chao found the three had already ordered. They stood to greet him warmly. "Brother Chao is here." Since Su Chao awakened as a warrior, their camaraderie had grown more restrained, much to his chagrin. Yet, as food and drink flowed, the old spirit rekindled, and conversation blossomed. "Brother Chao, remember back in freshman year when we had that fight here with Zhou Peng and his crew? How could I forget? That guy tried to pick a fight after awakening, but I taught him a lesson." They erupted into hearty laughter. "I bumped into that guy last week. He wasn't as arrogant as before. Even nodded at us. No wonder. Come, let us toast to Brother Chao for avenging us." The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as the evening wore on. "Brother Chao, what are your summer plans? Heading home?" Su Chao drained a large gulp of wine and said, "Yes, I'll handle some family matters first, then prepare for a trip to the wilderness zone." The trio was taken aback, surprised at how soon he planned to venture there. The wilderness zone, the arena for awakened warriors and forbidden territory for the unawakened. As men, who has not dreamed of wielding a sword and roaming freely? Sensing their silence, Su Chao shifted the topic. "By the way, how did you all do on the final exams? Don't fail, especially you, Tanjun, who spends all day gaming." "Brother Chao, rest assured, we did okay. Although we weren't diligent during the semester, we spent over a week straight before finals studying in the classroom. No flunking for us. That's good. Your current task is to graduate smoothly. As for the future, with gene serums now available, there's still a chance to become warriors." He couldn't promise them anything directly, given his own merit points were insufficient to purchase gene serums, and he was preoccupied with his father's situation. After finishing their drinks, they raised their glasses in a final toast to Su Chao's safe and successful journey to the wilderness zone. Su Chao settled the bill without hesitation. He was no longer short of money. Returning to his dorm, the intoxication took hold, and he collapsed into a deep sleep. Upon waking, Su Chao felt an extraordinary lightness and vitality throughout his body. The faint throbbing pain had vanished. Glancing at the time, it was 10 o'clock in the morning of the following day. Habitually, he checked his status panel and broke into a joyful smile. After more than a week of stagnation, the panel finally showed movement. Name: Su Chao. Rank: Second-tier warrior. Abilities: A-grade detection eye. C-grade shadow clone. Constitution 29. Mental strength 20. Source points 2,268. Martial skills: Mastery of basic martial skill. Shadow stab. Mastery of basic martial skill. Wind cleaving slash. His mental strength was finally eligible for enhancement. Although his constitution did not indicate an increase, this was likely due to the mental strength not yet being elevated. With the consumption of source points, Su Chao sensed his mental strength steadily rising. Upon reaching 26, the faint throbbing pain re-emerged, signaling he could not push further. Indeed, even within the enigmatic confines of the status panel, one's strength could not be infinitely increased. Recklessly advancing beyond limits risked losing control over his burgeoning mental strength, potentially reducing him to a state of idiocy. Having expended 600 source points, he observed that his constitution was now improvable. Without hesitation, he proceeded with another enhancement, consuming more source points. The familiar sensation returned. Countless energies surged into his body, continuously fortifying his physical form, muscles, bones, and organs alike. This rapid empowerment was intoxicating. When his constitution reached 35, further improvement was impossible. Another 60 source points were consumed. Name: Su Chao. Rank: Second-tier warrior. Abilities: A-grade detection eye. C-grade shadow clone. Constitution 35. Mental strength 26. Source points 1,608. Martial skills: Mastery of basic martial skill. Shadow stab. Mastery of basic martial skill. Wind cleaving slash. Reviewing the updated statistics, Su Chao noted that his physical strength had reached 3,500 kilograms, whereas the typical range for second-tier warriors spanned from 2,000 to 4,000 kilograms. He could confidently regard himself as one of the more formidable warriors within his rank. Coupled with the 50-point mastery bonus from his basic martial skills, His strength was effectively equivalent to that of a novice third-tier warrior. He could not help but marvel. The interface truly was invincible. Achievements that ordinarily demanded at least 2 years of effort he had attained in a mere fortnight. Yet, fortune had favored him. He had encountered a beast surge. Had he been in the wilderness, such an opportunity to hunt down countless low-tier monsters and amass source points so frantically would have been unattainable. In the wildlands, formidable beasts roamed everywhere. An unlucky encounter with even one could mean becoming the creature's prey. Having enhanced his strength, Su Chao was preparing to rise and acquaint himself with his newly augmented physical power. At that moment, the dormitory doorbell rang. He walked over and opened the door. Before him stood 2 unfamiliar men. One of them, upon seeing Su Chao, inquired politely, "May I ask if Mr. Su Chao is present?" Su Chao was puzzled. He did not recognize them. "That would be me," he replied. The man courteously said, "Hello, we are delivery personnel from the House of Warriors. The items you purchased yesterday have arrived. Please sign to acknowledge receipt." Only then did Su Chao realize his equipment had been delivered. He had not expected such swift service. The man produced an object resembling a ring, which shimmered briefly before manifesting a box in his hand. Su Chao was secretly impressed. He had never imagined that even delivery staff from the House of Warriors would be so extravagant as to be equipped with spatial rings. Among those he knew, only Principal Hua and a few teachers possessed such items. None of his peers in the martial arts class had them. These rings were far from inexpensive. The cheapest spatial ring in the House of Warriors offered approximately 1 cubic meter of storage space and cost at least 10 million. His misunderstanding stemmed from ignorance. Not every delivery person used spatial rings for deliveries. Only transactions exceeding a certain value warranted this method, and the delivery team had to consist of 2 people who supervised each other. After a series of intricate verifications, Su Chao signed for the equipment and martial techniques he had purchased. Once the 2 men departed, Su Chao closed the door and retrieved his armor and long sword. The B-grade alloy long sword resembled an ancient Tang Dynasty horizontal blade, silver-black throughout, approximately 1 meter in length, 6 centimeters in blade width, 30 centimeters in handle length, 73 centimeters in blade length, 6 millimeters in blade thickness, and weighing about 50 kilograms. He swung it a few times and was thoroughly pleased. Next, he picked up the C-grade alloy armor, a silver-gray upper-body inner vest weighing around 10 kilograms, light enough to be worn beneath his martial arts uniform, thus remaining inconspicuous. He was extremely satisfied with both pieces of equipment, so he removed his outer jacket and donned the inner armor directly. After finishing, he took out the final item, the beginner martial technique, Zhenyu Fist. Upon careful examination, the technique immediately appeared on his system interface. He then invested 110 source points to advance it to the minor achievement level. As for elevating it to the major achievement level, he refrained from spending all his source points on the technique, reserving some for future realm advancements, uncertain when he would next acquire source points. After these operations, hunger gnawed at him. He abandoned further attempts to familiarize himself with his physical strength and rose to head to the cafeteria for a meal. At noon, Su Chao spent over 2 hours finding a place to practice his newfound strength and martial technique. He felt confident that, with his current abilities, confronting an average warrior just entering the 3rd tier posed no problem. Against a seasoned 3rd tier warrior, however, he could only hope to defend himself. Moreover, he discovered a remarkable aspect of the interface. As long as he wished to conceal his cultivation level, others would find it exceedingly difficult to discern his realm. Even 9th tier warriors could not detect it. As for those supreme beings beyond the 9th tier, that remained uncertain. Their divine anomalies were entirely beyond his comprehension. Checking the time, it was nearly 2 o'clock. This afternoon, Jiang Dali was to be discharged from the hospital. Su Chao certainly intended to visit. Afterwards, he planned to return home, as the holidays had begun. He wanted to surprise his parents. "Li Hua, do you know where I put my old martial arts uniform?" Old Su checked the small box on the 2nd shelf of the wardrobe in the bedroom. "I think it's there. I'm cooking now. Xiao Chao will be back soon, and there are still many dishes not started." A middle-aged woman wearing an apron complained as she chopped vegetables in the kitchen. In the living room, a middle-aged man sat helplessly in a wheelchair. Yet, watching his wife bustling in the kitchen, he retreated into the room to continue searching. Today, his son was home for the summer holiday. He could no longer appear before him in his former disheveled state. Thus, he resolved to find and don his old martial arts uniform. Now that his son had awakened as a warrior, their family had hope. The dark clouds that once hung over them had largely dissipated. He needed to pull himself together and no longer be a burden that worried his son, allowing the boy to focus solely on martial arts. These two were none other than Su Chao's parents, both busy preparing to welcome their son home for the holidays. After a while, Su Chao's father finally located his old martial arts uniform. He spent a long time struggling in his room to change into it, exhausting himself to the point of a sudden, harsh cough. 3 years prior, his heart and lungs had been injured, preventing strenuous exercise. Furthermore, damage to his spinal nerves confined him to a wheelchair. Hearing the cough, Wang Lihua immediately dropped her work and rushed to the room, her face full of concern. "Old Su, what is wrong? Are you all right? It's my fault. I should have come to help you earlier." Su Jianya took her withered hand gently, stroking it with deep remorse. "Lihua, I'm fine. You've worked so hard all these years. Without your unwavering support, this family would have fallen apart long ago. It's I who have burdened you all." "Old Su, don't talk nonsense. Don't you remember what day it is today?" "Yes. Today we 1T mention unhappy things. Let us not let Xiao Chao come home and worry about us again. By the way, Lihua, when Xiao Chao asks about the TV at home, just say I accidentally broke it. We must not let him know it was Zhang Matzi and his gang who smashed it. I know, but I'm worried they'll come back to cause trouble. They said they would return." Su Jianya fell silent for a moment. "If it comes to that, I'll swallow my pride and beg a few old brothers to lend me some money to get by." Wang Lihua had no better solution. "We'll deal with it when the time comes." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Wang Lihua immediately grew anxious. "Ah, our son's back. And my dishes aren't ready yet. I'll go open the door. Don't look so glum. Be careful he doesn't notice something's wrong." Smiling, Wang Lihua opened the door. "Son, you're here again?" Suddenly, her smile froze. At the threshold stood 4 or 5 burly men, dressed ostentatiously, clearly no good characters. The leader was a scar-faced man with a wound above his eyebrow, making him look even more menacing. He violently pushed the door open, stormed inside, and shouted, "Wang Lihua, who do you think you're insulting, calling someone son? Are you tired of living?" Wang Lihua was shoved backward 2 steps by the man's forceful entry, but restrained herself and explained patiently, "Boss Wang, it's a misunderstanding. I wasn't cursing anyone. I thought my son had returned home. He's on holiday today." Su Jianya emerged from the room, just in time to see Wang Lihua being pushed back. He hurried over to support her and gently asked, "Are you all right?" Turning to the scar-faced man, he said angrily, "What are you doing? Breaking into a private residence and assaulting people? Aren't you afraid we'll call the security team and have you arrested?" This scar-faced man was evidently Zhang Matzi, a local influential figure in this impoverished neighborhood, a minor gang leader specializing in loan sharking and debt collection. Zhang Matzi's fury had yet to subside. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you cripple. If I hadn't lent money to your wife to save you, you'd be 6 feet under by now." Upon hearing these words, Su Jianya's anger flared even higher, causing him to cough violently once more. Wang Lihua hurried over to pat his back, her eyes blazing with fury. "Zhang Matzi, shut your mouth right now." After a strenuous effort, Su Jianya managed to stifle his coughing, took a deep breath, and fixed Zhang Matzi with a dark glare. "And you have the nerve to talk? You promised to lend 200,000 and get 250,000 back. How has it suddenly become 300,000? Zhang Matzi felt a wave of unease under that cold stare, but recalling the other man's current crippled state, his bravado regained strength. The original deal was to repay 250,000 within half a month. Now that it's overdue, of course, the price changes. Wang Lihua took up the argument. "It's only been overdue by 3 days in total, and we already paid you 50,000. We said we'd pay the rest within 10 days. How can you be so unreasonable?" "Reasonable? Ha! Reasonable with us?" Several scoundrels erupted into brazen laughter. Impatient, Zhang Matzi pointed at Wang Lihua. "Enough nonsense. Give us the money. 250,000. Once we get paid, we'll leave. We have no time to reason with you poor folk. We don't have the money right now. Give us a few more days to raise it." Su Jianya bit back his temper and replied sullenly, "No money?" He glanced around the room and ordered someone to start rummaging through the belongings. When he reached the kitchen, his sarcastic voice rang out, "Oh, so no money? Huh? But you're eating well enough. Look at all these dishes. Not cheap at all. How come you have money for fancy food but not to pay us back? I'll show you what happens." Soon after, the sound of smashing and crashing echoed from the kitchen. "You beasts, I'll fight you to the death." Wang Lihua, seeing the hard-earned meals she prepared for her son being shattered everywhere, trembled with rage and grabbed a broom, ready to charge into the kitchen. Su Jianya grasped her clothing firmly with his hand, equally enraged but clear-headed. With 1 crippled man and 1 woman powerless to fight, Any attempt to confront them would only result in getting beaten. These men struck with no mercy. If his wife were injured, the consequences would be catastrophic. He wished to avoid further conflict. Zhang Matsi noticed Wang Lihua's intent to strike and gave a sinister signal to his men. Heh, still want to make a move? Brothers, smash the whole house to pieces. Before his words had fully fallen, his men prepared to act. At that moment, a voice brimming with suppressed fury rang out. Try it. Then, at the doorway stood a youth carrying a suitcase in one hand and a bag slung over his shoulder, his face ablaze with wrath. The men Zhang Matsi had brought were struck with a chill at the intensity of that fiery gaze. The newcomer was none other than Su Chao. After escorting Zhang Dali out of the hospital and bidding him farewell, Su Chao had taken the bus home, full of anticipation. He had planned to surprise his parents with news of a large sum of money he had earned. But upon arriving downstairs, he heard the sounds of smashing and hurried upstairs, only to witness the scene before him. Xiao Chao, you're back. Su Chao's parents, both relieved and worried, greeted their son. Their concern was twofold: that their son had witnessed the altercation and might intervene, potentially causing trouble and jeopardizing his promising future, and that among these men were two quasi-martial artists, while their son had only just awakened as a martial artist, possibly putting him at a disadvantage. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Leave this to me, Su Chao replied, removing his backpack and placing it atop the suitcase by the door. Seeing that the family showed him no respect and that his men were cowed by a mere youth, Zhang Matsia's face darkened with embarrassment. Didn't I tell you to smash it? Are your ears deaf? Or do my words carry no weight anymore? Zhang Matsi roared at his men. As their leader lost his temper, the four others were about to strike again without hesitation. Suddenly, a blur flashed inside the room, followed by agonized screams and four heavy thuds as four men collapsed to the floor. All four clutched one arm, curled into a fetal position, one leg bent at awkward angles. Su Chao's parents were stunned, uncertain how to react to their son's ruthless efficiency. Zhang Matsia's scalp tingled as he stared at the sight of his fallen men, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and back. Swallowing hard, he asked, "You're a martial artist?" Having engaged in this business and daring to lend money to Su Chao's mother, Zhang Matsi had conducted some inquiry into their family. Otherwise, if they had inadvertently offended a powerful figure, they would have been finished long ago. Previously, they believed Su Chao was merely an ordinary liberal arts university student, and that his sister was not a martial artist. That was why they acted so recklessly. Now that the situation had changed, Zhang Matsi knew he had to adopt a different approach. "Young man, you've gone too far. We came to collect the debt your mother owes us. The loan term expired and we came to collect. This is just a misunderstanding." Wang Lihua, fearing her son might not fully grasp the situation, gave a brief explanation. Su Chao cast a sharp glance at her before surveying the room with a tone dripping with menace. "Misunderstanding? You've trashed my home, and you call this a misunderstanding?" Seeing the impasse, Zhang Matsia's tone hardened. "You may be a martial artist, but probably just recently advanced, right? We have martial artists above us, peak second stage ones at that. Still, we're willing to show you some respect. If you repay the remaining 250,000, we'll consider this matter closed. What do you say? Of course, our injured men's medical expenses must be covered." Su Chao chuckled at the absurdity and, without further ado, flashed forward and grabbed Zhang Matsi by the neck, hoisting him up. "You're shameless, thinking I'd give you face? Since you've laid out your terms, listen to mine. First, since we borrowed money from you, we will repay it. But not 250,000, 20,000, as originally agreed minus the 50,000 already paid. That's the proper way. Second, you trashed our home, so you must compensate us. As for the amount, 5,000 will do, not too much, considering many of those things were family heirlooms." At this, Zhang Matsia's face, already purple with anger, darkened further. "What heirlooms? A bunch of junk worth less than 1,000. As for the third, then," Su Chao's irritating voice continued, "you broke into our home and assaulted my family, worsening my father's already grave injuries. You owe us compensation for emotional distress and medical expenses. 20,000 isn't too much, is it? Funny how the accounts just balance out, isn't it?" Zhang Matsi raged silently inside. "Balancing out? Your lip meets mine, and tens of thousands vanish. How am I supposed to explain this back at headquarters?" As for the fourth, Zhang Matsi was on the verge of collapse. "Fourth? You never stop, do you? You trespassed and tried to bully the weak. I was forced to defend myself lawfully. Our living room is under surveillance, so you'll have to pay your own medical expenses. Finally, in light of your reprehensible conduct, which has inflicted considerable psychological trauma upon my family, You are hereby commanded to offer a formal apology to my parents and administer 10 slaps to your own face. Upon uttering these words, he noticed Zhang Mazi's hand turning a purplish hue and released him. As Zhang Mazi landed, clutching his neck, he gasped heavily for breath. After hearing Su Chao's ultimatum, he realized how formidable his opponents were. Warriors are not to be feared. What is truly daunting is a warrior who is also educated. He deeply regretted provoking their family. Had he not acted impulsively earlier, he would not now be in such a disadvantageous position. Seeing that the other party hesitated even after catching his breath, Su Chao continued, "If you refuse to act yourself, I will personally do it, though I have just become a warrior and may not yet control my strength well." Glaring darkly at Su Chao, Zhang Mazi's mind roared in fury. A threat, an outright, bare-faced threat. When I was beating up your men just now, your control over your strength seemed quite adept. He made a final, desperate attempt. Su, are you sure you want to take things this far? We all operate in this area. Leave some room when you act. Su Chao fixed him with an increasingly icy stare. Leave some room? If I had not happened to come back and encounter you today, how badly do you think my parents would have been bullied? Did you leave any room? Seeing that Su Chao would not relent, Zhang Mazi had no choice but to concede. Under this roof, he was no match for his opponent. Approaching Su Chao's parents, he said, "I apologize. Today we were rude and frightened both of you. Please accept our apology." Then, without hesitation, he began striking his own face, delivering 10 resounding slaps before stopping. Both cheeks flushed crimson. Turning to Su Chao, he asked, "Shall we be on our way now?" Su Chao narrowed his eyes as he regarded him. This man was indeed a notable figure. Surviving until now was no simple feat, but he could not be allowed to remain. He had to find a way to eliminate him. "Take your men and leave. Convey this message to your superiors. I expect this matter to end here, or you will bear consequences you cannot afford." Zhang Mazi cast a long, penetrating glance at Su Chao but no longer uttered harsh words. He helped his fallen men to their feet, supporting one another as they departed. Su Chao's parents were left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, staring at their son in astonishment. Only half a month had passed, yet their son seemed to have changed enormously. Increasingly, they found it difficult to recognize the boy they once knew. Compared to the obedient child he used to be, he seemed like a different person altogether. Feeling uneasy under their intense gaze, Su Chao smiled wryly and shook his head. "Dad, Mom, you staring at me like that is quite creepy. Are you both all right? Were you hurt by them?" Wang Lihua scrutinized Su Chao repeatedly. "Are you really our son? Xiao Chao? Mom, can you stop teasing me?" Su Jianya also looked at Su Chao with puzzlement. "Son, your strength doesn't seem like that of a newly awakened warrior." Unlike his wife, Su Jianya, a former warrior himself, could detect something amiss. Newly awakened warriors did not possess the speed Su Chao had just displayed. Su Chao was aware that the power he had shown in his moment of urgency was somewhat unusual. "Yeah, you know I fought in the recent Beast-Tide battle and have made some breakthroughs." "Oh, Dad, Mom, I just remembered something. I need to go out for a bit but we'll be back soon." With that, Su Chao turned and headed downstairs. Those few were injured. They probably had not gone far yet. "Xiao Chao, don't do anything reckless. You still have a bright future ahead," his father's anxious voice called after him. Downstairs, Su Chao quickly spotted Zhang Mazi and his men. Their legs were broken from Su Chao's blows, and they moved slowly, supporting one another. Limping, they made their way toward an old car parked in a corner of the residential area, presenting a somewhat comical sight that drew curious glances from passers-by. "Boss, are we just going to endure this?" one of them asked. "I feel utterly humiliated. When has our triad ever suffered such a loss?" Zhang Mazi glanced around at the pedestrians. Sensing his hostile gaze, they hurried away. Turning back, he shot a glare at the speaking underling. "Quiet, get in the car." Once inside, the car started promptly and drove off. Su Chao looked up at the sky. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and dusk was settling in. He quickly followed, trailing the vehicle from a distance, frequently using obstacles as cover to remain unseen. With his investigative eye, tracking a single car was no great challenge, especially since the vehicle was moving slowly through the city. After more than 20 minutes and passing through several streets and alleys, the car arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of District 25. The location was relatively remote. The car stopped, and the warehouse doors opened. 2 young men emerged, their physiques slimmer than Zhang Mazi's group. Zhang Mazi's entourage consisted of burly men, the kind one would think twice about provoking, typical enforcers for debt collection. The 2 hurried forward to open the car doors. "Boss, you're back." Zhang Mazi's expression darkened. "Help Abiao and the others inside." The 2 looked puzzled, unsure of the situation, but obeyed, helping the injured men out of the car. Seeing their battered state, they were secretly shocked and could not help but ask, "Brother Biao, what happened?" The one called Brother Biao, who had previously confronted Zhang Matzi downstairs, was sweating profusely in pain, spitting on the ground in frustration. "Damn it, we ran into some ruthless bastards. Help us inside first. Be careful with my right hand," he warned sharply. From a distance, Su Chao observed them entering before activating his investigative eye again. Finding no nearby surveillance, he stealthily approached the warehouse. Hiding near a corner close to the warehouse's outer wall, he focused intently and overheard voices from within. His supernatural ability granted him X-ray vision, allowing him to see through certain obstacles and observe the interior scene. The warehouse spanned approximately 2,000 square meters. Scattered around were various miscellaneous items. In the center stood several sofas and tables, one of which bore scattered playing cards. Inside, 11 individuals gathered around an office desk. Zhang Matzi appeared to be reporting something to a man seated behind the desk. Su Chao's pupils constricted sharply upon recognizing the man as a warrior, a first-level warrior, to be precise. The man was in his 30s with a crew cut and an air of sharp efficiency. Reclining with his legs crossed and a cigarette in his mouth, he listened to Zhang Matzi's report. Through the smoke, cold glimmers occasionally flickered in his eyes. Su Chao crept closer, positioning himself near the warehouse's outer wall, and concentrated on the voices within. "Brother Long, that's basically what happened. That kid told me to pass along that this is the end of it. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The man with the crew cut, who had been silently listening, suddenly flung his cigarette butt at Zhang Matzi and stood up, delivering a slap to his face. "You're useless. You can't even handle a simple matter like this. How can I entrust the business in this area to you? The 4 brothers you brought back all came with broken hands and legs." Zhang Matzi did not dodge. He let the cigarette and slap land squarely on his face. The crew-cut man's anger seemed to subside somewhat as he slowly circled the desk and stood before Zhang Matzi, staring him down. "Our organization has been raising funds lately. The chairman has already secured a source for a batch of gene serums. I was even planning to apply for one for you. You've truly disappointed me. Since you failed to retrieve this sum, you must patch up this hole yourself. As for that brat, having just awakened as a martial artist, he is already so arrogant and reckless. To dare threaten us, I will teach him a lesson he won't forget. Ah, you're courting death." Before the word lesson could even be uttered, he was sent flying by a single punch from Zhang Matzi. With a face full of disbelief, he stared at Zhang Matzi. Then his gaze dropped to the dagger now embedded in his own abdomen. He could not comprehend how Zhang Matzi dared to strike him. After all, he was a martial artist. Yet before he could make another move, suddenly, the surrounding henchmen each brandished weapons in their hands, their eyes gleaming with madness as they charged at him. Some wielding daggers, others clubs. No one could have known that outside by the wall, Su Chao's eyes flickered with a strange divine light, an ancillary effect of his eye of inquiry. Hallucination. At this moment, the crew-cut man felt his scalp tingle with unease. Something was amiss. How could all the henchmen betray him simultaneously, their eyes now reflecting the same madness Zhang Matzi had just displayed? A shiver crawled up his spine. This was far too bizarre. He felt as if something had fixed its gaze upon him. Nonetheless, he could not allow these men to harm him. Without mercy, he struck back fiercely. His fists and feet flew, sending all who charged at him crashing away. Yet those who fell to the ground, including Zhang Matzi, seemed impervious to pain, continuing their assault. Out of necessity, he resorted to lethal force, beginning to kill. After a chaotic skirmish, a moment later, only when the last man lay motionless on the ground did he slump onto the sofa, exhausted. His body bore several new wounds, though none as grievous as the dagger wound to his abdomen, yet he looked utterly disheveled. At this time, outside the window, the divine light in Su Chao's eyes faded, and he too felt fatigued. To have induced hallucinations in so many, even if none were martial artists, had drained much of his spiritual energy. Troublesome. Despite the surprise, none of these men managed to kill him. Indeed, the gap between martial artists and the unawakened was vast. He would have to intervene personally. Thus he rose and strode toward the door. With the eye of inquiry still active, he had found no surveillance cameras inside the warehouse. Inside, the crew-cut man, slumped on the sofa and preparing to tend his wounds, reached for his phone to report upward. Yet as he was about to dial, his movement faltered. "Who?" He suddenly turned his head, seeing the door open and a young man, resembling a student, slowly enter. "Who are you?" he asked warily, rising as he eyed Su Chao approaching him. Su Chao regarded him with a mocking smile. Who am I? Weren't you just planning to teach me a lesson? Well, here I am. Come and witness the lesson you spoke of. The crew-cut man's expression shifted to one of suspicion and uncertainty as he scrutinized Su Chao. You're that student from today, Su Jianya's son? Was it you who caused the trouble just now? He subtly attempted to press the phone's buttons, but suddenly his hand froze, fingers unresponsive. The phone would not answer. Horror dawned on his face. You're not cooperating very well. It seems you're not keen on chatting with me. A divine light flickered in Su Chao's eyes as he stepped forward, snatching the phone from the man's hand. He then grabbed a rag from the nearby table, knelt down, and wrapped the rag around a dagger held by one of the fallen henchmen. Swiftly approaching the crew-cut man, Su Chao, amidst the latter's terror, slowly drove the dagger into his neck. I told you to have them bring this, but you didn't listen. I said it ends here or suffer the consequences. Su Chao's voice drifted softly, like a demon's whisper. Only when the crew-cut man collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and convulsing, did Su Chao deactivate the Eye of Inquiry. He did not relax until he confirmed the man had ceased breathing. Martial artists were indeed difficult to control. Intimidation was the only way. Returning the dagger to the fallen henchman, he wiped the phone clean with the rag before placing it back in the crew-cut man's pocket. Casting a glance around, finding no traces left behind, he pocketed the rag and exited the warehouse. Only the corpses remained scattered about, the scene resembling a brutal internal conflict, both sides grievously wounded. Once outside, Su Chao surveyed the area to ensure no one was present, erased his footprints, then employed shadow concealment to depart swiftly. Along the way, he disposed of the rag. His return journey was considerably faster, as he could now accelerate and cut through narrow alleys. He repeatedly reflected on whether he had overlooked anything. Though he could not leave behind zero traces, at least there was no direct evidence linking back to him. He could not spare these men. Though he himself was unafraid, his parents were his Achilles heel. If these men were cornered and harmed his parents, he would rarely be nearby to protect them, leaving them vulnerable. At Su Chao's home, why hasn't Xiao Chao come back yet? It's been half an hour. Wang Lihua tidied up the chaotic house, glancing at Su Jianya, who sat lost in thought in his wheelchair. You've asked 4 or 5 times already. Why don't you sit down and rest a while? Lihua, don't worry. Xiao Chao is prudent in his actions. Su Jianya smiled wryly at his wife. Wang Lihua, restless and unable to focus on tidying, sank onto the sofa with a sigh. Old Su, why do you think Xiao Chao has changed so much? In just half a month, he seems like a different person. I wonder what he has been through. Su Jianya pondered. Perhaps it's related to his recent experiences. Witnessing and surviving life and death situations can alter one's character. After all, becoming a martial artist changes a person's mindset. Don't worry, he is still our son. Wang Lihua glanced toward the doorway from time to time. Sigh. I'll go cook. Xiao Chao should be back soon. Such a pity. So many good dishes wasted by that damned Zhang Matzi. Usually, we're too frugal to eat like that. The groceries cost me over 200 yuan. I'll just make something simple, though it's unfair to Xiao Chao. Just then, Su Chao's voice came from the door. Mom, no need to feel wronged. Today, our family will go out for a good meal. After nearly 10 minutes, he finally returned home. Seeing his mother about to head to the kitchen, he stopped her. Wang Lihua smiled happily upon seeing her son and took his hand, reproachful but affectionate. You brat, always rushing out as soon as you get home. Never giving us peace. Going out to eat costs more. Let us just have something simple at home today. Tomorrow I'll cook you something delicious. Mom, I know I was wrong. This time I'll stay with you both for a few days, nowhere else to go. Okay? Let us eat out today, it's been a long time. I've earned some money recently, so I'm not short on the cost. Besides, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Wang Lihua relented. I'll go change my clothes in my room, she said, then turned and left. After his wife departed, Su Jianya cast a concerned glance at his son. Nothing bad happened, right? Su Chao understood his father's worries and smiled, shaking his head. Dad, don't worry. I just went to check things out. I wouldn't do anything reckless. By the way, Dad, if you hold on a little longer, I'll get you a core of willow wood. Then you can recover. My battle achievements still need to improve. Su Jianya's hand trembled slightly as it rested on his lap. Xiao Chao, how did you earn so many battle achievements? Didn't I tell you I took part in the Beast-Tide battle? I was lucky to kill quite a few monsters and earned a good sum of money along the way. He spoke casually and nonchalantly, yet added, besides, the living conditions here are deplorable, hardly conducive to your recovery. I am planning to purchase a better residence for you all. Just then, Wang Lihua had finished changing and stepped out. Upon hearing the mention of a house, She looked at the father and son pair with immediate curiosity. What house? What are you two discussing? Su Chao had no choice but to reiterate the matter of buying a house to his mother. However, this was met with a sharp eye roll from her. While tidying her clothes, she admonished, "You barely earn any money and yet you fail to save. Now that you have more expenses, don't squander money on us recklessly." He could only reply nonchalantly, "Not much, just made 10 million. His mother continued to grumble. "What 10 million?" Suddenly, she stopped adjusting her clothes, stunned as she stared at her son. "Did you say you earned how many millions?" Su Chao, disarmed by his mother's shock, patiently explained, "I was fortunate. I made 10 million. After buying things for myself, I still have a few million left." Su Jianya, Su Chao's father, was equally taken aback. He had assumed Su Chao's earnings referred to just a few 100,000, not such a staggering sum. Having been a martial artist himself in his younger days, he understood well that earning money as a martial artist was no easy feat. Most earnings were poured into enhancing one's strength, leaving little at home. He had hoped that advancing in rank would bring greater income, but, unexpectedly, just as he ascended to the third-tier martial artist, that accident occurred. Hearing that her son had earned so much, the mother began to seriously contemplate the prospect of moving to a new home. Su Chao's father, confined to a wheelchair, found it difficult to get around. Their current residence was a walk-up with stairs, and since she could not physically lift him, most of the time they stayed indoors. Only when Su Chao was home could he carry his father downstairs for a stroll, which was hardly beneficial for recovery. Seeing his parents earnestly consider the matter, Su Chao felt a surge of happiness. Finally, he could truly aid his family. "Mom, Dad, let us go eat first. I'm starving. We can talk while we eat." Both elders needed time to digest the shock Su Chao had delivered, so they nodded in agreement. The three soon arrived at an upscale restaurant in the heart of District 25. Su Chao ordered a lavish spread of delicious dishes. Amid his mother's continued scolding, he reluctantly ceased his extravagant ways. The family dined joyfully. Ever since his father's injury, they had not enjoyed such a sumptuous meal outside. After the meal, seeing his wife's face full of contentment, Su Jianya covertly wiped away tears. She noticed and gently grasped his hand with concern. "Old Su, what's the matter?" Turning to face her, he tenderly stroked her slightly yellowed hand with his other. "Lihua, I've wronged you these years. Ever since I was injured, you haven't had a proper meal or bought new clothes." "Old Su, don't speak such nonsense. Those things aren't what matter. What's most important is that our family is safe and sound." Su Chao, sensing the mood growing sentimental, attempted to lighten the atmosphere. "All right, you two have had enough of this. Showing off your love should also take into account how I, the single dog, feel." As expected, his mother shot him a glare. "You brat. Itching for trouble, aren't you?" Su Chao's interruption eased the mood between them. After settling the bill, his mother insisted on packing up the uneaten food. According to her, the meal had cost half her monthly salary, and she refused to waste any of it. Upon leaving the restaurant, Su Chao took his parents to browse some clothing stores. As his father had said, it had been a long time since the family had bought new clothes, especially his mother, who had changed outfits several times at home only to finally wear a 2-year-old garment. Witnessing this, Su Chao was filled with a pang of sorrow. After visiting several shops and each purchasing a few sets of clothes and shoes, Su Chao's indulgent spending was only halted when his mother was on the verge of losing her temper, and they all returned home. At home, after much discussion about buying a house, they unanimously agreed to begin viewing properties the very next day. Since they had decided to move, they might as well do so promptly. Having settled this major matter, each retreated to their rooms to wash up and sleep, exhausted after a day of activity. Night fell. Su Chao lay on his bed in his room. He glanced around the cramped, dilapidated space that had accompanied him for 3 years, recalling the countless nights he had sweated through arduous training here. Now he was about to bid farewell to this place. At last, he had changed his family's circumstances through his own efforts. He could finally help his family. His mother would no longer have to toil so hard, and his father would no longer endure such suffering. Everything would only improve. That night, he slept especially soundly. At the entrance of the sales office of the Westlake Garden community in District 12, people came and went. This residential complex, newly opened 2 years prior, had completed its first phase. It boasted comprehensive amenities, a serene environment, and an overall elegant design. There was even a small lake within, and the landscaping was meticulously maintained. Most importantly, the community offered excellent property management with 24-hour security, ensuring safety. Thus, it enjoyed a strong reputation and brisk sales. At that moment, a car slowly pulled up to the entrance. a middle-aged couple and a young man stepped out, the middle-aged man having limited mobility and seating himself in a wheelchair after alighting. These three were none other than Su Chao's family. Having resolved to purchase a house the previous evening, they had begun searching for property information online. Initially, Su Chao's mother intended to find any community and buy a modestly priced unit, as long as it had an elevator. However, Su Chao was resolute in acquiring a residence in a well-maintained community with relatively good security, ultimately settling on West Lake Garden. The trio entered the sales office. The showroom was spacious, with a large-scale model prominently displayed at the center and a giant screen on the wall playing promotional videos. Many people gathered around the model, pointing and discussing, while dedicated sales staff provided explanations. Upon entering, Su Chao found all salespeople busy, so he wandered around the hall on his own. After a while, a saleswoman became available. Noticing they were a family of three, she politely approached and inquired, "Hello, are you here to view properties? Is there any particular type or feature you are interested in?" Su Chao observed that she was a petite young woman with a sweet appearance. When she smiled, two charming dimples appeared, suggesting she was newly employed. "We are looking to buy a 4-bedroom unit. Do you have any good recommendations?" Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up. Generally, clients with such clear intentions exhibited strong purchasing desires. Her smile grew even brighter as she professionally introduced our West Lake Garden community. After nearly 40 minutes of detailed discussion, the family fixed their sights on a unit on the 10th floor of Building 6, a 198-square-meter apartment priced at $4,080,000. It was a fully furnished, finely decorated home, ready for immediate move-in. Given their urgent need to relocate, this was an ideal choice. Moreover, the apartment faced the community's West Lake, offering splendid views. Su Chao and his family had indeed been fortunate. This unit had previously been reserved by another party, who only today called to cancel due to unforeseen family issues. Naturally, the deposit was non-refundable. The saleswoman was delighted, pleasantly surprised by how decisively Su Chao's family committed to the purchase and signed the contract with payment the very same day. This was a substantial deal, promising her a generous commission, quite a boon for a young woman just starting her career. Hence, they grew increasingly respectful and courteous toward Su Chao and his family, inviting them to wait in a tranquil lounge area, offering them water, while she went to fetch the contract. Su Chao was quite pleased to be able to secure the house so swiftly. However, his mother once again reproached her son for frivolous spending, insisting it was unnecessary to purchase such a large and fine residence. Su Chao could discern that although she voiced complaints, the delight shining in her eyes was unmistakable. Who wouldn't he desire to live in a better home? It was only their previous circumstances that had imposed limitations. As the family sat together, chatting and laughing, a voice of surprise rang out not far from them. "Damn, Chaozi, you're here too? Are you on holiday?" Turning his head, Su Chao saw a robust man nearly 6 feet 2 inches tall, calling out to him with delight, accompanied by a middle-aged couple. Su Chao smiled warmly and greeted him. "Ah, Bear, you're on holiday as well? Here to look at houses?" Upon hearing the nickname Bear, the man's face instantly twisted into a grimace. Bear was a moniker Su Chao had given him. His real name was Zhang Kuang. He was Su Chao's childhood friend. Their families had once lived in the same neighborhood, and the two had played together from early childhood through high school, maintaining a close bond. Zhang Kuang had matured rapidly from a young age and exercised regularly, developing notably large pectoral muscles, which earned him the nickname Bear from Su Chao. After Su Chao's family experienced misfortune and sold their house to move away, their meetings became infrequent. Moreover, Zhang Kuang had awakened as an A-level lightning-type wielder, a prodigy and the highest-ranking awakened individual in their class and school cohort. He later gained admission to Shanghai-based city's premier martial university, Shanghai Martial University. Zhang Kuang was tall and muscular, with a somewhat mature visage that made it difficult for strangers to perceive him as a student. Su Chao himself was nearly 6 feet tall, but standing beside Zhang Kuang, he appeared noticeably shorter. Nevertheless, Su Chao was handsome, and Zhang Kuang often teased him, saying he could rely on his looks to live comfortably for life. As the other family approached, Su Chao rose to greet them. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhou. Zhang Kuang's father, Zhang Dekong, was a minor official in District 12 and also a martial artist. His mother, Zhou Fang, was a high school teacher. Being well acquainted due to their children's friendship, the elders exchanged cordial greetings. Zhang Dekong, aware of Su Chao's family situation, smiled and inquired, "Old Su, how is your recovery going? You look well." Su Chao's father could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Old ailments, just as always," Seeing Su Chao's father's expression, Zhang Dekong changed the subject. So, are you planning to buy a house here as well? That's great. We could be neighbors again. At this moment, Aunt Zhou chimed in, teasing Su Chao's mother. Let me tell you, Li Hua, Xiao Kuang is quite stubborn. He earned some money from the recent beast wave battle and insisted on buying us a house. The child has grown up and is making decisions now. There's no stopping him. Su Chao's mother looked at her with pride unmistakable in her gaze, unable to miss the genuine sentiment behind her words. Following the thread of the conversation, she responded, your Zhang Kuang has always been sensible and filial. Now that he is enrolled in Xinghai's best martial university, his future is boundless. You two can look forward to enjoying your later years. Aunt Zhou was delighted by the compliment and clasped Su Chao's mother's hand, their conversation growing ever more animated. Nearby, Zhang Kuang and Su Chao exchanged wry smiles. Su Chao knew Aunt Zhou was not unpleasant. As a child, he was often invited to their home for delicious meals. Yet, as parents, who does not take pride in their child's achievements? When meeting acquaintances, a little subtle boasting is inevitable. So, have you found a house you like? Our families could buy adjacent units for convenience. Aunt Zhou continued. Just then, the saleswoman returned with the contract. Smiling, she addressed Su Chao, Mr. Su. Here is the purchase agreement. Please review it, and if there are no issues, we can proceed to sign it now. Su Chao took the contract. Very well. Let us take a look first. He then handed the contract to his mother. Mom, this is the house I'm buying for you and Dad. Please check the contract for any problems. Aunt Zhou paused in surprise. Li Hua, you've already chosen a house? I thought you just arrived. What's the layout? The saleswoman seized the opportunity to promote. Auntie, they're looking at the F32 layout. It covers 198 square meters and is quite practical. It's one of our best sellers. Aunt Zhou looked at Su Chao with a questioning gaze and whispered to his mother. Li Hua, was this house bought by your son? Su Chao's mother gazed at him with a mixture of pride and mild complaint. Little Chao insisted on buying it. He said the place we live in now lacks an elevator and is inconvenient. Hearing this, Aunt Zhou asked further. Is your son still attending the University of Science and Technology? Has he earned this money through entrepreneurship? She recalled that Su Chao had not awakened as a martial artist. So earning money at university must have come from entrepreneurial endeavors. No, he has awakened as a martial artist just like your Zhang Kuang. He also participated in the beast wave battle, Su Chao's mother replied. Zhang Kuang had been quietly listening to the adults' lively conversation without interrupting. Unable to contain himself any longer, he exclaimed in surprise, Chaozi, you've become a martial artist? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Although they now met less than twice a year, they kept in touch. Su Chao, seeing Zhang Kuang's plaintive look, like a jilted wife, found it somewhat unbearable. Bear, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. I awakened just half a month ago and haven't had time to inform you yet. It wasn't intentional, he explained. Upon hearing that Su Chao had only awakened half a month ago, Zhang Kuang pulled him aside and whispered fiercely. What? You joined the beast wave battle just half a month after awakening? You're reckless. Seeing his concern, Su Chao replied. I didn't go onto the city wall. I coordinated with the army below, which was relatively safe. Besides, you know my family's situation. I had to fight for it. Zhang Kuang was about to speak, but Su Chao interrupted. Bear, I know what you're trying to do. Don't think I don't know you arranged for someone to quietly send money to my family. But I can't always rely on you, right? Zhang Kuang felt a little embarrassed. Chaozi, I know your nature, you wouldn't accept it. That's why Su Chao slapped Zhang Kuang's arm firmly. Thanks, brother. Now I have the means to help my family and solve our problems. Once we buy the house and move in, I'll invite your family over for a meal. Zhang Kuang felt the sharp resolve returning to his close friend and was delighted. He punched Su Chao's shoulder. Great, I'll wait for your call. Let me know if you need help moving. Nearby, Aunt Zhou scolded the two boys. You two are grown men, yet still roughhousing. Then she turned to her husband. Old Zhang, why don't we look at this layout too? I just checked it, and it really is quite good. Before her husband could respond, Zhang Kuang eagerly answered. Mom, I agree. That way I can often eat the dishes that Mrs. Wang makes. He had frequently dined at Su Chao's home as a child and, over time, had cheekily called Su Chao's mother Mrs. Wang. Wang Lihua adored the boy and always prepared delicious meals whenever he came. Aunt Zhou gave him a sharp look. You heartless one, are you implying that my cooking isn't good enough? Zhang Kuang protested indignantly. Mom, it's not that I find your cooking unpalatable. It's just that Dad often tells me so in private. Zhang's father wore a bewildered expression. never having expected that merely being an onlooker would suddenly draw the fire onto himself. He shot Zhang Kuang a sharp glance, his eyes conveying a warning. "You're looking for trouble? Aren't you? Just wait." He quickly turned to his wife to explain. "Honey, you know me well. How could I ever say such things? Don't listen to this boy-ass nonsense. I've been eating your dishes for decades. My stomach has grown dependent on their flavor." Aunt Zhou found herself at a loss dealing with the two men of the Zhang family. They were both as stubborn as mutton chops. Zhang Kuang's lively interruption eased the tension considerably, lightening the atmosphere. In the end, Zhang Kuang's family decided to purchase a home here, choosing a unit identical to Su Chao's, located directly opposite his residence. This delighted the young saleswoman immensely. She hadn't anticipated such good fortune today, selling 2 large units in one go. She resolved to celebrate with her best friend after work. After both families signed the contracts and paid the purchase fees, the formalities proceeded swiftly. Once everything was settled and the hour grew late, they agreed to dine together. During the meal, Zhang's father ordered a bottle of wine and inquired whether Su Jianya could drink. Su Jianya was in high spirits today. Having bought a house, he felt liberated from his previous confines and agreed to have a small glass. Even Su Chao and Zhang Kuang each raised a glass. After all, buying a house was a significant milestone worthy of celebration. Zhang Kuang, who had insisted on making the purchase, faced no competition from Su Chao, who understood that Zhang Kuang was wealthier than he was. Having awakened his abilities years earlier and possessing a higher-tier talent, the school would undoubtedly invest heavily in his development. For friends like them, such trivial matters were inconsequential. After dinner, Zhang Kuang asked Su Chao about his plans for the holidays. Upon learning that Su Chao intended to venture into the wild zone, he was taken aback. "Chaozi, tell me, what is your current strength?" "A second-tier warrior," Su Chao answered without hesitation. "What?" Zhang Kuang thought he misheard and rubbed his ear. "A second-tier warrior? Are you sure you're not joking?" Upon confirmation from Su Chao, Zhang Kuang felt somewhat disoriented. He himself had awakened an A-grade ability and possessed considerable talent. After 3 years with abundant resources from school, he had only just attained the 4th-tier warrior rank. Yet Su Chao had reached the 2nd tier in merely half a month? He assumed Su Chao had just entered the 2nd tier, unaware that Su Chao was already nearing the 3rd-tier warrior level. He leaned in and whispered, "Chaozi, you haven't awakened an S-grade ability, have you?" Su Chao shook his head. "I awakened an A-grade ability, but my situation is somewhat special. Don't tell anyone. This is only between us." He had considered that without the talent of an A-grade ability, it would be impossible to explain his rapid cultivation. However, he would never reveal the details of his status. Human nature simply could not withstand such tests. Zhang Kuang nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, Chaozi, I won't breathe a word of this secret to anyone, but it's too dangerous for you to go to the wild zone alone. Call me, and I'll go with you." Su Chao knew resistance was futile, so he patted Zhang Kuang's shoulder. "All right, I'll notify you when I go." After parting ways with Zhang Kuang's family, Su Chao and his parents quickly took a taxi home. They began packing, preparing to move the next day. Though they said packing, there wasn't much to gather. Most things could be discarded. There were few valuables left. Over the years, most valuable items had already been sold off. After tidying up, they sat down to rest. Su Chao picked up his phone and transferred 1,500,000 yuan into his mother's account, instructing her to use it for daily expenses and his father's medicine without skimping. Now that he could earn money, the family's life would improve steadily. His mother stared at the money on the card, stunned for a moment before tears began to stream down her face. She rose and hurried to the bathroom, where the sound of running water mingled with her suppressed sobs. In the living room, father and son exchanged glances. Su Chao was about to get up and comfort her, but his father raised a hand to stop him. "Let your mother cry. Let her release the grievances she's held in all these years. It's better for her health. She's been under immense pressure, carrying a heavy burden. Now that you can support the family, she can finally set that burden down." "Son, thank you." His eyes welled with tears as well. Indeed, who in their family had lived an easy life these years? Su Chao looked at his father, crouched down, and gripped his hand firmly. Looking straight into his eyes, he said, "Dad, this is what I'm supposed to do. If it weren't for you protecting Mom and me so fiercely back then, you wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. The one who has endured the most pain these years is you. You are a brave man, a worthy father, and a devoted husband." Hearing his son's words and feeling his understanding, Su Jianya broke down like a wronged child, tears pouring forth as he cried out loud. Su Chao silently stayed by his father's side, handing him tissues and holding his hand tightly. His parents had suppressed their emotions for too long and needed this catharsis. Crying like this was beneficial for their health. He himself had vented his emotions amid the beast tide through relentless battles. After more than 10 minutes, his mother emerged from the bathroom with swollen eyes but a noticeably lighter mood. She smiled at the two men, radiating a newfound ease. Previously, although she smiled at them, it was clear she was holding herself together. Now, her smile was genuine and comforting. Seeing her come out, his father looked up and reached out his hands. Their family embraced tightly. From this moment on, a new chapter in their lives began. The next morning, Su Chao awoke to the sight of his mother bustling about in the kitchen, accompanied by an enticing aroma that awakened his appetite. "Mom, what delicious thing are you cooking that smells so good?" Seeing Su Chao awake, she teased with a smile. "Your nose is still as sharp as ever. I stewed some meat. Soon we'll cook noodles. After breakfast here today, we'll move to the new house. Go wash up and come eat." At that moment, his father emerged from the room, smiling warmly at him. Clearly, after last night's emotional release, both parents were in good spirits today. The family ate breakfast together amidst laughter and chatter. After tidying the house, just before 11 o'clock, the moving truck arrived. Loading was swift. They didn't possess many belongings. Downstairs in the community, the three of them looked back at the place they had lived for 3 years, bidding their final farewell. This home had witnessed their family's most arduous days. Farewell. It took several days to complete the move, organizing, purchasing new items, cleaning, and handling numerous trivial matters. Yet for this family relocating to Westlake Garden in the 12th district, joy was abundant. Especially their mother, who seemed energized all day, tirelessly tidying the house as if fueled by adrenaline. Fortunately, her constant smile revealed her uplifted mood. As for their father, he found it hard to stay indoors. After meals, he would run downstairs to the community to play chess and chat with a group of elderly men, rarely seen at home. Su Chao himself had intended to help his mother but was promptly shooed away, told he was only causing trouble. With no choice, he secluded himself in the study, dedicating his days to researching information about the wild zone. He was preparing to embark on his journey there. During this period, he arranged a gathering with Zhang Kuang to discuss some preparatory matters, for Zhang Kuang had ventured into the wilderness zone before. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they had been settled in their new home for nearly a week, with everything finally put in order. They made a decision to invite close relatives and friends who had aided their family over the past few years to a gathering at their house. The purpose was twofold: to inform them of the move and to express gratitude, as well as to repay any borrowed money. Among the guests were also old comrades from his father's former hunting team. Observing the current state of their family, they all sighed with emotion, unanimously declaring that the couple had finally overcome their hardships, offering their heartfelt congratulations. On this day, his father consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Concerned for his father's health, Su Chao took over the toasts on his behalf, and in the end, he too became quite intoxicated. Upon awakening, Su Chao felt refreshed and clear-headed. All the household affairs had been properly arranged. Tomorrow, he was to prepare for his departure to the wilderness zone. Then, as was his habit, he checked his status panel and was met with a wave of delight. Name: Su Chao. Rank: Second tier martial artist. Ability: A grade exploration I. C grade shadow clone. Constitution: 35. Mental strength: 26. Source points: 1,498. Martial skills: Mastered basic shadow stab, Mastered basic wind cleaving slash, Intermediate basic mountain sealing fist. After this period, his mental strength was finally able to increase, and he brimmed with anticipation, eager to see what new heights he would reach this time. As his source points steadily diminished, he sensed the mental strength, which had long been stagnant, now surged rapidly. When the source points had been consumed by 900, the familiar sensation of his mind swelling returned, signaling that he must cease further enhancement. Glancing at the panel, his mental strength had risen to 35, meeting the benchmark for a third-tier martial artist's mental stamina. The mental strength for third-tier martial artists ranged between 30 and 40 points. This conclusion was drawn from his research and personal testing. Sure enough, the constitution on the panel indicated that it could be improved. Without hesitation, he decisively proceeded with the enhancement. For 4 full weeks, an overwhelming flood of energy surged into his body, tempering his bones, muscles, organs, and even his blood, which he sensed undergoing some inexplicable transformation. At a certain moment, he felt as though something inside his body had been unlocked, propelling his strength into an entirely new realm. He surmised that what had been unlocked was likely the genetic lock of humanity. This was evolution, Martial artists who awakened their abilities would unlock the next genetic lock upon each advancement, entering a novel level of existence. However, for those who advanced by consuming genetic serums, each breakthrough to a higher martial artist tier required the intake of the corresponding grade of serum to unlock the genetic lock before advancing. This is why awakened ability users receive focus cultivation. Currently, the production of human genetic serums is challenging and yields are scarce, making them difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Moreover, it is said that the highest grade genetic serum developed so far is only of the 8th tier, meaning martial artists who advance by consuming serums can at most reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Typically, such serums are prepared by major powers or families with strong elders for descendants who cannot awaken their own abilities, providing them a path for evolution. Su Chao continued to feel his body constantly changing, his strength ever increasing, until he saw that after consuming 270 source points, his constitution had risen to 62, and the enhancement ceased. Savoring the explosive power within his body, Su Chao's heart blossomed with joy. He rose and stretched, his bones crackling audibly. This was the greatest enhancement he had achieved so far, his constitution having leapt from 35 to 62. He had finally become a third-tier martial artist. The physical strength of third-tier martial artists ranges from 4,000 kilograms to 8,000 kilograms. With his current strength of 6,200 kilograms, he was among the stronger third-tier martial artists. Adding the 50% amplification from his mastered basic martial skills, his maximum strength could reach 9,300 kilograms. This was barely comparable to the strength of a newly minted 4th-tier martial artist. However, even the weakest 4th-tier martial artists possessed skill amplifications, so for now, he could only claim to be strong among 3rd-tier martial artists. When facing a 4th tier, escape would be his only option. He looked at the panel once more. Name, Su Chao. Rank, 3rd-tier martial artist ability. A-grade exploration I, C-grade shadow clone. Constitution, 62 mental strength, 35, source points, 328, martial skills. Mastered basic shadow stab, mastered basic wind cleaving slash, intermediate basic mountain sealing fist. Su Chao winced slightly. His source points were depleting too rapidly, but soon he would head to the wilderness zone, where he could continue to replenish them. Now that he had become a 3rd-tier martial artist, his confidence in venturing into the wilderness zone grew considerably. 3rd-tier martial artist, this was merely the beginning. His goal was the loftier, more distant pinnacle of martial arts. With the existence of the status panel, he believed he would be no worse than anyone else. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chao prepared to go out today to procure all the supplies needed for the wilderness zone. Additionally, he intended to find a place to familiarize himself with his newly augmented strength. He also wanted to test how fast he could move now. Having made these decisions, he glanced at the time. His mother should have already prepared breakfast. He left his room and joined his parents for the morning meal. After bidding them farewell, he stepped out and set off. The Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall was founded by the elite human martial artist, Ba Dao. Each base city housed numerous branches, making it one of the top 3 martial arts halls among humanity. Coincidentally, there was a branch in District 12. Su Chao came here for the combat rooms, which could hone his martial skills. He intended to use them to quickly adapt to his enhanced physical strength. However, the fees were steep, charged by the hour, and varied according to the level of the combat room. After purchasing the house and giving his mother 1,500,000 yuan, he still had about 1,300,000 yuan in his account, enough for short-term expenses and this round of supply shopping. Entering the lobby, he requested the staff to open a 3rd-tier combat room. The hourly fee was 50,000 yuan, and with some reluctance, he booked 2 hours. Following the staff member, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The staff opened the door to one of the combat rooms, introduced him to its usage, and then stepped out. Su Chao surveyed the 3rd-tier combat room. The room spanned approximately 500 square meters, with walls constructed entirely of advanced memory alloy. As long as one's strength did not exceed the level of the room by more than 1 tier, it could not be damaged and would automatically restore itself. Near the entrance was a row of weapon racks, stocked with various standard weapons for patrons to choose from. At the center of the room stood a humanoid puppet, gleaming with a metallic luster. According to the staff, this was called a battle puppet. It could engage in combat without fear of injury and was capable of exerting the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Provided one's strength did not exceed the room's tier by more than 1, it was impossible to destroy it. The battle puppet was the cornerstone of the martial arts hall and was extremely rare. This was also the reason why combat rooms were tiered and charged differently. The selection of the corresponding battle puppet was necessary. Besides combat rooms, it was said that the hall also featured gravity chambers, which were even more exorbitantly priced and provided comprehensive training assistance. though reservations were notoriously difficult to secure. According to Su Chao's understanding, more than 2 decades after the dawn of the Great Nirvana Era, specifically following the Second Energy Tide, the various human-based cities suddenly witnessed the emergence of numerous unprecedented phenomena. These included genetic serums, advanced alloy technologies, elite martial techniques, as well as gravity chambers and battle puppets. The secrets behind these developments remain unknown to him at present. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that as his own strength continues to grow, all these mysteries will eventually unfold before his very eyes. Su Chao began by testing his current speed. Unleashing his agility, his figure appeared repeatedly within the room. After a brief interval, he roughly gauged his velocity at 77 meters per second. Generally speaking, a third-tier martial artist's speed ranges between 60 and 90 meters per second, placing him squarely in the middle tier. However, possessing a supernatural ability, his Class C power Shadow Clone, upon advancement, not only gained the Shadow Clone capability but also retained the speed amplification from before its upgrade. Yet, with his increasing power, the amplification effect was no longer a full doubling as before. He estimated the boost to be around 50%, which was already quite commendable. This very fact bolstered his confidence that he was not inferior to anyone else. To his knowledge, no one else's supernatural ability had ever advanced in such a manner. If his speed, combined with this 50% enhancement, were to surge, he could potentially reach a bursting speed exceeding 115 meters per second, a velocity approaching the highest speed of 120 meters per second achieved by a fourth-tier martial artist. This greatly augmented his survivability, making it likely that most fourth-tier martial artists, barring special methods, would not outpace him. Next, he activated his battle puppet, truly commencing combat practice with it. The battle puppet lacked martial techniques, relying solely on raw strength and speed equivalent to that of a third-tier martial artist. Initially, Su Chao fought it unarmed, employing fist techniques to familiarize himself with his own physical power. Later, after adapting, he chose a blade to engage in combat with it. 2 hours later, the door of the combat chamber opened, and Su Chao emerged, drenched in sweat. That was exhilarating, he exclaimed enthusiastically, feeling utterly invigorated by the intense battle. There was absolutely no worry about injuring the battle puppet, allowing him to confidently employ all his techniques without restraint. The only drawback was the cost, 50,000 per hour. He could not afford to come frequently under normal circumstances, but once his strength improved and he needed to hone his skills, this place would be a viable choice. Leaving the Starry Sky Martial Hall, he proceeded to the nearby Hunters Association to procure essential supplies such as food and medicine for his expedition. Half an hour later, Su Chao emerged, carrying a large tactical backpack filled with the necessities for his journey. Furthermore, this backpack would allow him to bring back monster materials from his hunts to sell. However, glancing at his account balance, which had dwindled to a mere 800,000 or so, Su Chao could not help but smile wryly. Martial artists earn money swiftly, but spend it even faster. The 18 million he had acquired was nearly exhausted in less than 10 days. He hoped that this expedition would bring better fortune and allow him to earn more. Returning to his residence at the Westlake Villa, Su Chao did not confine himself to his room but instead spent time conversing with his parents. Tomorrow he was bound for the wilderness zone, and uncertain of when he would return, he wished to cherish this rare moment with them. He had already informed them of his plans to venture into the wilderness zone. Initially, they disapproved, arguing that he was too hasty and that it was dangerous to go so soon after becoming a martial artist. Having no other option, he assured them that he already possessed the strength of a second-tier martial artist and mentioned that Zhang Kuang would accompany him. He promised they would not penetrate deeply into the wilderness zone but remain on the outskirts for training. His parents knew Zhang Kuang's capabilities and were aware that he had prior experience in the wilderness zone, which finally convinced them to consent. Yet, they could not conceal their worry, urging Su Chao to call frequently and report his safety. That evening, the family finished dinner early, and Su Chao went to bed ahead of time, determined to rest well since sleeping soundly in the wilderness zone would prove difficult. At the exit gate of District 28, the closest exit to District 12, many martial artists queued to register in the morning. Among them, 2 young figures stood out, each bearing a large tactical backpack and engaged in conversation. One was handsome, holding a broad sword in his left hand. The other was robust, nearly 6 feet 2 inches tall, with a somewhat mature face and a long spear strapped to his back. These 2 were none other than Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, who had set out early to journey into the wilderness zone. Xiongda, why are there so many unawakened people loitering near the city gate? Su Chao asked, following his gaze. Zhang Kuang looked over and noticed several young men quietly inquiring among the martial artists in line. Oh, those guys? They're asking martial artists if they need followers. They're all brave souls. Zhang Kuang sighed again. Ordinary people have a low chance of awakening, but there's still a possibility before the age of 30. Some young men in their 20s, unwilling to remain mediocre, choose to follow martial artists into the wilderness zone to take a chance. They act as followers, carrying backpacks or gathering materials. Statistics show that frequent expeditions into the wilderness zone, accompanying martial artists, or even fighting monsters directly, can increase the chance of awakening. But the death rate is high, and martial artists can disregard them when danger arises. Listening to Zhang Kuang's words, Su Chao felt both admiration and sorrow for these individuals. Changing the subject, he pointed and asked, Xiongda, why is the passage over there free of queues, and why do so many people carry no gear, while over here there are so many waiting? That passage is reserved for 4th tier and above martial artists, Zhang Kuang explained. Their numbers are relatively few, so no queue forms. Many of them possess spatial rings and don't need backpacks like us. Here, it's all 1st to 3rd tier martial artists, so the crowd is larger, hence the line. Xiongda, why don't you take that passage? You 1T have to wait here with me. No worries, Chaozi. It's your first time out. There are many things you don't know. I'll keep you company here so we can chat and pass the time. It 1T be long, at most half an hour. Su Chao gazed at the long queue and sighed. I didn't expect so many people to go to the wilderness zone every day. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Kuang responded, Chaozi, I'm sure you're beginning to sense how resource-intensive martial arts cultivation becomes at higher levels. The wilderness zone, though perilous, contains countless resources. Hunting monsters yields materials. You can also gather rare flowers, exotic herbs, or precious spiritual fruits. Many have special uses or research value and can be sold to the Hunters Association, large merchant guilds, or the Alliance for substantial income. However, the rarer the spiritual item, the stronger the monsters guarding it, making it difficult to obtain. Of course, occasionally there are lucky individuals who, by chance, acquire heavenly treasures and become wealthy overnight, but these are exceptions. Chaozi, you must never harbor such wishful thinking and recklessly take risks in the wilderness zone. Powerful monsters lurk everywhere. You must exercise utmost caution or risk losing your life out there. As Zhang Kuang grew more animated, Su Chao interrupted. Xiongda, I know all that. I've researched plenty already. The main reason I asked you to accompany me is for training. We'll limit our activities to within about 31 miles of the base city. Within that range, mostly low-tier monsters roam, and monsters above 4th tier are rare, so it should be relatively safer. Zhang Kuang gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. Seems like you've really done your homework. Still the Chaozi I once knew, meticulous and prudent in his actions. With this I felt at ease. The two of them chatted and time flew swiftly. By now, they had arrived at Su Chao. The registration staff promptly completed Su Chao's formalities. This registration process was only necessary for warriors venturing out for the first time. Upon registration, they were issued an identity information card. Henceforth, when venturing into the wilderness, they could simply produce and wear this card, which could be scanned by machines. They followed the group, passing through a gate equipped with a scanning device, then traversed the thick city gates, finally entering the wildlands. Once outside the city gates, the previously dense crowd dispersed in all directions. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang's chosen destination lay approximately 35 kilometers northwest. A small county town abandoned after the Nirvana Era, known as Kaiyang County. Upon entering the wilderness, Zhang Kuang shed his usual casual demeanor, drawing the long spear from his back and grasping it firmly, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. The two of them stretched their forms and surged forward with great speed toward Kaiyang County. Along the way, they occasionally encountered scattered wandering beasts, but these creatures were mostly of low strength, either unranked or first-tier monsters. Su Chao effortlessly dispatched each one with a casual move, never requiring Zhang Kuang to intervene. As beasts grow stronger, their intelligence also increases, causing high-tier monsters to actively avoid human bases and cities. When the two approached about 10 kilometers from the base city, a second-tier iron-horned wild ox suddenly charged from a small grove by the roadside. Su Chao immediately drew his blade and rushed forward. Zhang Kuang shouted from behind, Chaozi, be careful, this one is dangerous. Before he could finish, Su Chao's blade descended swiftly, severing the iron-horned wild ox's head from its body. The body continued forward for a few meters under its own momentum before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Kuang's mouth formed an O shape. Chaozi, you're way too fierce. One strike to take down a second-tier monster. Su Chao glanced at his status panel, noting that his source points had increased by 38, and replied with a cheerful smile, not bad. I recently just had a breakthrough. Then he bent down to begin cutting the ox's horns. Now that they were in the wilderness, their backpacks could only carry a limited amount of materials, so they had to selectively gather the most valuable monster parts. The ox horns were worth about 50 to 60,000 source points. The entire body would have been worth over 100,000. They had not collected any materials from the previous first-tier monsters. Chowzi, remember to collect the Monster S Spirit Armor Fragments. They're used to record battle achievements, Zhang Kuang reminded. Don't worry, Bear. I've collected them all. None missed from the previous kills. Su Chao said as he pulled out an oval-shaped armor fragment from the ox's neck, its surface flickering with 2 spirit runes. All monsters possessed spirit armor fragments, located in different spots depending on the species. The number of spirit runes generally indicated the monster S tier. These fragments were currently only collected by the authorities, with warriors exchanging them for battle merits. Zhang Kuang rolled his eyes at Su Chao's casual response, inwardly cursing, pervert. His strength is improving much faster than when I first started. If only he knew that Su Chao's recent breakthrough referred to advancing into the third-tier warrior realm. They continued their journey, slaying monsters along the way. The highest tier they encountered was second tier, and Zhang Kuang scarcely had to lift a finger. This frustrated him greatly, as he had originally intended to show off in front of Su Chao during this trip. The longer he traveled with Su Chao in the wilderness, the more he admired him. Su Chao displayed seasoned cunning and decisive ruthlessness, not at all like a novice entering the wildlands for the first time. Moreover, Zhang Kuang could see that Su Chao's martial skill cultivation was not shallow, at least at the minor accomplishment stage. To put it in perspective, it had taken Zhang Kuang half a year to reach minor accomplishment in his own basic martial skills. He truly could not fathom how Su Chao cultivated so rapidly, not only gaining strength but also achieving such a high level of martial skill. At this moment, Su Chao was growing increasingly excited. This wilderness was exactly the right place. In just 2 or 3 hours, he had already amassed nearly 500 source points, along with nearly half a backpack of materials. Yet he remained cautious. After all, this was the wildlands, and he occasionally activated his Eye of Exploration to survey the surroundings. Upon entering the vast wilderness, the Eye of Exploration became an extraordinary aid, able to survey every blade of grass and leaf within approximately 2 kilometers, thus avoiding encounters with formidable monsters. Furthermore, the exploration range could expand alongside his increasing strength. After killing a second-tier frenzied bloodhound and collecting its materials, Su Chao activated his Eye of Exploration as usual, and was suddenly startled. About 1 kilometer ahead, there's a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves heading our way. Zhang Kuang noticed his unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong, Chaozi?" Su Chao's expression grew serious. "I have a special exploration technique that lets me detect conditions within a certain radius. About 1 kilometer to our front left, a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves is approaching." "What? Are you sure?" Zhang Kuang asked, seeking confirmation. After receiving Su Chao's affirmation, knowing he would not joke about such matters, Zhang Kuang pressed further. "Can you discern their numbers and strength?" "There are roughly 20 of them, 7 or 8 second tier, the rest first tier. Their alpha wolf has early 4th tier strength. Should we confront them head-on or avoid them?" Zhang Kuang's expression turned grave. He clenched his spear tightly and looked at Su Chao. "Chaozi, if I hold the alpha wolf off, can you protect yourself for a short time? Buy me some time to kill the alpha." "No problem. I'll take care of the alpha wolf, you handle the rest of the first and second tier demon wolves." "Chaozi, I know you're one of the stronger second tier warriors, but this is a beast pack. If anything goes wrong, I might not be able to come to your aid in time." "Bear, when did you get so verbose? Just do it." Seeing Su Chao's determined gaze, Zhang Kuang fell silent. They set their backpacks down on a nearby tree and climbed up, preparing for battle. Only minutes later, the ground trembled, and the trees shook. "They're here." A pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves appeared in sight, with the alpha wolf in the center exceeding 4 meters in length, looking imposing and robust. As the wolves passed beneath the tree, the alpha wolf seemed to sense danger. Zhang Kuang struck decisively. Su Chao saw a figure dart forward, faintly wrapped in lightning. Spear aimed straight for the alpha's head. The spear reached its target before the man did, creating a formidable display of force. The alpha wolf had anticipated the attack and slightly turned its head, avoiding a fatal blow, but one ear was severed into a mist of blood by Zhang Kuang's prepared spear strike. The alpha wolf howled furiously and engaged Zhang Kuang in combat. Zhang Kuang took the initiative, pressing the alpha wolf relentlessly. Seeing their leader wounded, the surrounding wolves obeyed the alpha's command and swarmed to attack Zhang Kuang. Seeing Zhang Kuang struggling to land a decisive blow while entangled with the alpha, Su Chao acted without hesitation. He leapt from the tree, blade aimed at the nearest second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. That wolf, intending to attack Zhang Kuang, was caught off guard by the treetop ambush and had its head severed by Su Chao's blade. With a single strike, he followed with 2 slanting cuts, felling 2 nearby first-tier demon wolves. Su Chao merely exhibited the prowess of a peak second-tier warrior, relying on his agility to slash left and right amidst the wolf pack. Almost every strike claimed the life of a demonic wolf beneath his blade. In less than 2 minutes, he had slain around 20 of these beasts. Only 5 second-tier bloodthirsty demonic wolves remained on the field, and as they gazed upon the human who had slain so many of their kin, fear flickered in their eyes. Not far off, the Wolf King, witnessing the massacre of his subordinates in such a short time and now entangled with this damned spear-wielding adversary, howled furiously in rage. The spear shimmered with crackling thunder, a testament to its wielder's formidable strength. The Wolf King's body bore several scorched wounds inflicted by the spear. A sense of retreat stirred within him. With another howl, the Wolf King's body suddenly swelled, his speed and strength surging dramatically. Zhang Kuang was caught off guard and forced back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, the Wolf King struck successfully and immediately turned to flee, aware that his bloodline's berserk transformation could not be sustained for long. Zhang Kuang's frustration grew. Su Chao had already slain some 20 demonic wolves, yet he himself had not yet achieved any merit. If the Wolf King escaped now, would he not lose face? With a mighty roar, he unleashed the second technique of the 9 Tribulations Thunder Spear, Thunderclap Break. Thunder crackled all around him, wrapping his entire body, while faint lightning flickered along the spear's shaft. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of lightning in pursuit. Soon, a pained howl echoed. The Wolf King had clearly suffered a grievous injury. Su Chao felt no concern for Zhang Kuang's battle. Zhang Kuang's strength far surpassed that of the Wolf King, so victory was merely a matter of time. He focused intently on the 5 remaining demonic wolves before him, continuing his slaughter. After more than a dozen breaths, Su Chao stood amidst a heap of demonic wolf corpses, 25 in total. His source points had increased by over 500. He needed to swiftly gather materials from these second-tier bloodthirsty wolves before joining Zhang Kuang. The most valuable parts of the demonic wolves were their fangs, claws, and pelts. To save time, he only harvested the fangs and claws, each set worth about 50,000. The pelts were too time-consuming to collect, so he left them behind. Within minutes, he had processed all the bodies and collected their spiritual armor fragments. Seeing that Zhang Kuang had yet to return, a trace of worry surfaced within him. He retrieved both their backpacks from a tree and swiftly set off in the direction of Zhang Kuang's earlier battle. After pursuing for roughly 3 kilometers, Su Chao faintly heard voices in dispute and quickened his pace. Approaching, he discovered Zhang Kuang embroiled in an argument. Upon recognizing the others involved, Su Chao instinctively activated his supernatural investigative eye. His pupils contracted sharply upon assessing them. Opposite him stood a group of 5 men, their strengths fully exposed under Su Chao's scrutiny. Among them were 2 4th-tier warriors, both novices at that level. The other 3 were 3rd-tier warriors, one of whom was at the peak of the 3rd tier. Clearly, this was a well-equipped hunting party. Between the 2 sides lay the corpse of the 4th-tier bloodthirsty Wolf King that had earlier clashed with Zhang Kuang, the very source of the dispute. Upon noticing Su Chao's arrival, the 5 men glanced his way but, seeing only a 2nd-tier warrior, dismissed him entirely. Zhang Kuang nodded at Su Chao upon his arrival. "Bear, what is the situation?" he asked angrily. "After I severely wounded this Wolf King, it fled here and ran into them. They delivered the finishing blow and claimed it as their kill, insisting the corpse belongs to them. I'm trying to reason with them." Before Su Chao could respond, the 3rd-tier peak warrior among the 5 spoke up, displeased. "Young brother, you mustn't speak carelessly. This Wolf King was surrounded and slain by us all. How could it be just injured by you?" Zhang Kuang retorted loudly, "You're blatantly lying. The wounds on this Wolf King are all spear-inflicted, and there are traces of thunder elemental power on the injuries. Do any of you wield thunder element spear abilities?" The man who had spoken earlier was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute the claim. At this moment, the leader of the group, presumably their captain, a bald man about 40 years old and one of the 2 4th-tier warriors, stepped forward. "Young brother, perhaps you did wound the Wolf King, but it is true that we dealt the final blow. Let us each concede a little. The Wolf King's corpse is worth roughly 1 million. We can split it into 2 shares, the fangs and claws forming 1 share, valued at about 500,000, the remainder forming the other. How about each side takes 1 share? You may choose first." "What about the spiritual armor fragments?" Zhang Kuang inquired. The man hesitated briefly but nodded. The 3rd-tier peak warrior among them attempted to interject but was silenced by a glare from the bald captain. Zhang Kuang was about to protest, saying that he could have slain the Wolf King himself without their intervention and claimed all the materials, but upon glancing at Su Chao beside him, he reconsidered and nodded in agreement. I'll take the fangs and claws. He did not fear the few men before him, with his A-grade thunder elemental ability. Even if he could not defeat them outright, he could retreat gracefully. But he wished to avoid conflict that might endanger Su Chao, whom he believed to be only second tier, while the others were all third tier or above. Su Chao understood the meaning behind Zhang Kuang's gaze. Quietly, he whispered in his ear, "Bear, if you're unwilling, act as you see fit. Don't worry about me. I can protect myself." Zhang Kuang thought Su Chao was merely posturing and shook his head. He stepped forward, retrieved the fangs, claws, and spiritual armor fragments, cast a meaningful glance at the others, and then turned to leave with Su Chao. After Zhang Kuang and Su Chao departed, the third-tier peak warrior among the five spoke up. "Captain, I don't understand why we had to give them a share. Aren't they just two greenhorn kids?" The bald captain shot him a look. "Old three, do you think I wanted to? Use your brain, the two youngsters aren't simple. That youth with the spear managed to severely wound a fourth-tier bloodthirsty wolf king on his own. His strength probably surpasses mine, and he gives me a very dangerous impression. Judging by their ages, they're likely still in university but already possess such power. Their talent and background must be extraordinary. It's best not to offend such people, lest we meet our doom. If it weren't for concerns about diminishing the prestige of our Firestorm squad, I wouldn't even want this share of materials. It's not worth offending two young men with limitless potential over such a sum." The other squad members remained silent, contemplating the captain's words. Another fourth-tier warrior, the squad's deputy captain, added, "Besides, did you notice that seemingly second-tier warrior? He doesn't seem ordinary to me. You know my instincts are always accurate." The bald captain continued. "Indeed, he was remarkably calm, unfazed by our entire team of third tier or above. Either he is a reckless fool or he has backing. I lean toward the latter. Old three, temper your temper from now on. Though our Firestorm squad is strong, there are many in Base City who far outmatch us. If we stumble upon them, we'll regret it deeply." After departing from the bald man and his group, Su Chao sensed Zhang Kuang's spirits were not high. He patted his shoulder. "It's all right, Bear." Their leader was reasonably sensible. "We couldn't have taken the Wolf's corpse anyway. The pelt was damaged during your fight and isn't worth much. The loss isn't great. If you're still upset, we can go deal with them now." "Forget it, Chaozi, you're right. We got the most valuable materials. No need to stoop to their level." That third-tier peak was a bit arrogant. "Though, I'll make sure to deal with him next time we meet." With that, the two continued their journey toward Kaiyang County. The journey proceeded relatively smoothly. Aside from encountering a third-tier Shadowclaw cat, the rest were merely first- and second-tier monsters, all effortlessly dispatched by Su Chao. Su Chao refrained from engaging the third-tier Shadowclaw cat himself, reserving it for Zhang Kuang to vent some frustration. True to form, Zhang Kuang felled the creature with a single strike, leaving it a lifeless corpse. He then deliberately cocked his head toward Su Chao, the boastful gesture unmistakably clear. Su Chao could only laugh and shake his head at his comrade. Reliable, indeed, but occasionally prone to bouts of childishness. At last, as the afternoon neared 3 o'clock, they arrived at Kaiyang County Town. Su Chao gazed upon the scene before him. A once humble town, now fallen into ruin, reminiscent of a time before the Nirvana Era. An ineffable emotion welled within him, tightening his chest. He seemed to glimpse the bustling streets of yesteryear, teeming with people and the clatter of carriages. Now, only crumbling walls and rampant weeds remained, alongside countless monsters roaming and eking out a living amidst the desolation. Beside him, Zhang Kuang noticed Su Chao's momentary daze and spoke up. "Chaozi, now that we're here, we need to stay sharp. The monsters here are plentiful and tend to congregate. Generally, monsters beyond the fourth tier are rare, but we can't rule out the possibility of high-tier beasts wandering through. So, let us remain on high alert." Su Chao nodded. "Don't worry, Bear. I just scouted the area. There are no immediate threats nearby. Let us find a place to settle, eat, and restore our strength." During my reconnaissance, I spotted a building about 1 kilometer to our left front that looks suitable, good visibility, and the monsters along the way weren't particularly strong. "Sounds good, Chaozi. You really think things through." The two stretched their limbs and swiftly traversed patch after patch of ruins until they reached the previously identified shelter. It had once been a hotel, its original number of floors unknown, but now only 10 remained, the uppermost levels having been ravaged by battle. They quietly evaded the monsters prowling the first floor and ascended to the 7th, where they entered a room and closed the door behind them. The monsters on the first floor were deliberately left untouched to deter others from wandering up. Furthermore, The noise of clearing them out would attract unwanted attention, compromising their rest and safety. The room was dilapidated, pervaded by the stench of decay, with broken windows, but in the wilderness, such matters were of little concern. Settling near a window, the two unpacked their provisions and began to eat. The food consisted of meat from powerful monsters, specially prepared. Its taste was unremarkable, yet a few bites sufficed to replenish their stamina. While eating, Su Chao examined his status panel. Name: Su Chao. Level: 3rd tier martial artist abilities. A rank exploration I. C rank shadow clone. Constitution: 62. Mental strength: 35. Source points: 1,533. Martial skills: Beginner shadow stab, great mastery. Beginner wind cutting slash, great mastery. Beginner mountain sealing fist, minor mastery. Since entering the wilderness, he had accumulated approximately 1,200 source points by hunting monsters. Though less efficient than during the beast-tide battles, those were rare opportunities, his progress was steady. Observing that only the beginner mountain sealing fist was eligible for enhancement, Su Chao contemplated briefly before deciding to postpone its upgrade. Elevating the skill to great mastery would cost 1,000 source points but yield little improvement in his overall strength. Source points were hard-earned and not to be squandered. Having just broken through to a 3rd-tier martial artist in both constitution and mental strength, he intended to spend some time assimilating the growth rather than rushing further enhancements. Rapid advancement recently had left him feeling somewhat unsteady. Currently, he wished to test whether he could elevate his ability ranks. The A-rank exploration I was out of reach. Advancing it to S-rank would demand astronomical resources. His immediate goal was the C-rank shadow clone. He was uncertain how many source points would be required to reach B-rank. Should surplus points remain after upgrading his abilities, he planned to perfect the beginner wind cutting slash, a refinement that would substantially bolster his combat prowess. From what he knew, few martial skills, beginner or otherwise, were cultivated to perfection. Having resolved this, Su Chao focused on his meal, preparing to close his eyes and rest briefly, steeling himself for the battles ahead. Half an hour later, Su Chao opened his eyes, restored to peak condition. Zhang Kuang, also refreshed, inquired, "Chaozi, what is the plan?" Initially, Zhang Kuang had intended to rely on his past experience to guide their training in the wilderness. However, he had come to realize Su Chao's exceptional sophistication and strength, far beyond his expectations, prompting him to seek Su Chao's direction. Su Chao rose and approached the window, activating his exploration eye. The view was expansive, affording a broad observational range. After some time, he concluded his survey and moved to other windows on the floor to continue his reconnaissance. Returning to the room, he faced Zhang Kuang. "I just checked. Our current position is on the outskirts of the county. Within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius, there are no particularly formidable monsters. A few are 3rd tier while the rest are below 3rd tier but quite numerous. If we eliminate those 3rd tier ones, it would be a significant gain. The usual arrangement: you handle the 3rd tier monsters. I'll take on the 1st and 2nd tiers. We'll advance through the town section by section, targeting 3rd and 4th tier monsters when possible. My exploration ability lets me detect dangers ahead, so if the situation turns unfavorable, we'll retreat. This way, we can maximize our earnings. After all, our packs can't carry too much monster material. What do you think?" Zhang Kuang listened intently to Su Chao's analysis and, upon finishing, agreed with a nod. After all, who would refuse the chance to earn more? Originally, accompanying Su Chao to the wilderness was just meant for training, without much expectation of gain. Yet Su Chao's extraordinary reconnaissance skills turned the trip into a fortunate boon for Zhang Kuang. Most teams of comparable strength would not dare such bold tactics here. They hunted cautiously, avoiding the concentration of higher-tier monsters. Meanwhile, the strongest hunting parties preferred more remote locations, where rewards were greater. "Chaozi, I'm following your lead. Where do we start?" Su Chao beckoned him closer to the window and pointed to a nearby ruined 3-story building. "See that damaged small building? Inside is a 3rd-tier blood pattern spider, surrounded by dozens of 1st and 2nd-tier monsters. Also, over there in the factory." Zhang Kuang's eyes followed Su Chao's direction as he enumerated the monster's hiding spots, increasingly impressed by his comrade's uncanny ability. Standing at the window, Su Chao's figure carried the air of a general surveying his domain. What others perceived as the perilous Kaiyang County town had, in this moment, become his hunting ground. With their assault strategy devised, the two set their plan into motion. On the 2nd floor of a 4-story shopping mall, a boar-like monster lay resting with eyes closed. Measuring over 3 meters in length, its fur bristled like steel needles, and 2 long tusks protruded from its mouth. This was a 3rd-tier berserk blood tank. It slept soundly, unaware that two uninvited guests had silently arrived on its floor, concealed in a shadowed corner. These were none other than Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, hunters who had already slain 5 third-tier monsters. Under the perverse scrutiny of Su Chao's probing gaze, they effortlessly evaded one monster after another, inching closer to their target, before Zhang Kuang struck to assassinate it. Then Su Chao moved in to eliminate the surrounding first- and second-tier beasts. When the commotion drew other monsters near, they retreated promptly. Their division of labor was clear-cut, and their efficiency astonishingly high, yielding a bountiful harvest. Not only did they acquire numerous materials, but Su Chao's slaying of a great many first- and second-tier monsters also garnered a considerable amount of source points. This time, they planned to execute the same operation. This was the last third-tier monster in the area. Once slain, they would venture further inward. After assessing the situation inside, Zhang Kuang glanced back at Su Chao, signaling his intent to act. The two shared a tacit understanding. Upon seeing Su Chao nod, Zhang Kuang's body shot forward like a streak, his spear thrusting directly into the head of the slumbering third-tier blood rage tank. By the time the surrounding second-tier monsters reacted, it was already too late to come to its aid. The dozing third-tier blood rage tank felt a sudden, excruciating pain in its skull, blinked in confusion, and its monstrous life came to an end. Zhang Kuang began gathering materials, heedless of the furious, roaring monsters nearby. Then Su Chao took the stage, unleashing a massacre upon the enraged beasts. Indeed, a massacre, for Su Chao, whose overall strength now approached the pinnacle of the third tier. Dispatching these first- and second-tier monsters required little exertion. Wielding his B-grade alloy longsword, he could fell a monster with a single stroke. Yet, to avoid attracting Zhang Kuang's attention, he restrained his power, revealing only a fraction of his true might. Even so, watching him effortlessly carve through the monsters like slicing melons and cutting vegetables, Zhang Kuang, who was collecting monster materials nearby, cast him a glance filled with growing suspicion. He felt Su Chao's strength had surged too rapidly. Surely there was some secret at play. However, since Su Chao remained silent, Zhang Kuang did not press. After all, everyone harbors their secrets. The commotion had already alerted the surrounding beasts. Monsters on the first floor began ascending the stairs. They had to hurry, lest they be surrounded by a horde, making escape difficult. After all, warriors below the 7th tier could not fly or traverse through the air. They could only charge and fight their way out on foot. While slaughtering monsters, Su Chao simultaneously activated his probing eye to monitor the situation outside. Now that he had advanced to a third-tier warrior, he could sustain the probing eye's energy consumption for a longer duration. After killing 50 or 60 monsters, he noticed a large number of monsters gathering outside. Big Bear, get ready to make a break for it. At that moment, Zhang Kuang had just finished collecting materials, and upon seeing the countless monster corpses strewn about, he muttered in awe. The two swiftly cleared a path and, before the beast swarm could fully encircle them all, burst out from the southeast side, disappearing rapidly amid the throng. Approximately 3 kilometers from the mall where they had slain the third-tier blood rage tank, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang joyfully counted the monster materials in their backpacks inside a residential house. Hehe, Teotzi. I realize teaming up with you this time is way more thrilling. Compared to the last time I went out with classmates, the hall is much bigger. If you ever want to come to the wild zone again, be sure to call me. In less than a day, they had already gathered materials from 1 4th tier, 7 3rd tier, and dozens of 2nd tier monsters. Beyond that, they had also collected numerous spirit armor fragments, which could be exchanged for substantial battle merits. They had even turned down some materials from later slain 2nd tier monsters, fearing their backpacks would not suffice. Only the most precious and compact items were taken, or else their yield would have been even greater. Su Chao was quite satisfied. The materials they had gathered today were worth roughly 4 million. Split between the two, each would receive about 2 million. Earning 2 million in less than a day, only a warrior could achieve that. For ordinary people working hard at a job, it would take years to accumulate such wealth. It was a pity they lacked storage space. Otherwise, the value of all those monster corpses they could carry away would be astronomical. What delighted Su Chao the most was not the monster materials acquired, but his panel display indicating that his supernatural ability was finally ready for advancement again. He looked at the panel. Name: Su Chao, level 3rd tier warrior. Supernatural abilities: A-grade probing eye, C-grade shadow clone, constitution 62, mental strength 35, source points 6,383, martial skills. Primary martial skill shadow stab, great success. Primary martial skill wind cutting / great success. Primary martial skill mountain calming fist, minor success. Gazing at the over 6,000 source points on the panel, Su Chao grinned foolishly. When he first arrived at Kaiyang County, he had just over 1,000. Each subsequent hunt of third-tier monsters earned him between 800 and 1,000 source points from killing first and second-tier monsters. This was the highest number of source points he had ever had on his panel. Beside him, Zhang Kuang assumed Su Chao's joy stemmed from the monster materials collected. He could not fathom the true source of Su Chao's happiness. Without hesitation, Su Chao chose to first enhance the C-grade supernatural ability Shadow Clone. He was eager to see what new powers this advancement might unlock. As the source points rapidly consumed, the process halted at a certain moment, and the panel information changed. He looked again. Name Su Chao, level 3rd-tier warrior. Supernatural abilities, A-grade probing eye, B-grade teleportation, constitution, 62, mental strength, 35, source points, 1,383 martial skills. Primary martial skill Shadow Stab, great success. Primary martial skill Wind Cutting / great success. Primary martial skill Mountain Calming Fist, minor success. The first thing to catch his eye was the supernatural ability section. B-grade teleportation. Su Chao stared at his newly upgraded ability with great delight. This one looked incredibly powerful, and it was spatial in nature. He would find a spot soon to test it. Yet, seeing that 5,000 source points had been consumed, he winced in pain. He had no intention of spending the remaining points. He planned to save them to perfect the primary martial skill Wind Cutting / Completing the supernatural ability upgrade took only a few breaths. He noticed Zhang Kuang still on the opposite side, counting materials, wearing a lecherous expression as if thinking of something amusing. Rising to his feet, he headed toward the door. Big Bear. I'm stepping out for a moment. Chaozi, where are you going? Want me to come with you? To take a dump? Are you sure you want to join? Zhang Kuang quickly shook his head. Then don't go too far. Be careful. Outside, Su Chao activated his probing eye and found a place nearby with few monsters. It was relatively open, with only a handful of first and second-tier monsters wandering about. He immediately activated his newly acquired B-grade supernatural ability, teleportation. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, followed by a loud crash as a wall 100 meters away collapsed. Su Chao crawled out from the rubble, covered in dust and dirt, cursing under his breath. So embarrassing. Too fast. I didn't have time to react. First time using it, didn't control it well. Need more practice. The noise attracted several monsters nearby, which charged toward him. Su Chao drew his long sword and welcomed the unwelcome guests. A perfect opportunity to vent. After a few breaths, the monsters lay dead on the ground. Su Chao sheathed his sword with a satisfied expression and resumed practicing teleportation. This time, he was more cautious, refraining from teleporting too far. Again, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 50 meters away. Success. Su Chao resembled a child with a new toy, endlessly practicing his newfound ability. He only ceased his practice when he felt his spirit growing somewhat fatigued. Although this teleportation ability was impressive, it exacted a heavy toll. Employing this power rapidly drained both his physical stamina and mental energy. Given his current strength, he estimated he could sustain its use for roughly a quarter of an hour. Nonetheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with its efficacy. Activating the teleportation ability allowed him to instantly appear anywhere within a 200-meter radius, with the capacity for continuous use. He sensed that as his power grew, this teleportation range would further expand. This ability was exquisitely timely. It could save his life in critical moments. His survival prospects in the wilderness zone had thus significantly improved. It was time to return. The scent of blood had begun to attract other nearby monsters. Upon seeing Su Chao push open the door, Zhang Kuang exclaimed in surprise, Chaozi, why did it take you so long to take a dump? You look utterly exhausted. Don't tell me. You ate something bad? Su Chao shot him a glare. Don't pause randomly when you speak. It invites all sorts of misinterpretations. What misinterpretations? Chaozi, what on earth are you thinking? Su Chao ignored him, determined to meditate and recover swiftly. There was still an hour or two before nightfall. He planned to head out for another hunt later. Seeing Su Chao's disregard, Zhang Kuang lost interest and prepared to cultivate. Suddenly, he noticed dust clinging to Su Chao's clothes and queried, Chaozi, how did your clothes get dirty while taking a dump? Did you drop something? Shut up, Xiongda. You're getting more and more talkative. Su Chao was growing weary of the boy. I'm just concerned about you, why get so angry? Zhang Kuang muttered softly. Half an hour later, Su Chao felt sufficiently recovered. Rising, he ascended to the rooftop to scout the surrounding area and devise their forthcoming hunting strategy. Soon, he returned to the room, his expression somewhat grave as he faced Zhang Kuang. Xiongda, we need to be more cautious in our next moves. The closer we approach the county center, the stronger the monsters become. I just surveyed the area. Within a 2-kilometer radius, there are at least a dozen third-tier monsters, plus a single fourth-tier beast. Hearing Su Chao's words, Zhang Kuang abandoned his playful demeanor. Chaozi, you lead, what's the plan? Su Chao pondered briefly. We'll first target the isolated third-tier monsters, then observe whether any of the third-tier beasts near the fourth-tier monster stray from their group. Zhang Kuang asked, what if they don't separate? Su Chao shrugged. By the time we finish the outer targets, night will have fallen. We'll rest for the night. If they remain united the next day, we'll have to attempt a direct assault. If unsuccessful, we retreat immediately. Zhang Kuang agreed with Su Chao's reasoning. Eliminating the fourth-tier monster's minions first before confronting it was a safer approach. With their plan settled, the two set forth at once. They selected the nearest target, a third-tier shadow claw cat, currently prowling within a small grove at the community center. Around it swarmed a dozen or so first- and second-tier monsters. Utilizing Su Chao's eye of reconnaissance, they stealthily skirted the grove's edge, evading all monsters en route without alerting the shadow claw cat. They were now perilously close. One more step would surely alarm the creature. Zhang Kuang glanced at Su Chao and struck immediately, wielding his spear with lightning speed. The third-tier shadow claw cat was swift, almost rivaling a weak fourth-tier monster. Zhang Kuang unleashed his fastest assault to prevent the cat from escaping and wasting time in pursuit, which would cause a commotion. The sudden strike startled the shadow claw cat, which instinctively ducked its head, but the spear carved a deep gash across its neck. Surprised by its quick reflexes, Zhang Kuang spun around and thrust again. The grievously wounded shadow claw cat failed to evade the second blow. Its skull was pierced, and it collapsed lifeless. When Zhang Kuang turned to Su Chao gave him a thumbs up. In truth, he speculated that if he had used teleportation to appear beside the shadow claw cat, he might have slain the third-tier monster in a single strike. Yet, he preferred not to reveal too many of his cards just yet. He then stepped forward to slaughter the surrounding first- and second-tier monsters, following a familiar routine. As dusk approached, the two returned to their temporary refuge. Zhang Kuang opened his backpack to sort through their day's spoils. Besides the initial third-tier shadow claw cat, they had slain 7 isolated third-tier monsters and hundreds of accompanying first- and second-tier beasts. In addition to trading for spirit armor fragments, their gathered materials brought in roughly 3 million in proceeds. They only collected the smaller materials from second-tier monsters, as their backpack could not accommodate more. Su Chao sighed inwardly at the wastefulness. If only they had storage space. Chaozi, looks like we need to make a trip back. Otherwise, we'll waste too much carrying capacity. Yeah, I've been thinking the same. We basically wiped out the isolated third-tier monsters outside today. The remaining few are clustered near that fourth-tier beast. Tomorrow morning, the two of us will try to see if we can kill it. Regardless of success, we'll return to base city. By the way, Chaozi, I roughly calculated our spirit armor fragment exchange for battle merit. We should earn over 2,000 battle merit points. More than 1,000 each. That's enough to apply for second-star honorary citizen status. You haven't applied yet, have you? No. I just got approved for first-star honorary citizen a few days ago. What? Xiongda, you haven't applied yet either? No. I only have around 900 so far, still a bit short. Tell me, Xiongda, how have you been managing? You've been a warrior for 3 years, and you still haven't accumulated 1,000 battle merit points? Zhang Kuang's face flushed red at Su Chao's words. Chaozi, enough already. You think everyone else is freakish as you. Battle merit isn't as easy to earn as you imagine. Take me, for example. I was considered a prodigy at our academy, only advancing to third-tier warrior in my junior year. After that, I ventured into the wilderness zone to hunt monsters. Usually, first- and second-tier warriors are forbidden from going out alone. It's dangerous. So in my junior year I only went out twice and with senior teammates, so I didn't earn much battle merit. Only during the Beast Tide did my battle merit accumulate to its current amount. I only broke through to 4th-tier warrior before this semester's vacation. I planned to hunt in the wilderness during this break anyway, so when you said you wanted to trial out there, I came along. Didn't he expect such great gains? Hearing Zhang Kuang's story, Su Chao realized he could not judge ordinary warriors by his own standards. His divine aid, the Eye of Reconnaissance, allowed him to monitor everything within a 2-kilometer radius, enabling him to hunt multiple third-tier monsters and numerous first- and second-tier beasts with Zhang Kuang. Most warriors hunted cautiously, killing only a few creatures before fleeing, never knowing if stronger monsters lurked nearby. Xiongda, I never imagined even prodigy warriors like you had such a hard time. Zhang Kuang's inner voice roared. We're struggling? Everyone else in the same boat. Why don't you say you're just too freakish? He felt reluctant to converse further with Su Chao, who seemed oblivious to his mood. Continuing his inquiry, he asked, Bear, within your Shanghai Martial University, do you count among the elite ranks in terms of strength? Upon broaching this subject, Zhang Kuang was instantly wide awake. With a swaggering gesture, he swept his thick hair back and, adopting a seemingly casual tone, remarked, I say it's decent. Among our grade, I rank within the top 5. My awakened ability is an A-grade lightning-type power. My combat prowess is naturally among the pinnacle of my peers. Those with talents surpassing mine amount to only 3 or 4 prodigies rumored to have awakened S-grade powers. Upon hearing mention of S-grade abilities, Su Chao's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed further. Do you happen to know what kinds of S-grade abilities those students have awakened? Su Chao himself had yet to witness anyone with S-grade abilities firsthand. Zhang Kuang shook his head. S-grade ability holders are the absolute core of every faction, the hope of humanity. They have a high likelihood of ascending beyond the 9th rank. Hence, they are heavily protected, assigned specialized instructors, and their information is strictly confidential. How could I possibly know what abilities they've awakened? Su Chao was not easily discouraged and continued, Surely, as one of the top geniuses at your school, you must have at least some information? Zhang Kuang's face flushed, and he stammered, I know a little. Among our cohort, there is a girl named Wen Jieyu, she is one of them. I've heard her S-grade ability is quite unique and immensely powerful. Moreover, her cultivation progress is rapid. Rumor has it she has already reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank and will be at least a 5th rank warrior by graduation. After speaking, Zhang Kuang wore an expression of envy, acknowledging that even his own cultivation was swift. Currently, he had just entered the 4th rank warrior stage, and it would be difficult to break through to the 5th by the time of graduation. After all, as warriors advance, the power gap between each realm widens, making breakthroughs increasingly arduous, requiring vast resources and prolonged accumulation. Su Chao inwardly marveled at the staggering speed of those with S-grade abilities. Bear, your school is a gathering place for geniuses across the entire Shanghai Bay City. Do you know if anyone has awakened SS-grade abilities? Zhang Kuang cast a sidelong glance at Su Chao, looking at him as if he were a fool. Chaozi, I have to ask, do you truly not know? Or are you just pretending? Those who awaken SS-grade abilities are absolute prodigies, and their personal information is classified top secret. Who would dare leak it? These individuals, once they mature, will inevitably transcend the 9th rank and become a cornerstone of humanity. Should they perish before reaching their full potential, humanity suffers a great loss. There have been cases in the past where SS-grade prodigies were assassinated and fell. Su Chao was taken aback. Bear, such things have actually happened? How do you know? Zhang Kuang looked at him with disdain. Of course, my teacher told me. He warned me to be cautious. Chaozi, I am one of the top geniuses at Shanghai Martial University, and I have a dedicated mentor. Though my teacher is not among the absolute top figures, he is a 7th rank master and knows some secrets. Knowing this is no problem, Su Chao paid no mind to Zhang Kuang's inadvertent show-off. Like a curious child, he exclaimed, how could they be assassinated? Who would want to kill these geniuses? Shouldn't all humanity unite to protect these beacons of hope? Zhang Kuang's expression grew complex, tinged with a chilling tone. There are always some vermin lurking in the shadows who do not wish for humanity to produce too many top-tier warriors. He fixed his gaze on Su Chao and solemnly said, Chaozi, I don't know why your strength is advancing so rapidly. You must have your secrets. I won't ask, nor do I wish to know. It's best you don't tell anyone either. I must specifically warn you. Before you have fully matured, it's best not to expose your secrets prematurely. There is a faction lurking within humanity that targets top geniuses and warriors. They seem unwilling to see humanity become too powerful. Su Chao was deeply shocked. It was the first time he had heard such information. He had not expected that, amid humanity's already precarious situation, such an organization existed. Why would they do this? He became all the more vigilant, resolving to be even more cautious henceforth. Under no circumstances could he reveal the existence of his panel. Its power far exceeded even the so-called SS-grade abilities. Afterward, the two casually conversed for a while before settling into meditation and cultivation. In truth, meditation held little significance for Su Chao himself. Possessing a panel, he needed only sufficient source points to continually enhance his strength. However, the mental and physical energy he expended required meditation for recovery. Night fell. After both had called their families to report their safety, they prepared to rest. They took turns standing guard, alternating sleep. This was precisely why, when venturing into the wilderness, everyone needed to form teams. The next morning, having completed their meditation, both men's spirits and physical strength were restored to their peak. They opened their backpacks, retrieved breakfast, and began to eat. Today, they intended to confront the fourth-rank shadow leopard. After a night's interval, Su Chao wished to first survey the area for any changes. Ascending to the rooftop, he activated his probing eye. Why was there now an additional fourth-rank shadow leopard? Su Chao was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Yesterday, there had been only one fourth-rank shadow leopard at that spot. Today, suddenly, there were two. Upon closer observation, he realized it was a pair, a male and a female. Yesterday, the one he saw at home had been the female. Presumably, the male had gone out searching for food. If that was the case, their plan would likely need adjustment. Two fourth-rank shadow leopards, along with several third-rank beasts nearby and a large number of first- and second-rank monsters surrounding them, meant that a forced attack would be perilous and likely fruitless. Just as he was about to leave the rooftop to inform Zhang Kuang and cancel the operation, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, several figures appeared within his scan, approaching from the opposite direction. A group of 5, comprising 2 fourth-rank warriors and 3 third-rank warriors, led by a bald middle-aged man. A smile curled at the corner of Su Chao's mouth. As the old saying goes, no enemies, no gathering. Indeed, these 5 were the same members of the fierce fire squad who had clashed with them outside the city over the corpse of the fourth-rank bloodthirsty demon wolf. Seeing their current direction was precisely toward the location of the 2 fourth-rank shadow leopards, it seemed their objectives aligned. This promised to be interesting. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Kuang, summoning him to the rooftop. Before long, Zhang Kuang arrived and approached Su Chao. Chaozi, any new developments? Bear, do you remember those people who tried to snatch the fourth-rank Wolf King's corpse yesterday? Of course I remember. What about them? Have you seen them? Yes. They're currently about 1 kilometer southeast. Their target seems to be the same as ours. Chaozi, you mean those bastards are trying to steal our materials again? Having said that, Zhang Kuang hurriedly crouched beside Su Chao, peering in the indicated direction. Their building was tall enough to clearly see the figures of those men. At this moment, 5 individuals proceeded with utmost caution, their destination a nearby gymnasium, the very lair of 2 fourth-tier shadow leopards. Bear, you say they stole our materials. This time, it's hard to say who's taking whose. The situation over there has changed. There's now an additional 4th-tier shadow leopard. What? 2 4th-tier shadow leopards? Chaozi, you're not joking, are you? Su Chao responded eagerly, yes, 2, it should be a pair. The male left yesterday. When I saw them, I almost abandoned our previous plan. Unexpectedly, these few appeared, and their target is precisely the 4th-tier shadow leopards. Perhaps we still have a chance. Zhang Kuang looked at Su Chao excitedly. You mean we can also play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind the tree? Su Chao nodded. Let us observe quietly and see if an opportunity arises. At this very moment, the 5 members of the Firestorm squad were unaware that they were being watched by 2 individuals from afar. Each squad member swiftly repositioned themselves behind cover, with lookout duties assigned during every movement, clearly a seasoned hunting team. They were now closing in on the gymnasium housing the 4th-tier shadow leopards. Captain, do we need to be this cautious? Yesterday, the deputy observed for a long time. There was only 1 4th-tier shadow leopard and a few 3rd-tier beasts. With our strength, it shouldn't be difficult to take them down. The speaker was the squad's 3rd member, a peak 3rd-tier warrior. Old 3, how can you change this temperament of yours? How many times have I told you? In the wilderness zone, no amount of caution is excessive. Danger lurks everywhere. As your captain, I am responsible for all of you. Every decision could affect the fate of the entire team. All right, Captain, I'll listen to you. Please stop lecturing. The man called Old 3 looked distressed. The captain was about to start his usual moral instruction again, which he dreaded. The captain was excellent in every way except his fondness for preaching, which he found unbearable. At this moment, the deputy captain, another 4th-tier warrior at the forefront, raised his hand. The entire team halted, and the deputy's voice came through the earpiece. Captain, I sense something wrong. There are 3 additional 3rd-tier beasts we didn't see yesterday. The bald captain's expression grew grave. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Old 2, survey the surroundings and find a location where we can observe further. The deputy responded through the earpiece, Understood, Captain. Let us approach from the south gate. There are fewer beasts there. The bald captain agreed. Old 4, accompany the deputy captain. We'll provide support here. Roger, Captain. A figure darted from the rear of the team, swiftly following the deputy captain ahead. From a distance, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang observed the scene. Chaozi, why did they stop? Su Chao stared into the distance without turning his head. I guess they sensed something amiss and sent someone to scout. This squad is quite capable and cautious. If there's a chance later, we must act carefully and avoid blundering. 10 minutes passed. At the Firestorm Squad S location, the Deputy Captain S voice came through the earpiece, heavy with concern. Captain, reconnaissance confirms there is an additional 4th-tier Shadow Leopard. There are now 2 in total. The 2 members and the captain outside were taken aback. Wasn't there only 1 yesterday? The Deputy Captain replied, there was only 1 yesterday. The other must have returned last night. Captain, what shall we do? Engage or not? The bald captain pondered briefly. Let us put it to a vote. Old 3 immediately spoke up. Captain, I support engaging. We've scouted this area thoroughly. Lone 4th-tier beasts are rare. The closer to the county center, the denser the 4th-tier beasts, making it harder to attack. The Deputy Captain added, Captain, I agree with Old 3. Lone 4th-tier beasts are hard to encounter. If we spend too much time searching, the risk increases. Besides, we still have a chance here. Old 4 also voiced agreement, while Old 5 remained silent. Seeing 3 in favor of trying, the captain declared, since everyone agrees to try, here's the plan. The deputy and I will engage the 2 4th-tier Shadow Leopards, while the 3 of you hold off several 3rd-tier beasts to buy us time. If we fail within 5 minutes, everyone retreats immediately. Understood, Captain. Understood, Captain. Chowsy, they're moving. I thought they'd give up, but they do have some guts. From afar, Zhang Kuang watched the Firestorm Squad S action and gained newfound respect for them. Su Chao concurred they must have some skills. Let us keep observing. At this moment, the Firestorm Squad members had regrouped inside the gymnasium. The bald captain surveyed the scene and issued orders. Old 2, the deputy and I will each kill a 3rd-tier beast first. The 3 of you select 1 3rd-tier beast to encircle and kill together. Let us aim to eliminate 3 3rd-tier beasts in the first wave. That way, you 3 only need to hold off 5 3rd-tier beasts afterward, reducing pressure. Everyone remember, give it your all. We only get 1 chance. Once we strike, the 2 4th-tier Shadow Leopards will be alerted and 1T allow us to ambush other 3rd-tier beasts again. All nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plan. Once everyone had chosen their targets and taken their positions, the captain shouted, attack! The 5 charged forward simultaneously, their weapons gleaming with radiant light. The bald captain targeted a 3rd-tier blood tank. In his hand was a massive ring-headed machete, now enveloped in flames that distorted the air with intense heat. The blood tank roamed aimlessly until it suddenly felt a wave of scorching air above. A fiery blade sliced toward its neck. Instinctively, it ducked but failed to evade completely. The flaming blade severed half its head, the residual force striking the ground and creating a pit over 6 feet in diameter. The surrounding earth charred black. A single strike felled a 3rd-tier beast. Clearly, the bald captain was a warrior awakened with fire elemental powers. Meanwhile, the deputy captain also selected his target and attacked. His target was a 3rd-tier Earthshatter bovine, wielding a long spear. The spear thrust was blocked by the beast's horn, resulting in a spark upon impact. The beast staggered back several steps. One horn snapped at the base. Seeing his initial attack fail, the deputy pressed one hand to the ground. Earth spikes erupted beneath the beast's abdomen, catching it off guard and piercing several holes in its belly, trapping it in place. With both hands gripping the spear, the deputy struck the beast's head, killing the 3rd-tier monster. The other 3 targeted another blood tank. One extended both hands as vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring the beast's body. The other 2 seized the opportunity, one wielding a blade, the other a sword. The swordsman was the man called Old 3. Attacking from different angles, the trapped blood tank barely had time to react before its vines were torn apart, only to be stabbed through the head by a blade and sword. Their coordination was flawless. 1 strike each and the 3rd-tier beast fell. Though it seemed prolonged, the entire battle from the 5's attack to the 3 beasts' demise lasted only 2 breaths. Roar! Roar! 2 furious roars erupted in quick succession. 2 colossal leopards, their bodies shimmering with an eerie glow, charged toward them. 2 4th-tier Shadow Leopards. Their pace was astonishingly swift. Before the echoes of their roars could fade, their silhouettes had nearly reached the group. Second brother, you take care of the female one. Leave the male to me. With that, the bald captain grasped his ring-handled great machete and confronted one of the Shadow Leopards head-on. The vice-captain wasted no time either, wielding a spear to thrust fiercely at the female Shadow Leopard. The battle raged fiercely. The other 3rd-tier monsters were also roused and came rushing over. The fastest among them were 2 3rd-tier Shadow Claw cats. Agile and elusive, the warrior who had previously attempted to ensnare foes with vines tried the same tactic again but failed to trap them, only managing to stall them momentarily. Behind, 3 more 3rd-tier monsters had already encircled them. In an instant, the entire arena erupted into a ferocious clash. On one front, the bald captain, relying on his fire elemental abilities, intermittently inflicted damage upon the shadow leopard. Parts of its fur had already been singed and curled, and it appeared to harbor a palpable fear of fire. Clearly, this battlefield was dominated by the bald captain's advantage. The vice-captain and the female shadow leopard were locked in a fierce stalemate, though a closer look revealed the vice-captain held a slight upper hand. The remaining three were besieged by 5 third-tier monsters, with occasional attacks from second-tier beasts, forcing them into a defensive posture. Moreover, as time wore on, an increasing number of second-tier monsters converged, intensifying their pressure. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Elsewhere, the bald captain had evidently noticed the predicament of his 3 teammates. His strikes with the long blade grew more relentless, the flames licking his weapon burning with even more terrifying intensity. The 4th-tier shadow leopard he faced was forced into retreat after successive blows. One misstep saw it kicked flying onto the arena's stands, shattering a cluster of the already dilapidated seats. The captain seized the opportunity without hesitation. Before the shadow leopard could regain its footing, a fiery blade streaked after it, startling the beast into rolling on the spot. The scorching blade grazed its spine, cleaving a 2 to 3 meter wide chasm in the very ground it had occupied, the surroundings blackened by fire. Though the shadow leopard evaded a fatal strike, it lost a substantial portion of flesh and skin. Its scorched back was raw and curled, blood trickled from the corner of its mouth, and the earlier kick had evidently inflicted internal injuries. It looked utterly disheveled. With a roar, it flipped over and bellowed furiously at the bald captain. The captain paid no heed to its wrath and pressed the advantage. He had to act swiftly. The continued use of his abilities was draining him significantly. If he failed to subdue the shadow leopard soon, they would be forced to retreat. With this thought, he struck even more ruthlessly. No more than 2 minutes left. Fortunately, this 4th-tier shadow leopard was already wounded, its strength waning. After only a few moves, it coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. A deep gash marred its neck. Its aura greatly diminished. It was clearly gravely injured. A pleased expression crossed the bald captain's face as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, his forward momentum abruptly halted mid-flight, causing his blood to surge turbulently. He looked warily at 2 figures rushing in from the side. What do these 2 little brothers think they're doing? The newcomers were none other than Su Chao and Zhang Kuang. Observing the battle, they saw the bald captain had wounded the 4th-tier shadow leopard and, sensing an opportunity, hastened over. Zhang Kuang grinned broadly and spoke cheerfully, "No big deal. We saw you all struggling fiercely against the monsters here. We're all human, after all, how could we just stand by and watch? Leave this formidable 4th-tier shadow leopard to us. You'd better hurry and support your teammates. They're in dire straits." At that moment, the bald captain wanted nothing more than to curse them out. How shameless to cloak opportunism in such grandiose words. Killing this badly wounded shadow leopard was a matter of a single move. How did they end up acting like saviors deserving gratitude? He recognized them immediately. They were the 2 who had stolen the opposing team's 4th-tier Wolf King yesterday. Without a doubt, they had come for revenge. He still tried to maintain a calm tone, frowning as he said, "Gentlemen, this isn't appropriate, is it?" Zhang Kuang was utterly unfazed, waving his hand with a confident air. "Quite appropriate. No need for formalities, we brothers just enjoy lending a helping hand. Back in school, our teachers often taught us that humanity should aid one another in fighting monsters together. Only then can human legacy endure. Every time I recall those lessons, I feel ashamed of my own shortcomings. By the way, you'd better hurry and support your teammates. Don't be polite. If you delay any longer, they won't hold out." The bald captain's expression flickered uncertainly. Though this fellow's words were blunt, they were not unfounded. If he continued to bicker with these 2, his teammates wouldn't survive. Casting a glance at the heavily injured shadow leopard sprawled on the ground, then a deep look at the 2 men, he clenched his teeth and turned away. Watching the departing figures, Zhang Kuang grumbled. "Not even a word of thanks. Bad manners." Su Chao shot Zhang Kuang a glare. "Enough chatter. Let us finish up and get out of here. The commotion has attracted other 4th-tier monsters heading this way." With that, Su Chao approached the fallen 4th-tier shadow leopard, drew his grade B alloy long blade, and struck fiercely at its neck. Swiftly gathering fragments of the shadow leopard's spirit armor and materials, he admired the nearly 300 additional source points added to his panel and mused on how rewarding it was to slay powerful monsters. Yet if judged solely by source point gain, hunting 1st or 2nd-tier monsters was more cost-effective. However, their backpacks were full, and they couldn't bring monster materials away, so the profit was limited. The 2 glanced over at the 2 battlefronts. With the bald captain's intervention, The three-man squad had already slain one third-tier monster and more than a dozen first- and second-tier ones. Dense swarms of first- and second-tier monsters surged forward, along with impending third- and even fourth-tier beasts approaching the arena. Su Chao shut off his probing eye and regarded Zhang Kuang solemnly. Bear, retreat. The commotion here is too great. Many monsters are gathering outside. Zhang Kuang had been considering collecting materials from the three monsters the Blazing Fire Squad had slain, but upon hearing Su Chao's words, he dared not delay any further. They quickly dispatched the nearby first- and second-tier monsters and followed Su Chao as they fled. On the other side of the stadium, watching the two figures retreat and the fourth-tier shadow leopard materials they carried off, the bald captainess frown deepened. He had expected them to continue snatching monster materials from their kills but was surprised by their decisive departure. Assessing the squad's status with his presence, they had slain 4 of the 5 third-tier monsters. Only one remained, lurking among the first- and second-tier beasts, waiting for an opportunity to strike. 2 of their teammates had just been wounded in the beast swarm's onslaught. He could not leave and had to provide protection. Second brother's battle with another fourth-tier shadow leopard was at a stalemate. Although they had gained the upper hand, resolving it quickly was unrealistic. Moreover, countless monsters were likely surging toward them from outside. If they did not withdraw soon, danger would be imminent. Third brother, fourth brother, quickly gather the monster materials we have slain. 2 minutes, collect as much as you can. When time is up, we retreat. Second brother, move toward us and prepare for withdrawal. After exiting the arena, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang dashed toward the previously inhabited residential district. They still needed to return to the residential area to retrieve the bags and some of the materials they had stashed there. After all, it was impossible to carry a large pack while out hunting, as it would hinder their movements and attacks. They made their way back to the room they had previously occupied. Su Chao activated his eye of exploration and discovered numerous monsters heading toward the gymnasium. He was no saint and naturally had no intention of returning to support that squad. Refraining from attacking them was already the limit of his humanity. The squad leader was no fool and should have been able to withdraw in time. Haha, this is satisfying. Let them snatch my spoils. Chaozi, did you see the expression on that bald-headed leader's face? He looked like he just ate something awful. Upon entering the room, Zhang Kuang burst into wild laughter. Zhang Kuang, do not wait 2 nights to exact revenge. Let us see if they dare provoke me again, he declared. Only that third guy escaped without a lesson. His mouth is way too sharp. Su Chao shook his head helplessly at Zhang Kuang's petty, triumphant expression. Xiongda, you vented your anger this time. That's enough. Hopefully they won't come looking for trouble again. Let us pack up and get ready to leave. After packing 2 large bags full of materials, they rested for over 10 minutes until fully recovered, then set out for home. Although they had only been out for 2 days, their haul was considerable. The journey back was smooth, with Su Chao casually dispatching any monsters they encountered along the way. Among them were 2 third-rank beasts, slain by Zhang Kuang, an unexpected bonus. In just over an hour, the 2 arrived at the city gates of Shanghai base. The gates were crowded. Some were leaving the city toward the wilderness, while others were gradually returning from the wilds. Among those returning, some warriors wore broad smiles, chatting cheerfully, clearly pleased with their gains. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang belonged to this group. Others wore grim expressions, their squads silent and somber, having suffered heavy losses without any spoils. The air was thick with sorrow. The most striking were 5.5 people in one squad. Why half a person? Because one member was reduced to only half a body, wrapped carefully in clothing and carried on someone's back. Another had lost a leg and was also being carried. The other 2 bore varying degrees of injuries. Which squad is this? What happened to them? Someone asked. You don't recognize them? They're the Demon Hunting Squad, a renowned elite unit in Shanghai Base City. Each member boasts at least 5th-rank warrior strength, and both their leaders are said to be 6th-rank warriors. Good heavens! With such strength, what could have turned them out like this? I heard from a warrior returning from their direction that they encountered a 7th-rank beast king. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang also saw the grim state of the demon hunting squad and were reminded of the perilous dangers of the wilderness. Even such a powerful unit nearly faced total annihilation when confronted by a formidable monster. They exchanged a glance and saw in each other's eyes a glimmer of relief. Their own bountiful harvest was largely thanks to Su Chao's eye of exploration, which allowed them to detect all surrounding movements in advance, target and hunt monsters strategically, and retreat promptly when the situation turned unfavorable. The city-bound procession moved swiftly. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang passed through the inspection devices at the gates and finally re-entered the city. They did not hurry home immediately but sought a place to process their haul first. Carrying 2 large packs was inconvenient. There were many places to sell monster materials, including guilds and various alliances. They chose the Hunters Association, which offered comprehensive services to warriors and relatively higher purchase prices. The Hunters Association for District 28 was located not far from the city gate exit, adjacent to an official merit exchange point. Each city gate in Shanghai Base City had similar facilities to conveniently serve warriors returning from the wilderness. The two entered the bustling hall of the Hunters Association, their large, bulging packs clearly indicating a substantial hall. Many present cast envious glances, though a few voices of dissent could be heard. Those two guys are really lucky to have gathered two such large packs. They must be getting a good price. Showboating. Probably worthless materials padded to look full. We've seen this before. That's not necessarily true. I sense something unusual about those two young men. They exude a faint aura of bloodshed, likely from killing many monsters. So young, what strength could they possibly have? At most, hunting first rank or unranked monsters. How much could that be worth? You shouldn't say that. Even hunting first rank or unranked monsters, it's impressive for such young people to venture into the wilderness at all. The last speaker was instantly silenced, unable to refute the point. Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang approached the materials sales counter. May I ask if you two intend to sell materials? Inquired a young woman behind the counter, her appearance pleasing and her smile warm. Yes, please appraise these materials for us, Su Chao replied politely, then began unloading items from their backpacks one by one. Second-rank iron horn wild ox horns, and second-rank bloodthirsty demon wolf fangs and claws. There are so many, probably 2 or 3 dozen. Could they have wiped out an entire wolf pack? These are third-rank shadowclaw cat claws, third-rank bloodstained spider legs and venom sacs, third-rank blood rage tank tusks. As Su Chao revealed more items, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The warrior who had earlier accused them of showboating flushed crimson, glanced at the two men with apprehension, and quickly departed. The young woman from the Hunters Association hastily raised her hand to stop Su Chao from continuing to unpack. Sir, are all your materials of this grade? She asked earnestly. Please don't misunderstand me. I mean no offense, but if all your materials are of this caliber, it exceeds my authority. Our supervisor must attend to your case. Please follow me to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. With that, she gathered the materials and led them upstairs. Once their figures disappeared from the main hall, whispers spread. These young men are amazing, having hunted so many second and third-rank monsters. They must be prodigies from some academy or top talents nurtured by a powerful faction. It's best not to offend such geniuses, so young and already formidable. Who knows how powerful they'll become? Young people are getting stronger by the day. I heard several prodigies from Shanghai Martial University had a great haul recently, finding many valuable items around the outskirts of the Wui Mountains. Hey, I remember the demon hunting squad returned from the Wui Mountains too, but they suffered such heavy losses and seemed to have no gains. Shoo, let us not discuss these matters so openly. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang followed the attendant to a room on the 2nd floor. Inside sat a man of about 40 years, neatly groomed hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Rising with a smile as they entered, he greeted them warmly. The attendant introduced, "Gentlemen, this is Supervisor Zhao. He will be handling your transaction from here." With that, she exited and closed the door behind her. Supervisor Zhao extended his hand, gesturing toward the sofa nearby. "Please have a seat. I understand you have some materials for sale. May I take a look at them?" "Certainly," Su Chao replied, promptly beginning to retrieve the materials from his backpack. As one item after another was laid out, Supervisor Zhao's expression grew increasingly grave. First, he had assumed the Duo S collection consisted primarily of second-tier materials with a few from third-tier creatures. Yet, as they continued to present one third-tier monster material after another, his astonishment deepened. When they finally produced materials from a 4th-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf and a 4th-tier shadow leopard, his face was overtaken by sheer shock. It was not that he was unfamiliar with 4th-tier monster materials, but the fact that these two appeared so youthful, likely still students, had managed to hunt down so many 3rd-tier monsters and even 2 4th-tier beasts was simply astounding. "May I ask, did you two hunt these creatures on your own?" he inquired politely. "Of course," Zhang Kuang responded dismissively. "We hunted them ourselves. There's no inconvenience in telling you that. This is all the material we have. Take a look and tell us how much it's worth." Supervisor Zhao poured tea for the pair and began to examine and calculate the value. Over 10 minutes passed. With a smile, he addressed them. "You have 2 sets of 4th-tier monster materials here. For a complete 4th-tier monster corpse, depending on the creature's strength and type, our purchase price ranges from 1 million to 5 million. For these bloodthirsty demon wolf and shadow leopard materials, I can offer you 1,300,000. Complete third-tier monster corpses fetch between 500,000 and 1 million, and your 14 third-tier materials would be valued between 150,000 and 300,000. Altogether, that sums to 2,900,000. You have a considerable quantity of second-tier monster materials, about 72 units, for which I'll offer you 4,150,000. In total, all your materials amount to 8,350,000. I'll round it up to 8,500,000. How does that sound? Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged glances, finding Supervisor Zhao's offer quite reasonable, higher than their initial estimates. They surmised that Zhao had taken note of their youth and prowess and wished to establish a rapport. That works. Let us settle on that price. Su Chao nodded toward Supervisor Zhao. Please provide your account details, and I'll transfer the funds immediately. Su Chao handed over his account information. Not long after, he felt a slight vibration from his phone and saw 8,500,000 credited to his account. Seeing the transaction complete, Supervisor Zhao smiled and extended his hand. I am Zhao Dezhu. Here's my business card. If you ever have materials to sell, come directly to me, I guarantee a fair price. And of course, if you wish to purchase anything, I can offer you a discount as well. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang shook his hand in turn. No problem, Supervisor Zhao. If we have materials to sell or need to buy something, we'll come to you. Suddenly recalling something, Zhao retrieved 2 black cards from his bag and handed them over. By the way, you two just returned from the wild zone, right? We offer dining, lodging, and other services here. These are our association's 3-star black cards. With these, you'll receive a 10% discount on all purchases here. The two pondered briefly. Indeed, they needed a place to freshen up before heading home. They certainly didn't want their parents to catch a whiff of the bloodstains on them. Smiling, they accepted the cards. Thank you very much, Supervisor Zhao. Zhao Dezhu escorted them to the door. Having stepped just a few paces into the corridor, they suddenly heard a voice call out. Hey, are you Su Chao? Looking up, Su Chao saw a group of 4 young people approaching. The one who had called out was a tall young woman with a long ponytail and large, beautiful eyes. A striking beauty. Bai Jie, hello. Su Chao immediately recognized her as the young woman he had met on the city wall during the last Beast Tide battle. A third-year student at Nanhua Military Science University. He recalled that at the end of that battle, as everyone embraced in celebration, he had nearly hugged her, creating quite an awkward moment. Fortunately, she had graciously shaken his hand and introduced herself, breaking the tension and allowing them to become acquainted. Su Chao was surprised she still remembered him. Just as he prepared to introduce Zhang Kuang to her, he noticed the latter standing dumbfounded, staring blankly. Following his gaze, Su Chao's entire body trembled. There, quietly standing, was a girl of breathtaking beauty, the most stunning and unique he had ever seen. Her silver hair cropped to ear length. She stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, dressed in a form-fitting combat suit. Her eyes shone with a clarity and coolness that seemed to pierce through everything. Her lips bore a natural blush, full and moist. Her nose was elegantly prominent, perfectly balanced. Under the corridor lights, her complexion resembled silk woven from moonlight. Her features, whether viewed individually or together, were like the most exquisite and flawless works of art. Earlier, Bai Jie had blocked much of her figure from Su Chao's sight, so he had not noticed. Now, seeing her, he was utterly captivated. No wonder Zhang Kuang was so stunned. Any man would be irresistibly enchanted by her presence. Thanks to his personal shield, Su Chao could not afford to be distracted. He quickly regained his composure. The silver-haired girl glanced at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to recover so swiftly. She was well aware of the allure her beauty held over men and was accustomed to their infatuated reactions. Ha! You boys all turn into fools the moment you see our Jieyu. Bai Jie chuckled from the side, her laughter rousing Zhang Kuang from his daze. Blushing deeply, Zhang Kuang greeted her. Wen Jieyu, you remember me, right? I'm Zhang Kuang. The girl named Wen Jieyu nodded slightly. Yes, you're Deputy Dean Lu's disciple, with an A-level lightning ability. You're quite the renowned prodigy at school. Su Chao felt a shiver run through him at her voice. At that moment, Bai Jie introduced them. Su Chao, let me introduce you. These are the temporary squad members from my recent expedition into the wild zone. We just returned. She pointed to 2 young men. These 2 are my classmates, third-year prodigies at Nanhua Military Science University. Fu Jun, awakened with a B-level ability, a peak 3rd-tier warrior. Fang Hui, awakened with an A-level ability, an early 4th-tier warrior. As for the last one, she deliberately prolonged the suspense. What do you think? Beautiful, right? She winked playfully at Su Chao. She is my cousin, Wen Jieyu, the top genius and #1 campus beauty at Shanghai Military Science University. Su Chao was helplessly amused by her good-natured teasing. After introducing her 3 teammates, Bai Jie then spoke of Su Chao. This is Su Chao, a friend I met during the last Beast-Tide battle. He killed many monsters and is incredibly skilled. She omitted mentioning Su Chao's second-tier warrior rank and his status as a liberal arts university student, likely considering that everyone present was at least a peak third-tier warrior and fearing that revealing such details might embarrass him. Su Chao inwardly praised her tact, both clever and kind-hearted. His gaze then shifted toward the 2 young men Bai Jie had just introduced. The one called Fu Jun was a long-haired youth who had tied his hair back with a ribbon and wore a sun hat, presenting an artistic and refined appearance. Unexpectedly, he was a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd tier. When Bai Jie mentioned him, he merely nodded politely to Su Chao and the others as a greeting, his expression indifferent and detached. As for the other, named Fang Hui, he was a tall figure, only slightly shorter than Zhang Kuang, with a buzz cut and an aura of sunny handsomeness. When Bai Jie introduced him, he smiled warmly and greeted Su Chao and his companions, proactively extending his hand to shake with Su Chao and Zhang Kuang. Su Chao was taken aback when he released the handshake but concealed his surprise. Just as he shook hands with this Fang Hui, the panel in his mind trembled slightly, nearly causing him to lose composure. Since the panel had appeared in his mind, this was an unprecedented occurrence, arousing his silent vigilance. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chao decided to activate his Eye of Inquiry to observe Fang Hui and see if he could uncover any clues. Through the Eye of Inquiry, Fang Hui's strength was indeed at the early 4th tier, but Su Chao sensed a deeply concealed power within him. When he detected this hidden force, the panel in his mind reacted once more. What exactly was Fang Hui's origin, and what was this power hidden inside him? How could it cause anomalies in his panel? At that moment, Su Chao's mind was flooded with questions, but no one could provide answers. He resolved to keep a closer watch on this individual, gathering information cautiously. Su Chao was confident that few could uncover Fang Hui's secret. Had it not been for the abnormal signals from the panel in his mind, even the Eye of Inquiry would not have revealed anything unusual. Fang Hui seemed oblivious to Su Chao's scrutiny. He chatted animatedly with Zhang Kuang, evidently getting along well, likely because both possessed A-tier supernatural talents and were early 4th-tier martial artists, affording them common ground. Bai Jie noticed Su Chao's silence and pointed toward Supervisor Zhao's office, inquiring, Su Chao, I see you just came out of Supervisor Zhao's office as well. Are you here to sell materials too? Su Chao nodded in response. We just returned from the Wild Zone and were processing some materials with Supervisor Zhao. Bai Jie teased with a smile. Not bad. It seems your haul was quite good. Needing to come here to handle materials. Are you planning to return to the Wild Zone? Would you be interested in teaming up? We discovered a place teeming with spirit creatures, though it's infested with many monsters. We're hoping to recruit a few more people to explore. As Bai Jie spoke, her cousin Wen Jieyu tried to stop her but found no opportunity. As Bai Jie continued unabated, perhaps she felt it unwise to rashly invite unfamiliar individuals into their team. Su Chao had originally intended to decline, sharing Wen Jieyu's reservations. Joining an unfamiliar group so suddenly risked exposing many of his secrets. Yet Zhang Kuang, standing beside him, smiled and spoke first. Of course, we were planning to rest for a day before heading back to the Wild Zone. Since you've extended the invitation, we'll go together. It's better to watch out for each other. Seeing Zhang Kuang's acceptance, Su Chao found it difficult to object. After all, the invitation was primarily based on Zhang Kuang's combat prowess. Aside from the unpredictable Wen Jieyu, Zhang Kuang was evidently the strongest openly acknowledged fighter. His thunder elemental abilities naturally lethal. Regarding Wen Jieyu's strength, Bai Jie had not mentioned it earlier, so Su Chao's curiosity led him to activate his Eye of Inquiry to inspect her. She was at the peak of the 4th tier, but he sensed she was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th. As he prepared to delve deeper into her supernatural level, he discovered her abilities shrouded in a misty veil, rendering them impossible to detect. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Recalling Zhang Kuang's earlier mention in Kaiyang City that Wen Jieyu might be an S-tier supernatural talent, Su Chao suddenly understood. It seemed his Eye of Inquiry was not omnipotent. It could not penetrate beyond his own level. To detect S-tier or higher abilities, he would likely need to advance further himself. At that moment, Wen Jieyu appeared to sense someone prying into her. Perceiving the anomaly in Su Chao's gaze, her delicate brows furrowed. This seemingly unremarkable youth possessed the unsettling ability to peer into others, which caught her completely off guard. Noticing he had been discovered, Su Chao's face twitched involuntarily. Like a thief caught red-handed by the homeowner, He smiled awkwardly yet politely at her. Glancing back, he saw Zhang Kuang still engrossed in lively conversation with Feng Hui. Ignoring his own complaints, he grabbed Su Chao and left. As they walked, Zhang Kuang called back to Feng Hui, "Brother Feng, we'll chat again later. Remember to call when you're about to leave the wild zone." The two exited the Hunters Association and headed straight to the nearby Supernatural Talent Management Bureau. Su Chao had visited once before, shortly after his awakening, when he registered at the Bureau in District 25. This was also the officially designated place to exchange battle merits. They intended to exchange the spirit armor fragments they had collected for battle merits. After over 40 minutes, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang emerged from the Bureau, unable to suppress the smiles at the corners of their mouths. Each had gained more than 1,000 battle merits. Since battle merits could not be directly transferred to others, they had prearranged a division of the spirit armor fragments before entering, so each could present them for registration and exchange individually. Spirit armor fragments from 4th tier monsters could be exchanged for 50 battle merits, 3rd tier for 10, 2nd tier for 5, and 1st tier for 2. Between them, they had slain 2 4th tier monsters, more than a dozen 3rd tier, over 100 2nd tier, and several hundred 1st tier monsters. Calculated, each received 1,286 battle merits. Su Chao had previously accumulated 792 battle merits, bringing his total to 2,078. Already a considerable sum, sufficient to apply for the status of a 2-star honorary citizen. He had finally met the battle merit requirement to purchase the core of Willow Wood at the Martial Artists Hall. What remained was the money. Looking at his account balance of approximately 5 million, and the 4,250,000 each had just received, plus the 80,000 remaining from before, this was his entire fortune. Su Chao felt a sharp headache coming on. Amassing more than 40 million was a daunting challenge. The main issue was that they could not bring back the corpses of monsters hunted in the wild zone, only collecting precious materials, which was incredibly wasteful. He resolved to obtain the core of Willow Wood during this summer vacation to heal his father's body. He no longer wished to witness his father tormented by pain. Zhang Kuang's battle merits slightly exceeded Su Chao's by over 200. Before heading to the wild zone, he had just over 900 merits, insufficient to apply for 2-star honorary citizen status. This frustrated Zhang Kuang greatly. He was a genius supernatural martial artist who had awakened 3 years earlier, yet Su Chao, this prodigy, had caught up to him in such a short time. "Chaozi, you owe me a good meal at noon. This trip to the wild zone has filled your pockets," Zhang Kuang said. Su Chao punched his chest playfully and teased. "Xiongda, I've realized you have a big chest, but not a big heart. Alright, order whatever you want for lunch. It's on me. Just eat until your belly bursts and let us see how much you can handle." It was nearly noon, and both felt hunger creeping in. Spotting a nearby establishment called Peaceful Restaurant, which was bustling and had a pleasant atmosphere, they reserved a private room there. Zhang Kuang ordered a lavish spread with ruthless abandon, costing Su Chao over 2,000 yuan. He was also mindful, not ordering solely the most expensive dishes, fully aware that Su Chao was currently scraping together money to treat his father's illness. After finishing their meal, the two returned once again to the Hunters Association, intending to book a room for rest, to freshen up and get a good night's sleep. They had no plans to go home just yet, as they still needed to venture out once more into the wilderness. They requested a deluxe suite and, using the 3-star black card provided by Manager Zhao, still had to pay over 2,000 yuan for a single night. Neither of them hesitated. After all, money was meant to be spent. What was the point of earning it otherwise? After washing up, Su Chao sat on the sofa in the room to rest and called his parents to assure them of his safety. His gaze then fixed on the panel floating in his mind. Name: Su Chao. Level: 3rd tier warrior. Abilities: A grade Eye of Exploration, B grade Teleportation, Constitution 62, Mental Strength 35, Source Points 7,135, Martial Skills: Primary Martial Skill Shadow Stab, Great Mastery. Primary Martial Skill Wind Cutting Slash, Great Mastery. Primary Martial Skill Mountain Calming Fist, Minor Mastery. His source points had again surpassed 7,000, yet no sign indicated that his abilities were ready for advancement. He guessed that to ascend beyond B grade, the required source points had to be counted in the tens of thousands. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chao decided to first elevate one of his primary martial skills to the realm of perfection, as this would currently bring the greatest enhancement to his strength. Since he was about to enter the wilderness again, it was crucial to convert as many source points into his own power as possible. That was paramount. Source points could be acquired again, but if he lost his life, all would be lost. Having made his decision, he chose to upgrade the primary martial skill Wind Cutting Slash. As the source points were steadily consumed, countless insights into the use of Wind Cutting Slash flooded his mind. It was as if a swordsman had devoted decades to perfecting this technique, until suddenly, in a single moment, entering an entirely new realm where every move was flawlessly transparent. Each strike carried the momentum of the natural world itself, easily unsettling his opponent's spirits and preventing them from exerting their full strength. Previously, his wind-cutting slash at the Great Mastery level could be said to have barely touched the threshold of sword momentum. Now, at the realm of perfection, it was truly a formal initiation into the sword's essence. From what he understood, very few warriors could cultivate their martial skills to the realm of perfection, even among primary skills. While the Great Mastery stage could amplify a primary skill's power by 50%, he estimated that a skill perfected to the realm of perfection would amplify power by no less than 70 to 80%. As for the exact figure, he would have to find a place to test it. With such an enhancement, his attack power would erupt fully, at least reaching the strength of an early 4th-tier warrior. If he employed all his methods, he might even hold his own against a 4th-tier warrior. After all, his abilities of teleportation and Eye of Exploration were extraordinarily formidable, and combined they were nothing short of extraordinary. The only drawback was that activating these two abilities consumed a great deal of energy, preventing sustained use over long periods. Having fully comprehended the wind-cutting slash, Su Chao glanced at the panel to see how many source points had been consumed and twitched at the figure. Elevating the martial skill from Great Mastery to perfection had cost 5,000 source points. Seeing he had just over 2,000 remaining, he decided to spend 1,000 source points to upgrade his Mountain Calming Fist from Minor Mastery to Great Mastery. Name Su Chao. Level 3rd-tier warrior. Abilities: A grade Eye of Exploration, B grade Teleportation, Constitution 62, Mental Strength 35, Source Points 1,135, Martial Skills: Primary Martial Skill Shadow Stab, Great Mastery. Primary Martial Skill Wind Cutting Slash, Perfection. Primary Martial Skill Mountain Calming Fist, Great Mastery. Upgrading 2 martial skills had consumed 6,000 source points. While the panel was undeniably useful, it was incredibly demanding on his source points, a bitter yet pleasurable ordeal. Moreover, he sensed the consumption would only become more terrifying as he progressed further. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chao opened the warrior's home forum to browse for any fresh news. Recently, some sea monsters had ventured inland along river routes, attacking several warriors on hunting expeditions, resulting in casualties. A warning to all warriors traveling near lakes and rivers: remain vigilant against monsters. Su Chao read this information and wondered if even the sea monsters were becoming restless. Should the sea monsters launch a full-scale invasion inland, humanity's plight would become desperate. In Kyoto Bay City, the prodigy Chu Feiyu of the Chu family was severely injured during an expedition after being ambushed by an unknown powerful assailant. The elder of the Chu family was furious and vowed to find the culprit and avenge his grandson. Kyoto Bay City Chu family. Su Chao knew this was one of the leading families in Kyoto Bay City, a founding family of the Hunters Association, wielding great influence in Huaxia. He had not expected anyone to dare touch Chu Feiyu. Reliable sources reported that a top research institute had made a significant breakthrough in human genetic serums. Widespread access to genetic serums might no longer be a dream. Frequent monster disturbances had occurred recently on the outskirts of the Wuling Mountains. Warriors heading there should exercise caution. There were reports that a base city within the Yingjia Nation had suffered a level 1 beast tide attack, resulting in heavy casualties. After skimming through the forum messages, Su Chao felt a pressing sense of urgency. Monsters were growing stronger, and humanity's situation was becoming increasingly dire. Many of these messages circulated only among warriors, inaccessible to ordinary people to prevent widespread panic. Hence, such sensitive information was deliberately omitted from television news broadcasts. Originally, Su Chao intended to browse the news briefly before going to bed for a good rest. Yet, after reading these reports, he no longer felt sleepy. Such precious time should not be wasted lying in bed. He rose to change his clothes and prepared to head to the training room upstairs for a session. Although he could continuously enhance his strength through the panel, this process was somewhat akin to receiving a divine endowment. He still needed to familiarize himself with his body's power. The Hunters Association provided decent facilities, not only guest rooms and dining services but also a dedicated training floor upstairs. Though not as well equipped as the Starry Sky Martial Hall he had visited before, it sufficed for the average warrior's training needs. The training room was located on the 33rd floor. The elevator doors opened, and Su Chao stepped inside. Inside, there was only one girl, wearing a baseball cap and sporting short hair, dressed in athletic wear. Her figure was slender yet voluptuous. Judging by her silhouette and physique alone, she was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. However, all of this allure was undermined by her face. It appeared quite ordinary, lacking distinct features. The only notable trait was a pair of bright, expressive eyes that sparkled as if they could speak. Her complexion was slightly yellowish, as though she had spent considerable time under the sun. She noticed Su Chao entering the elevator. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes before she quickly turned away, a gesture Su Chao caught. He found it strange. This girl exuded a peculiar sense of incongruity, yet somehow felt vaguely familiar. After careful thought, he realized he did not recall anyone quite like her. Curious, he activated his eye of exploration. An expression of astonishment flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by an odd look on his face. He swiftly concealed these emotions. This person was someone he knew, and had only met that very morning. When Jeyu. It was indeed her. Su Chao's investigation revealed that she was wearing a rather thin disguise mask upon her face, one that would be difficult for an ordinary person to detect. It was only through his probing eye of perception that he discerned the flaw. Moreover, he could see through the mask, glimpsing the peerless beauty concealed beneath. This young lady was intriguing. Su Chao's lips curled into a faint smirk. Neither of them spoke inside the elevator. The doors slid shut and the elevator resumed its ascent. He had expected it to reach the 33rd floor swiftly, ending this awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, the elevator came to an abrupt halt. The lights extinguished, plunging the interior into utter darkness. Ah! A startled cry pierced the silence nearby. Clearly, even though she was a martial artist, the nature of a young woman was such that sudden misfortune still provoked tension and screams. Her voice had barely ceased when the elevator suddenly plummeted downward at a terrifying speed. Ah! Su Chao immediately felt a tight grip on his left hand, two hands clutching him desperately. It was the young lady beside him, her face pale as death, trembling all over. To be honest, Su Chao was nervous as well. They were more than 20 floors up. If the elevator fell straight down, even though both were martial artists and unlikely to perish, severe injuries were inevitable. Su Chao swiftly activated his eye of perception, located the panel inside the elevator, and pressed every button from bottom to top while maintaining a half-squatting posture. Fortunately, the elevator did not continue its free fall. After dropping about 4 or 5 floors, it finally came to a stop. Su Chao's heart, which had been suspended in dread, finally settled. Once composed, he took the moment to sense their surroundings. One of his hands was firmly embraced by Wenxieyu, whose trembling form betrayed her lingering fright. The elevator remained shrouded in darkness and profound silence, broken only by their rapid breathing. At that moment, through the right hand that was held tightly in hers, he could feel the softness emanating from her voluptuous figure. Though still in peril, his heart could not help but wander. The atmosphere was palpably intimate. He could fully sense her warm breath brushing against his face, tingling and tickling. Perhaps still dazed, she was unaware of the awkwardness of the situation. To soothe her nerves, Su Chao spoke gently. "Miss, are you all right?" When Xieyu hesitated before replying, "I'm fine, but I'm a little afraid of the dark. Could I hold your hand for a while?" So it was a fear of darkness. To divert her attention, Su Chao teased lightly, "No worries, you can hold on. We're quite lucky to still be alive." She seemed unaccustomed to such banter between strangers and remained silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you. I know you're trying to help me calm down. Having someone here to talk to makes me feel much better now." "No problem. If you fainted from fear, handling this alone would be quite troublesome." Su Chao chuckled. "Miss, why do you seem so particularly afraid of the dark?" This time, her silence lasted longer, and finally, with a somewhat cold tone, she said, "May I not answer that question?" Su Chao felt awkward. This had completely killed the conversation. He hurriedly attempted to remedy the situation. "I suppose the staff will notice the elevator issue soon. Someone should come to fix it before long. Just hang in there a bit more." When Xieyu realized her tone had been off earlier, especially since this person was genuinely concerned about her, she was grateful to have him here. Otherwise, alone in such an environment, she shuddered at the thought. I'm sorry for my earlier attitude. This touches on a childhood experience I'd rather not share. Please understand." Of course. Everyone has special experiences, especially from childhood. For example, when I was young, I had a deep cut on my hand. Someone told me salt disinfected wounds, so I actually poured salt into it. Worried it wouldn't reach inside, I even pried the wound open to sprinkle salt in. I'll never forget that feeling. "Ha! You boys are so mischievous as kids." When Xieyu laughed softly, recognizing Su Chao's deliberate effort to lighten her mood by recounting his own childhood embarrassment, easing her anxiety. Her impression of Su Chao improved somewhat, especially since the unpleasantness of catching him spying on her during their first meeting had faded. "Judging by your outfit, You were originally heading to the training room on the 33rd floor, weren't you? She asked. Su Chao nodded. Yes, I need to improve my strength quickly. I only awakened my powers in university, so I'm already far behind and can't afford to slack off. Unlike you, who awakened your abilities in high school and got into a top-tier martial science university, gaining many resources and training opportunities. She abruptly interrupted. How do you know I attend a top martial science university? Su Chao cursed himself silently for nearly letting it slip, then recovered. I was just guessing. You look like a student, and your strength feels quite formidable. Only a top martial science university could nurture a genius like you. She regarded him with half disbelief. Can you actually perceive others' martial cultivation levels? Su Chao was momentarily stunned by her question and sighed inwardly. This young lady was too clever. He had to be cautious in conversation. Of course not. I don't have that ability. I'm just more sensitive in my six senses than most people. You're a student at Shanghai Martial Science University, right? Yes, I'm in my 3rd year. What a coincidence, I'm also in my 3rd year, but at Shanghai Institute of Technology. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the elevator. Is anyone inside? Hearing voices, Su Chao responded eagerly, yes, there are 2 of us trapped inside. The staff outside called out loudly. All right, are you both okay? Please be patient. The malfunction will be fixed shortly. Sure enough, after a while, the elevator lights flickered back on. The sudden brightness made both of them squint. Once their eyes adjusted, when Xiaoyu finally exhaled in relief, only to notice her own awkward state. She had gripped Su Chao's hand so tightly out of nervousness that she pressed it hard against her chest, causing her bosom to take on an exaggerated shape. Feeling as if electrocuted, she quickly released his hand. Her neck and ears flushed crimson. Sorry, I'm afraid of the dark. So? Su Chao found her flustered expression amusing and shook his arm, which had grown numb from her grip. It's okay, you already explained earlier. It was hard to imagine that the goddess of Shanghai Martial Science University could also display such bashfulness. Su Chao thought, feeling it was well worth it despite his slightly sore hand. He lifted the hand and brought it beneath his nose to inhale. Truly fragrant. Decided this garment won't be washed for now. I'll let it air out for a while. When Xiaoyu looked up just in time to see his gesture and immediately blushed again, her delicate brows shooting him a fierce glare. You! She wanted to call him shameless, but since she had been the one clutching his hand, all she could do was glare at him once more with a scowl. Originally intending to thank him, she suddenly lost the inclination. Just then, the elevator doors slid open. She bolted out as if fleeing, not even glancing back, leaving the staff at the entrance wearing puzzled expressions, casting strange looks at Su Chao. Su Chao was speechless. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I am a bad person? I haven't done anything wrong, so please don't jump to conclusions. If I told you that I am actually the victim, would you believe me? Sir, are you all right? Is the young lady who was just here okay? Su Chao restrained his temper and replied, I'm fine, and the young lady is fine as well. Your elevator should be inspected and maintained regularly. That was terrifying just now. The staff member who had spoken earlier hurriedly responded. Sir, we sincerely apologize for frightening you. We will strengthen the management of the elevators moving forward to make amends for the unpleasant experience caused by our negligence. Your accommodation fees for the next few days with us will be completely waived. Su Chao nodded, quite satisfied with their handling of the situation and their attitude. Is the elevator beside us operational? I need to go to the 33rd floor. The staff member smiled and replied, yes, sir. After saying that, he promptly pressed the button for Su Chao's elevator. Shortly thereafter, the elevator doors opened, and Su Chao stepped inside. He still had to continue training and could not let this minor incident affect him. By the way, that young lady when Xiaoyu didn't take the elevator but went straight to the stairwell, probably still shaken from the experience. She slipped away so quickly. He brought his hand up to his nose and inhaled a faint, pleasant fragrance. Upon arriving at the training room on the 33rd floor, he noticed that there weren't many people training at the moment. Scanning the room, Su Chao failed to spot when Xiaoyu's figure and felt a little disappointed. She was probably quite frightened and had gone back to her room to rest. Su Chao casually selected a combat room and began his training. Elsewhere, in the room shared by Jie and Wen Xiaoyu, seeing her cousin return after opening the door, Bai Jie asked in surprise, Xiaoyu, didn't you go to the training room? Why are you back so soon? When Xiaoyu reached up to remove the mask from her face, instantly revealing her stunning beauty, she complained, sigh, don't even mention it. I've had the worst luck. What happened? Was some handsome guy chasing you for your number again? But wait, didn't you say you were wearing a disguise mask? That was the latest research achievement your master painstakingly developed for you. Even ordinary grandmasters can't see through your disguise unless they stare constantly. Cousin Bai Jie's ears perked up at the mention of gossip, and she immediately perked up, firing questions like a rapid-fire cannon. It was obvious that similar incidents had happened many times before. When Jeyu shot Bai Jie a glare, utterly exasperated by her cousin who loved nothing more than to hear about her private affairs. Though they were cousins, Bai Jie was only 2 months older than Wen Jeyu, and the two had been close since childhood, more like best friends who shared everything. Oh please, always thinking about handsome guys. Honestly, are you feeling the stirrings of spring and wanting to fall in love? Didn't Tiyu say a few people at Nanhua Martial University are chasing after you? If you don't want all of them, just pick one and say yes. That Fu Jun from our temporary team seems interested in you too. I noticed the way he looked at you. Something's definitely up. Bai Jie snorted disdainfully. Those guys? I don't fancy any of them. They're all weaklings. Chicken-hearted. I could beat every single one of them, yet they still want to chase me. When Jeyu stared at Bai Jie. By the way, what about that Su Chao you met this morning? You seemed quite warm to him. Be honest, do you have feelings for him? Bai Jie threw the pillow in her hands at Wen Jeyu and snapped. Oh, so now you dare to tease me? Are you itching for trouble? I have no feelings for that Su Chao. I just think he's a bit special. You don't know, during the Beast Tide, I was right beside him. Although he only has the strength of a second-tier martial artist, he's incredibly brave and killed more monsters than I did. When Jeyu dodged the pillow Bai Jie threw and continued to inquire, no wonder you wanted to invite those two to join our team this time. I heard he only awakened his ability in university and attended a liberal arts college? Bai Jie sighed. Yes, what a pity. If he had awakened in high school, his strength would definitely not be inferior to mine now. When Jeyu looked at her with a puzzled expression. You really have no feelings for him? Bai Jie nodded helplessly. Really no feelings. I just find him interesting. During the Beast Tide battle, I observed him closely. It seemed like he had some kind of detection ability that allowed him to easily find the monster's fatal weaknesses. Many times, his attacks were one-hit kills. His lethality was frightening. That's why I invited him to join the team, thinking he might be helpful for our operation this time. Besides, his friend is a genius from your school. You said he's very powerful, so he could also enhance our team's combat strength. After Bai Jie finished speaking, Wen Jeyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, recalling that annoying fellow who sniffed the hand she had just held right before her. Looking utterly delighted, she bit her silver teeth in determination. She must find an opportunity to teach that guy a lesson, though since he did help her, she would go easy on him. Bai Jie looked at Wen Jeyu with a suspicious gaze, sensing that Wen Jeyu was acting strangely today. Jeyu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face and ears are flushed. By the way, you still haven't told me what actually happened. How did we end up off topic? Talking about me instead of your story? Wen Jeyu had no choice but to recount the elevator malfunction incident to Bai Jie. Of course, she didn't mention encountering Su Chao in the elevator or holding his hand. That part was unimportant. At least that was what she thought. What? You were trapped in the elevator, and it was pitch dark inside? Jeyu, are you alright now? Bai Jie immediately stood up and rushed over to hold her hand, her face full of concern. She clearly knew about Wen Jeyu's fear of the dark, especially in confined spaces, which triggered unpleasant memories. Seeing Bai Jie's anxious expression, Wen Jeyu understood what she was worried about. She patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Cousin, I'm fine. Fortunately, there was someone else inside who kept talking to me and eased my anxiety. This time, I'm completely fine. Seems not as bad as before. Bai Jie exhaled in relief and patted her chest, causing a small wave of emotion. I'm glad you're okay. Otherwise, when your mom and my mom find out I secretly brought you out to the wilderness zone, they de-scold me to death. It's fine. They scold you. I was the one who took the initiative to come out. How can martial artists train behind closed doors? If we don't venture into the wilderness zone to hunt monsters, what's the point of our cultivation? Being overprotected isn't good for our growth. Bai Jie glanced around the room and lowered her voice. Jeyu, you still need to be more careful. They're becoming more and more rampant. Recently, they even dared to move against Chu Feiyu from the Chu family. It's already caught the attention of the higher-ups, and they're starting to crack down hard to clear them out. I heard that guy might awaken an SS-level ability and is already a 6th-tier martial artist. The other side dispatched an ordinary grandmaster, clearly underestimating his strength. He even has a family's life-saving trump card but still escaped. Though severely injured, you have to admit he is quite capable. When Jeyu's expression turned grave when Bai Jie mentioned this matter, she knew exactly who her cousin was talking about. They were a group of traitors to humanity, hiding in the shadows like a bunch of filthy rats. They concealed themselves too deeply. Even if the higher-ups wanted to take action, it would be difficult to achieve significant results in a short period. But cousin, you're right. We must be more cautious when we go out. Seeing Wen Jiayu take her advice seriously, Bai Jie breathed a slight sigh of relief. She knew her cousin was highly gifted, a top talent at Shanghai Martial University, and a target for those people. She was deeply worried about her getting into trouble. For this reason, the two of them had agreed that Wen Jiayu must always wear a disguise mask in daily life, and they had also informed each teammate individually, instructing them to keep it strictly confidential. The reason she was not wearing it when they encountered Su Chao and the others that morning was that the mask's effect had expired and required some time to recover. Hence, their squad was compelled to return to the base city for rest and recuperation. Fu Jun and Fang Hui were carefully selected companions of hers, both possessing considerable strength. Fu Jun was one of her suitors. They had been classmates since high school, and she was somewhat familiar with him and his family's circumstances, making him a trustworthy person. Fang Hui was cheerful and generous, with a frank personality, enjoying a good reputation and popularity at school. Both were individuals she deemed reliable, which is why she invited them to form a team, the four of them venturing out together to hunt in the wilderness zone. Jiayu, speaking of Chu Feiyu, I heard recently that your family elders intend to arrange a marriage between you and him. Bai Jie's sudden remark left Wen Jiayu momentarily stunned. Then she fell into a period of silence. What's the matter? You don't agree? Bai Jie was somewhat surprised. They had never discussed such a topic before. The Chu family was among the top 5 prominent families in Jingdu Base City, and Chu Feiyu himself was a remarkable prodigy. It was said he was quite handsome too. Although he had suffered severe injuries recently, his cultivation foundation remained intact. Given the Chu family's resources, he would recover swiftly. By all accounts, it was a favorable match. What are you resisting? When Jiayu finally spoke, her tone tinged with a rare mixture of resentment and agitation. Who gave them the right to decide my life? To dictate who I must marry? When we were children, they ignored my mother and me, letting us be bullied. Only after I awakened my S-class ability did they try to make amends, offering resources and easing relations. It's too late now. And now they want to meddle in my marriage? Absolutely impossible. I will not allow any impurity to taint my marriage. I lacked the strength to protect my mother and myself before, but now I have it. No one can dictate terms to me. My marriage is my own decision. My future partner must be the one I choose, even if he is just an ordinary man. As long as I love him, I will accept him. Bai Jie clearly knew about the complicated situation in her family and understood it was difficult for them to intervene. She sighed. Have you really thought this through? You're not just saying this out of anger? When Jiayu had just vented her frustrations, and her emotions had somewhat calmed. Yes, I have seriously considered it. My master supports my decision as well. Upon hearing that her master endorsed her choice, Bai Jie knew her mind was made up. After all, her master was a figure of great significance throughout Shanghai Base City, and others tended to show her some respect. They no longer spoke of the matter, but Bai Jie privately pondered that this would further sour her relationship with her family, possibly even triggering conflict. Ah, stubborn as ever, just like your mother. Jiayu, since you've made your decision, I naturally support you. I hope you find happiness. To be honest, I also dislike these arranged marriages among prominent families. They show so little respect for us women. Your family elders want you to marry Chu Feiyu only because they hope to leverage the Chu family's influence to expand their business in Jingdu Base City. In the end, it's all just a business deal, not about the happiness of two young people. When Jiayu nodded appreciatively, enough about them. I'm gonna take a shower. I was drenched in sweat just now in the elevator. Bai Jie embraced her briefly. Jiayu, don't go to the training room today. Rest well in your room. We're setting off for the wilderness zone tomorrow. After dinner with Zhang Kuang, Su Chao returned to his room early. He was quite exhausted. In the afternoon, he had sparred with battle puppets in the combat chamber for over 2 hours, thoroughly enjoying the experience. His mastery over both his physical body and martial techniques had improved significantly. The only downside was the hefty cost of the combat chamber, which had drained over 100,000 from his account. After a brief video call with his mother, he informed them that he would not return home for several days and asked them not to worry. Just as he was about to go to bed, he suddenly remembered that he had not spoken with his sister for several days. Their last conversation had been during the move, when he told her their family had relocated to a new community and that everything was fine, so she need not worry. He picked up the phone again and dialed. After a moment, he hung up, his brow furrowed, his expression growing grave. On the call, he sensed his sister was unhappy, as if something had happened, but when he inquired, she was evasive. Probably wasn't a financial issue. Although his sister and brother-in-law were not warriors, after graduating from university, his sister Su Yufei had chosen to work in a company with a modest income of about 8,000 per month. Her husband Zhao Jihong was an assistant researcher at an institute, earning a somewhat higher salary. Since Su Chao had awakened, his sister had stopped sending money to their family. Moreover, after he gave his mother a sum recently, she transferred 200,000 to his sister. Never mind, it probably wasn't a serious problem for now. Once he had grown stronger, he would go check on them. Having resolved this in his mind, he ceased to dwell on it and went to bed to rest. He needed to be in top form for tomorrow's expedition to the wilderness zone. At dawn, in the wilderness zone, on the road leading toward the Wui mountain range, a group of 6 hurried along, effortlessly dispatching any monsters they encountered. These 6 were Su Chao, Zhang Kuang, Fang Hui, Fu Jun, Bai Jie, and Wen Jieyu. Of course, Wen Jieyu was now wearing her disguise mask, transformed into the image of a neighboring girl, unremarkable and inconspicuous. At the moment of their assembly, Bai Jie had explained to them that Wen Jieyu's appearance could easily attract trouble in the wilderness zone, so they needed to keep a low profile. Su Chao and Wen Jieyu exchanged a glance, both pretending not to notice, turning their heads away to avoid awkwardness. Wen Jieyu believed Su Chao was unaware that it had been her in the elevator that day, and Su Chao played along to maintain the pretense. The Wui mountain range lay southwest of Shanghai Bay City, spanning several thousand kilometers, home to countless monsters, many of which were high level. It was said that in the core area, monsters above the 9th rank had even appeared, making it exceedingly perilous. Still, many human warriors ventured there to hunt, drawn by the myriad of rare flowers, herbs, spiritual fruits, and mystical items it nurtured. Some could rapidly enhance a warrior's strength. Others possessed miraculous healing properties or other special effects. The warrior's home platform featured numerous bounties for such rare flora and fruits, offering highly enticing rewards, which drove many warriors to frenzy. After leaving the wilderness zone, Bai Jie finally revealed to Su Chao and Zhang Kuang their destination, a valley in the southwestern outskirts of the Wui mountain range, where they had discovered a soul infant fruit. The soul infant fruit was a 6th-rank spiritual fruit, capable of nourishing and enhancing a warrior's spiritual power and healing mental wounds. It was an extremely precious and rare treasure. Su Chao had seen a bounty on the warrior's home platform offering 50 million for a single soul infant fruit. The soul infant fruit was peculiar. When mature, it enhanced spiritual power and healed mental injuries, but if picked prematurely, it transformed into a potent poison. Consuming it would inflict a spiritual toxin on the warrior, which was exceedingly difficult to cure, potentially debilitating their cultivation to the point of idiocy or even causing death. The last time they discovered the soul infant fruit, it had not yet ripened, so harvesting was impossible. Calculating the time, it should be just about ripe in these past couple of days. However, there was a rather thorny issue. A peak 5th-tier beast was guarding that very soul infant fruit tree. The good news was that this beast was injured, seemingly mentally wounded. This was also the reason it had persistently guarded the fruit. It intended to consume the ripe soul infant fruit to restore its strength and possibly even break through to become a 6th-tier beast. After hearing Bai Jie's briefing, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged glances, both seeing the spark of excitement in each other's eyes. The soul infant fruit had a distinctive trait. Typically, one tree bore 2 fruits. If calculated at the purchase price listed in the warrior's home market, should their 6-man team succeed, each person would earn at least over 10 million. If the peak 5th-tier beast were at its prime, they would not dare to take such a risk. But now, with the beast injured, they felt it was worth a try. If things went awry, they could retreat promptly. After all, venturing into the wilderness was always fraught with danger. This was the plan Bai Jie and Fang Hui had devised earlier. Now, they were simply reiterating it for Su Chao and Zhang Kuang. After finalizing their discussion, the group set off toward the valley on the outskirts of the Wui Mountains. The valley lay roughly 200 kilometers from Shanghai Bay City, a considerable distance deep into the wilderness. However, their combined strength was formidable, and as long as they remained cautious, the risk was manageable. Brother Fang, how did you discover that valley last time? On the way, Zhang Kuang and Fang Hui struck up a conversation, feeling an instant kinship, as if they had met too late in life. Fang Hui, naturally straightforward and open-hearted, greatly admired Zhang Kuang's personality. Brother Zhang, it's quite a coincidence. The 4 of us were hunting on the outskirts of the Wui Mountains in that direction when, unexpectedly, a beast uprising broke out. We fled in panic, and by chance, stumbled upon that valley. Later, back at Bay City, we learned that a demon hunting squad had somehow provoked a 7th-tier beast king in that area, which then pursued them, causing the beast rebellion. Many warriors suffered, and we were caught up in the chaos as well. Brother Fong, we actually encountered that demon hunting squad returning to the city. It was tragic, they lost several members, and even their captain, reportedly a peak 6-tier powerhouse, was seriously injured. Fong Hui shuddered, recalling the harrowing scene. Brother Zhang, you wouldn't believe it. When we first saw the mountain covered with beasts, we thought we were done for and could only flee desperately. Yet, by a twist of fate, we arrived at that valley, discovered the 6-tier soul infant fruit tree, and even gathered numerous rare spiritual flowers and herbs. Sometimes, I can't help but marvel at the ancient saying that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It truly rings true. Zhang Kuang nodded in full agreement. Throughout the journey, the voices of Zhang Kuang and Fong Hui conversing could be heard. Fu Jun, a man of few words, silently pressed on, seemingly uninterested in their chatter. Only occasionally, when he glanced at Bai Jie, a tender and admiring gleam flickered in his eyes. Today, when Jieyu was also unusually quiet, only occasionally consulting Bai Jie about their route before lowering her head to continue marching. Su Chao was the least conspicuous member of the team. Even Fong Hui and Fu Jun wondered why Bai Jie had insisted on including him. As a 2nd-tier warrior, what contribution could he possibly make to the team? He seemed more a burden than a help. Yet, since when Jieyu did not object, they raised no dissent. After all, she was the strongest among them. After covering about 100 li, they agreed to find a place to rest. Beyond that point, 4th-tier beasts would appear, posing greater danger. They needed to conserve their physical and mental strength to remain at their peak. During the break, the others' gazes toward Su Chao shifted noticeably. Although they hadn't encountered any 4th-tier beasts on the first half of the journey, they had faced several 3rd-tier beasts and numerous 1st and 2nd-tier ones. This was when they witnessed Su Chao's prowess. His efficiency in slaying 2nd-tier beasts was astonishing, often killing with a single decisive strike, as if he could perceive each beast's fatal weakness without any superfluous movement. If one judged solely by the efficiency of dispatching 2nd-tier beasts, none could surpass Su Chao, even though their own combat abilities far exceeded his. Su Chao was well aware of their changed attitudes. This was deliberate on his part. Revealing just enough strength was only natural and earned respect. Otherwise, a mere ordinary 2nd-tier warrior amidst a group of prodigies would stand out conspicuously, arousing suspicion. The 6 took turns keeping watch, while the others ate to replenish their energy and meditated to recover. They also took stock of their spoils. Along the way, they had slain around a dozen 3rd-tier beasts. The number of 1st and 2nd-tier beasts was too vast to count. Following the same approach as Su Chao and Zhang Kuang before them, they collected materials from 3rd-tier beasts and a select few 2nd-tier ones, gathering only spirit armor fragments from the rest to exchange for battle merits. Even so, their gathered materials were worth over 3 million, a modest but meaningful haul. After resting for about an hour, everyone felt rejuvenated and ready to proceed. However, the latter half of the journey promised far less ease. Having traveled barely 20 kilometers, they encountered 2 4th-tier beasts, causing their expressions to grow serious. They had now entered the outer reaches of the Wui Mountains. The first 4th-tier beast was a primate, an early-stage 4th-tier creature. Zhang Kuang took the initiative to dispatch it. Whether driven by eagerness to prove himself or as a token of loyalty to the new team, he unleashed his lightning-based ability, and in less than 15 minutes, the beast was defeated, impressing everyone anew with the might of lightning powers. The second 4th-tier beast was a large, imposing spotted tiger. Upon seeing them, it roared threateningly, attempting to intimidate them from its territory. Su Chao recognized it as a peak 4th-tier Vajra tiger, its bones as hard as alloy, making it resistant to ordinary weapons. This time, the team exercised greater caution. No longer would a single person attack alone, they had to strike swiftly and decisively. Fong Hui launched the first assault wielding a long blade. His blade was several centimeters longer than Su Chao's horizontal blade and appeared to be a 5th-tier alloy weapon. In a flash, Fong Hui darted to the tiger's side and swung his blade. The Vajra tiger raised its forepaw and struck hard, sending Fong Hui flying back several meters. Sparks flew where blade met claw. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuang's spear had already lunged toward the tiger's neck but was deflected by its iron-like tail sweep. The shock vibrated up Zhang Kuang's arm, nearly causing him to lose grip. Indeed, this beast was formidable. Fortunately, at this moment when Jeyu's attack arrived, she wielded a long sword, similar in length to Su Chao's blade, shimmering with starlight and exquisitely beautiful. Su Chao guessed it was a high-grade weapon, likely an A-rank alloy blade. Her timing was impeccable. The Vajra tiger, unprepared for the greatest threat to be this seemingly fragile human, failed to dodge completely and was pierced in the neck, spraying a torrent of blood. A furious roar erupted. Despite having just begun the skirmish, it was already wounded. Turning sharply, it charged toward Wenjieyu, choosing to eliminate the greatest threat first. With Wenjieyu, a peak 4th-tier martial artist, as the primary attacker, and Zhang Kuang and Fang Hui providing support from the flanks, the Vajra tiger found itself overwhelmed by the three. Soon, its body bore numerous wounds, most inflicted by Wenjieyu. The trio grew increasingly valiant with each passing moment, the battle enduring for several dozen breaths. Ultimately, the peak 4th-tier Vajra tiger, unwilling to yield, collapsed beneath their feet, the surrounding rocks and trees left in utter disarray. Su Chao had not witnessed Fang Hui or Wenjieyu employing their supernatural abilities during the fight, leaving him slightly disappointed. Fang Hui was not as boisterous and carefree as he appeared. Rather, he was quite calculating, refraining from using his powers lightly. Su Chao was curious about the nature of their abilities. He was familiar with the others' powers in the group. Bai Jie wielded a B-level metal affinity, and Fu Jun, whom he had scouted, possessed a B-level wind affinity. Su Chao was not averse to probing into Fang Hui and Wenjieyu's abilities. However, previous attempts to investigate Wenjieyu had failed, and she had caught him red-handed. As for Fang Hui, being an A-level ability user, Su Chao feared that probing would alert him. He sensed that Fang Hui harbored secrets and dared not pry recklessly. After all, Su Chao's own investigative eye was only A-level. He had tested Zhang Kuang's A-level powers before, and such probing caused a vague sense of detection in the other party. After slaying the peak 4th-tier Vajra tiger, concerned that the commotion might attract other beasts or martial artists, the group swiftly gathered materials and departed the area. Shortly after their departure, a pack of monsters arrived at the tiger's lair. They roared furiously upon seeing the dismembered carcass, among them several with formidable auras, undoubtedly 4th-tier beasts. Having left the Vajra tiger's territory, the group cautiously traversed the rugged terrain, nearing the valley Bai Jie had mentioned. 4th-tier beasts appeared intermittently, heightening their vigilance. They avoided confrontations with such powerful creatures whenever possible, as any battle would generate excessive noise, risking the attention of a 5th-tier monster. Only when encountering beasts of 3rd tier or below did they engage, opportunistically collecting materials and spirit armor fragments. At this point, Su Chao no longer concealed his skills. He revealed that he possessed a method to sense monsters within a certain radius, though he downplayed its range, claiming it extended less than 1 kilometer. For effect, he even pressed his ear to the ground in a theatrical manner, nearly causing Zhang Kuang to burst into laughter. Zhang Kuang mused that Su Chao had hidden a flair for theatrics all this time. Su Chao's caution was understandable. With someone like Fang Hui harboring secrets within the team, he could not afford to reveal the power of his investigative eye prematurely. Prudent heart guards against betrayal. Initially met with skepticism, the others' views shifted once they successfully evaded several waves of 4th-tier beasts along Su Chao's guidance. They had not anticipated such an ability, a vital asset for martial artists venturing into the wilds, enabling them to preemptively avoid formidable monsters and thus reduce risk. Under Su Chao's careful navigation, they finally reached the valley Bai Jie had described. Encircled by towering mountains, the valley stretched in a narrow, elongated shape approximately 2 kilometers in width. Its entrance lay within a small patch of dense forest they had recently passed through, a spot difficult for ordinary people to detect. About 1 kilometer to the left front of the entrance, at the foot of a mountain, there was a cave. Beside it, nestled within a crevice of rock, stood a small tree over 1 person's height, its trunk as thick as an adult's arm. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, edged with sharp thorns. Between the foliage, 2 purplish-black fruits hung, shaped like miniature little people, evoking a chilling impression. From a distance, they resembled 2 children hanging from the tree, hence the name Soul Infant Fruit. Upon seeing the fruit's purplish-black hue, the 6 felt a surge of relief. They had not missed the ripening period. The hallmark of full maturity was the change from purple to black. Now, with the fruits in a transitional purple-black state, they would ripen within a day at most. Their joy was short-lived, however, as a large python nearby shattered the mood. This serpent measured roughly 4 to 5 meters in length, as thick as a large bowl, its scales gleaming a golden hue. It slithered with a rustling sound, its raised head flickering its tongue as it fixed its gaze on the Soul Infant Fruit tree. Another peak 4th-tier monster, the golden python. When the python approached within 2 meters of the cave's entrance, it suddenly halted, alertly staring inside while hissing a warning. From within the cave, a figure emerged, a rodent-like monster resembling a kangaroo from the pre-Nirvana era, over 2 meters long. Its hind legs were long and muscular, and it possessed an exceptionally lengthy, robust tail exceeding its body length. Most notably, one of its eyes was vacant, the corner stained with fresh blood, as if erased by some force. Despite this, It exuded a terrifying aura of power and a faint oppressive presence. This was the peak 5th-tier monster known as the treasured rat. It earned its name from its innate talent for sensing treasures and its penchant for collecting them, storing its finds within a body-contained spatial pocket. Emerging from the cave, the treasured rat bared its teeth and threatened the golden python. Feeling the menace, the python retreated a few meters, glanced at the sole infant fruit, but unwilling to concede, it lingered. Enraged by the python's behavior, the treasured rat, embodying the majesty of a 5th-tier beast, charged forward as a dark shadow. The golden python barely extended its head to strike before being struck by 2 powerful punches, flying over 10 meters away and shattering rocks upon landing. The treasured rat pressed its advantage, attacking relentlessly. Like a master boxer, its front fists moved with blurring speed, occasionally whipping its tail like lightning strikes, repeatedly forcing the golden python to be flung backward. Soon, the python lay a lifeless corpse, its body limp on the ground. The treasured rat was terrifying indeed. A peak 4th-tier golden python dispatched in mere moments. After the kill, it dragged the python's body to the cave entrance, then looked up at the sole infant fruit tree, staring for several minutes before scanning the surroundings. Just as the group presumed it would retreat inside, the beast instead settled beneath the tree, supporting itself with its tail and forelegs, vigilantly watching its environs. Clearly, it understood the sole infant fruit would soon mature and was prepared to guard it in these final moments. A closer look revealed the creature's remaining eye appeared dull and weary, its aura flagging. It was injured, having nursed wounds within the cave. Had it not sensed the golden python's approach, it would not have emerged. At full strength, killing the golden python would not have taken nearly so long. From afar, Su Chao and the others, having witnessed the treasured rat's ferocity, felt a wave of unease. Bai Jie was the first to speak. We were somewhat presumptuous before, misjudging its injuries and strength. It is indeed wounded, but its unleashed power is still beyond our capacity. Feng Hui stared at the treasured rat and then at the sole infant fruit above it. Relinquishing the fruit so readily felt unsatisfactory. Everyone knew the immense value of those 2 sole infant fruits. Naturally, their worth was well understood. After a warrior unlocks the genetic seal, cultivation primarily focuses on enhancing spiritual power and vital energy. Augmenting vital energy can be achieved through vital energy elixirs and the flesh and blood of high-level beasts, both of which are not particularly rare and can be purchased at warrior guilds or hunter associations, provided one is willing to spend the money. However, for warriors seeking to elevate their spiritual power, the path is far more arduous. Most can only improve through prolonged meditation and introspective cultivation, with the rate of enhancement accelerating as their awakened abilities ascend in rank. Of course, there exist exceedingly rare treasures, such as exceptional natural materials or miraculous fruits and flowers, that can boost spiritual power. The sole infant fruit before them is one such example. Yet, these spiritual power-enhancing relics are exceedingly difficult to discover, and most who obtain them choose not to sell but rather to use them personally or bequeath them to their descendants. This scarcity results in a near absence of such items on the market, even though many at the Warrior Guild are willing to pay exorbitant prices. No one dares to trade them. The few present were all prodigies from their respective academies, and acquiring the sole infant fruit to consume would enable a rapid surge in strength, surpassing other geniuses of the same rank. This was precisely why everyone was drawn to the fruit, except for Su Chao. Before arriving, he had promised that if he obtained the sole infant fruit, he would not require it but would instead convert it into money for himself. Hence, no one objected to his joining the team with his second-rank strength. Everyone regarded Su Chao as pragmatic. He was quite pleased with their misunderstanding, for indeed, he did not need the sole infant fruit to enhance his spiritual power. Possessing a character sheet made such cultivation less challenging. What he lacked most was money, to swiftly gather enough to purchase the core of the willow wood for his father. Feng Hui also advocated taking action against the multi-treasure rat. The usually taciturn Fu Jun spoke up at this moment. No matter how valuable the sole infant fruit is, one must be alive to claim it. Haven't you seen the golden python at the peak of the 4th rank? It had no chance to retaliate before being pummeled. I do not recommend attacking it. While it's currently unaware of us, we should retreat. Zhang Kuang hesitated slightly, then asked with some puzzlement, the current state of this peak 5th rank multi-treasure rat seems significantly less injured than you described. Bai Jie nodded. When we saw it that day, its aura was indeed much weaker than now. It probably consumed something in the meantime to restore its current condition. Everyone nodded in agreement. The multi-treasure rat's name was not given lightly. No one knew what treasures it stored within its internal space. It was hardly surprising if it contained medicinal herbs capable of healing wounds. In fact, Bai Jie and the others had considered whether to seize the opportunity to strike while it was gravely injured, but the group ultimately rejected this idea. At that time, the soul infant fruit had not yet ripened. If a confrontation attracted more beasts or warriors, and the soul infant fruit was discovered, the situation would become far more complicated. The atmosphere fell into silence. No one spoke. Given the strength currently displayed by the peak 5th rank multi-treasure rat, forcing an attack could very likely result in casualties within their team. After all, there were 3rd rank warriors among them, and a single strike from a 5th rank multi-treasure rat could be fatal. The difference of 2 major realms was no trivial matter. Seeing the divergence of opinions, Bai Jie glanced at Wen Jieyu, curious about her stance. Wen Jieyu swept her gaze over everyone, taking note of their expressions before speaking slowly. I believe everyone may be overcomplicating the matter. Our objective is not to kill this peak 5th rank multi-treasure rat but to obtain the soul infant fruit. In other words, we only need to engage it briefly to distract it, allowing someone to quickly harvest the fruit before we all retreat immediately. We need not engage in a deadly struggle. By this reasoning, it is not impossible for us. The key question is, who among us will step forward to restrain it? Even such a task carries considerable risk. Naturally, those who agree to take on the role of restraining the rat can receive a larger share of the reward, while the person responsible for harvesting the fruit will receive a smaller portion. Since this is my proposal, I will certainly be one of those who engage in restraining it. Others, please share your opinions. Upon hearing Wen Jieyu's words, everyone's eyes brightened, and they earnestly weighed the pros and cons. Fang Hui was the first to speak. I agree with the plan. Count me in for restraining this creature. Bai Jie nodded. I can provide long-range support with my bow. Everyone knew Bai Jie was a peak 3rd rank warrior, highly skilled in archery. She had awakened a B-grade gold affinity ability that amplified her bow's lethality, and paired with her B-grade alloy longbow, she could indeed inflict damage on the multi-treasure rat. Wen Jieyu and Fang Hui nodded in agreement with Bai Jie's participation. Seeing 3 people already committed, Zhang Kuang also voiced his consent. Since you all want to try, I agree to join the effort. But I must say beforehand, if the situation becomes untenable, I will retreat promptly. Noticing Fu Jun still hesitated, Wen Jieyu continued. 4 of us will handle restraining it, while Fu Jun will be responsible for harvesting the soul infant fruit. Su Chao, you will keep watch and alert us immediately if anything unusual arises. Upon learning that he would not have to confront the 5th rank multi-treasure rat directly but only harvest the fruit, Fu Jun nodded eagerly in agreement. Su Chao, seeing that Wen Jieyu had assigned him the least demanding task, naturally had no reason to object. He looked toward Wen Jieyu, but she deliberately avoided his gaze. She added, since everyone agrees to this plan, let me be upfront. We are a temporary team, so before we act, we must agree on how to divide the soul infant fruit's rewards to prevent disputes afterward. I will state my proposal first. I am the strongest, so I will take 25%. Fang Hui and Zhang Kuang will each receive 20%. Bai Jie will take 15%. Fu Jun and Su Chao will each receive 10%. Does anyone have objections? No one objected to Wen Jieyu's allocation. After all, as the main force restraining the multi-treasure rat, she deserved a larger share. Even if she had asked for 30%, no one would have objected. Fang Hui and Zhang Kuang, both early 4th rank warriors, would assist in close quarters and thus face great danger, so 20% each was reasonable. As for Bai Jie, her strength was comparable to Fu Jun's, yet she received half a share more. Fu Jun should have had objections, but no one could deny his fondness for her. Su Chao, a 2nd rank warrior, receiving 10% was somewhat generous. However, given his ability to sense monsters in advance and guide the team, he contributed significantly. Moreover, he did not desire the soul infant fruit but only money, which was not a concern for the others, so no one opposed it. With unanimous agreement, they began to devise the operational plan. Fang Hui spoke first. When we initiate, we will try to lure the multi-treasure rat away from the soul infant fruit tree. However, we likely won't hold out for long. Fu Jun, you must seize the right moment to swiftly harvest the fruit. After harvesting, you and Su Chao should retreat immediately to the cave where we rested midway yesterday. We will do our best to shake off the multi-treasure rat and rendezvous with you there. He then added gravely, everyone knows this operation carries considerable risk. We are in the wilderness and anything could happen. If by chance we become separated, wait at the rendezvous cave for 3 hours. If anyone has not arrived by then, do not wait any longer. You may return to the Starsea base city and await news at the Hunter Association where we stayed yesterday. Bai Jie continued, Fang Hui's plan is feasible. I would add that although we are a temporary team, if we do get scattered and a teammate is in danger and calls for help, others who encounter them should assist if possible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one had anything to say, Zhang Kuang observed the soul infant fruit and remarked, "Since it doesn't seem likely to mature today, shall we just stay here and keep watch continuously?" Fang Hui looked at him and replied, "Brother Zhang, do you mean you intend to go hunting and then return? I advise against wandering about, considering how precious the soul infant fruit is. If something unfortunate happens while we're away, it would be a grave loss." Zhang Kuang scratched his head and said, "I'm just worried everyone will get bored staying here all the time. By the way, Bai Jie," he continued, "once Fu Jun and Su Chao have retreated, you should pull back as well. The three of us are 4th rank warriors, but you're only 3rd rank. It's easy for that 5th rank treasured rat to target you." When Jieyu and Fang Hui both agreed with Zhang Kuang's suggestion, Bai Jie looked at Zhang Kuang, surprised that this muscular fellow could be so considerate of her. When Jieyu took Bai Jie's hand and said, "Cousin, you should retreat to the rendezvous point first and wait for me." Then she turned to Fang Hui and Zhang Kuang. "You two also withdraw when the time is right. I'll hold off that creature a little longer to buy you some time." After the group had agreed on their plan of action, they found a concealed small cave nearby where they began meditating and cultivating their skills. Night fell swiftly. During the day, the soul infant fruit remained unripe. Only the blackness on its skin deepened, with a small patch of purple still lingering. Everyone felt certain it would not mature today and would most likely wait until tomorrow. That 5th rank treasured rat returned to the cave at night, carrying away the corpse of the golden giant python. The group eyed the python's remains covetously. The snake's gallbladder, fangs, and skin were all valuable, yet now they would only serve as the rat's dinner. The 6 of them produced their own food and began eating to replenish their strength, while also discussing the night watch arrangements. They ultimately decided that Bai Jie would keep the first watch, followed by Zhang Kuang and Fang Hui, since these 3 would need to restrain the treasured rat tomorrow and should rest after their watch. The latter half of the night would be covered by Fu Jun and Su Chao. When Jieyu, as the primary combatant, would not stand watch, needing to maintain peak condition at all times. Around midnight, Su Chao was awakened by Fu Jun. It was his turn to stand watch. Glancing at the time, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, the hour when fatigue is most acute. Under the faint glow of his phone's light, he surveyed the cave's occupants, all deep in meditation. After warriors begin their gene evolution training, profound meditation can substitute for sleep, though not habitually. Occasional genuine rest is still necessary. Su Chao quietly moved to the cave's entrance and sat there, the mountain breeze gently brushing his face, instantly invigorating him. Around him lay utter darkness, occasionally pierced by distant animal roars that shattered the stillness of the night. Su Chao lowered his head in contemplation. Unlike the others, he had not entered deep meditation. He did not require it. It held no meaning for him. Yet he feigned the posture, only briefly dozing during Zhang Kuang's 2-hour watch. During others' watches, he could not truly sleep. This was a newly formed team and trust was not yet complete. In the wilderness, vigilance remained essential. He discreetly glanced at Fang Hui and Fu Jun, who were both meditating with eyes closed, and a flicker of doubt arose in his mind. Both had sent several messages on their phones during their watches, messaging in the dead of night. Nothing had happened throughout the night. As dawn approached, the group gradually emerged from meditation. Their first action was to inspect the soul infant fruit, which still bore a trace of purple that had not yet faded, likely needing another hour or 2. Relieved, they began eating to restore their energy. The quiet cave was filled only with the sounds of chewing. Outside, the treasured rat emerged from the cave after feasting on the golden giant python, sitting at the entrance and staring intently at the soul infant fruit. Its solitary eye flickered with an uncertain glint, unaware that several uninvited guests had stealthily approached within 200 meters of its den. These were Wen Jieyu, Bai Jie, Zhang Kuang, and Fang Hui, who feared that when the fruit matured, the treasured rat might snatch it first, so they moved quietly closer. Su Chao and Fu Jun remained on standby about 500 meters away. Time slipped away in this tense atmosphere. At last, the final trace of purple vanished from the soul infant fruit. 2 small, dark fruits resembling miniature human figures hung on the tree, swaying eerily in the wind. The treasured rat's solitary eye instantly brightened, and it rose to claim the treasure it had long guarded. Suddenly, a sharp sound tore through the air as 3 golden arrows, shimmering like meteors, shot swiftly toward it. Bai Jie had struck first, a triple-star volley of her signature technique. Immediately, when Jieyu, Zhang Kuang, and Fang Hui unleashed their attacks at full speed, their weapons flashing with cold radiance. The 4th-rank warriors' combined assault overwhelmed the treasured rat. The creature barely managed to evade the first 2 arrows but was grazed on the neck by the third, drawing a few drops of blood. By Jae's stealthy strike, enhanced by her B-grade metal affinity and B-grade alloy arrows, had indeed wounded the treasured rat. Enraged that humans dared steal the treasure it guarded, wounded in the process, the creature was startled by the sudden surge of power from Wenju's longsword, which arrived just in time. The longsword unleashed 5 sword shadows, stabbing directly at its head. Forced to abandon its attempt to snatch the soul infant fruit, it swiftly turned and met the incoming blade with a punch. Clang! A fierce clash erupted in the valley, sparks flying from the collision of sword and fist. Wenju was thrown back, landing with a roll and retreating several steps. The treasured rat also staggered back 2 paces. This human was formidable, much stronger than the 4th-rank peak golden giant python. Of course, Wenju's expression was grave. She had long been charging this strike, wielding her perfected 7 calamities killing sword technique, capable of forming 5 sword shadows. At full mastery, it could produce 7 shadows. Aside from her innate abilities, this was her greatest power, yet it only forced the treasured rat to retreat slightly. Looking closer, Su Chao noticed the treasured rat wore a gauntlet on its forelimb, explaining why Wenju's longsword had failed to land a decisive blow and had instead sparked on impact. The gauntlet was likely a metallic weapon acquired from humans, though of lower grade than Wenju's sword, as a crack had already appeared. The brief exchange ended swiftly. Zhang Kuang, wielding a spear crackling with purple lightning, arrived next, pursuing the retreating treasured rat. The creature intended to repeat its tactic of blocking with its fists, but Zhang Kuang had anticipated this. The purple lightning surged through the treasured rat's alloy gauntlet, rapidly coursing through its body. The creature's muscles stiffened involuntarily as the spear thrust into its left shoulder, blood spurting forth. Zhang Kuang rejoiced, not expecting to wound the beast with a single strike. No matter how strong the monster, its brain was not clever enough to understand that metal conducts electricity. Just as Zhang Kuang prepared to withdraw the spear for another thrust, the enraged creature recovered from the paralysis. Clenching the spear with its left claw, it roared furiously at Zhang Kuang. A fierce roar echoed as its tail whipped through the air, unleashing a powerful shockwave aimed directly at Zhang Kuang. Thud! Thud! 2 successive impacts resonated as Fang Hui and Wenju arrived just in time to block the tail strike from the duobao rat. Fang Hui was sent flying backward some 30 feet, his footsteps gouging a series of deep craters into the earth, a testament to the tremendous force behind the duobao rat's blow. After all, despite being only an early 4th-stage martial artist, Fang Hui's strength, even when enhanced by martial techniques, paled significantly in comparison to that of this beast. In contrast, Wenju was pushed back merely 2 steps, benefiting from the shared brunt of the attack between the two. Zhang Kuang, initially about to abandon his spear and evade the tail strike upon seeing it, found himself spared as his comrades absorbed the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his supernatural power once more, lightning instantly enveloping the duobao rat's entire body. Although the creature was prepared this time, it still succumbed to a full-body numbness, allowing Zhang Kuang to deftly retrieve his spear from its claws and swiftly retreat. Moreover, the duobao rat's tail had just suffered an injury, a slash inflicted by that human woman's long sword. It hadn't anticipated these humans to be so tenacious, especially that one who wielded electricity. Though not the strongest, he had dealt the deepest wound. Harboring a grudge, the bloodthirsty one-eyed beast fixed its fierce gaze upon Zhang Kuang. With a low growl, the duobao rat's single eye gleamed viciously as its tail suddenly swept up the rocky debris from the ground, hurling it toward the 3. Wenju's long sword flashed in phantom strikes, deflecting the stones one by one. Fang Hui nimbly dodged aside, the rocks smashing into the earth beside him and creating more sizable craters, the flying shards causing him considerable distress. After steadying himself, Zhang Kuang's lightning spear flickered repeatedly, shattering the incoming stones midair. The palms of his hands, gripping the spear, tingled from the vibrations. Don't let it slip away with the soul infant fruit. Bind it! Wenju commanded sharply. The 3 formed a wedge formation and rapidly closed in on the duobao rat, intent on engaging it in close-quarters combat. Otherwise, this creature was nothing less than a mobile cannon, placing them at a severe disadvantage. Bai Jie occasionally took aim and loosed a few arrows to divert the beast's attention, though her supply of B-grade alloy arrows was limited and needed to be conserved. For a time, the group had indeed managed to entangle the duobao rat tightly, preventing it from seizing the soul infant fruit. Elsewhere, Su Chao and Fu Jun had been anxiously monitoring the battlefield since the others engaged. Upon seeing the duobao rat temporarily restrained, Fu Jun turned to Su Chao and said, "I'm going in. Take care of yourself." Without waiting for a reply, he dashed forward. After Fu Jun's move, Su Chao activated his clairvoyant eye to survey the surroundings, relieved to find no other monsters within his scanning range. It seemed this valley was well concealed. Even if some scattered monsters had wandered in earlier, they were likely devoured by the duobao rat. Then, his gaze returned to the duobao rat. Through his clairvoyant eye, the creature appeared quite different. Far less formidable than it had seemed, somewhat all show and no substance. Su Chao judged its strength to be barely equivalent to a late fifth-stage warrior. Furthermore, its spiritual energy seemed depleted and waning. Having just been wounded by several attackers, the beast was thoroughly pinned down. Meanwhile, Fu Jun was rapidly approaching the sole infant fruit tree, estimated to reach it within a few breaths. Their mission would thus be more than half accomplished. Time appeared to slow at that moment. Closer, ever closer. Finally, Fu Jun neared the tree, preparing to leap and pluck the sole infant fruit. Suddenly, Su Chao's expression changed drastically as he warned over the earpiece. Fu Jun, watch the ground to your left. Not far from Fu Jun, the earth erupted with a thunderous blast as a monster clad in golden armor burst from beneath the surface, lunging directly at Fu Jun. A mid-fourth stage armored beast, something akin to a pangolin. Reacting instinctively to Su Chao's warning, Fu Jun veered right, narrowly evading the lethal strike. His left shoulder was grazed, the fourth stage armor he wore bearing several deep scratches. A close call. Had it not been for Su Chao's alert, the claws would have found his neck instead. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Fu Jun said, "Thanks, Su Chao." "Don't mention it," Su Chao replied hurriedly. "I didn't expect there to be a monster lurking underground. Be careful yourself." In truth, Su Chao had failed to detect this subterranean armored beast because his clairvoyant eye struggled to penetrate deeply into the earth, and so he rarely scanned underground. The sudden development near the sole infant fruit tree also drew the attention of the duobao rat and the others at a separate battlefield. When Jieyu and her companions had not anticipated such a turn at the critical moment of their plan, their faces darkening with displeasure, the duobao rat, enraged, realized there was yet another human nearby coveting its treasure, accompanied by this armored monster. Its fury intensified, and its attacks grew more ferocious, reckless even at the cost of injury. Consequently, when Jieyu, Fang Hui, and Zhang Kuang found themselves in even graver peril, Zhang Kuang took a punch to the abdomen. Despite his armor, he spat a mouthful of blood, his insides roiling violently. Fang Hui was struck by the tail and hurled aside, also coughing up blood, likely with several broken ribs. When Jieyu's sword danced in blurred afterimages, parrying the duobao rat's furious assaults as she commanded, "Cousin, assist Fu Jun in holding off that armored beast. Su Chao, rush over and seize the sole infant fruit. Hurry, we can't hold out much longer." Everyone immediately acted according to Wen Jieyu's orders. Fu Jun drew his weapon, a massive two-handed greatsword, his expression fierce and grave as he faced the armored beast. He activated his wind elemental power, determined to give his all against this fourth-stage monster, for failure would be perilous. Bai Jia continued firing arrows intermittently. Having exhausted her supply of B-grade alloy arrows, she now relied on C-grade ones. Together with Fu Jun, they managed to keep the armored beast engaged for a time. Thus, two fierce battles unfolded around the sole infant fruit tree. Yet, whether it was Wen Jieyu's group or the duobao rat and armored beast, all consciously avoided damaging the tree itself. Everyone fought desperately, pinning their hopes on Su Chao's successful acquisition of the sole infant fruit, or else their losses would be severe. Su Chao sprinted at full speed through the forest, even employing some of his supernatural abilities to accelerate. Within a few breaths, he reached the base of the sole infant fruit tree. Suddenly, he split into several afterimages. A large boulder passed through two of the images with a resounding crash, scattering debris across the ground. It was the duobao rat, spotting one last human poised to seize the fruit and, in desperation, swung a massive stone at Su Chao's direction with its tail. Thanks to his clairvoyant eye, Su Chao evaded the attack just in time. When Jieyu and the others, witnessing the stone hurled by the duobao rat, barely had time to warn Su Chao but were surprised to see him dodge effortlessly. He hadn't teleported using his supernatural power but instead employed his previously demonstrated shadow clone technique to evade the strike. With a swift flash, Su Chao moved again, and the two sole infant fruits from the tree vanished, appearing securely in his hands before he quickly stowed them in his backpack. The team members, seeing Su Chao's successful retrieval, couldn't help but rejoice. Zhang Kuang shook his right hand, numb from the duobao rat's earlier shockwave, and shouted, "Chaozi, well done. You're amazing." When Jieyu said, "Bai Jia, you and Fu Jun cover Su Chao's retreat. We'll withdraw shortly and regroup at the rendezvous point we agreed on yesterday." In stark contrast to the team's exhilaration, The duobao rat and armored beast seethed with rage at losing their coveted prize. The duobao rat especially unleashed even more frenzied attacks, heedless of the damage it sustained in return. As a result, Zhang Kuang, Fang Hui, and Wen Jieyu suffered grievously. Zhang Kuang took a brutal blow to the abdomen, spitting a great deal of blood despite his armor, his insides tumultuous. Fang Hui was struck by the tail and flung away, coughing up blood, with several ribs likely fractured. Wen Xiaoyu was somewhat better off, though the back of her hand had been clawed by its paw. Fortunately, she was protected by a grade B armor. The fabric on her arm was torn, and the armor bore several cracks, but her arm itself remained unscathed. Facing the frenzied treasure rat, the three of them were under immense pressure, yet they relentlessly grappled with it, preventing it from attacking Su Chao. The treasure rat was also suffering. Originally wounded mentally, it now bore fresh injuries inflicted by the group, its aura having plummeted to the level of an average mid-stage 5th-tier warrior. Elsewhere, the mid-stage 4th-tier golden armored beast and Fu Jun, who had activated his supernatural power, were evenly matched. With Fu Jun's peak 3rd-tier martial prowess, even with the enhancement gained from employing martial techniques, he could not break through the armored beast's scales. Thus, the golden armored beast only needed to guard a few vulnerable spots on its body. However, the golden armored beast was troubled by its own lack of speed compared to Fu Jun's enhanced agility, making it difficult to land an attack. Adding to its woes, Bai Jie suddenly struck it, forcing the beast to watch helplessly as Su Chao plucked the soul infant fruit and swiftly retreated. Bai Jie fought while retreating, following closely behind Su Chao as they exited the valley. Seeing Su Chao and Bai Jie successfully withdraw, Fu Jun glanced toward Zhang Kuang and his companions. Noticing they were still holding their ground for the moment, he prepared to retreat as well. Gripping his great sword with both hands, Fu Jun addressed the golden armored beast. Beast, I won't play with you anymore. Take this one last strike from me. He began to spin in place, the surrounding area rapidly forming a tornado. Pebbles and branches whirled around him, and at a critical moment, the tornado violently surged toward the golden armored beast. This was his strongest martial technique, the whirlwind slash. Due to its high energy consumption, he had refrained from using it earlier. Now, preparing to withdraw, he intended to strike the beast hard to avenge its ambush. The golden armored beast was startled by the commotion caused by Fu Jun's move and, before it could react, was sucked into the vortex. The clash of metal and scales rang out from within, followed by two figures being flung backward. The golden armored beast rolled several times upon landing, then flipped over and rose again. A few scales had fallen off, and there was a slender bloodied gash on its abdomen, but no severe injuries. Fu Jun landed and fixed his gaze on the beast, shaking off the numbness from his hands caused by the impact. Spitting harshly, he muttered, "Ugh, this beast's armor really is damn tough." Casting a glance at the golden armored beast, he turned and walked away. The beast did not pursue him, but instead glanced toward the other battlefield before disappearing into the valley. Within the valley remained Wen Xiaoyu, Zhang Kuang, and Fang Hui. Faced with the still frantically attacking treasure rat, they had no desire to continue the struggle and prepared to retreat. Fang Hui spoke first. "Brother Zhang, you retreat first. You've been using your supernatural power continuously and are heavily drained. I can hold out a bit longer." Zhang Kuang was about to say more, but seeing Wen Xiaoyu nod, he held back, fiercely thrusting a spear at the treasure rat's whipping tail, leveraging the recoil to withdraw. With a few leaps, they vanished from the valley. Seeing Zhang Kuang retreat successfully, Wen Xiaoyu looked at Fang Hui. "Quick, you retreat too. I'll hold it off a little longer." Fang Hui scanned the valley and called out through the earpiece, "Hey, Brother Zhang. Bai Jie, you both got out safely, right?" But there was no response in the earpiece. The distance was evidently too great for communication. He removed the earpiece and said to Wen Xiaoyu, "Then I'll retreat first. Take care of yourself. See you at the rendezvous point." Having spoken, he turned to leave. At that moment, roar, roar, two consecutive furious roars. The treasure rat, seeing the one who had injured it with electricity retreat, grew even more enraged. Its treasured guardian was stolen, and it could not tolerate letting these bandits all escape unscathed. The crimson hue in its eyes deepened, its aura intensified by a notch, and it lunged violently at the two remaining figures. Faced with the treasure rat's explosion of fury, Wen Xiaoyu's expression grew grave as she braced herself to endure the blow head-on.
Unexpectedly, Fang Hui,
who was already turning to leave, flashed forward and blocked her path, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "Before I go, I'll block one last strike for you." With that, his aura erupted, surpassing even its previous intensity.
Martial technique, Soul Cleaving Blade.
He gripped his blade with both hands, Black radiance flickered faintly along the edge. Even when Xiaoyu, standing beside him, felt the terror radiating from the blade. It posed a great threat to her. Even the attacking treasure rat's pupils contracted, a faint sting piercing its spirit. Suddenly, an abrupt change occurred. Feng Hui's blade, originally aimed with full force at the treasure rat, suddenly veered, slashing toward the unguarded one Xiaoyu behind him. She barely twisted her body to evade the head, but Feng Hui's long blade grazed her ear and struck her left shoulder. The armor was cut through, and the blade slid into the flesh, stopped only by bone. Ah! Hissed when Xiaoyu cried out in shock and pain, staring in disbelief at Feng Hui. She could not comprehend why he had betrayed her, risking his life to launch a sneak attack. Indeed, by doing so, Feng Hui turned his back to the enraged treasure rat, meaning he would have to endure its full-strength assault. A blow from a mid-stage fifth-tier treasure rat, which would at least cause grievous injury, if not death on the spot. Thus, when Xiaoyu's confusion deepened, why would Feng Hui do this? The next moment she found her answer. Feng Hui paid no heed to the treasure rat's attack behind him, merely casting a strange smile at the stunned Wen Xiaoyu. What followed shocked Wen Xiaoyu utterly. The treasure rat's assault passed straight through Feng Hui's body, which gradually became translucent before vanishing from the spot. Bang! Caught off guard, Wen Xiaoyu was violently slammed away by the leaping treasure rat, flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. As she landed, Wen Xiaoyu expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, her clothing torn in many places. The armor over her abdomen was deeply dented, and the terrifying blade wound on her left shoulder remained starkly visible. The sudden turn of events had occurred too swiftly. Zhang Kuang had only been gone a short while before Wen Xiaoyu was gravely injured. Struggling, Wen Xiaoyu forced herself to rise. One hand pressed against the blade wound on her shoulder, the other clutched her abdomen. Her face was ghastly pale as she fixed her gaze on Feng Hui, who had reappeared in full form nearby, and demanded with burning anger, "Why? What supernatural power have you awakened that allows your body to become intangible?" Feng Hui glanced at the treasure rat, which stood dumbfounded, clearly baffled by the sudden turn of events. He then sneered, looking at the pale-faced Wen Xiaoyu. "Hey, why? You must have many questions now, right? Since you're about to die, I'll begrudgingly answer two of them. The first is because you're too exceptional. You should have awakened an S-tier supernatural ability, correct? That's why you must die. The second is my power, intangibility. Once activated, it allows me to ignore physical attacks." When Xiaoyu's eyes blazed fiercely as she asked, "Are you one of the heavenly realm-s people?" Feng Hui clapped his hands and smiled. "Indeed, you're smart, truly a top prodigy of Shanghai Martial University. Why join them? With your talent, you should have a bright future." Through gritted teeth, Wen Xiaoyu shouted furiously, "You damned human traitors, you filthy rats, assassinating human prodigies everywhere. You will be punished." Feng Hui hurriedly shook his head, a sacred light glowing on his face. No. You're mistaken. I wasn't a latecomer. I've always been one of them. As for your so-called retribution, we fight so that humanity may endure. Our path is the righteous one. It is the obstinate elders among humanity's elite who insist on dragging all of mankind down a path of ruin, while we still have the power to preserve the ember of human existence. When Xiaoyu sneered coldly, "Preserve the ember? Is that living like a dog? Shut up." Feng Hui suddenly roared in anger. "It's far better than everyone perishing completely. Why must you be so selfish and stubborn? Roar." Two furious bellows cut off the heated argument between the two. Nearby, the treasure rat, after swatting away Wen Xiaoyu, stood stunned for a moment. Seeing these two humans, who had just been at each other's throats, completely ignoring it and chatting as if it were nothing, was simply intolerable. How dare they treat me, the Rat King, with such disdain? I must devour these two damned humans. With fury, it charged toward the nearest Feng Hui, but as before, its form and attack passed right through him, blasting a huge crater where he stood. The treasure rat angrily spun around, staring at Feng Hui's gradually materializing figure elsewhere, baffled by how strange this human was. Then it turned its gaze toward Wen Xiaoyu and charged at her. Feng Hui looked at Wen Xiaoyu and shouted loudly, "Miss Wen, you are gravely injured and cannot withstand a few strikes from this Rat King. If you are willing to join us, I can save you, take you to receive our Lord's baptism. With your talent and status, you will surely rank no lower than me. We could even become husband and wife. Even if one day Blue Star is destroyed, we can still survive." When Xiaoyu's complexion darkened to a deep purple, clearly infuriated by Feng Hui's words, struggling to contain her anger. "Shut up, you damn traitors. Beasts, I would rather die than join you," she shouted, releasing her hands from the 2 wounded spots, picking up her sword from the ground. She sneered at Feng Hui. You think you have me cornered today? We shall see. I remember this score. I'll settle it with you another day. With that, she flashed aside the treasure rat's attack and prepared to retreat. How is this possible? How did you recover so quickly? I clearly saw you were badly injured just now. Feng Hui's voice was frantic and shocked. And your shoulder wound, how is it nearly healed already? Just leaving a scar? So you were deliberately stalling by talking to me. But how did you heal? I didn't see you take any medicine or eat anything. When Jiu laughed mockingly at him. I know you have many questions now. Want to know? I want to tell you. I got it, your awakened S-class ability is related to healing the life system? Feng Hui shouted in shock, his face burning with the fury of being tricked. It must be so. You awakened a life system ability? No wonder you kept covering your wounds while talking to me. Secretly healing yourself. Miss Wen, you are truly cunning. You pretended to be so angry just to buy more time to heal. Then his expression turned dark. The more beautiful the woman, the better the liar. When Jiu had no desire to listen to his nonsense any longer. She dodged the treasure rat's attack once more and fled toward the valley's exit. Although she had just used her ability to treat her injuries, the time was too short, and she only managed to suppress the wounds temporarily, unable to fight for long. Yet, Feng Hui's annoying voice echoed in her ears again. Miss Wan, still trying to run? Since I've revealed my identity. Don't think you can escape. You two, why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for? As his words fell, 2 figures flew out at the valley's mouth, blocking Wen Jiu's path. Both were in their early 40s, one tall and slender, the other somewhat short and stout, emanating a powerful aura. When Jiu was startled by the sudden appearance of these two, she hadn't expected Feng Hui to have comrades. Feeling their strength, her expression changed drastically. Their auras were far stronger than hers, at least peak 5th rank. And the stout man might even be 6th rank. This was trouble. The treasure rat, seeing more human warriors arrive, assumed they were reinforcements called by Wen Jiu and roared as it charged at the 3. The stout man, seeing the 5th rank treasure rat bare its teeth at him, shouted, Beast, you're courting death. Stomping the ground, the boulder beneath him shattered with a thunderous crash. His body shot forward like a cannonball, fist clenched, striking the treasure rat's head with a fierce blow. A cracking sound echoed, bones breaking. The treasure rat's body flew back, crashing into the mountain foot over 100 meters away, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. As the dust settled, a huge crater was visible where the treasure rat had fallen. It struggled to rise, blood trickling from its mouth. When Jiu's pupils contracted sharply. As expected of a 6th rank powerhouse, the force of a single punch was terrifying. At that moment, applause rang out. Feng Hui's figure appeared beside the group. Steward Wan, truly a 6th rank powerhouse. One punch and that beast that troubled us so much is half dead. The stout man called Steward Wan and the tall slender man simultaneously saluted Feng Hui. Young Master Feng, you flatter me. With your talents, young Master Feng, surpassing us in time is a given. Young Master Feng, how shall we deal with this young lady? When Jiu's face turned extremely unpleasant, she could guess Feng Hui's status in Heaven's kingdom was not low, given his strong innate ability. But seeing these 2 powerful men address him as young Master Feng with such respect, it was clear his standing was even higher than she had imagined. The 2 followed his lead. With their arrival, she had no chance of escaping on her own strength. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Miss Wen, how about it? You might want to reconsider my earlier proposal. Feng Hui's irritating voice rang in her ear again. When Jiu looked at the 3 surrounding her and suddenly grew calm beyond measure. You truly have gone to great lengths. To devote such a number of experts for a mere student like me, it's quite flattering. Feng Hui replied with a smile. Miss Wan, you underestimate yourself. You deserve our cautious arrangements. Shanghai Martial University's secrecy is excellent. We went through great effort, even losing several intelligence personnel, to discover that you awakened an S-class ability. But what kind of ability you awakened was still unknown until today. And now to find out it is the extremely rare life system ability. I am truly delighted. Miss Wen, I invite you once more to join us. I can have my father intervene to secure the highest tier of genius cultivation resources within our organization for you. It will certainly not be inferior to what you have at Shanghai Martial University. When Jiu did not respond, she simply regarded him with eyes that seemed to mock a clown. Feng Hui, provoked by her scornful gaze, roared angrily, Don't refuse a gift only to accept a punishment. Do you really think I want to kill you? And don't look down on us. No one here is nobler than another. Suddenly, his expression changed.
Wen Jiu aura surgé dramatically.
Countless energies swarmed around her, pouring into her body until, at a certain moment, as if breaking through a bottleneck, she ascended to the 5th rank. Everything transpired with such swiftness that Feng Hui and the other two were powerless to intervene. His countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Wen Jiu. You toy with me time and again. Is this some cruel amusement to you? Last time, you delayed with your healing. This time, you stall with your breakthrough. But do you truly believe that ascending to a 5th-tier martial artist will alter your present predicament? The aura enveloping Wen Jiu gradually steadied as she silently assessed the newfound strength granted by her breakthrough. Casting a glance around the 3 men, she murmured, "One must try to know, mustn't he one?" No sooner had the words left her lips than her sword-wielding form vanished from the spot. "Feng Shao, be careful." The stout, middle-aged man bellowed a warning, immediately following, only to find himself a step too late as his figure too dissipated. When Jiu's long sword had already thrust toward Feng Hui's head, narrowly grazing his face in a flash. Feng Hui's body, having phased, reappeared in place. He ran a hand over the bloodied mark on his face, his expression grim. His ability had activated late just now. Any further delay and he might have been slain outright. He had not anticipated Wen Jiu's speed post-breakthrough to be so formidable. The stout Wan steward and the lanky middle-aged man flanked Feng Hui protectively, eyes locked onto Wen Jiu. "Ignore me. You two swiftly eliminate her, no mercy." Feng Hui's hoarse, low voice echoed behind them. Not far off, Wen Jiu, having just landed, steadied herself. A faint frown creased her delicate brows, her lips twitching slightly. Evidently, the exertion had aggravated her still unhealed wound. Opposite her, the 6th-tier Wan steward and the peak 5th-tier lanky man prepared to launch their assault. She sighed inwardly. This moment was inevitable. A flash of light appeared in her hand, revealing a dark golden box. She caressed it tenderly, a hint of reluctance and anguish in her gesture. Yet, as the 2 assailants hurtled toward her, their terrifying auras radiating, and Feng Hui stood firm, she gritted her teeth. Swiftly, she tapped the box several times, flinging it toward the trio and simultaneously retreating with a sudden burst. The Wan steward, readying his attack, initially paid little heed to Wen Jiu's act of retrieving a box from her spatial ring. But as she opened it and hurled it their way, the dreadful energy emanating from within altered his complexion drastically. "Feng Shao, be careful. That SA high-tier spiritual energy artifact," he warned, but it was already too late. The dark golden box, fully unfurled mid-flight, unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying chill. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. Frost crystallized upon the ground, and every flower, blade of grass, and tree instantaneously transformed into an icy sculpture. Even the air itself seemed frozen in place. This dreadful power appeared poised to encase everything nearby in ice. The Wan steward and the lanky man, who had just spoken, were caught in immediate proximity to the box and therefore were the first to endure this bone-chilling force. Their eyebrows and hair froze solid. Their blood began to slow its circulation. A creeping coldness surged throughout their bodies, their eyes gradually reflecting sheer terror. Despite their efforts to invigorate their blood and chi, no relief came. Gradually, their bodies stiffened, their thoughts slowed, and ultimately ceased altogether. On the valley's open ground, 2 ice sculptures were revealed, perpetually frozen in mid-run. Behind them, Feng Hui, his view obstructed by the 2, had not seen when Jiu produced the dark golden box. At the Wan steward's warning, he sensed the onset of a grave peril. Instinctively, he sought to activate his ability to evade, but suddenly felt his power falter. His body, instead of phasing as before, began to freeze. Alarm surged through him. Despite his current strength, activating his ability would not enable him to escape this fatal threat. No matter how potent his power, the absolute disparity in realms rendered it ineffective. Feeling his body stiffen, he knew he could not delay. Gritting his teeth, a light flickered in his hand, producing a box identical to Wen Jiu's. Without hesitation, he opened it, releasing a mound of earth-colored energy that formed a protective shield enveloping a 2-meter radius around him. Instantly, the terrifying chill outside was repelled. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief and promptly seated himself cross-legged, regulating his chi and blood to expel the invading cold. After a while, he spat several mouthfuls of blood-tinged white vapor. Upon close inspection, tiny shards of ice could be seen within. A bout of harsh coughing followed, gradually subsiding to reveal Feng Hui's face, flushed and grim. He had finally recovered, though still grievously injured. What incensed him most was that this operation not only cost 2 experts but also squandered the precious life-saving trump card his father had painstakingly procured, a high-tier spiritual energy artifact. Moreover, he had failed his mission. Wen Jiayu was likely still alive. Following this, he would face punishment within the organization. More severe still, doubts about his competence would arise, shaking his standing within their ranks. And above all, the disappointment in his father's eyes. These thoughts fueled his hatred toward Wen Jiayu. This woman had been toying with him all along. Reflecting calmly now, he realized her cunning. Upon spotting the stout and lanky men, she knew escape was impossible and began to set her trap, luring them step by step into her rhythm, then suddenly deploying her trump card, the high-tier spiritual energy artifact, to counterattack. As Feng Hui pondered revenge against Wen Jiayu, the earthen glow shielding him dimmed, cracked, and vanished. Instinctively, he activated his ability, his body phasing. Only after sensing the chilling energy dissipate significantly, no longer posing a fatal threat, did he fully materialize. Before him lay a crystalline world. Flora and trees within roughly a kilometer were sheathed in a layer of translucent ice. The air still exuded cold, but it was no longer a menace to martial artists. Not far from where he stood, two figures lay frozen in ice, still caught mid-run, the stout one steward and his lanky companion. Shock and terror remained etched in their frozen faces and eyes. Following the two frozen figures with his gaze, Feng Hui's pupils suddenly contracted. A terrifying gleam flashed in his eyes. About a mile ahead on the ground, a figure seated cross-legged shifted slightly, then slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a great plume of white cold breath. It was none other than his deeply despised Wen Jiayu. Having released that breath, she seemed utterly drained, her strength sapped. She sagged weakly to one side. Feng Hui could not contain his wild joy, a triumph won with little effort, a feeling akin to rediscovering a lost treasure. Miss Wen, so you did not escape after all, and your own high-tier spiritual energy artifact has injured you as well. This is splendid. He laughed heartily, rushing swiftly forward. Though he too had been wounded earlier, the protection of the high-tier spiritual energy artifact meant his injuries were evidently less severe than Wen Jiayu's. This was the perfect moment to kill her. Soon, he arrived not far from her, drew his long blade, and pointed it at her. You are truly difficult to deal with. The plan I meticulously crafted over such a long time was nearly overturned by you, and we lost two vital members of our organization. But none of that matters anymore. As long as I kill you, all losses will have been worthwhile. Prepare to meet your end. With these words, the long blade in his hand shimmered with a dark radiance as he viciously swung it toward Wen Jiayu. Soul-extinguishing slash. He would not make the same mistake again. He would not give Wen Jiayu a chance to speak. Watching the terrifying momentum behind Feng Hui's blade, a flicker of helplessness flashed in Wen Jiayu's eyes. Was she truly going to die here? She no longer had the strength to evade Feng Hui's lethal strike. The fierce battle against the fifth-tier multi-treasure rat had already drained her greatly, and later, she was ambushed and gravely wounded by Feng Hui. Even though she had used her supernatural abilities to tend to her wounds, the time was too short, and she had only managed to suppress the injuries temporarily, at a tremendous cost to herself. In the end, she had no choice but to attempt an impromptu breakthrough. Yet Feng Hui and the others would never grant her the time to stabilize her realm. She intended to kill Feng Hui swiftly and lure the three of them together. She planned to unveil the life-saving trump card her teacher had painstakingly prepared for her, hoping to turn the tables and slay all three. But she had not anticipated that Feng Hui would also possess a high-level protective psychic artifact. Fate was cruel. After unleashing her high-tier psychic device, although she retreated in time, the terrifying cold that erupted still corroded and injured her. Fortunately, she was slightly farther from the epicenter, and with her supernatural abilities barely holding on, she managed to endure until she was on the verge of collapse and unconsciousness. She had exhausted all her means and cards, yet ultimately fate toyed with her, and she could not escape this calamity. Gazing upon Feng Hui's grimacing visage, his eyes filled with the mad ecstasy of impending victory, she slowly closed her eyes. So be it. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. So many things left undone. She had not slain enough monsters, had not found someone she loved to experience a true romance, had not yet honored her mother properly, nor made her teacher proud. This brief life, full of regrets, would end here. Her teacher would surely be disappointed. Her mother would undoubtedly grieve for some time. Ah, why does time stretch on? Why has no pain come? When Jiayu's confusion deepened, suddenly, she heard a scream. Seemingly Feng Hui's voice. She opened her eyes and beheld a scene that would haunt her forever. Before her, Feng Hui clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony, his face etched with shock and disbelief. Earlier, when he had swung his blade at Wen Jiayu's right hand, it was cleanly severed at the forearm and fell to the ground. Now, with his left hand pressed against the severed stump, a gush of blood poured forth. Between Wen Jiayu and Fang Hui on the ground lay a scar left by the blade's energy. Along the direction of the scar, not far to Fang Hui's left, stood a youth clutching a horizontal blade, still poised in a slashing stance, blood droplets slowly dripping from the blade's tip. His back trembled slightly as he panted. Clearly the strike had taken a great toll on him. The youth slowly turned around, and when Jiayu finally saw that handsome face, upon seeing him, her heart involuntarily quickened its beat. Su Chao, how could it be him? She recognized the face, and because of that recognition, her shock was mingled with profound bewilderment at his presence here. The newcomer was none other than Su Chao. In truth, he had returned to the valley some time ago. After obtaining 2 soul infant fruits, he immediately retreated according to their agreed plan. He dared not be reckless and kept his psychic probe eye open during his withdrawal. Just as he had left the valley not far away, he detected 2 figures, one tall and one short, sneaking toward the valley. Skill breeds courage, and driven by curiosity, he turned and followed them. With his psychic probe eye and teleportation abilities, as long as he did not encounter a 7th-tier grandmaster, he believed he could be cautious and escape in time without issue. Silently trailing the 2 figures back into the valley, fortunately, he did not encounter Fu Jun, Bai Jie, or Zhang Kuang. Whether the 2 evaded them on purpose, he could not say. He dared not approach too closely, so he concealed himself about 500 meters away and witnessed a great drama unfold. From Fang Hui's sudden attack on Wen Jiayu, to the arrival of the short, stout figure and the tall, thin one surrounding her, all the way to Wen Jiayu's deployment of a high-level psychic artifact to counterattack and kill 3 opponents. It all happened too swiftly. He had no opportunity to intervene. It was only because he kept his distance that he was able to retreat in time to avoid the aftermath of Wen Jiayu's psychic device's terrifying cold blast. Once the dreadful chill dissipated, he hurried over and saw Fang Hui about to cruelly destroy Wen Jiayu. Without hesitation, he acted. Using teleportation, he struck unexpectedly, severing one of Fang Hui's arms amid the latter's astonishment, saving Wen Jiayu. Thus unfolded the scene Wen Jiayu had witnessed earlier. After Su Chao turned around, besides Wen Jiayu recognizing him, Fang Hui also identified him. Previously, Fang Hui had only sensed a shadow flicker by before his right hand was forever severed from his body, followed by excruciating pain. Now, seeing that the attacker who cut off his hand was this insignificant person he had never taken seriously, a surge of humiliation nearly made him faint. Su Chao, you're back? And so powerful? Su Chao turned to look at Fang Hui, as if just recognizing him, with surprise. Oh, Brother Fang, I just saw someone attempting to attack Miss Wen over there, and in the heat of the moment, I was forced to intervene. I didn't expect to accidentally injure your arm. What is going on here? Why are our own people fighting? It's all my fault for striking too hard. Are you all right? I'll pick up your arm and see if it can be reattached. He took a step toward Fang Hui, but suddenly his figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside Fang Hui the next instant. His horizontal blade slashed directly at Fang Hui's neck, but Fang Hui, prepared this time, instantly blurred his body, and Su Chao's blade only left a bloody scratch on his neck. Seeing his attack thwarted, Su Chao shook his head and sighed. Indeed, this would be a difficult fight. Su Chao, you're courting death. Fang Hui roared furiously after reappearing nearby. At this moment, he no longer cared to maintain his usual bright, magnanimous demeanor. Coupled with the pain from his severed arm, his face was both ferocious and deranged. Su Chao regarded him seriously, sneering, "S&T the one who deserves to die, you, the traitor to humanity?" Having said that, he did not spare him another glance. He strode directly to Wen Jiayu's side and gently inquired, "Miss Wen, how are you? Are you all right?" Wen Jiayu had truly brushed with death. Looking at the handsome youth who had saved her life at this critical moment, hearing his gentle and caring words, she inexplicably felt a surge of grievance that almost brought tears to her eyes. Thankfully, she suppressed it and smiled. "Thank you, Su Chao. I'm all right." Su Chao observed her for a moment and, satisfied she was stable, nodded. "Now is not the time for talk. Let me deal with this guy first." With that, he shielded Wen Jiayu behind him. "Be careful. Fang Hui's supernatural ability is phasing, very strange and troublesome." Wen Jiayu's soft and melodious voice came from behind. "Don't worry, I have ways to handle him." Fang Hui gazed at the two of them flirting and bantering, completely disregarding his presence, which only fueled his growing fury. With a flash of light from his left hand, a bottle of powdered medicine appeared, which he swiftly poured over the severed part of his right arm. He then tore a piece of cloth from his clothing to bandage the wound. Another flash of light followed, and a long knife materialized in his left hand. Although its grade was inferior to the previous one, it was still a Class B alloy weapon. Damn, he really is loaded. Su Chao couldn't help but sigh in admiration upon witnessing this. Not only did he possess multiple Class B weapons, but also a spatial ring. His gaze lingered enviously on the ring adorning the middle finger of Fang Hui's left hand. His grip on his own blade tightened. Fang Hui let out a furious shout and charged toward Su Chao with the knife in his left hand. He intended to strike first, hoping to kill Su Chao and Wen Jieyu before she could recover. The fact that Su Chao had severed one of his arms earlier was due to a successful sneak attack. In a true confrontation, Su Chao would not be his match. He reckoned that even if Su Chao had concealed strength before, his true power wouldn't exceed that of a third-tier martial artist. Although injured, Fang Hui, originally a fourth-tier warrior, was still confident in his ability to slay Su Chao. The only uncertainty was the astonishing speed Su Chao had just unleashed. Su Chao also charged at Fang Hui with his blade. He had long wished to unleash his full power to gauge the gap between himself and a genuine fourth-tier warrior. Fang Hui was a suitable candidate. Wen Jieyu, seeing Su Chao about to clash head-on with Fang Hui, shouted anxiously, "Su Chao, don't confront him directly. He is a fourth-tier warrior. You'll be at a disadvantage. Your strength lies in your speed. Just hold him off a little while until I recover and deal with him." Before she could finish, the two swiftly collided with a resounding clash. The force sent both figures staggering backward, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. Wen Jieyu's mouth opened wide in astonishment at the outcome. She hadn't expected their initial clash to be so evenly matched. Su Chao was surprisingly not weaker than Fang Hui in terms of strength. Fang Hui, pausing, looked at Su Chao with disbelief, realizing the other's power was hardly inferior to his own. "Su Chao, you've hidden your strength well." At that moment, a wave of unease swept over him. Just how much strength had Su Chao concealed? Fang Hui sensed a bottomless pit in his adversary. What appeared to be his limit was merely a facade. A flicker of danger prompted thoughts of immediate retreat. Yet Su Chao was exhilarated. He had previously only speculated that, after a full burst of power combined with the enhancement from his perfected martial skills, his strength barely matched that of an early fourth-tier warrior. The recent duel with Fang Hui confirmed this hypothesis. However, Fang Hui was clearly hindered by internal injuries and the loss of his right hand, so his left hand could not unleash his full might, which explained the near equilibrium in their first exchange. Noticing Fang Hui's hesitation, Su Chao taunted, "Come on, haven't you eaten? Why so weak?" With that, he launched the first strike. Coupled with his perfected blade technique, the battle between him and Fang Hui in the valley became a back-and-forth affair. Wen Jieyu watched in awe as Su Chao matched Fang Hui blow for blow. From her keen observation, she quickly discerned that Su Chao was still technically a third-tier martial artist, yet his blade technique had reached perfection. This revelation was astonishing. Even she, an awakened S-class ability prodigy, had only recently attained the accomplished stage of martial skill, which was considered rapid progress. Among the teachers at their school, many had yet to reach perfection in their techniques. Su Chao's talent in martial arts was nothing short of prodigious. Moreover, he had only awakened his ability upon entering university, starting his training later than most. She truly had no idea how he had cultivated such prowess. As Wen Jieyu marveled, the duel reached a turning point. After exchanging another blow, both combatants retreated 2 steps, panting. Fang Hui bore several new wounds, though his Class B alloy armor protected his upper body, only tearing his clothes. His legs were marked by 2 bleeding gashes. Ultimately, wielding the blade with his left hand prevented Fang Hui from exerting his full strength, allowing Su Chao to seize an opening and inflict damage. Su Chao's blade technique was formidable and swift, leaving Fang Hui defenseless. He had even evaded several lethal strikes using his ability to blur his form. At this juncture, thoughts of retreat took root in Fang Hui's mind. "Su Chao, let us stop here. Neither of us can harm the other. I don't know why you hide your strength, but I'm certain you harbor secrets. Today, I won't kill Wen Jieyu, nor will I kill you, and you won't be able to kill me either." Su Chao regarded him coolly. "Is that so? Who gave you the confidence to think I can't kill you?" Fang Hui sneered. "I admit you're strong, your overall power rivals Zhang Kuang's, but to claim you can kill me? I don't buy it." He glanced at Su Chao and then at Wen Jieyu not far away, before beginning to blur his form. He was confident. Once he became intangible, neither Su Chao nor Wen Jieyu could detect his presence. Thus, Fang Hui's form reappeared dozens of meters away. A mocking smile plastered across his face as he prepared to taunt Su Chao. Suddenly, he froze. A horizontal blade suddenly pierced his neck. Had he not tilted his head at the critical moment, he would have been decapitated instantly. Even so, cold sweat drenched him. How is this possible? You can see the traces of my intangibility? Su Chao looked at him disdainfully. Your ability is indeed impressive, but unfortunately for you, you've met me. Fang Hui roared. I don't believe it. You must be bluffing. He blurred his form again, vanishing dozens of meters away. Yet as he reappeared, the horizontal blade once again pierced his neck. Clutching his throat, he stared in horror at the young man wielding the blade. What is your ability? How can you see through my intangibility? Su Chao slowly withdrew the blade and looked at him calmly. Do you think my battles with you were merely to vent or gain combat experience? My primary goal was to ascertain the duration of your ability. Want to know my ability? I'm not telling you. Traitors to humanity don't deserve to know. Fang Hui's face was etched with disbelief and unwillingness. His body slowly collapsed to the ground. As he took his last breath, his eyes fixated on Su Chao. My father will avenge me. With those words, he expired. Fang Hui is dead. Su Chao stepped forward and nudged Fang Hui's lifeless body. He removed the spatial ring from the middle finger of Fang Hui's left hand and slipped it onto his own. Then, he thoroughly searched Fang Hui's body, collecting all valuables, even stripping off the slightly damaged armor. He picked up the long knife that had fallen beside Fang Hui's hand. A Class B alloy weapon, not to be wasted. Next, he approached the frozen Wan Jisher and the tall, slender man, confiscating their spatial rings and armor as well. Wan Jisher was a 6th-tier warrior, so his wealth was presumably considerable. However, Su Chao was disappointed to find that his armor was only Class B, not Class A as he had hoped. It seemed that even 6th-tier warriors were not as affluent as he imagined, considering the substantial resources required for cultivation. He hoped the contents of their spatial rings would not disappoint him. To ensure nothing was overlooked, he searched them once more. Satisfied there was nothing left, he turned and returned to Wen Jiayu's side. Wen Jiayu had not yet fully recovered from the shock of Su Chao's slaying of Fang Hui until Su Chao reached his side. Miss Wen, how are you feeling now? We must leave this place immediately. The commotion here is far too great. Hearing Su Chao's voice, Wen Jiayu finally came to her senses. She looked at Su Chao with a complex expression, hesitated briefly, and then spoke. You killed him. This will bring serious trouble. Fang Hui's identity is quite unique, and he was a prodigy of Nanhua Martial University. I will take his body and the other 2 corpses with me shortly. You should stay out of this. I will claim responsibility for their deaths and handle everything that follows. I don't know why you've concealed your strength so deeply, but from this, I can tell you are the kind of person who avoids trouble. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have anything to do with this matter. Su Chao smiled warmly at Wen Jiayu. Miss Wen, you are always so considerate. Very well, we will handle it as you say. If you can move now, go collect their bodies. I will take care of the 5-tier treasure rat S-corpse. Wen Jiayu looked at Su Chao somewhat embarrassed and said, Could you lend me a space ring first? Quickly adding, Don't misunderstand. I'm not after your spoils. It's just that my space ring can't hold the 3 bodies, so I want to borrow one of yours first. I will return it once we get back to base city. Su Chao had just acquired 3 space rings and hadn't had time to inspect them. He checked each one. The storage capacity varied. The tall, slender man's space ring, at the peak of the 5th tier, had the smallest capacity, only 2 cubic meters. The Steward Wan's space ring held 5 cubic meters, and the most surprising was Fang Hui's space ring, which also had 5 cubic meters. No wonder when Jiayu said Fang Hui's identity was special. A 5th-tier early-stage martial artist possessing a 5 cubic meter space ring was certainly no ordinary person. It was worth noting that even a space ring with only 1 cubic meter of storage was priced at tens of millions at minimum. As for what was inside the space rings, Su Chao didn't have time to check them all now. He could examine them after they left. He handed Wan's 5 cubic meter space ring to Wen Jiayu. This is for you, consider it your spoils. I haven't looked inside, so I'm giving it all to you. The other 2 space rings will count as my spoils. Wen Jiayu looked at him shyly. I don't want it. It's just a loan. I'll return it when we get back. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead here. There's no need to talk about spoils. Su Chao didn't want to waste time arguing and said, Suit yourself. We must move quickly. I sense monsters approaching this valley. With that, he shoved the space ring into Wen Jiayu's hand and turned toward the spot where the treasure rat lay. Gazing at the motionless treasure rat in the pit, Su Chao's expression was complicated. This very creature had caused their squad so much hardship, nearly resulting in failure. Yet now it was covered in wounds and layered with a thin film of frost. Su Chao planned to store it in Fang Hui's space ring. A complete 5th-tier monster corpse was valuable and could fetch tens of millions at most. But the next moment, Su Chao was stunned. He couldn't store the treasure rat in the space ring. It remained quietly lying there. What was going on? Frowning deeply, Su Chao pondered. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. There was only one explanation. The treasure rat was not dead. It was merely unconscious. Because living things could not be stored in a storage space. So, he could gain a substantial amount of source points again. To verify his suspicion, Su Chao drew his horizontal blade and fiercely stabbed it into the creature's eye. The next moment he was overjoyed. He really gained source points, 985 to be exact. He recalled that during the last beast tide, the 5th-tier blue-eyed fox he had opportunistically slain on the city wall had yielded only 888 points. It seemed this 5th-tier peak treasure rat was much stronger. Suddenly, Su Chao froze on the spot. His ability panel had changed as well. Reading the display, Su Chao burst into hearty laughter. On the other side, when Jayu turned and cast a peculiar glance at Su Chao, she had no idea what on earth this fellow was so excited about. A 5th-tier monster corpse was indeed valuable, but certainly not worth as much as Feng Hui's fortune. When Su Chao had looted Feng Hui's belongings, he had not been this elated. Unaware of Wen Jiu's strange look and indifferent even if he had been, Su Chao could only say, "You cannot comprehend my joy." He focused his attention on the panel. Name Su Chao. Level 3rd tier martial artist. Abilities: A-grade Eye of Exploration, B-grade Teleportation, B-grade Inner Space. Constitution 62. Mental Power 35. Source Points 3025. Martial Skills: Mastery of Basic Martial Skill Shadow Stab, Perfection of Basic Martial Skill Windbreaker Slash, Mastery of Basic Martial Skill Mountain Subduing Fist. A new B-grade ability, Inner Space, had appeared in the abilities list. Yet another space-type ability, Inner Space. Su Chao recalled that the treasure rat's ability was to create a small space inside its body for storing items. He had obtained this ability after killing it. He immediately used his mental power to sense this ability, and suddenly discovered a black dot located 3 inches below his navel. Probing into it with mental power, he found it was a space of about 1,000 cubic meters. Similar to a space ring-s storage, it could only hold inanimate objects and not living beings. Looking at the 1,000 cubic meter space, Su Chao was grinning ear to ear. From what he knew, the largest storage space available on the market was 100 cubic meters for a space ring, and it was outrageously expensive. Now, he could store his precious items in his inner space, a place safer than anywhere else. He had finally gained another ability. He and rodents truly had a special connection. His first ability had come from killing a 2nd-tier shadow rat, and now, from slaying a treasure rat, he had acquired a new one. Only now did he realize how lucky he had been to encounter a 2nd-tier shadow rat with an ability in the first place. Afterward, he had hunted countless monsters in the wilderness without encountering another one with an ability, indicating the proportion of awakened monsters was very low. This made sense. Monsters were numerous and reproduced rapidly. If too many had abilities, humans might not have survived until now. It was precisely because awakened martial artists among humans were far stronger than monsters of the same tier that humans had been able to fight on despite being outnumbered. Moreover, Su Chao had a vague feeling that gaining monster abilities was not unlimited but related to his own strength. For example, now that he was a 3rd-tier martial artist, he sensed he could possess at most 3 abilities simultaneously. To acquire a new one, he would have to replace an existing ability. Withdrawing his mental power from the inner space and looking at the more than 3,000 source points on his panel, Su Chao shook his head silently. This trip had yielded too few monster kills. Nearly 1,000 of those points had come from the treasure rat alone. Nevertheless, the other gains were considerable. The Soul Infant Fruit, Feng Hui's and the Tall Slender Man's space rings, their weapons and equipment, and the treasure rat's corpse. He exited the panel. He stored the treasure rat's corpse into Feng Hui's space ring. Turning, he saw that when Jiu had finished her tasks and walked toward her, habitually activating his eye of exploration, he scanned the surrounding environment, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. "Miss One, hurry and leave. The exit of the valley is nearly surrounded by monsters." Saying this, he immediately employed teleportation, appearing beside Wen Jiu. When Jiu gazed at Su Chao, who had suddenly materialized beside her, she suspected this might be one of his supernatural abilities. Although she had witnessed him use it during his battle with Feng Hui, she could not help but be taken aback. Such a power was truly terrifying. Any martial artist even 1 or 2 ranks above him could easily fall victim to his surprise attacks. Seeing the grave expression on Su Chao's face, she understood the seriousness of the situation and refrained from saying more, following him as they sprinted toward the valley's exit. Soon, the two emerged from the valley's mouth and could already feel the trembling of the ground beneath their feet, a clear sign of the numerous monsters approaching. "Run to the left," Su Chao said after scanning the surroundings. When Jieyu knew that Su Chao possessed means to detect the monsters and silently trailed behind him. Her injuries had yet to fully heal, so her speed was roughly on par with his at this moment. After advancing for a short while, they encountered several second and third-rank monsters, which Su Chao swiftly slew. There was no time even to gather monster materials, and the further they pressed on, the greater the number of monsters they faced. Miss Wen, can your body endure this? We have to break through forcefully. Otherwise, we will be encircled. This direction has the fewest monsters. When Jieyu glanced at Su Chao and replied, I can manage for a short time. Let us fight. If danger arises, you go ahead, don't worry about me. Su Chao made no promises but calmly said, stay close behind me. With that, he charged forward, spearheading their escape. With all his firepower unleashed, they had to break free from this area as quickly as possible. There were only 2 of them, so there was no need to conceal his strength. Equipped with the eye of detection and a perfected blade technique, his killing efficiency was terrifying. He could dispatch monsters below the 3rd rank with a single strike. Only a handful of peak 3rd rank monsters required a few extra blows. Leading the pack in this direction were 2 early 4th rank monsters. He resorted to teleportation to ambush and severely wound one of them. The other 4th rank monster, recognizing the danger posed by this human, roared loudly, commanding the other monsters to frenziedly attack the 2 of them, while it concealed itself within the beast pack without exposing itself. Su Chao felt exasperated and cursed the cunningness of this 4th rank monster. Observing the increasingly pale Wen Jieyu behind him, he knew she was nearing her limit. His own energy was also heavily depleted, but he had to push harder. They were close to breaking through the encirclement. As long as they could cut through the monsters before them, they could successfully escape. Thus, Su Chao had no choice but to fully activate both teleportation and the Eye of Detection. He had previously hesitated to use both abilities simultaneously for an extended period due to the tremendous energy consumption. Now, there was no time to spare. They had to break out quickly, or the monsters would only grow in number, dooming them through attrition. Su Chao's figure became invisible in the battlefield, replaced only by fleeting afterimages darting about. Each flicker of these afterimages was usually accompanied by 1 or several monsters collapsing to the ground. Gradually, a path was cleared through the surrounding monsters. Miss Wen, move! A somewhat weary voice rang beside Wen Jieyu. She looked at Su Chao, bloodied from head to toe, and for a moment felt moved. If not for his desire to take her with him, given his skills, escaping alone would have been effortless. There was no time for sentimentality. She quickly followed Su Chao as they fought their way out, the monsters relentlessly pursuing them. The 4th rank monster continued to trail behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Su Chao glanced at Wen Jieyu, now unable to keep running. Blood continuously trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. It seemed the recent battle had aggravated her injuries. This one do. We can't shake off the beasts like this, Su Chao urgently said to her. Miss Wen, climb onto my back quickly. I'll carry you out of here. Wen Jieyu, a decisive individual, hesitated only briefly before blushing and scrambling onto Su Chao's back. Su Chao felt a sudden softness against his back, followed by a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting into his nose. He found himself growing fond of this young lady, appreciating that she did not put on airs at such a critical moment. Hoisting Wen Jieyu, Su Chao scouted the direction, then activated teleportation. In the next instant, the 2 appeared over 600 feet away. Su Chao was struck by a wave of weakness. He had not anticipated that teleporting while carrying someone would consume so much more energy, several times more than teleporting alone. Feeling his body's condition, he dared not use teleportation again. Fortunately, they had already distanced themselves from the pack of monsters. He resorted to swift movement techniques, carrying Wen Jieyu into the woods to the front left. On Su Chao's back, Wen Jieyu produced a vial of potion and applied it to both of them. Blushing, she explained, this potion can erase the scent we left behind, preventing those monsters from tracking us by smell. While applying the potion, her hands inevitably touched Su Chao's body, but as wanderers of the martial world, they were unbothered by such minor matters. Su Chao nodded silently, thinking that this young lady was indeed meticulous. He had never considered this tactic before. Their figures soon vanished into the forest, while the pursuing monsters scattered and entered the woods, clearly unwilling to give up. Elsewhere, near the outskirts of the Wui Mountains in a cave close to the base city, Zhang Kuang, Fu Jun, and Bai Jie were gathered, all with grim expressions. This was the previously agreed rendezvous point, yet an hour had passed, and 3 members of their temporary squad had yet to arrive. The 3 were growing increasingly restless. Zhang Kuang ended his meditation and looked at Bai Jie. Miss Bai, did you manage to reach Miss Wen by phone just now? Bai Jie's face was equally grim as she shook her head. No, you know the signal in the wilderness area is poor with too much interference. The temporary communication headsets we brought have a very short range. We cannot contact those three. Zhang Kuang nodded in agreement. He had also tried calling Su Chao. With no success. Su Chao was supposed to have retreated with you first. How come you two arrived earlier, but he hasn't? I don't know what happened to him, Bai Jie replied. I lost his trail shortly after leaving the valley and had no choice but to return here to wait for you. Fu Jun spoke up at the opportune moment. He probably encountered an accident. I didn't see him on the way here either. The three fell silent. They were not worried that Su Chao might abscond with the soul infant fruit, as they were all in the Star Sea base city. Their identities were known, making it easy to track anyone who acted foolishly. Compared to the soul infant fruit, Bai Jie was more concerned about Wen Jieyu's safety. According to the original plan, Wen Jieyou would have some difficulty evading that 5th-rank multi-tool rat, but it should not have taken this long. Something unexpected must have occurred. What troubled the three most was that half an hour ago, they had all sensed a large-scale monster upheaval in the valley's direction, speculating it might be related to Wen Jieyou and the others. However, they dared not investigate directly, as it would be too risky. The monsters currently gathering there included many 4th-rank and even 5th-rank beasts. With their combined strength, 1 early 4th-rank and 3 peak 3rd-rank martial artists, there was a significant chance they would not return if they went. Seeing the silence, Fu Jun said, Gentlemen, the situation has changed. There are many monsters gathered in the valley's direction. I suggest the three of us return to the base city first. As the monsters gather, this place will become unsafe as well. Although Zhang Kuang was well aware that Su Chao possessed numerous concealed abilities, he still harbored some apprehension about him and was reluctant to leave Su Chao behind to return to the base city alone. Thus, casting a glance at Fu Jun, he suggested, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps they will arrive soon. The 3-hour window we agreed upon has not yet elapsed. Seeing Zhang Kuang's insistence on waiting, Fu Jun turned to Bai Jie and inquired, What are your thoughts? Bai Jie, unwilling to return to the base city prematurely, replied, Let us wait a bit longer. Fu Jun shook his head helplessly and said, Very well, we shall wait for another half-hour. If they still do not arrive by then, we must depart, leaving our information here for them. This time, Zhang Kuang and the others did not object further, recognizing the wisdom in Fu Jun's counsel. The longer they lingered in this area, the greater the peril. Approximately 31 miles away from the cave sheltering Zhang Kuang and the others, 2 figures fled through the dense forest in a state of disarray, frequently glancing over their shoulders with expressions tinged with lingering fear. These two were none other than Su Chao and Wen Jieyou. At this moment, both appeared exceedingly disheveled. Though they had managed to evade the bulk of the beast packs after fleeing into the woods, they were still discovered by small groups of monsters, forcing them into successive brutal skirmishes. Having finally shaken off the pursuing beasts, they were just about to exhale in relief when a scan of their surroundings caused their expressions to harden. Something was amiss, the silence was unnerving. Previously, the areas they traversed had been punctuated by occasional beast roars or insect chirps, yet here all was mute as if silenced by an unseen hand. Disregarding his own weakness, Su Chao activated his Eye of Exploration once more. Due to the heavy toll exacted by continuous battles, he had refrained from leaving it active to conserve his strength. Now, through the eye, he discerned no monsters nearby, only a vast thicket of crimson brambles lay not far off. Suddenly, Su Chao's pupils contracted sharply as he noticed numerous white bones scattered among the withered branches and decaying leaves within the bramble patch, sending a chill crawling up his spine. Beside him, Wen Jieyu's voice trembled as she whispered, Su Chao, we must leave this place immediately. There is a scarlet blood bramble here, and judging by its size, it must possess the strength of at least the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Without needing her warning, Su Chao too felt a wave of dread wash over him, an ominous sense of impending calamity. Yet, the ground beneath them appeared ordinary. No, while the surface showed no abnormalities, what of beneath the earth? This was something he had often overlooked. Hastily, he employed the Eye of Exploration to peer underground. His expression instantly shifted to one of alarm. He scooped Wen Jieyou into his arms and activated teleportation, causing their forms to vanish from the spot in an instant. At the precise location where they had stood, countless tendrils erupted from beneath the soil, forming a cage-like prison adorned with numerous sharp thorns. These writhing roots swung wildly, exuding a menacing and grotesque aura. Su Chao and Wen Jieyou reappeared some 125 yards away. Upon landing, Su Chao's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse, his face pale as death. Fortunately, Wen Jieyou steadied him, and his body went limp in her embrace, causing a flush to spread across her delicate cheeks. Su Chao had no intention of taking advantage of her. He was simply utterly drained. Observing his condition, Wen Xiaoyu understood that the relentless flight had severely taxed his reserves, especially after employing the instantaneous teleportation technique. She hurriedly retrieved a vial of restorative elixir from her spatial ring and administered it to Su Chao. This was her last remaining potion, a cutting-edge formula not available on the market, gifted to her by their mentor. Su Chao had already consumed 2 such elixirs earlier. Without them, it would have been nearly impossible to endure thus far. After taking the potion, Su Chao's complexion improved somewhat. Turning his gaze back, he saw the scarlet blood brambles roots and vines frantically extending toward their direction, which made his scalp tingle with apprehension. He grasped Wen Xiaoyu's hand and urged her to flee further. At this moment, Su Chao truly comprehended the perils of the wilderness zone. A few days prior, he and Zhang Kuang had hunted monsters only a few dozen miles from the base city and had perceived the wilderness as not particularly dangerous. But this venture, with Wen Xiaoyu and others, penetrating approximately 125 miles into the wild, was an entirely different experience. Here, besides the abundance of 3rd and 4th rank monsters, one could sporadically encounter 5th rank beasts, and even humans themselves posed threats. Previously, Su Chao had encountered forum discussions on plant-based spirit beasts at the martial artists hall and had been incredulous. This was his first direct encounter, and now he truly grasped their terror. The scarlet blood bramble, at least 5th rank in power, relentlessly pursued them, its tendrils and roots rapidly extending in their direction. Su Chao and Wen Xiaoyu had no choice but to run desperately until they had put over 600 yards between themselves and the bramble. Only then did the creature seem to reach its limit, brandishing its roots and vines menacingly as if threatening them, before reluctantly retracting them. Surviving this ordeal, though exhausted, they dared not rest. Carefully, they proceeded onward a short distance more. At last, before their strength was entirely spent, they discovered a concealed cave. Su Chao summoned his remaining energy to activate the Eye of Exploration once more, confirming the safety within before hastily retreating inside. The cave was modest in size but excellently concealed. Upon entering, Su Chao collapsed unceremoniously to the ground. Wen Xiaoyu, mindful of her composure, took a few more steps inward and settled against the cave wall in a slightly broader spot. For a moment, only the sound of harsh, labored breathing filled the cavern. After several minutes, Su Chao managed to rise unsteadily, consuming a vial of vital energy elixir before beginning to meditate for recovery. Though this elixir was less potent than Wen Xiaoyu's restorative potion, it nonetheless aided in regaining his strength. Wen Xiaoyu sat quietly nearby, also meditating to heal her wounds. The toll of their battles and flight had become too great to suppress, evidenced by the blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Silence enveloped the cave. After about an hour, Su Chao slowly opened his eyes. Having meditated for this duration, he estimated his strength had recovered to approximately 70% of his former capacity. Now, he felt he had a genuine chance of survival in the wilderness zone. The earlier days of constant dread were not something he wished to endure again. He finally found the presence of mind to examine the cave they occupied. It was roughly 5 to 6 meters deep, about 2 meters wide, with a few faint beams of light filtering through the ceiling some 7 to 8 meters overhead, allowing him to discern the interior features. His gaze shifted to Wen Xiaoyu beside him. Her garments were slightly torn, and she sat there quietly. The gentle shafts of light streaming through the cave's roof illuminated her exquisitely beautiful face, framed by her short, silvery hair that reached just to her ears, rendering her simultaneously ethereal and resolute. Any man beholding this scene would feel an instinctive urge to protect her. At that moment, Wen Xiaoyu slowly opened her enchanting eyes. Their gazes met. In an instant, a peculiar atmosphere filled the small cave. Yet it was Wen Xiaoyu who first broke the silence, blushing and averting her eyes, hesitant to meet Su Chao's gaze. She spoke, dispelling the awkwardness. "Su Chao, how is your recovery?" Su Chao deliberately cleared his throat to ease the tension caused by his prolonged stare. "Much better. I've regained about 70% of my strength. After a bit more rest, we should be able to return to the base city. And you, Miss Wen, are your injuries improving?" When Xiaoyu glanced up at him briefly. For now, they could only suppress the wounds temporarily. It would take several more days of recuperation after returning to the base city before a full recovery was possible. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "From now on, just call me Xiaoyu. We've been through life and death together as comrades. Calling me Miss Wen feels too formal." Su Chao nodded at her. "Wen, not Xiaoyu. Can you get in touch with Bai Jie and the others?" Earlier, he had taken out his phone intending to call Zhang Kuang and the others, but the phone showed no signal. When Xiaoyu also checked her phone and shook her head at Su Chao. Su Chao sighed. I wonder how those three are doing now. Are they still waiting for us at the rendezvous point? When Jieyu replied, don't worry about those three. Zhang Kuang is quite capable, and Fu Jun and my cousin aren't bad either. As long as they don't run into a large beast pack, there's no problem with them returning safely to the base city. By the way, since Fang Hui died this time, his share of the soul infant fruit can be given to you. I will claim it, and I believe no one will object. Su Chao shook his head. No need. It's better left for you all to divide among yourselves. I don't need the soul infant fruit. Just convert it into money for me. When Jieyu looked at him, full of surprise, money is easy to earn, but treasures that can rapidly enhance spiritual power are rare. Are you sure? Seeing Su Chao nod firmly, she curiously asked, you seem to be in urgent need of money. Can you tell me why? Su Chao hesitated for a moment before sharing about his family situation, including his need to raise funds to purchase a willowwood core for his father. After hearing Su Chao's story, when Jieyu was silent for a while before speaking, Su Chao, maybe your father doesn't need the willowwood core to be healed. Su Chao was momentarily stunned by her sudden remark. Jieyu, are you talking about other spiritual items? Those seem even more expensive. The willowwood core is the cheapest spiritual item I know that can heal my father. Seeing Su Chao misunderstanding her meaning, when Jieyu immediately clarified, I'm not talking about spiritual items. I mean treatment through supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities for healing? Su Chao looked at Wen Jieyu with puzzlement, awaiting her explanation. Human supernatural abilities are varied and wondrous. Among them, some awaken life-type abilities that can heal injuries and illnesses. Su Chao had hoped she would suggest other effective methods. But hearing this, he felt somewhat disappointed. I've heard of that, but people with awakened life-type abilities are extremely rare. Where would I find such a person? Even if I did, why would they help me? Raising money to buy the willowwood core is more reliable. At least that's something I might accomplish in the short term. When Jieyu did not answer Su Chao directly, but instead asked him an unrelated question. Do you know why Fang Hui wanted to kill me? And how I was able to recover so quickly after he ambushed me? After asking, she pointed to the knife wound on her shoulder inflicted by Fang Hui. The wound no longer bore the fierce appearance it once had. Only a faint, pinkish scar remained. When Su Chao had returned to the valley earlier, he had been lurking at a distance and hadn't heard what she and Fang Hui had discussed. Seeing her wound healed, he had assumed she had used some kind of rapid healing medicine. Since when Jieyu had repeatedly produced various medicines before, Su Chao was no longer surprised by her having healing potions. Now, hearing her words, he pondered briefly, his eyes gradually lighting up. With an excited and trembling voice, he asked, Jieyu, are you saying your awakened ability is life-type, and that you can heal my father's wounds? Looking at Su Chao's hopeful gaze, when Jieyu nodded affirmatively. Yes, but it will have to wait a few days until I have fully recovered before I can help your father. Su Chao sprang up from where he stood, his face radiant with joy. He had not expected such a fortunate surprise on this trip outside the wilderness zone. Fate truly is wondrous.
Su Chao mát vào in valley.
If he hadn't impulsively returned to the valley this time and by chance saved Wen Jieyu, she would never have revealed her life-type ability, let alone offered to help his father. His expression was filled with emotion. It's okay. My father has endured all these years. A few more days won't hurt. Jieyu. Thank you. When Jieyu shook her head at Su Chao. What are you saying? You saved my life. By the way, Su Chao, what exactly is your ability? Is it speed-related? I sensed your burst speed was terrifying. Your rank must be quite high. Su Chao hesitated for a moment. It's not speed-related. It's spatial type. Spatial type? When Jieyu looked at Su Chao in astonishment, she knew that spatial, temporal, and the life-type abilities she had awakened were among the top-tier categories of supernatural powers. Generally, those who awaken such elite abilities do not have low ranks. The proportion of humans who awaken these abilities is extremely small, so each one discovered is treasured and protected like a precious gem. Moreover, she had heard her teacher mention that once a martial artist reaches the 9th rank, to break through to higher realms, they must comprehend the mysteries of heaven, earth, and the cosmos. There were even legends of transcendent realms requiring the understanding of fundamental laws. As for whether there are even higher realms beyond that, even her master did not know. Laws. After a moment of silence, she resumed, Su Chao, do you know what supernatural abilities really are? Su Chao didn't understand why she suddenly asked this and shook his head to indicate he didn't know. When Jieyu patiently continued, my teacher said that supernatural abilities can be understood as incomplete seeds of laws. Humans who awaken supernatural powers possess these seeds, through which they can touch and even borrow a fragment of the power of laws. The higher the rank of the awakened ability, the more complete this fragment of law is, and the more and stronger the laws one can access and use. For example, among fire-type ability users at the same martial rank, a C-level fire ability user S-Flames will never match the power of an A-level fire ability user S-Flames. Additionally, those who have more complete law seeds find it easier to comprehend the mysteries of heaven, earth, and the cosmos, which greatly aids their advancement to higher realms. Legend has it that if someone could awaken an SSS-level supernatural ability, it would mean they possess a complete law seed, and such a person would be terrifyingly powerful. However, no one has ever heard of such a person among humans. The more elite the ability, the harder it is to awaken, like your spatial ability and my life-type ability. Of course, the more elite the ability, the more miraculous and formidable the borrowed law powers. After hearing Wen Jiu's explanation, Su Chao was dumbfounded. He had truly never heard such information about supernatural abilities before. It must be knowledge only accessible within high-level martial artist circles. Middle and lower-level martial artists had no need to know. It was too distant from them. Only geniuses like Wen Jiu, with exceptional talent and top-tier mentors, could grasp such insights. He couldn't help but sigh, recognizing the advantages of being a top-tier martial arts university prodigy. The resources and training intensity they received were on an entirely different level from his second-rate liberal arts university martial arts experience. Then another thought struck him. If, according to Wen Jiu's teacher, awakened supernatural abilities are incomplete law seeds, then what exactly was his own baseline? He harbored a sensation that as long as the source point was sufficient, the panel could continuously elevate the supernatural abilities inscribed upon it, potentially culminating in an ascension to an SSS-level power, that is, a complete seed of the law itself. As Su Chao contemplated this, his heart was stirred by a tumultuous wave of astonishment. What exactly was the nature of his panel? Wen Jiu was unaware of the torrent of thoughts that had flashed through Su Chao's mind in that fleeting moment. Observing him rendered utterly speechless by the information she had conveyed, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. When she herself first heard about it from her master, she had been no better off than he was now. Su Chao, given your innate talent, remaining at Shanghai University of Science and Technology would not significantly benefit your cultivation in the future, as it is not a specialized martial university. If you wish to transfer to our school, I can arrange the necessary procedures with the faculty. Given your aptitude, Shanghai Martial University would be delighted to have you join. Su Chao recognized that Wen Jiu genuinely regarded him as a friend and was sincerely concerned for his welfare. Yet, he also had his own considerations. With the existence of the panel, his dependence on cultivation resources was not so acute. Provided he was granted time to grow, he was confident he would not be outmatched by any other prodigy. What he needed to do at present was to maintain a low profile until he had matured. After all, he harbored too many secrets. Should those top-tier powerhouses discover them, it would be difficult to guarantee they would not harbor malicious intentions. It was known that when some formidable individuals were stuck at a certain realm for too long, they would stop at nothing to find ways to break through. Having come to this realization, he expressed his gratitude to Wen Jiu. Thank you, Jiu. However, I still wish to remain at Shanghai University of Science and Technology. As for why I choose not to go to Shanghai Martial University, there are personal reasons involving some of my own secrets, which I am not at liberty to disclose. Also, please do not reveal to anyone that I have awakened the spatial-type supernatural ability. This secret I have shared only with you. Wen Jiu was somewhat taken aback. She had not expected Su Chao to decline her suggestion. Yet she quickly came to accept it. She sensed that a veil of mist shrouded Su Chao, concealing a profoundly deep martial state and strange methods of detection. She also knew he was a young man with strong opinions and ideas, so she did not press further but instead cautioned him. Su Chao, your approach is wise. The fewer who know about your awakening of the spatial-type ability, the better. You must be aware that there are traitors among humans who form a faction hidden within humanity. They delight in hunting prodigies with exceptional talent. Su Chao nodded solemnly in response. The one I killed, Feng Hui, was one of them, wasn't he? Wen Jiu was impressed by his reaction. Feng Hui was indeed a member of their ranks and held a relatively high position within the organization. Moreover, his father was likely a senior figure in that faction, at least a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Their organization was called Heaven's Kingdom. Su Chao muttered the name thoughtfully. Heaven's Kingdom? Wen Jiu's expression grew grave as she spoke of the organization. Yes, it is called Heaven's Kingdom. Their leader claims to have received a divine mandate to guide humanity away from Blue Star amidst this monster-ravaged apocalypse to a realm where gods reside. A place free from monsters, where people live in abundance and without want. Those who wish to join must prove their loyalty by acting according to the divine will. As a result, they have attracted many human warriors who hold a pessimistic view of the apocalypse. Their strength is formidable, and their influence spreads across every human base city. Their organization is tightly knit and deeply concealed. Even the human leadership cannot completely eradicate them. As Su Chao absorbed Wen Jiu's explanation, his countenance grew increasingly solemn. Now he understood why Wen Jiu claimed to have slain Feng Hui herself. She was a top-tier prodigy at Shanghai Martial University and had a powerful master supporting her. Even if Heaven's Kingdom knew she was responsible for Feng Hui's death, exacting revenge would not be easy. However, if they discovered that Su Chao was the killer, their retaliation would be catastrophic for him, potentially endangering his family as well. Knowing the terrifying power of Heaven's Kingdom only heightened Su Chao's sense of urgency. He must swiftly enhance his own strength to protect himself and his loved ones. He also understood why so many people joined Heaven's Kingdom. Humanity was barely holding on against increasingly powerful monsters, and the existence of such a faction dragging humanity backward made it difficult not to feel despair for the future of humankind. Perhaps sensing this, Wen Jiu fell silent. For a time, the cave was enveloped once more in profound quietude. What lies ahead for us? What will become of humanity's future? These questions remain beyond our foresight. Yet, in the present, striving to improve our strength to the utmost is undoubtedly the correct choice. We must not borrow trouble from the future. Su Chao broke the silence. For now, we must recover quickly and return to the base city. It is already midday. Let us eat something first, rest for an hour, and then set off for the base city. Shanghai Base City, District 12, West Lake Villas. At Su Chao's home, Wang Lihua gripped the phone anxiously, her face etched with worry as she gazed at Su Chao's father. Old Su, why is it that we can never get through to Xiao Chao's phone? Could something have happened to him? Su Jianya was indeed somewhat concerned for his son, but feigned nonchalance to reassure his wife. Lihua, don't worry. Xiao Chao is in the wilderness zone. The signal there is poor, so sometimes calls don't connect. Didn't he call us yesterday morning to say he was safe? Rest assured, that boy is prudent and won't go to overly dangerous places. Besides, he has that reckless Zhang from the Zhang family accompanying him. Zhang is a fourth-rank warrior. There shouldn't be much danger. Wang Lihua, however, reproached Su Jianya. I told you I didn't agree with Xiao Chao going to the wilderness zone, but you insisted. Xiao Chao just recently awakened as a warrior. Going there is so risky. He should focus on cultivation at school and wait until his senior year to venture into the wilderness. That would be safer. Su Jianya smiled wryly. You know Xiao Chao's temperament as well as I do. Can we really stop him? Even if we forbid him, he'd probably sneak out anyway. We have to accept this reality. Xiao Chao has become a warrior. He can no longer remain within the base city like before. It's inevitable. Wang Lihua sighed. I don't know why, but I have a sense that something is about to happen. Yesterday, I even spoke with Yufei on the phone, and she seemed quite upset. I don't know what's going on with her. Raising children is of what use? They all grow up and hide the truth from us, keeping everything secret. Also, recently, whenever I leave the neighborhood, I feel like I'm being followed. But whenever I turn around, there is no one there. Hearing Wang Lihua's account, Su Jianya's expression turned grave. Lihua, when did you first notice someone following you? About the day before yesterday, she replied. Then try to go out less from now on. Wait until Xiao Chao returns before doing anything, he advised. About 20 kilometers from Shanghai Base City, two figures raced swiftly along the road. One was a young man, the other a young woman. The young man carried a large backpack, while the young woman bore none. These two were none other than the weary travelers Su Chao and Wen Jiu, hastening toward the base city. After departing from the cave, they had followed the map in the direction of the base city. With Su Chao's eye of exploration at their disposal, their journey back to the city was relatively uneventful. Whenever they encountered formidable beasts, they skillfully evaded them. Creatures below the fourth tier were effortlessly dealt with, and the materials were gathered and stowed away in Su Chao's backpack. Why not store them in a spatial ring? That was precisely to keep a low profile so as not to attract unwanted attention. Otherwise, two young individuals emerging from the wilderness without carrying even a single bag would appear suspicious. The most perilous stretch was the mountain forest where they had previously taken refuge, as they were targeted by a fifth-tier golden feather eagle. When Jiu's strength had yet to be fully restored, limiting her to the capabilities of a fourth-tier warrior, and she dared not confront the beast head-on. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the fifth-tier golden feather eagle, Su Chao had no choice but to resort to a familiar tactic. He activated teleportation with Wen Jiu, fleeing into a dense thicket where they finally shook off their pursuer. The closer they drew to the base city, the weaker the monsters became, and the safer their passage. Gradually, the two relaxed, sharing laughter and conversation along the way. Unaware passers-by mistook them for a couple, casting envious glances their way. Youth is truly a blessing, untainted by worries or burdens, reveling freely in the splendor of youth. They entered the base city without incident, and just outside the city gate's passageway, a burly man stood amidst the crowd, waving and shouting at them. Beside him were a young woman and a slender youth. Chowzi, here you are. I knew you wouldn't perish in the wilderness. You were just sneaking off to meet a beauty. Onlookers turned their gazes toward Su Chao and Wenjieyu. The two exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. Wenjieyu's cheeks flushed faintly. That brash fellow was none other than Zhang Kuang, accompanied by Jie and Fu Jun. When they approached the base city earlier and detected a phone signal, they had called Zhang Kuang, informing him they were about to return. Little did they expect that the trio would come to the city gate to greet them. Su Chao and Wenjieyu soon reached them, facing Zhang Kuang's outstretched hands. Su Chao did not respond with the expected embrace, but instead delivered a sharp punch to his shoulder. The young man grimaced in pain. Glancing at Jie and Wenjieyu, the two held hands intimately, as if lost in endless conversation. Zhang Kuang was visibly jealous. This was the proper way for close friends to reunite after surviving a crisis. Chowzi, you really lack romance, you only know how to punch me. Nearby, Fu Jun glanced behind the two, noticing no sign of Feng Hui. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Su Chao, you're not with Feng Hui? Previously, Su Chao had not elaborated to Zhang Kuang over the phone, merely stating they were heading to the base city and would meet before explaining further. Fu Jun had assumed Feng Hui was with them. Su Chao surveyed the group and said, This isn't the place to talk. Let us find somewhere to sit and discuss everything. The five of them quickly arrived at the hunting association, where they had stayed before. On the third floor, they secured a private room for tea. Once seated, and faced with the eager expressions of the three, Su Chao glanced at Wenjieyu. Do you want to speak? Or shall I? Wenjieyu replied, I'll speak. Feng Hui is dead. What? Wenjieyu's opening words delivered a staggering revelation that left the three stunned. Previously, with only Su Chao and Wenjieyu returning, there had been some speculation, but they still clung to a sliver of hope. Now that hope was utterly extinguished. Fu Jun's face darkened. Among them, he was closest to Feng Hui and was the first to speak. How did he die? Can you tell us in detail what happened? Wenjieyu nodded solemnly. Even if you hadn't asked, I was going to tell you. What I am about to say involves sensitive matters, so please keep this confidential. Feng Hui was a member of the Heavenly Kingdom organization. As her words fell, the three gasped, exchanging uneasy glances. Yet, they did not interrupt Wenjieyu, listening as she continued. After you all withdrew, I told Feng Hui to prepare to retreat as well. But while I was battling that fifth-tier many-treasure rat, he ambushed and severely wounded me. It was then he revealed he wanted me to join their organization, or else he would kill me. Only then did I realize he was part of the Heavenly Kingdom. You all know that organization frequently assassinates gifted human warriors. I certainly refused to join, but pretended to chat with him while secretly using the medicinal potion my teacher gave me to heal. Once the wound was barely suppressed and I was ready to retreat, I didn't expect two of his comrades to be guarding the valley entrance, blocking my path. These two were extremely powerful, one at the peak of the 5th tier, the other 6th tier. In the end, with no other choice, I used a high-level spiritual energy device my teacher entrusted to me for protection and killed all three, those two and the 5th tier many-treasure rat. But I was gravely injured myself. Fortunately, at the last moment Su Chao arrived and helped me escape. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the monster horde that arrived later in the valley. After Wenjieyu finished, their minds felt as if 1,000 bees were swarming chaotically. Heavenly Kingdom, ambush, peak 5th tier and 6th tier warriors, high-level spiritual energy devices. Each term struck their sensitive nerves, as if they had missed witnessing a grand drama. Yet, none doubted Wenjieyu's truthfulness. There was no reason to lie. Such a significant matter would surely prompt higher authorities to investigate the valley, and Wenjieyu mentioned Feng Hui's two other companions' corpses as evidence. Feng Hui was a prodigy from Nanhua Martial University. If it were true he belonged to the Heavenly Kingdom, Fu Jun and Jie already foresaw a violent storm brewing at the school.
Su Chao silenti commende Wenji.
Her entire account was likely 80% truth and 20% fabrication, difficult for others to discern. She cleverly concealed Su Chao's killing of Feng Hui, portraying him merely as arriving at the last moment to help the severely wounded Wenjieyu escape. As for why Su Chao had returned to the valley, he explained that upon leaving, he vaguely saw two figures heading back and, out of curiosity, followed them from a distance. Everyone knew Su Chao had the ability to sense monsters from afar, so they harbored no suspicion. Having concluded the account of Feng Hui's death, The group began discussing their recent gains and their division. Su Chao produced 2 soul infant fruits from his backpack. Everyone's eyes lit up. These were the very reason for their expedition, for which Fang Hui had died and when Jieyu had been gravely injured. This was their most significant acquisition and the object of their utmost concern. Seeing their expressions, when Jieyu cleared her throat and said, "Let us first discuss how to divide them. I'll start by sharing my opinion. Now that Fang Hui is dead, our previous distribution plan needs adjustment. I contributed the most and suffered the greatest loss, so I should receive a larger share, let us say 35. Zhang Kuang can have 225, Bai Jie 15, Fu Jun 125, and Su Chao 15. You might wonder why Su Chao deserves 15. I can tell you it's because he risked his life to save me at the last moment. Otherwise, you might not be seeing me now. Although Bai Jie's role was remote support and seemed less dangerous, she did shoot numerous arrows, so 15 is a fair compensation. Does anyone have objections?" The group pondered briefly before unanimously nodding in agreement. Among them, Fu Jun received the smallest share, and seeing no dissent, he sighed with relief. In truth, when Fu Jun first heard Jieyu's distribution plan, he was not entirely pleased. How was it that Su Chao, the weakest among them, was receiving more than he was? However, after listening to Jieyu's explanation, he found it reasonable. Among them, Jieyu was undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, she had been severely injured in a surprise attack by Fang Hui during this mission and had lost a valuable high-level spiritual energy artifact that could save her life. Given these circumstances, her claim to 50% was understandable, and no one seemed inclined to object. Seeing that everyone agreed to the allocation of the soul infant fruits, when Jieyu continued, "Su Chao and I will each take 1 soul infant fruit, and the remaining 1 will be divided among the 3 of you. The amount should be sufficient for you all to break through in the short term." She then turned to Su Chao and said, "You mentioned that you prefer cash instead of the soul infant fruit. Coincidentally, I need a whole one myself. I'll pay you 60 million per fruit, though the official price on Wu Zhijia is 50 million per fruit, though no one actually trades at that price. So that would be 18 million to you, right? Give me your account and I'll transfer the money." Su Chao didn't hesitate to cooperate. Knowing Jieyu had a strong background and was not short of money, plus she had a formidable mentor who often provided good resources, something he secretly envied. He promptly handed over his account information, and soon enough, his balance increased by 18 million, bringing his total close to 23 million. Su Chao couldn't help but feel elated. Finally, he had money again. Now, he no longer needed to scramble for funds to buy willow wood cores for his father. After allocating a portion to his family, the remainder could be devoted to his own cultivation. He had long coveted the gravity chamber at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy and had always wanted to experience it, but it had been too expensive for him to afford previously. After transferring the money to Su Chao, Jieyu pocketed 1 soul infant fruit. The remaining fruit was divided among Bai Jie, Zhang Kuang, and another member, who all solemnly secured their portions. Since these fruits had been segmented, they needed to be consumed promptly to prevent the loss of their medicinal efficacy. With that, the group rose and returned to their rooms to prepare for consuming the soul infant fruits. As for the harvested materials, these consisted mainly of the valuable parts from a low-level 4th-rank monster and the apex 4th-rank diamond tiger they had slain before entering the valley. There were also some materials from 3rd-rank monsters. These would be sold collectively later and then divided, though the total sum was not significant, probably amounting to only a few 100,000 per person, so no one paid much attention. The carcass of the 5th-rank apex treasure mouse found in the valley was not mentioned among the 3, as it was Jieyu's spoils of war. Once the trio departed, only Su Chao and Jieyu remained in the room. Su Chao took out a spatial ring and handed it to Jieyu. "Jieyu, I've stored the treasure mouse's corpse inside. Since you were the one who killed it, it's yours." Jieyu looked at him and replied, "If you handled the 5th-rank treasure mouse's corpse, it would surely arouse suspicion. It's better if I take care of it. When we sell it, we'll split the proceeds evenly, transferred to your account before that. However, I'll keep the spiritual armor fragments as compensation. On our way back to the city, the monster materials and spiritual armor fragments we gather will be yours." Su Chao did not refuse or pretend otherwise. He nodded in agreement, aware that Jieyu was not in need of such compensation. At the same time, he admired her, both considerate and meticulous in her dealings. Jieyu then said, "I've already informed my mentor about Fang Hui's incident. She told me to stay here and wait for her. The authorities will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. If they find you, just stick to the story we agreed upon. Over the next few days, I'll be recuperating and cooperating with the investigation, so I'll be quite busy. I'll contact you about your father's situation later." Su Chao asked with concern. Are your injuries really nothing serious? You seemed badly hurt at the time. There won't be any lasting aftereffects, will there? No worries. You know my abilities well enough, Wen Jiayu replied. I'm heading back to my room to rest. I'll probably stay here for a few days. You have my contact info, so don't hesitate to reach out if anything comes up. With that, she rose, exchanged greetings with Su Chao, and exited the room. Left alone, Su Chao finally had the time to organize his spoils. He first glanced at his status panel. Name: Su Chao. Rank: 3rd rank martial artist abilities. A-level perception I, B-level teleportation, B-level inner space, physique. 62 mental strength, 35 source points, 6,852 martial techniques. Mastered basic shadow stab, perfected basic wind cleaving slash, mastered basic earth calming fist. His source points had surprisingly surged to over 6,000. He had around 3,000 when he left the valley, but after the frenzied slaughter outside the valley, the kills during his escape, and those on the return journey, such an increase was hardly surprising. What troubled Su Chao slightly was that, despite the abundance of source points, only 2 other basic martial techniques were available for improvement. After some thought, he chose not to upgrade his martial techniques. At this stage, having 1 perfected technique was sufficient for his needs, and enhancing the other 2 would yield minimal gains in combat power. Instead, he planned to accumulate source points to upgrade his B-level teleportation ability, hoping to determine how many source points were required to ascend to A level. A successful upgrade would greatly enhance his survivability, something he eagerly anticipated. It was a pity, though, that he hadn't had time to collect materials and spiritual armor fragments from the numerous monsters he had slain during his flight. Such a waste. The monster materials acquired on the way back to the city could fetch 2 to 3 million, yielding roughly 200 points in combat power exchange, which was not bad. Finally, Su Chao examined the spatial ring in his hand, which held 2 cubic meters of space. This ring belonged to Feng Hui's tall, slender companion. As a 5th rank apex martial artist, it was uncertain what valuable items might be inside. Since acquiring the ring, Su Chao had not had the time to inspect its contents thoroughly. Regarding Feng Hui's spatial ring, Su Chao had entrusted Wen Jiayu with the treasure mouse's corpse stored within, but he had already transferred the other items into his own inner space. First, he examined the tall companion's belongings. The most valuable items were weaponry and armor. A long blade and a suit of armor, both B-level equipment, collectively worth over 10 million. He also found some cash, estimated at a few 100,000, along with clothing and numerous potions, the majority being vitality restorative potions numbering several dozen. In truth, the most valuable possession was the 2 cubic meter spatial ring itself. On the market, a 1 cubic meter spatial ring cost at least 10 million, so this one would be worth no less than 20 million. Summing it up, this 5th rank Apex Warrior's net worth was roughly over 40 million. As for how much money he had in his account, Su Chao remained unaware. It seemed that even 5th rank martial artists were not wealthy, as much of their funds were poured into advancing their rank and strength. Next, Su Chao examined Feng Hui's belongings. There was also a set of B-level armor, but he had 2 blades, both forged from B-level alloy. Su Chao couldn't help but grin widely. These 3 pieces alone were worth over 20 million. There was also a few 100,000 in cash. Members of this organization seemed fond of carrying cash, for reasons unknown. Additionally, there were dozens of potions, 3 of which Su Chao recognized as the fast recovery stamina potions Wen Jiayu had previously given him. Lastly, there were various monster materials. Of course, the most valuable item was the 5 cubic meter spatial ring, which Wen Jiayu would return to him after handling the treasure mouse's corpse. All things considered, Su Chao was quite satisfied. After 2 expeditions into the wilderness, he had reaped abundant rewards. His net worth had skyrocketed into the hundreds of millions, achieving a modest milestone. Moreover, his most significant gain was the substantial enhancement of his own strength. Before venturing into the wilderness zone, his martial skills had reached no higher than the Great Accomplishment realm. His supernatural abilities consisted of an A-grade investigative eye and a C-grade shadow clone. Yet now, one of his novice martial techniques had achieved perfect mastery. His supernatural powers had not only expanded to include a B-grade inner space, but his previous C-grade shadow clone had been elevated to a B-grade teleportation. Possessing 3 supernatural abilities simultaneously, Su Chao had heard of individuals awakening 2 powers at once, which had once astonished the entire community of human martial artists. But he had 3, and perhaps even more awaited him in the future. In the room of Zhao Dezhu from the Hunters Association, "Brother Su, I've already transferred the money to you. If you have materials to sell next time, feel free to come to me. The prices will definitely be fair." Zhao Dezhu rose with a smile and shook Su Chao's hand. No problem. I still trust Director Zhao's character. If I find anything good, I will come to you, Su Chao replied politely, shaking hands once more. Zhao Dezhu accompanied him to the door. Upon leaving Director Zhao's office, Su Chao found an additional 4 million in his account. He planned to rent a room here to rest well. Once Zhang Kuang finished his training, they would return home together. He had already called his parents to assure them of his safety. It was fine to return a day or two later. What made Su Chao both amused and exasperated was that during the call, his mother, Wang Lihua, fearing he might be deceiving her and still be in the wilderness zone, insisted on a video call. Only after seeing him safely within the base city did she finally relax and hang up. In his room, after washing up, Su Chao reclined comfortably on the sofa, watching television. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was a food delivery, he rose to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a somewhat cold voice sounded. Are you Su Chao? Su Chao then saw a middle-aged beauty standing outside. She was dressed in a deep gray, high-collared martial arts uniform. Her hair meticulously styled into a strict knot at the back of her head, with a few strands of silver hair prominently visible. Her figure was slender, devoid of any adornments save for a spatial ring on her hand. She stood quietly by the door, her gaze calm yet piercing, exuding the aura of a seasoned superior, imparting a strong sense of aloofness. Su Chao had never seen this unfamiliar woman before, yet she stood at his door calling his name with precision. Instinctively, his guard rose sharply. He tried to activate his investigative eye, but as soon as he did, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if persisting would unleash a great terror. Helpless, he hastily ceased the attempt. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even during the Beast Tide battle, when observing a grandmaster atop the city wall, he had only felt his eyes momentarily dazzled and detected. This was a top-tier powerhouse, the strongest he had ever met or come into contact with. A turbulent storm surged within Su Chao's heart. His nerves taut, he prepared to teleport at a moment's notice, though he knew it might prove futile. Why had she come for him? Could it be to avenge Feng Hui? No. Even if the Heaven-S Kingdom organization were powerful and far-reaching, it was impossible for them to uncover the truth and locate him so swiftly. Only he and Wen Jiayu knew the matter. Though the entire sequence seemed to stretch over time, every thought flashed through Su Chao's mind in an instant. He quickly composed himself, looking at her with a questioning gaze and asking, "May I ask who you are?" He did not directly confirm whether he was Su Chao, deciding that if she did not reveal her identity, he would remain silent. Su Jin's brow twitched as she regarded the cautious young man before her. Just now, she sensed that he had attempted to probe her with some unknown ability, but fortunately, he had stopped at the critical moment, or he might have suffered backlash. "I am Wen Jiayu's teacher. My surname is Su," she replied. "Are we to speak here at the door or will you invite me in?" Upon hearing that she was Wen Jiayu's teacher, Su Chao's face immediately brightened with a sincere smile. He stepped aside and gestured. "Ah, so it's Teacher Su. I was remiss. Please come in and have a seat." Su Jin's lips twitched at his sudden change of expression but nodded and entered the room. Su Chao poured her a glass of water, and they sat together in the reception area. Her aura was overwhelmingly powerful, but fortunately, his panel rendered him immune to any mental pressure. To break the awkward atmosphere, he took the initiative to speak first. "Teacher Su, may I ask what brings you to see me?" Su Jin stared quietly at him. After a moment, she said, "Your ability to conceal your aura is quite special. I can only sense the strength of a peak second-tier martial artist from you, yet when Jiayu says you have the power of a peak third-tier martial artist. Also, just now at the door, you seemed to want to use some special ability to probe me. Fortunately, you refrained. You truly are a mysterious youth. I heard you have awakened spatial-type supernatural abilities?" Su Chao thought to himself. When Jiayu promised to keep it secret, yet she has revealed all my secrets. Such a beautiful girl, yet so untrustworthy. At that moment, he was silently grumbling inwardly. Seeming to perceive Su Chao's resentment, Su Jin continued in a cold voice, "You need not blame Jiayu. I examined Feng Hui's corpse. He was not killed directly by the high-level spiritual energy tool I gave her. Although there were injuries caused by the spiritual tool, they were not fatal. The real lethal wound was a knife cut on the neck, which was clearly inflicted while he was alive. Not, as she explained, a post-mortem stabbing out of spite. So, Feng Hui was killed by you? She actually lied to me to help you hide the truth, and she has never lied to me before." Her tone heightened several degrees. "I told her I could tell something was wrong, and the other investigators could see it too. If she did not tell me the truth, she and her friends who tried to cover up the facts would be in trouble. Eventually, she confessed. Seeing that Su Jin seemed displeased by when Jayu's lie, Su Chao explained, Teacher Su, don't blame Jayu. It's all my fault. I asked her, under the pretext of a life-saving favor, to conceal the truth. She is a person who values her promises and had no choice but to lie to you. Unexpectedly, Su Jin's tone rose again. Jayu? Are you two very close that you can address her so familiarly? Su Chao dared not say another word, fearing that further explanation might only worsen matters. He lowered his head and sat there like a child caught in a parent's interrogation, silently cursing inwardly. Teacher Su, this isn't the point. All right? Sigh. I just slipped up because it's been on my mind lately. Su Jin regarded the somewhat uneasy youth before her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, adopting a casual tone, she said, You should know about Jayu's supernatural abilities and her rank, right? Su Chao lifted his head and nodded. Su Jin then fixed her gaze on him and suddenly asked, Do you like Jayu? Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Su Chao felt at a loss for how to respond. Should he say yes? Who would not like a remarkable and beautiful girl like Wen Jayu? Although they had only known each other for a few days, having shared life and death experiences, their relationship was somewhat special. Yet, if he admitted to liking her now, how would she perceive him? A case of love at first sight? Ha! All love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. But if you say you dislike it, that would be somewhat disingenuous. This question is so difficult to answer. His expression flickered restlessly. Su Jin kept her gaze fixed on him, as if trying to see through to his very soul. After a long while, she seemed to have reached her conclusion. She continued, I will personally handle this matter. I have taken care of Feng Hui's corpse again. No one else should be able to detect anything now, nor will anyone suspect you. Consider this one of the compensations for saving Jiayu's life. As she spoke, she produced a spatial ring from her person and placed it on the table before them. There are some resources inside, sufficient for you to cultivate up to the 5th-tier warrior realm. Su Chao was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Could it be that the melodramatic plotlines where wealthy elites forced the male protagonist to leave the female lead on television were about to unfold in his own life today? He looked at Su Jin with an inquisitive and puzzled expression. She regarded him calmly, a trace of inexplicable emotion in her eyes. Jayu is a good child. Kind-hearted, grateful, and outstanding. Although we are teacher and student, I have always regarded her as my own daughter, so I cannot bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Let me tell you something. Her family intends for her to marry Chu Feiyu of the Chu family from the capital. I suppose you know who Chu Feiyu is? Su Chao no longer remained silent. He assumed she was trying to drive him away from Wen Jiayu by flaunting a powerful rival. He retorted sarcastically, How could I not know? A probable SS-level superpower genius. Their family wields great influence in the capital S-based city. Su Jin paid no heed to his tone, as if she did not grasp the dissatisfaction he was expressing. She pondered thoughtfully. The elders of both the Chu and Jiayu families are vigorously promoting this marriage, but no one cares about her opinion. Jiayu is strongly opposed to this union. She told me about it and sought my advice. In principle, I support her, but given my position, not being her parent, it is difficult for me to intervene directly. Jiayu has always had a strained relationship with her family since childhood, and lived separately with her mother. Now, because of this matter, their relations have grown even tenser. She went out to the wilderness partly to clear her mind, but unexpectedly encountered a trap set by the Heavenly Kingdom and nearly lost her life. Thankfully, you saved her at the critical moment. Otherwise, I dare not imagine the consequences. Pausing to steady her emotions, she pointed at the spatial ring on the table. What is inside this ring is for you, a small token of my goodwill. Just as Su Chao was about to speak, she interrupted him. Don't be so quick to refuse. Hear me out. Your talent is impressive. You have awakened the spatial power. But to be honest, there is still a gap between you and Chu Feiyu, who has awakened an SS-level ability. I suppose Jiayu has explained to you that powers are seeds of the law, so you should understand just how formidable Chu Feiyu is. His talent is top tier, and with the vast resources of the Chu family, his future achievements will very likely surpass the 9th tier. Do you know what realm he was at when he graduated from university this year? 6th tier warrior. This caused a sensation among the upper echelons. You must realize that it has been many years since anyone from Huaxia graduated as a 6th tier warrior. Su Chao listened as she lauded Chu Feiyu repeatedly, feeling a bitter pang inside. In his heart, he thought, his talent is good, but compared to me he still falls short. Just give me time, and I can elevate all my powers to SSS level. Let me ask you, are you afraid? But Su Jin was unaware of his inner thoughts and went on. Although I consider Chu Feiyu a fine choice, since Jiayu dislikes him, I will definitely support her decision. So, if you like Jeyu and she is willing, you two dating is something I do not oppose in principle. Of course, that only represents my personal opinion. Whether her family will obstruct your relationship is beyond my control. Su Chao was stunned. Wait, what? This plot seems off. Shouldn't it be that you think I'm unworthy of Jeyu, so you give me this spatial ring to make me leave her? Then I angrily toss the ring you gave me aside and say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not mock the youth for poverty. How did it suddenly turn into you approving my relationship with Jeyu? And you just now had that imposing attitude, making me all nervous. Su Jin looked at Su Chao's constipated expression and revealed a faint, almost mischievous smile. Did you just think I was here to keep you away from Jeyu? Su Chao was embarrassed. What a colossal misunderstanding. Su Jin wiped the playful expression from her face and spoke solemnly. But if you want to be with Jeyu, you cannot be too far behind him. Otherwise, the pressure on Jeyu will only increase. I don't want to see her being gossiped about for having poor taste. You should at least reach the 5th-tier warrior realm before graduating from university. Is that too much pressure? I've heard some about your family situation from her. You've been desperately raising money to buy spiritual items for your father. From that, I can tell your character is not bad. That is one reason I do not oppose your relationship with her. But it is also clear that your family's circumstances are modest. The resources required for a warrior's cultivation and advancement are tremendous. If you keep going to the wilderness for resources, it will hinder your progress. The resources I am giving you now are enough to support your cultivation until you graduate. She looked at Su Chao and asked, now, do you still want to refuse? Finally, Su Chao had a chance to speak. Looking at Su Jin earnestly, he said, Teacher Su, there is no need to specially thank me for saving Jeyu. She promised to help treat my father in a few days. If it succeeds, it will be life for life and we will be even. As for what will happen between her and me, whether we will date, no one can say for sure yet. But I can guarantee that if I really am with her, I will never let her suffer any grievance. I, Su Chao, am no worse than anyone else. As for the resources you provided, I will not accept them, not out of some ridiculous youthful pride, but because I truly do not need them. As long as my father's problem is solved, my current resources suffice for my cultivation. Su Jin fell silent after hearing Su Chao's words and stared at him for a while longer. Su Chao, I heard you attend Shanghai Institute of Technology? You didn't get into the martial arts university, and you only awakened your powers in your freshman year? Su Chao did not attempt to conceal this fact. If she wanted to investigate, it would be easy for her to obtain his information. So he replied, Teacher Su, I actually awakened my powers in my junior year. Su Jin sighed to herself. What a pity, if you had awakened in your freshman year. Or even in high school. Suddenly, she froze. From the moment he entered the room, her expression had been calm and composed, but now it changed. She stared at Su Chao in disbelief. What did you say? You only awakened your powers in your junior year, meaning you have been awakened for less than 1 year, yet you have already reached the 3rd-tier warrior realm? Su Chao nodded at Su Jin, his eyes innocent and questioning. Teacher Su, is there a problem? Su Jin's mouth twitched as she thought. There is a problem. A big one. This young man must be hiding secrets. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed be so rapid? And his grudge is strong. Deliberately using this tone to mock me after I said his talent was inferior to Chu Feiyu's. In truth, Su Chao was secretly proud. Now she knows I am a supreme genius, right? If she knew I had actually awakened less than a month ago, she would probably faint. Su Jin composed herself and said, I take back what I said earlier. Your talent may very well be on par with Chu Feiyu's. Originally, when I suggested you strive to become a 5th-tier warrior before graduating from university, I honestly thought the hope was slim. Yet now, I find myself harboring a newfound confidence in you. Then, adopting a tone filled with anticipation, I inquired, have you considered enrolling at Shanghai Martial Arts University? The resources available there far surpass those at your current institution, and I can introduce you to a teacher whose prowess rivals my own. Teacher Su replied, I believe I'm quite content at my current school, so I won't be transferring to yours. Thank you for your kind offer. Teacher Su. Su Chao thought that Teacher Su might be upset, given that he had declined her invitations multiple times today. Unexpectedly, she asked, Huagang is your principal Isentihi? How is he doing? Su Chao was momentarily stunned. How did the conversation suddenly shift to Principal Hua? Still, he hastened to answer, yes, Principal Hua is doing well. Do you know him? Su Jin nodded, sighed softly, and her expression grew somewhat complex, as if lost in reminiscence. After a brief pause, she resumed her usual serene demeanor and said, since you're determined to remain at Shanghai Institute of Technology, it would be best to find a teacher there. Having a good mentor to guide you on your cultivation path will save you from many detours. Your principal Hua is a commendable choice. Though his personality can be eccentric at times, he remains an excellent teacher. Su Chao smiled awkwardly. He doubted that Principal Hua even remembered someone like him. Su Jin regarded him with a knowing smile. Your Principal Hua doesn't he know that your awakened ability belongs to the spatial system? Does he? Nor is he aware that you have become a third-tier warrior. Then, earnestly addressing Su Chao, she continued, I can see that you are cautious by nature and prefer to conceal your talents. This is evident from the way you hide your strength and how you scrutinized me upon our first meeting. Being cautious and reserved is not wrong. But, Su Chao, I must tell you that sometimes you need to reveal a bit of your power proactively to seize more opportunities and resources, and even to find a reliable patron, so you no longer have to tread so carefully in every matter. Often, the reason people act so cautiously is because they lack a strong backing, which makes them hesitant to act decisively. If you display some of your innate talent and attract the attention of a powerful figure who takes you as a disciple, most of your problems will be resolved. Su Chao pondered Su Jin's words seriously and found them quite sensible. Due to family circumstances, he harbored a certain inferiority complex deep within, which made him inclined to hide his abilities too well. He always hoped to make a spectacular breakthrough at the last moment. Indeed, he should find a strong master, not only to receive guidance in cultivation but also to have a dependable support. Furthermore, he could learn information unknown to ordinary warriors. For instance, regarding the nature of abilities as seeds of law, even when Jeyu was unaware of this. Having come to this realization, he looked gratefully at Su Jin and said, Teacher Su, thank you for your guidance. I will seriously consider your advice. When the semester begins and I return to school, I will seek out the principal. Seeing that he genuinely took her counsel to heart, Su Jin nodded with satisfaction and rose to her feet. Let us end our discussion here today. I'm leaving now. I never expected that, after so many years without giving gifts, when I finally tried today, I couldn't even give this one away. She said this self-mockingly as she picked up the spatial ring from the table and turned to leave. At the entrance of Westlake Bun Community in District 12, Su Chao stepped out of the car. After talking with Teacher Wen Jeyu yesterday, he had stayed there overnight and left early this morning to return home. Zhang Kuang was not back yet. After consuming the soul infant fruit, he said he needed to continue training there for 2 more days, so Su Chao came back alone. Looking up at the community gate, he could not help but sigh. Having ventured into the wilderness for just a few days and returned after facing life and death, he felt as if he had awoken in a different world. It seemed that the experience and growth of the human mind were not absolutely tied to the passage of time. If he were an ordinary laborer with a 9-to-5 job, passing through the community gate every day, even a whole year would not produce such a feeling. The key lay in the experiences. Only a life filled with grandeur and turbulence could yield such profound insights. Mr. Su, you're back. A deep voice broke Su Chao's reverie. Brother Li, are you on duty today? Su Chao turned to see the community security guard named Li, a retired soldier. When Su Chao's family moved in, his father was in a wheelchair, and Li had taken a particular liking to Su Chao's family. Ever since, Su Chao would greet him whenever he entered or exited the community. Knowing that Su Chao might often be away and that his parents sometimes needed care, Su Chao occasionally gave him a pack or 2 of cigarettes, and they had become familiar with one another. After learning that Su Chao was a warrior, Li treated him with respect, always addressing him as Mr. Su. Just as Su Chao greeted him and was about to enter the community, Li called out softly, Mr. Su, has your family been attracting unwanted attention lately? I've noticed that recently whenever your mother comes and goes, she has been followed. Although they are careful, I still caught sight of them. You know I'm sensitive to such things, having been a soldier. You all should be cautious. Upon hearing this, Su Chao immediately became alert, his expression grave. Who would be tailing his mother and for what purpose? He needed to ask his parents when he got home. Thank you, Brother Li. I'll keep this in mind. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks after work tomorrow. Grateful, Su Chao shook his hand and quickly headed toward his home. Upon entering, he found only his father in the study, writing. Since moving here, his father had found new hope in life and no longer wallowed in despair. He had even taken a liking to calligraphy, saying it helped cultivate his character. When tired, he would go downstairs to play chess with the elderly in the community, living a leisurely life. Hearing the door open, his father assumed it was his wife and paid no attention until he saw Su Chao standing there, then happily set down his brush. Xiao Chao is back. I thought you wouldn't return until the afternoon. Dad, you're writing, Su Chao said. I finished my business early and came back ahead of schedule. Whereas Mom? Are you alone at home? Your mother went to buy groceries. Knowing you'd be back today, She wanted to cook you a delicious meal. And I get to reap some benefits too. His father chuckled cheerfully. Seeing his father in good spirits, Su Chao didn't mind letting him enjoy the moment a bit longer. In a joking tone he said, Dad, you're living quite comfortably now. But this leisurely state may soon come to an end. Make sure to cherish these last peaceful days. Su Jianya looked at his son with a puzzled gaze. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I can only sit in this wheelchair now. What else could I do with such a leisurely life? Unless I regain my former strength. But that's hardly easy. He then looked at Su Chao with a mixture of suspicion and hope. Xiao Chao, are you saying you've found the heartwood core? Su Chao shook his head. Seeing his son's denial, Su Jianya sighed again. I suppose I was hoping for too much. That thing isn't so easy to obtain. Xiao Chao, you've just become a warrior yourself. Cultivating and enhancing your own strength is fundamental. Don't always think about healing me. If you keep venturing into the wilderness for my sake, I agree. Actually, I'm quite satisfied with life as it is now. Waiting a few more years won't hurt. Su Chao knew his father had misunderstood and quickly explained. Dad, although I haven't acquired the heartwood core, I recently befriended someone whose ability can heal your injury. However, she is currently occupied and may not be able to treat you for a few days. Su Jianya's hands, originally resting on his lap, gripped the arms of the wheelchair with such force that faint veins began to surface. His voice trembled as he spoke. Xiao Chao, is what you said true? Can I really stand up again? At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and the voice of his mother, Wang Lihua, echoed through the room. Old Su, what do you mean you can stand up? Oh, Xiao Chao is back. Su Jianya responded joyfully and loudly. Lihua, Xiao Chao says I'll be able to stand up in just a few days. Bang. Immediately, the sound of something crashing to the floor came from the doorway. Wang Lihua had dropped the large bundle of groceries she was carrying. Meat, vegetables, and fruit scattered everywhere. Yet at this moment, tears welled in her eyes as she stood motionless at the door, gazing at the father and son in the living room. Really, Xiao Chao? Your father will actually be able to stand up in a few days? Seeing his mother so emotional, Su Chao bent down to pick up the fallen items and teased. Yes, Mom. When that time comes, you can leave the grocery shopping and cooking to Dad. You can enjoy a few days of leisure, and let him take good care of you. Wang Lihua couldn't help but laugh at her son's joke. With your father's cooking skills, even the dogs probably wouldn't eat it. Mom, if the dogs won't eat it, then I will. Su Chao's playful antics had his mother chuckling heartily. You little brat. Just a few days apart and your mouth's gotten even sharper. You've been hanging out with that Zhang Kuang fellow, haven't you? He has been spoiling you. By the way, Zhang Kuang came back with you, right? Call him over for dinner tonight. He has been craving my cooking for some time now. Su Chao returned the groceries to the kitchen, then stepped out and shrugged at his mother. Mom, Zhang Kuang's out of luck today. He hasn't come back yet. He has got some business to attend to. So, I reluctantly ate his share. Wang Lihua smiled and said, All right then, we'll invite him another day. I'm going to the kitchen to prepare dinner. You two father and son chat for a while. We'll make something simple for lunch, and I'll prepare a feast for you tonight. With that, Wang Lihua busied herself in the kitchen. Su Chao, unable to assist his mother, pushed his father's wheelchair to the study. He found a seat for himself, his expression serious as he looked at his father. Dad, I need to ask you something. Su Jianya noticed the gravity in his son's demeanor and nodded, signaling him to proceed. Has someone been keeping an eye on our family recently? Hearing this, Su Jianya's expression grew solemn. Xiao Chao, who told you this? The security guard at the neighborhood gate, Brother Li. He said he has recently seen someone tailing Mom. Is this true? So it's him. No wonder. Former soldiers always have heightened vigilance. I was just waiting for you to come back so I could tell you about this. Su Jianya felt a lingering unease. Mom mentioned this to me only yesterday. She said she felt like someone was following her. It seems her suspicion was right. I haven't left the compound recently, but Mom has gone out a few times to shop. I don't know who these people are or what their intentions are in following her. Xiao Chao, have you offended anyone lately? Su Chao didn't answer immediately but pondered silently. Offended anyone recently? He had had conflicts with Zhang Kuang and the members of the Flame Squad. Could it be them? Their bald leader seemed clever, unlikely to resort to such tactics. Who else? The Heavenly Kingdom organization? He had killed Feng Hui, but they probably didn't know it was him. When Ju's teacher had promised to handle that matter, so it shouldn't implicate him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as if a thought had struck him. Dad, don't worry about this. Leave it to me to handle. When Mom goes out, just let me know. Su Jianya looked at his son with concern. Xiao Chao, nothing will happen to you, right? Seeing his father's worry, Su Chao leaned close and whispered a few words into his ear. After sitting for a while, he went to the kitchen to join Wang Lihua. Even after Su Chao's silhouette vanished into the study, the shock on Su Jianya's face remained. What Su Chao had just told him was that his strength had now reached the level of a third-tier warrior. It was no wonder he was stunned. His son had awakened less than a month ago and already achieved such a milestone. This was no longer mere astonishment. It was outright terror. Back in the day, Su Jianya had spent nearly a decade painstakingly gathering resources to reach the third-tier warrior level himself. Truly, effort was insignificant before innate talent. In truth, Su Chao's disclosure to his father was born out of necessity. He urged them not to tell others. If they didn't know, they would constantly worry about him. But if they did, at least they could be reassured, knowing their son had the capability to handle many things. During dinner that evening, when his mother mentioned being followed, Su Chao told her not to pay it any mind. It was probably just petty thieves. He advised her to carry less cash and valuables. After hearing this, Wang Lihua breathed a sigh of relief. She was only concerned about her money, but she certainly wasn't lacking. At noon, Su Chao had transferred 5 million yuan to her account. Additionally, Su Chao informed his parents that his earlier application for the 2-star honorary citizen had been approved. As family members, no one in the base city would dare to harm them. After the meal, the family sat together chatting leisurely. Su Chao cherished this time with his parents and only retired to his room late. Meanwhile, in a secret underground base within the Kyoto base city, bang! Bang! The sound of smashing and crashing reverberated through the chamber. The floor was littered with shattered debris. Amidst the fragments lay 2 human-shaped pits, each containing a body soaked in blood. Not far from the bodies stood over a dozen masked figures, bent over and trembling, heads bowed as they faced the center of the living room. There stood a man radiating a murderous aura. His face was also masked, but the center bore a golden, enigmatic emblem, and he exuded a terrifying presence. Golden Order Envoy. Useless. You're all worthless. Tell me who sent my son on that mission. He is dead now in the Shanghai base city. Which one of you will explain this to me? The dozen or so figures remained silent, unwilling to utter a word. The 2 who had just reported now lay motionless in the pits before them. Lord Fong was furious. Whoever spoke next would be doomed. The previous 2 were mid to high-ranking members of the organization, peak 6-tier warriors, yet Lord Fong had incapacitated them with a single palm strike. At this moment, one of the 2 figures at the forefront of the crowd spoke. The emblem on his mask was silver. My lord, I just inquired with the person in charge over there. They have mobilized all resources to investigate. The feedback is that young Master Feng Hui volunteered for the mission himself. Unexpectedly, the target possessed a high-level psychic artifact, and she counterattacked and killed him. Accompanying him were a 6-tier steward and a peak 5th-tier warrior, who also perished. Hearing this, although Lord Fong was still enraged, he refrained from further action. The individual was either his trusted confidant or a Silver Order enforcer, a grandmaster of the 7th tier, whose rank within the organization was only 1 level beneath his own. Commander Han, is this truly the conclusion of their investigation? A high-tier psychic artifact directly turned the tables and killed my son. Humph. Hui was equipped with the advanced psychic protection device I gave him. How could he have been slain so easily? You must personally travel to the Shanghai base city, thoroughly investigate the cause and identify the perpetrator. The divine envoy wishes to meet with me these days. I cannot spare the time at the moment. If it is truly as they claim, that disciple of Su Jin's woman is responsible, I will go there myself. My son must not have died in vain. Having spoken, his expression darkened as he dismissed the others, leaving only Commander Han and another Silver Order enforcer behind. He proceeded with further instructions. Tell everyone to keep a low profile and stay hidden for the time being. Our recent consecutive operations have already provoked the ire of the upper echelons in Huaxia. They are likely to launch a thorough purge against us.
Commander Han nodded hastily.
Yes, my lord. I will issue the orders immediately. Both the Kyoto base city and Shanghai base city must be on high alert. However, the other base cities are beyond our jurisdiction. We cannot intervene there. Fang Burua waved him off. It's of no concern. We need not worry about those other areas. Han Commander asked anxiously, my lord. With Master Feng Hui's unfortunate demise this time, if the authorities investigate his identity, will it implicate you? Fang Burua sneered disdainfully. As far as they are concerned, Hui used an alternate identity when he went there. It has no connection to me whatsoever. They will never trace back to me. Notify Shanghai base city to clean up any loose ends. He then let out a sigh. Originally, I intended for Hui to remain here in Kyoto, close to me for guidance, but he was insistent on going there. It's my fault for not standing my ground and agreeing to let him go. Commander Han offered reassurance. My lord, I will personally investigate Xinghai Base City thoroughly and attempt to retrieve Master Feng Hui's body as well. Feng Buruo reached out and patted his shoulder. Your dedication is appreciated. In a luxurious suite within the Hunters Association, an exquisite young woman and a serene, beautiful matron engaged in conversation. Jeyu, how is your recovery after this round of training? Teacher, I'm almost fully recovered. I think with another day, I should be completely healed. I'm sorry for causing you worry. You were in grave danger this time. Don't venture into the wilderness zone so lightly in the future. The Heavenly Kingdom's people have set their sights on you. They will likely strike again. Regarding Feng Hui's matter, Nanhua has already formed an investigative team with us. They examined the 3 bodies and inspected the scene. They will want to speak with you once your seclusion ends. Teacher, have they discovered anything unusual? Not yet. However, by taking the blame for killing Feng Hui, you must accept the risk of retaliation from their organization. According to your account, Feng Hui's identity should be extraordinary, but the investigation has uncovered no useful clues. His registration records list his parents as ordinary martial artists. However, some leads were found on the deceased 6th-tier warrior. We destroyed one of their hideouts but failed to catch any major players. At this Su Jin side, this Heavenly Kingdom organization is truly well guarded. But the more so, the longer this malignant tumor festers on humanity, the greater the harm. The upper echelons have sought to eliminate them for years, but with scant results. The highest-ranking person captured was a Silver Order enforcer, who confessed that above him were the Golden Order enforcers and the most mysterious divine envoy, whose true identities remain unknown. When Jeyu approached Su Jin and clasped her hand in comfort. Teacher, the Heavenly Kingdom's issue cannot be resolved in the short term. Don't worry excessively. The higher-ups have countermeasures in place. You have sacrificed much over the years. Please take care of your health. Su Jin patted Wen Jeyu's hand, gazing at her with satisfaction. Jeyu, you forcibly broke through to the 5th tier this time. You must spend ample time stabilizing your cultivation. Fortunately, you obtained a soul infant fruit, which will help you solidify your realm swiftly. Suddenly, she noticed Wen Jeyu's expression shift awkwardly. Wen Jeyu fell silent, gripping the hem of her garment tightly, conflicted and hesitant. Su Jin was surprised. Jeyu, what is wrong? Teacher, I may have awakened again? Su Jin's previously serene expression faltered abruptly. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately raised her hand to stop Wen Jeyu from speaking further, closed her eyes, and sensed for a moment to confirm no one was nearby nor any surveillance present. Then, with a trembling yet urgent voice, she asked, Jeyu, are you referring to a second supernatural ability? When Jeyu nodded, when I was nearly killed by Feng Hui in the valley, I suddenly felt time around me slow down, and something faintly appeared in my mind. But I was on the run afterward and only had time to comprehend it after returning to the base city. Just recently, I confirmed I indeed gained a second ability. Su Jin's face lit up with wild joy. She grasped Wen Jeyu's hands tightly and laughed heartily. Wonderful. Excellent. Jeyu, you previously awakened an S-tier life-type ability, an already rare talent. Now you have awakened a second ability, becoming an even rarer dual ability prodigy. Your future achievements are boundless. Let me test the grade of your new ability. She retrieved a device from her spatial ring about half a meter in size. The instrument was cylindrical, wider at top and bottom with a narrow waist in the middle, resembling a delicate figure. The top had a slanted flat surface, and the entire apparatus gleamed with an inexplicable metallic luster. Su Jin handed the device to Wen Jeyu with instructions. Jeyu, this is the latest ability detection instrument, more precise than those used previously at the Ability Management Bureau. It's not easy to manufacture. Our school only has a few. Place your hand on the top and try to activate your new ability. Seeing her teacher produce the device, Wen Jeyu no longer hesitated and slowly laid her jade hand upon it. She had carefully considered telling her teacher. Su Jin treated her like a daughter and was one of the best people in the world to her, alongside her mother, and among the few she trusted deeply. As Wen Jeyu's hand touched the device and she activated her new ability, the entire room instantly froze, as if paused by an invisible button, Su Jin and the instrument included. Only the ability's user, Wen Jeyu, remained able to move. Within less than a second, Wen Jeyu felt dizzy and quickly ceased the activation. The surroundings resumed motion. Su Jin looked at Wen Jeyu in puzzlement and glanced at the instrument. Jeyu, why haven't you activated your new ability yet? Are you still unfamiliar with it? Why do you look so pale? Has your injury flared up again? When Jayu looked fatigued. Teacher, I just activated the ability. What? You activated it? Then why did I not sense any energy fluctuations? Could your newly awakened ability be too weak? That shouldn't be. Even the lowest F-tier ability should produce detectable energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Su Jin's eyes widened as she stared at the wildly flickering characters on the detection instrument, her pupils dilating. The display initially flashed erratically but slowed gradually, ultimately revealing the letters. SS. Su Jin's face contorted with shock upon seeing the final SS rating on the instrument. She turned her head with great difficulty to look at Wen Jiayu, her voice trembling profoundly. Jiayu, what exactly is your ability? I was utterly unaware just now. When Jiayu responded uncertainly, Teacher, I am not sure what my new ability is either. I only felt that once it was activated, everything around me seemed to freeze, and only I could move. But as soon as I activated it, I felt dizzy and hastily stopped. Upon hearing Wen Jiayu's words, Su Jin's body swayed slightly, and with a dry throat, she uttered 3 words. Time manipulation. Then, as if recalling something, she raised her hand and clenched it forcefully toward the detection device, which immediately shattered into a heap of fragments, which she then stored into her spatial ring. With an unprecedented solemn tone, she earnestly admonished Wen Jiayu, you must never reveal to anyone, including your mother, that you have awakened dual abilities. In fact, you shouldn't even tell me. She then extended her hand to stroke Wen Jiayu's hair, her face filled with affectionate tenderness. Now that you have awakened this new ability, your talent will become even more formidable. Your cultivation progress will accelerate, and I believe it won't be long before you surpass your teacher. However, she cautioned, remember this. Before you mature, unless you are facing life or death, do not display your full power in front of others, especially your time manipulation ability. If those traitors in Heaven's realm learn of your talent, they will likely stop at nothing to annihilate you. Even I might not be able to protect you then. When Jiayu obediently nestled in Su Jin's embrace. Teacher, I understand. I will be more cautious from now on. Suddenly, Su Jin chuckled softly, and her usually cold and aloof face blossomed with astonishing beauty. Seeing Wen Jiayu look up at her with puzzled eyes, she replied, speaking of being cautious, a rather interesting little fellow just came to mind. Teacher, who are you referring to? The little guy who saved your life? I believe his name is Su Chao. Wen Jiayu instantly looked at Su Jin with nervous anticipation. Teacher, have you met him? Su Jin's gaze turned playful as she observed Wen Jiayu's fair neck and ears flush with a faint blush before ceasing to tease her. Yes. After you entered seclusion to cultivate yesterday, I went to see him. He is indeed very cautious. If you hadn't told me he has the strength of a third-rank warrior, I wouldn't have been able to discern his level. His means of concealing his realm are quite extraordinary. And when he first laid eyes on me, he attempted to use some trick to spy on me. Fortunately, he must have sensed danger and stopped in time, or he would have suffered consequences. Don't you think he is a very cautious fellow? When Jiayu recalled how Su Chao had used the same method to spy on her during their first meeting, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. When we first met, he tried to spy on me as well, but I sensed it. His method was rather remarkable. Upon hearing that Su Chao had also spied on Wen Jiayu, Su Jin frowned. Jiayu, I suspect that Su Chao's spying technique might itself be a kind of ability. But he told you that he awakened a spatial ability, so... Her expression grew grave. It's possible that he is also a dual ability talent. That would explain why his strength and level have risen so rapidly. He awakened only a year ago and has already advanced to a third-rank warrior. What? He is a dual ability awakener. When Jiayu was astonished. Teacher, how do you know he awakened only a year ago? Did he tell you? Yes. I trust he wouldn't lie about that because it's easy to verify. Given his intelligence, he wouldn't be foolish enough to lie. She then chuckled again. Her mood today seemed genuinely good. Although his talent is still somewhat inferior to yours, it's already very impressive. You two really make quite the compatible pair. Teacher. When Jiayu's cheeks flushed with a delicate shyness. In the West Lake Garden of District 12, at Su Chao's home, unaware of the conversation between Wen Jiayu and her teacher that nearly exposed all his secrets elsewhere. The next day after returning home, when his mother Wang Lihua went out, Su Chao discreetly followed her from a distance without her noticing. Upon returning home that afternoon, he acted as if nothing had happened, his eyes occasionally flashing with a cold gleam that betrayed a murderous intent. He already knew who had been surveilling their family, but he planned to go out again that night. After dinner, Su Chao told his parents he was going out. Exiting the community gate, he observed the faint streetlights along the road, noting a few pedestrians here and there. This was District 12, much safer than District 25, where his family had previously lived. He arrived at a deserted, shadowy corner and took out a set of black clothes from his spatial ring, changing into them. Then, he retrieved a lifelike synthetic skin mask and put it on. The mask, purchased earlier that day, lacked the powerful facial transformation ability that when JUS had. His could only simply conceal his features. Once prepared, he reappeared on the street, now resembling an unremarkable middle-aged man. When you're out, your identity is what you make of it. He twisted and turned through the streets until he reached a secluded alley where a bar was located. At the entrance, several drunken women were tussling with a few men in eccentric attire. Su Chao ignored them and strode straight inside. Earlier that day, when he had followed his mother, he discovered that the person tailing them had ended up at this bar. Inside, Su Chao overheard the man asking someone else about reporting to the boss, only to be told the boss was not there and would return around 8 o'clock in the evening. Thus, Su Chao left quietly, planning to come back later to meet this so-called boss. Skillfully navigating through the bar's main hall, he found a seat in a corner and ordered a drink. Sitting quietly, the appointed time was still about half an hour away. He did not sit idly. Instead, he activated his investigative eye to scan the entire bar for any abnormalities. After a thorough search, he found no sign of the man who had followed them earlier, likely because he had not yet arrived. Just as he was about to continue scanning, a heavily made-up woman approached and sat directly opposite him, flashing a seductive smile. "Sir, drinking alone is so lonely. May I buy you a drink?"
Su Chao riplit. Sorry.
"I want to be alone," she teased. "Oh, who's Jingjing? I'm my 101st girlfriend. She just contracted the virus and passed away yesterday." The woman's coquettish smile froze, and with a look of disdain, she quickly rose and left as if afraid of catching something unclean. Once quiet again, Su Chao resumed his surveillance. Apart from some intriguing scenes in dimly lit corners, there was little else to report. After about 10 minutes, a young man with a snake tattoo on his shaved head entered the bar. The man who had followed them earlier had arrived. He greeted the staff expertly, clearly a regular. The snake-tattooed youth went to the bar and ordered a drink, then bantered with the staff. Through their conversation, Su Chao learned his name was Lang Gu, truly a wild character. Within less than 10 minutes of entering, Lang Gu was already flirting with 5 or 6 different women, including the heavily made-up woman who had approached Su Chao earlier. Suddenly, Lang Gu's playful expression vanished as he fixed his gaze on a young man in a gray casual jacket who had just entered the bar. Swiftly setting down the wine glass in his hand, he rose and strode toward the other. Upon seeing him approach, the latter cast a subtle glance, and without uttering a word, Lang followed closely behind. By sheer coincidence, they were headed straight for the corner where Su Chao stood, presumably to converse. This secluded nook was ideal, with few people around and relative quietude. Su Chao regarded the young man clad in a gray jacket with a furrowed brow, clearly surprised. This individual was a third-tier martial artist and so youthful at that, an indication of commendable talent. The two men settled down with a vacant seat between them and Su Chao. Though the bar's music was loud, Su Chao's keen hearing allowed him to catch their entire conversation without difficulty. After exchanging a few pleasantries and having Lang summon 2 glasses of wine, they finally broached the subject at hand. The young man in the gray jacket spoke first. "Lang, any new developments about the family I had you watch?" Reporting to the boss, the serpentine-tattooed youth replied eagerly. "I've gathered fresh intelligence today, and was just about to update you." He continued, "As usual, I trailed that woman named Wang Lihua. I thought it would be like previous days without any breakthroughs, but unexpectedly, while she was shopping for vegetables, she mentioned to someone nearby that she should buy more delicious food. The son is back." The young man in the gray jacket suddenly perked up. "Oh, her son who awakened his powers at university has returned? What's his name? Something like Su Chao, right?" The tattooed youth hurriedly responded. "Boss, your memory is sharp. I only told you once and you remembered, yes, Su Chao. Do you recall why I had you keep an eye on their family?" Yes. You said their family might be connected to Long and the other's demise." The young man in the gray jacket scoffed. "This Su Chao is intriguing. He has barely awakened his powers and already dares venture into the wilderness zone. A few days ago, Long and his group were wiped out in District 25. Those who inspected the scene say it was an internal gang clash. What a coincidence that not a single one survived. I went there myself. Guess what I found?" Then, speaking to himself, he added, "I traced Wang Mazi's phone records and discovered they recently went to collect a debt from Wang Lihua. From the complaints he made to others, it seems they were beaten by a newly awakened young punk." Su Chao, seated not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. "So, it was all about this matter." He had been cautious to stage a gang internal conflict scene to make Wang Matzi and the others vanish, but unexpectedly, a slip-up remained. Their phones still contained relevant chat records. The tattooed youth pressed on, "Boss, do you mean Brother Long and Wang Matzi's group were all killed by this Su Chao? But how could that be? I heard he only recently awakened his powers, whereas Brother Long has long consumed gene-enhancing drugs to reach first-tier martial artist level. How could he effortlessly kill them and fake a gang war scene? How did he pull that off?" The young man in the gray jacket shot a glare at him, clearly displeased by his doubt. "I never said he was definitely the murderer of Long and his crew, but he is certainly a prime suspect. Besides, Wang Matzi's group went to collect debts and were beaten so badly that each one lost limbs. That's indisputable. Just for that, if he dares move against my people recklessly, I will make him pay. Does he think becoming a martial artist means he can act without restraint?" This time, the tattooed youth had learned his lesson and hastened to flatter him. "Exactly, we must teach him a lesson. How dare he provoke our triad? He must pay the price. Boss, you're brilliant to uncover such subtle clues and track down the culprit." The young man in the gray jacket waved off further discussion. "You keep watching his family closely. Stay at a distance so you won't be noticed. If Su Chao tries to leave the wilderness zone, call me immediately." A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and a faint smirk curved his lips. It's not easy to strike him inside the base city, but if he leaves, an accident causing him not to return would be quite plausible. The tattooed youth laughed heartily. "Boss, that's brilliant. I'll do nothing else these days but keep a close watch on his family. Good work hard. I won't shortchange you. We're about to receive a batch of gene-enhancing drugs from above. I'll reserve a slot for you." The tattooed youth was so excited he sprang up and bowed deeply. "Ah, really? Thank you for your support, boss. From now on, whatever orders you have, I'll follow through fire and water without hesitation." The young man in the gray jacket disliked attracting attention. He beckoned Lang to sit down. "The matter is settled. I have other business and must leave first. You carry on playing." With that, he pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and tossed it to Lang before turning away. Su Chao glanced at the tattooed youth and rose, following them out of the bar. Outside, he caught sight of a car passing by, inside which sat the young man in the gray jacket. He hailed a cab and trailed the other from afar, mindful not to get too close lest he be detected, maintaining about a kilometer's distance. He possessed the eye of inquiry and was confident he wouldn't lose track. After more than 10 minutes, he saw the vehicle enter a residential complex. He instructed the driver to stop outside and entered alone. Only after watching the other enter a room did Su Chao cease his surveillance. He found a place to rest within the complex, his prolonged use of the eye of inquiry having drained his energy considerably. After about 10 minutes, he rose and soon stood before the gray-jacketed youth's door. He did not immediately knock. Instead, he first surveyed the interior. The residence spanned approximately 150 square meters, with 3 rooms. Inside, only one person was present, seated at a desk in the study. Su Chao's gaze fixed on the items atop the desk, his expression tightening. Then he pressed the doorbell. The door swiftly opened, and the young man in the gray jacket regarded Su Chao with a puzzled look. "May I ask whom you seek?" Su Chao offered a charming smile. "Weren't you looking for me? Here I am." At that moment, his eyes gleamed, and the hallucinatory effect of the eye of inquiry struck. Seizing the instant of the other's momentary daze, he pushed the door open, a flash of light in his hand as he pressed a knife to the man's throat and casually shut the door behind him. By the time the young man in the gray jacket recovered, his face had turned pale, terror gleaming in his pupils as he stared at the blade at his neck. "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't believe I know you." Su Chao chuckled softly. "You don't know me, indeed. Yet you sent people to watch my family." The man's pupils contracted sharply. "Who are you?" Su Chao removed his mask. "Recognize me now? You're Su Chao?"
Impossible.
"I thought you were just a university student who recently awakened. How can your strength be so formidable?" Su Chao narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "You ask too many questions. Unfortunately for you, the knife is in my hand, and you have no right to question me." He moved the knife slightly, and a line of blood appeared on the man's neck. "Now you answer my questions." The young man in the gray jacket did not expect Su Chao to be so unyielding, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. "What is your name?" "Wu Qiming." "What kind of organization is this triad you mentioned at the bar today?" Wu Qiming's expression darkened. "Were you eavesdropping on us?" Su Chao tightened his grip on the knife, the bloodline on Wu's neck widening further. "Don't waste my time with irrelevant nonsense." Sweat poured down Wu Qiming's forehead in a panic as he hurriedly responded. I swear. The Triad Society was co-founded by the 3 of us chairmen. We are sworn brothers, hence the name Triad Society. Our sphere of influence covers several neighboring districts. As for how many members we have and their capabilities, I'm not sure. The people like Zhang Matzi who came to your place before were all external operatives. The true members are all martial artists. I am a third-tier martial artist and considered mid-level within the society, managing a small area. I've heard the 2 vice-chairmen are 5th-tier martial artists, and as for the chairman, I don't know his exact level. There are rumors he is a 6th-tier martial artist. Su Chao furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the Triad Society to be so formidable. Previously, he had assumed Zhang Matzi and the others were just loan sharks, not a significant force, which was why he had decisively eliminated them. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Matzi and his group were merely external operatives, with only Ah Long, the one he had killed, being an official member. Lending money was probably just one facet of their operations. There had to be other business lines. This complicated matters considerably. Sensing the hesitation in Su Chao's eyes, Wu Qiming tried to reassure him. Mr. Su, there is no irreconcilable hatred between us. Ah Long was merely a subordinate I was somewhat close to, which is why I investigated. Now that I know of your involvement, I will cease pursuing this matter and consider it as if it never happened. Su Chao fixed him with a half-smile, causing Wu Qiming's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. You keep glancing toward the study. Is there something there? He asked. Wu Qiming's complexion instantly shifted upon hearing Su Chao's words. Forcing calm, he replied, Mr. Su, you must be joking. There is nothing of interest there. Just some ordinary books. Come, let us take a look. Su Chao gestured for him to enter the study. Wu Qiming could only walk in with a reluctant air. The study was modest in size, featuring a bookshelf with a sparse collection of volumes. At the center stood a large wooden desk, upon which rested a bag and beside it a box containing 2 vials of medicine. Su Chao was taken aback. Then a look of delight crossed his face. It was gene serum, and one of the vials was a 2nd-tier gene serum. Wu Qiming caught the gleam of surprise on Su Chao's face. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. Mr. Su, these 2 gene serums and the contents of the bag must not be touched. They're goods I'm supposed to deliver tomorrow. If they aren't delivered, those above will definitely investigate, and that would lead to serious trouble, Wu Qiming warned. Su Chao sneered. That's your problem, not mine. Now, take everything out of the bag. Wu Qiming's face darkened as he approached the desk. Hesitating briefly, he felt the wound on his neck widen slightly before reluctantly reaching into the bag. Just as a wild joy lit his eyes and a sinister smile curled his lips, a coldness gripped his neck. A blade pierced through, emerging from the front. The ecstasy and malevolent grin on Wu Qiming's face froze, replaced by terror and disbelief. Not bad, the performance just now. A mocking, devilish whisper sounded in his ear. You deliberately led me to the study just to get to the things in that bag. Didn't you? What could it be? Let me guess. It's a mid-level psychokinetic artifact. You intended to use it to kill me or break free from my control. Wu Qiming's terror deepened as Su Chao stepped closer, whispering in his ear. Here is some unpleasant news. I actually knew what was inside all along. I just wanted to see what you'd do. I hadn't yet decided to kill you, but you made that decision for me. Thank you for sparing me the hesitation. Wu Qiming was now speechless, eyes wide with shock, gasping without drawing breath, while Su Chao continued his monologue. The information you gave me earlier, some of it was false, wasn't it? Your status in the Triad Society must be quite high. Otherwise, how could you possess so many gene serums and this mid-level psychokinetic artifact? So, your promise to let bygones be bygones was just a ruse. Then your death is well deserved. With those words, Wu Qiming finally exhaled his last breath. Su Chao seized the backpack from the desk and opened it to reveal a metallic, gleaming box. Wu Qiming's hand had nearly touched it before death. Su Chao had activated his investigative eye upon entering, so he had been aware of the item's presence all along. He silently marveled that one must never underestimate any martial artist. A single misstep could lead to disaster in the shadows. Had he not had his investigative eye, the outcome might have been uncertain. Su Chao found a large sack in Wu Qiming's home, wrapped the corpse, and stored it within his internal space. He also secured the gene serums and psychokinetic artifact from the desk there. After thoroughly pillaging all valuables, Su Chao's expression grew grave upon discovering a set of clothes hidden in a secret compartment inside Wu Qiming's bedroom wardrobe. The collar bore a mysterious emblem. Su Chao recognized the emblem. It was the same as the garments found in the spatial rings of Feng Hui and his tall, slender 5th-tier companion. Could Wu Qiming be a member of the Heavenly Kingdom? Regardless, he had been killed. Su Chao retrieved several towels and meticulously erased every trace in the house. Even after activating his investigative eye, no hint remained. He then collected all items Wu Qiming had touched into his internal space. His expression turned peculiar. The combination of the investigative eye and internal space was truly the ultimate method for obliterating corpses and evidence. Two top-tier supernatural abilities, and he had wielded them for such a purpose. Earlier, when hesitating about killing Wu Qiming, he had worried about handling the corpse and cleaning traces. But now, with the internal space, there was no reason to hesitate. Thus, Wu Qiming simply vanished without a trace. Since Wu Qiming was dead, another individual had to die as well. That was Lang, the one fixated on the snake tattoo on their house. That night, Su Chao returned home close to midnight. His parents were still awake, waiting for him. After sitting with them for a while, the three retired to their rooms. Back in his own room, Su Chao contemplated that next time he ventured into the wilderness zone, he must find a place to dispose of the two corpses stored within his internal space. Even though they were inside the internal space, the thought of having two bodies lying there unsettled him. Indeed, two bodies. After erasing all traces, he quietly left Wu Qiming's house and returned to the bar to track down a place to deal with Lang. That was why he was late returning. The next day, Su Chao indulged in a rare late sleep. Upon awakening, he felt refreshed. The exhaustion from before had vanished. He sensed his spiritual power and physical body were more harmoniously aligned. His next advancement was likely imminent. Checking the time, it was nearly noon. Presumably, his mother had awakened him out of concern since he hadn't eaten breakfast. Just as he was about to get dressed, a notification sounded from his phone. His eyes brightened as he saw that 4,100,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Waking up to a sudden influx of money felt wonderful. More messages followed in quick succession. He glanced at them and quickly sat upright. The messages were from Wenjiu.
Su Chao.
I have already disposed of the Duobao Rat corpse and sold it for 8,200,000 yuan. I have transferred half to you. Did you receive it? Su Chao hastened to reply. Jiu, I have received the money. How is your health recovery progressing? It's almost complete. I still have some matters to attend to here. In another 2 days, I will be able to come and treat your father. Really? That's wonderful. Jiu, don't rush. Finish handling your affairs first, then come. It's all right if my father's treatment is delayed by a few days. Although she said this with her lips, deep down she was eagerly anticipating seeing her as soon as possible. Jiu, has there been any progress in the investigation regarding that matter? Yes, it's concluded. The details are inconvenient to discuss over the phone. I will explain everything thoroughly when I come to your home. Ended the chat with Wenjiu. Su Chao sat on the bed, contemplating the arrangements for the upcoming holiday. He still needed to venture into the wilderness several more times to gather as many source points as possible, aiming to upgrade his supernatural ability once again. Ever since he learned that supernatural powers were seeds of law, he had been eager to elevate his ability to the SSS tier, to discover what other powers a complete law seed might possess. Additionally, he planned to earn more money. As a 2-star honored citizen, he was entitled to settle in the core district. He intended to save enough to buy a house there. Wu Qiming had assigned someone to monitor his family, sounding a warning bell for him. As his strength continued to grow, he might attract stronger enemies. Moving his parents to the core district would be safer, since the public security there was far superior. Warriors were prohibited from acting recklessly in that area. However, there was no rush. The most important task now was to treat his father. After when Jiu came in 2 days to assist with the treatment and his father's warrior strength was restored, he could venture into the wilderness with peace of mind to hunt monsters. Of course, these 2 days must not be wasted either. He planned to visit the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall. Firstly, to use their sparring rooms to further hone his martial skills. Secondly, to try out their gravity training chamber and observe its effects. He had long wanted to experience the gravity training chamber, but it was prohibitively expensive. Previously, without sufficient funds, he had never been able to visit. Su Chao felt that his warrior strength was about to improve again in the next few days, so he hoped the gravity training chamber would be beneficial. During lunch, his mother Wang Lihua looked at Su Chao with a puzzled expression. Chao, what's going on with you today? You're in such a good mood, smiling nonstop since you got up. Could it be that you've started dating? Su Chao hurriedly explained. Mom, don't say such things. I'm fully devoted to training right now and have no intention of dating for the time being. Wang Lihua sneered. I've heard that dating can affect studies, but never that it can affect a warrior's training. Su Chao was at a loss for words when confronted by his mother. To avoid further entanglement in this topic, he deliberately changed the subject. The reason I'm happy is that I received another sum of money this morning. Received money? Who sent it to you? Is it from what you earned this time? Mom, yes, it's from this time's earnings. As for who sent it, that's not important. Wang Lihua glanced at Su Jianya, who was eating silently. Old Su, it seems warriors make money so easily. Look at Xiao Chao, he just awakened as a warrior not long ago and has already earned so much. Yesterday, he even gave me 5 million. You've been a warrior for so many years, yet you've never given me that much. Su Jianya replied. He doesn't know that this fire has mysteriously burned onto him again, suddenly feeling that the food in front of him no longer tasted good. Looking up, his face flushed crimson. I'm not the same as Xiao Chao. How are you different? Wang Lihua pressed further. Su Jianya shot a glare at Su Chao. Seeing him holding back laughter, he said irritably, your son is a freak. I'm just an ordinary awakener. I can't compare. Watching his parents bickering during the meal, Su Chao suddenly felt that their family had returned to the warm times before the misfortune had struck. Since learning that his father would recover soon, his mother no longer indulged him and gradually resumed their usual playful quarrels. How wonderful! After finishing the meal, Su Chao called his father to the study and told him not to worry about anyone watching their family anymore. He had already taken care of it. As for how he resolved it, he did not elaborate, and Su Jianya did not inquire further. Having informed his parents, Su Chao set out for the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving again at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall, seeing many warriors coming and going, he sighed inwardly, wondering how much money they must be earning each day. He and Zhang Kuang risked their lives hunting monsters outside, earning several million in one trip, a speed of making money unimaginable to ordinary people. But compared to these folks, there was no contest, no comparison at all. They earned their money steadily and safely, without risk, simply by collecting the wealth that countless warriors had risked their lives to earn. He approached the service desk in the hall. Do you have any availability in the gravity training chamber right now? He asked one of the staff. The staff, seeing he was a student, asked in surprise, you want the gravity training chamber, not the sparring room? Su Chao thought. Who's looking down on whom? He replied politely but firmly, yes, I'm sure I want the gravity training chamber. Do you have any availability? Seeing his insistence, the staff checked the information. Sir, there is availability in the gravity training chamber. Would you like to use the beginner or intermediate chamber? What's the difference? The difference lies in the maximum gravity multiplier. The beginner chamber can adjust gravity up to 10 times normal, while the intermediate can go up to 50 times. Of course, the fees differ as well. The beginner chamber costs between 1 million and 5 million per hour, while the intermediate ranges from 10 million to 50 million per hour. Su Chao secretly clicked his tongue. He had anticipated it would be expensive, but not to such an exorbitant degree. Sensing his thoughts, the staff explained, Sir, operating the gravity training chamber consumes an immense amount of energy, which is quite rare, hence the high price. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chao decided to give it a try, the beginner gravity training chamber. Very well, sir. How many hours would you like to book? Su Chao's mouth twitched. You overestimate me. Booking several hours. In the end, Su Chao chose to top up his card with 5 million. That meant he could use the beginner gravity chamber at the highest tenfold gravity setting for up to 1 hour. Through the staff's explanation, he learned that the gravity training chamber allowed users to adjust the gravity multiplier according to their needs. After receiving a white metal card, he was led by the staff to a room numbered C05. The display above the door showed not in use. After swiping the card, the heavy metal door slowly opened to both sides. Inside, the lights immediately illuminated the space. Su Chao noticed the room was only about 50 square meters, with walls made of an unknown metal that shimmered with mysterious patterns under the light. The staff instructed Su Chao on how to operate the chamber. He was to insert the card into a slot on the right side of the door, which would bring up a control screen allowing gravity adjustments. After the staff left, the door slowly closed. Following the instructions, Su Chao tapped the screen to activate the gravity training mode. First, he set it to 1-fold gravity. Instantly, he felt his body grow somewhat heavier. Not enough. He increased the gravity multiplier further. As the gravity intensified, Su Chao felt his entire body growing increasingly burdensome, as if carrying several hundred pounds. At this point, he felt it was about right and glanced at the screen. 5-fold gravity. He attempted to lift his leg and step forward, but at that moment, his leg felt as though it were shackled with a sandbag weighed down far heavier than usual. Moreover, as Su Chao raised his leg and moved, he sensed his breathing hastening, his heartbeat quickening considerably. An invisible pressure seemed to press upon his chest cavity, making each breath deeper and more laborious than normal. After slowly walking a few steps and gradually adjusting, Su Chao began throwing punches inside. With every punch he delivered, he felt the bones throughout his body creak, while every cell in his body frantically came alive. He could perceive his rapid adaptation to his physical form and strength, and an unprecedented sense of exhilaration nearly made him moan aloud. As he continued throwing punches and kicking inside, he felt his entire body hardening like a stubborn piece of iron, repeatedly forged. Sweat relentlessly dripped onto the floor. Su Chao's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and the heavy panting echoed throughout the gravity training chamber. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. The sensation was utterly intoxicating. Every cell in his body was being mobilized, and as his awareness deepened, it felt as if the cells were autonomously breathing. Previously, training martial arts under normal gravity required him to consciously regulate his cellular respiration to restore physical and mental energy. The enhancement of a warrior's power was achieved through this continual cycle of consumption and recovery, breaking through to new realms. But now, due to the presence of this intangible pressure, each cell seemed to sense a crisis, desperately breathing on its own, voraciously absorbing and transforming the surrounding energy with an efficiency several times greater than usual. Additionally, Su Chao made another discovery. The energy density inside the gravity training chamber was significantly higher than that of the outside world, making it far easier for warriors to absorb, though he did not understand the principle behind it. Regardless, it was money well spent. Eventually, Su Chao even drew his weapon and began practicing martial techniques. Time passed swiftly. Nearly an hour later, Su Chao collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His clothes soaked through, looking as if he had just been pulled from water. He gasped with his mouth open, drawing in great, ragged breaths, feeling soreness and fatigue throughout his entire body. Despite his weariness, he struggled to rise, walked over, and switched off the gravity training mode. Instantly, he felt a lightness throughout his body, as if he were about to take flight. Glancing at the numbers on the display, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he could not help but feel a pang of regret. In just about 1 hour, he had spent 2.5 million. The gravity training chamber's effects were indeed remarkable, but it was little different from burning money. He sat cross-legged on the floor, meditating silently, sensing the changes within his body. After a short while, he opened his eyes, a joyful expression spreading across his face. Because his warrior rank had risen too rapidly through the panel, he had not yet fully mastered his own power. Now, however, his control over his physical form and mental energy had improved greatly. He estimated that with one more session, he would be able to break through once again. Having clarified this, Su Chao meditated for a little longer. When his body had nearly recovered, he rose and prepared to leave. Exiting the gravity training chamber, Su Chao took a quick shower in the martial arts hall's bathhouse, changed into a fresh set of clothes retrieved from his spatial ring, and departed from the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall. He planned to return again the next day. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Chao picked it up and laughed upon seeing the caller ID. Answering, he said, "Hey, Xiongda, you finally remembered to call me. So, your seclusion is over. How did it go?" On the other end came a brash, cheeky voice. "Heh, I'm telling you, Chaozi, you better train harder and stop slacking off, or you won't even catch a glimpse of my taillights. Oh, Xiongda, look at you acting all tough. If I didn't know better, I'd think you'd already broken through to the 5th rank. Talking so big. Chaozi, you're speaking without feeling the pain. How many people worldwide manage to break through to the 5th rank by their junior year of college? But the brother's not bad either. I've already reached mid-4th rank. How's that? Jealous and envious? Want to consider treating me to a meal tonight? I can give you some free pointers." Through the phone, Su Chao could already sense the smug, self-satisfied expression on the other end. So he decisively hung up, not giving him the chance to continue boasting.
Moments later.
The phone rang again. Su Chao saw it was indeed that arrogant fellow. Picking up, he said, "I'll give you 2 chances to speak. And if you keep showing off, I'll hang up again." The voice remained cheeky. Chaozi, don't rush to hang up. I'm serious about dinner tonight. Tell your mom to cook something good. I'll come over and mooch dinner. Why don't you ask her? I'm just too embarrassed to go mooch so often. Su Chao clicked his tongue in amusement. "Xiongda, I didn't know you had such a sense of shame." He stopped teasing him and said, "All right then, remember to come early tonight. My family doesn't keep extra food. If you come late, you'll only get leftovers." Just as Su Chao was about to hang up again, Xiongda hurriedly said, "Chaozi, are you still planning to go out to the wilderness zone soon?" "What's up, Xiongda? You're eager to go out?" Xiongda replied sheepishly, "Well, I just broke through and spent a fortune on qi and blood potions to consolidate my cultivation. We didn't save much from the last time we went out to make money." Su Chao fell silent for a moment. "Maybe in a few days. Wait for my notice. I've got some things to handle these days." He did not mention when Jus need to treat her father, as it involved when S secrets and was not to be disclosed without consent. Xiongde was thrilled to hear Su Chao intended to venture into the wilderness zone again. All right, Chaozi, this time, watch me unleash my might. Su Chao, uninterested in listening to his continued boasting, hung up directly. That evening, Xiongde came to Su Chao's house for dinner, bringing along many fine items worth probably hundreds of thousands, which earned him a scolding from Su Chao's mother. Xiongde could only chuckle sheepishly. Su Chao's mother prepared a large table of dishes Xiongde loved. The man was robust and could eat a lot. The three of them barely finished half the food, and he devoured the rest. Seeing this, Su Chao's mother thought he must not have eaten well for days and kept urging him to eat slowly, worried he might overeat. Su Chao rolled his eyes. Warriors' digestive capacities were terrifying. Although much of the food was monster meat, rich in energy, it was unlikely that Xiongde could be stuffed to bursting. When Xiongde arrived, Su Chao sensed that his aura had grown significantly stronger. Indeed, he had reached mid-4th rank. Su Chao knew he had to intensify his training as well. The next morning, Su Chao rose early, finished breakfast, said goodbye to his parents, and set out for the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall. His recharge card still had about 2.5 million remaining, so he continued to spend time in the gravity training chamber. Skillfully arranging for the staff to open a room, Su Chao resumed his training. Unlike yesterday, after only half an hour, a pleased expression appeared on his face. Success. Sweating profusely, he approached the door and adjusted the gravity multiplier back to 1-fold gravity. At this moment, his card balance still showed over 1 million. If he trained at normal gravity, he could stay inside for at least 1 hour. He then moved to the center, sat cross-legged, and fixed his gaze on the display panel. Name Su Chao, rank 3rd rank warrior abilities, A rank perception I, B rank teleportation, B rank inner space. Constitution, 62. Mental strength, 35. Source point, 6,852. Martial skills, advanced shadow stab, mastery, advanced wind cutting slash, perfection, advanced mountain calming fist, mastery. Finally, a breakthrough. Su Chao grinned broadly upon noticing the parentheses following mental strength on the status panel. Spending these millions was truly worth it. He saved several days' worth of time. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance it. A familiar sensation coursed through him as the source points steadily depleted and his mental strength continuously increased. At a certain moment, he felt as though something inside his body had been unlocked. His mental strength shattered a boundary and ascended to a new realm. 4th tier. His mental strength had broken through to the 4th tier. That sensation of something unlocking was undoubtedly the genetic lock preventing him from surpassing the 4th tier bottleneck. The source points ceased to diminish, and he glanced back at the panel. Mental strength, 42. 700 source points had been expended. During this period, by researching various data on the warrior's home platform and comparing it with his own mental strength, he concluded that the mental strength of a 4th tier warrior corresponds to values between 40 and 60 on his panel. In other words, his current mental strength had only just crossed the threshold into the 4th tier. Regardless, it marked his entry into the ranks of intermediate warriors. He looked at the panel again. Constitution, 62. As expected, with the enhancement of mental strength, Constitution could be elevated as well. Without hesitation, he proceeded to advance it further. As the source points continued to be consumed, an inexplicable transformation unfolded within his body. His bones, flesh, and various organs all undergoing metamorphosis. Countless energies from the surroundings surged frantically into his body, assisting in the refinement. This was his first time breaking through within the gravity training chamber, and the sensation differed markedly from breakthroughs experienced outside. Here, due to the gravitational forces, his body absorbed ambient energy at a faster rate, and once the energy entered, its conversion and refinement effects on his body were more potent and rapid. Every cell in his body was extraordinarily active. This process persisted for nearly half an hour, until the panel indicated that Constitution could no longer be enhanced and source points ceased to be consumed. The energy influx into his body gradually slowed until returning to a normal level.
Su Chao Esalet Quili, Than Kun.
Yesterday, he had sensed that the energy density in the gravity chamber was higher than outside, inspiring his decision to attempt the breakthrough here. Yet he had worried that the energy consumed during the breakthrough might be so immense as to deplete the chamber's energy. Still, even if the energy were exhausted, it would not matter. Unlike others, he could stop at any time without adverse effects. Now, sensing that the energy density inside the gravity chamber had not diminished, he breathed a secret sigh of relief. He could choose this place again for his next breakthrough. Focusing his thoughts, Su Chao examined the panel, Name: Su Chao. Level: 4th tier warrior. Supernatural abilities: Grade A investigative eye, Grade B teleportation, Grade B inner space. Constitution: 88. Mental strength: 42. Source point: 5892. Martial skills: Advanced shadow stab, mastery. Advanced wind cutting slash, perfection. Advanced mountain calming fist, mastery. His constitution had risen from the original 62 to 88, consuming 260 source points, while the mental strength enhancement had cost 700 source points. This breakthrough had expended a total of 960 source points. Gazing at the figure 88 next to constitution, equivalent to a strength of 8,800 kilograms, Su Chao clenched his fists. He could feel an explosive force within his body. Rising to move, his bones crackled audibly throughout his frame. Moreover, he sensed that gravity now restrained him less than before the breakthrough. He tested a punch into the air. The air in front of him erupted with a loud crack. Powerful. From what he understood, 4th tier warriors possess physical strength ranging from 8,000 to 16,000 kilograms. His own strength of 8,800 kilograms placed him at the lower end of the 4th tier. However, do not forget, he had perfected martial skills that amplified his power by a terrifying factor of 80. With that, his strength already reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Coupled with his 2 top-tier supernatural abilities, he was essentially capable of killing any apex 4th tier monster. Even 5th tier monsters were not beyond his reach. With his 2 extraordinary abilities, victory was not impossible, unless he encountered a beast whose awakened abilities were extraordinarily abnormal. Furthermore, as his supernatural abilities advanced, his combat power had ample room for improvement. There were also his martial skills. All 3 he currently possessed were advanced level. It was time to acquire an intermediate level martial skill. If he could cultivate it to perfection, his power amplification would undoubtedly be even more formidable. As for high-level martial skills, he would set those aside for now. Even the most expensive intermediate martial skill was rumored to cost around 10 million, which, considering his fortune, he could barely afford. He involuntarily recalled Zhang Kuang. That fellow had urged him to work harder, lest he claimed not to see Su Chao's taillights. Actually, Su Chao estimated that his current combat power was roughly on par with Zhang Kuang's. Zhang Kuang had cultivated his intermediate martial skill to a small success, granting an amplification comparable to Su Chao's advanced level martial skill mastery, about 50. Considering their supernatural abilities, if they fought head-on, Su Chao would be at a disadvantage. After all, Zhang Kuang's thunder-based abilities were truly overwhelming. But when it came to life-or-death combat techniques, Su Chao was confident he would be the last man standing between the two. Why was he treating Zhang Kuang as a rival? It must be because the latter had been acting too arrogantly in front of him lately. A smile tugged at Su Chao's lips. Unconsciously, the boy who once needed to serve as a sparring partner in the martial arts hall had grown to this extent, and the entire process had taken less than a month. No one would believe it if he told them. In under a month, he had broken through from awakener to 4th tier warrior. Snapping back to reality, Su Chao walked to the gravity training chamber's entrance. Seeing that his card balance still held several 100,000, he shook his head. At the current one-fold gravity, he estimated he could train for about half an hour more. He resolved to continue training, just to familiarize himself with his newly surged physical strength. The chamber once again resonated with the crackling sound of air bursting. Half an hour later, the gravity training chamber's door slowly opened. Su Chao wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieved his card, and saw that his balance was depleted. As he had done yesterday, he took a quick shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and departed from the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall. Unbeknownst to Su Chao, after he left the martial hall, a staff member arrived at the gravity chamber where he had trained, opened the card slot, and extracted a pigeon egg-sized energy crystal. The crystal now appeared dim and gray, clearly low on remaining energy. Why did the energy crystal in this gravity chamber deplete so quickly? It should have lasted several days at least. Never mind. Report it to the supervisor and see what she says. The staff member murmured before turning away with the dimmed crystal in hand. Su Chao returned home. Noting that it was still before lunchtime, he prepared to lie down for a while. The morning's training combined with the breakthrough to 4th tier warrior had left him thoroughly exhausted. Just as he settled onto the bed, the sound of an incoming message notification rang out. Picking up his phone, he saw it was from Wenjiu.
Su Chao.
I have finished handling my affairs here, and I am planning to come over tomorrow to assist in treating your father. Su Chao, brimming with excitement, immediately threw off the covers and sat up in bed. Hastily, he replied, "That is absolutely wonderful. Are you coming by car or by bus?" On the other end, When Jayu seemed to hesitate for a moment before responding. I will drive over. Please send me your home address. All right, it's sent. I'll ask my mother to prepare some delicious food to welcome you. After sending the message to Wenjayu, Su Chao exhaled deeply. Finally, his father's injury could be healed. At lunchtime, he shared the news with his parents, which delighted them immensely. His mother, in particular, declared that after the meal she would go grocery shopping to prepare all her signature dishes in honor of their family's benefactor. For this humble woman, this was the best way she knew to express her gratitude. At the entrance of Westlake Garden, District 12, Su Chao sat in the security guard's booth chatting casually with a man. None other than Li Zhongwei, the very person who had earlier warned him about someone tailing his family. Su Chao felt somewhat helpless. Early this morning, his mother had woken him up, insisting that an important guest was coming and that he should wait at the community gate to greet them, as a sign of respect. After being nagged relentlessly, he had no choice but to come to the security booth to chat with Li Zhongwei. Li Zhongwei, formerly a soldier in the city defense forces, happened to be free the previous evening, so Su Chao had invited him to dinner, making it clear that the invitation was sincere and not mere empty politeness. During the meal, to show his gratitude, he handed Li Zhongwei 10,000 yuan. This sum was trivial for him but amounted to more than a month's salary for Li Zhongwei. This generosity made Li Zhongwei even more enthusiastic, convinced that Su Chao had a bright future ahead and that maintaining good relations with him might one day prove beneficial. As the two men chatted idly, a silver-gray SUV approached the community gate. Su Chao's eyes lit up the moment he saw the vehicle. Crafted entirely from alloy, it exuded an imposing aura, like a steel beast prowling the road. The car slowly pulled up to the gate, the window rolled down, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face that smiled warmly and beckoned to Su Chao. Li Zhongwei felt his vision blur as a figure darted out. A voice floated through the air. Catch up with you later, Li Zhongwei. My guest has arrived. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching Su Chao climb into Wenjayu's car, a complex mixture of emotions stirring within him. Only when the silver-gray SUV disappeared from sight did he bend down to lift the trouser leg of his left pant, revealing a prosthetic limb gleaming with metallic luster beneath the long fabric. This young master Su was undoubtedly a winner in life, blessed with the awakening of a martial artist. With such a stunningly beautiful girlfriend, he had never before seen a woman so breathtakingly exquisite, truly fortunate. He resolved to intensify the training of the two unruly boys at home, determined to help them awaken as martial artists. This was their second chance to change their destiny. They must not end up like their father, who merely guarded the gate. Once inside the car, Su Chao grinned foolishly at Wenjayu, causing her cheeks to flush. Playfully, she chided, Haven't he had enough of looking at me? Have you, silly? Hurry up and give me directions, or I won't be able to find your home. Though decisive and sharp in other matters, Su Chao was utterly clueless when it came to romance. Given his family's circumstances, he had never devoted a thought to such things. During his university years, while classmates were busy dating, he had lived like an ascetic for the first 3 years, single-mindedly focusing on awakening as a martial artist to ease his family's burdens. Fortunately, fate had been kind to him and made up for everything. Gazing at the incomparable beauty before him, her coquettish expression made his heart thump uncontrollably. His face flushed as he pointed the way with one hand and said, Jayu, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought it would take at least half an hour. When Jayu rolled her eyes at him, I'm a martial artist. My nervous system reacts faster than ordinary people. It's only natural I'd drive faster. Jayu, for you to take time out of your busy schedule to come all this way is an immense help. I truly owe you my deepest thanks. Unexpectedly, when Jayu suddenly stopped the car and looked at Su Chao intently. Su Chao, do you consider me a friend? For some reason, Su Chao felt a flutter of nervousness at this sudden question and quickly answered, Of course, you're my most special friend. Seeing his expression, when Jayu couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, since we are friends, don't be so formal. You saved my life, and I haven't stopped thanking you, have I? Su Chao nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they arrived at the foot of Su Chao's apartment building and parked the car. After getting out, when Jayu opened the trunk and pulled out a large pile of gifts, asking Su Chao to help carry them, leaving him utterly astonished. Jayu, what is all this? His ears tinged with red, when Jayu cleared her throat. I passed by a mall today and picked up some small gifts for your uncle and aunt. It wouldn't be right to come empty-handed to your home for a meal. Su Chao looked at the bags brimming with gifts in their hands and shook his head with a wry smile. These things were not cheap. They took the elevator up to Su Chao's apartment door, and he rang the bell. Soon, his mother, Wang Lihua, opened the door. Upon seeing Wen Jieyu standing behind Su Chao, she froze as if struck by lightning, only snapping out of it when Su Chao cleared his throat to remind her. "This is my mother," he said. Wen Jieyu smiled graciously and greeted, "Auntie, hello. Mom, this is my friend Wen Jieyu. Why are you blocking the doorway? Don't you want us to come in?" Wang Lihua, recovering from her surprise, quickly stepped aside. "Young lady, please come in. Mom, these gifts are from Jieyu for you and Dad," Su Chao explained. Wang Lihua took the presents from Wen Jieyu's hands and clasped her hand warmly. "Ah, Miss Xiaoyu, you coming to our home is already a tremendous help. You shouldn't have gone to such trouble bringing gifts." Wen Jieyu smiled gently. "It's no trouble, Auntie. They're just some small things." At that moment, Su Chao's father, Su Jianya, emerged from the study. Seeing Wen Jieyu so young and beautiful, he was equally surprised and glanced meaningfully at Su Chao. He then warmly greeted Wen Jieyu. "Young lady, you've gone to great lengths to help me this time. Uncle, please don't be so formal with me. Su Chao has helped me a great deal. I'll examine you shortly, and if all goes well, you should be able to stand within a day or two." "Really? Miss Xiaoyu?" came Wang Lihua's trembling voice nearby. Wen Jieyu patted her hand reassuringly. "Auntie, I need to check your uncle's condition first, but it shouldn't be a serious problem." This was no boast. With her S-rank life-type supernatural ability, as long as there was a breath of life, she was confident she could save him. The only difference was how long it would take. She guessed that with an SS-rank life-type ability, limb regeneration might even be possible. Welcomed into the home, Su Chao's parents treated Wen Jieyu with the utmost respect. Su Jianya brewed a cup of tea for Wen Jieyu, using the very leaves Su Chao had bought for him a few days earlier. This was a rare indulgence for him. According to Su Chao, the tea cost hundreds of thousands of yuan per gene and was harvested from a mutated spiritual tea tree that appeared after the Nirvana Era. It was known for its restorative effects on the spirit and was purchased specifically to aid his father's recuperation. "Miss Xiaoyu, please have some fruit first." Mother Wang Lihua warmly lifted the platter of fruit and presented it before Wen Jieyu. Su Chao glanced at the fruit his mother had brought, his mouth twitching slightly. This was no ordinary fruit that their family usually consumed. It was a first-tier spiritual fruit, known to benefit martial artists in their cultivation. Each piece cost tens of thousands of yuan, and there were only a few in total. Clearly, his mother had bitten the bullet to buy them. Su Chao had never seen such fruit before. Perhaps his mother had hidden them away in advance, fearing he might eat them, reserving them specifically to honor their family's great benefactor. After exchanging a few words with Wen Jieyu, Wang Lihua returned to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Today, she was cooking many dishes she normally couldn't bear to buy for themselves. There was high-grade monster meat, priced at over 100,000 yuan per pound, as well as some very expensive vegetables. All in all, Su Chao estimated that the meal they were hosting for Wen Jieyu would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. For two elderly people who used to live on a few thousand yuan a month, this was truly their grandest gesture of sincerity. Su Chao gestured to Wen Jieyu. "Jieyu, please eat. My mother specially bought these for you." Wen Jieyu nodded and picked up a spiritual fruit to begin eating, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the warmth and hospitality of the elderly couple. After finishing the fruit, she saw Su Chao's mother return to the kitchen to cook and then rose to address Su's father. "Uncle, let me examine you now." Su Jianya's tone was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. "Miss Xiaoyu, I heard from Xiao Chao that you drove for several hours. You've just sat down and haven't rested yet. Perhaps you should rest a bit more." "I'm fine, uncle," she replied, stepping in front of Su Jianya and placing one hand gently on his wrist. Su Chao watched as faint strands of green energy flowed from her fingers into his father's wrist. Wen Jieyu slowly closed her eyes. After a few breaths, she opened them again and smiled reassuringly at the anxious Su Jianya. "Uncle, don't worry. I can heal this injury." Hearing these words, Su Jianya exhaled deeply. After so many years, he finally felt he could stand again. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes, but with two young people present, he turned his head to wipe them away discreetly. Wen Jieyu gave Su Chao a knowing glance, and the two of them headed toward the study, leaving Su's father in the living room some personal space to process his emotions. Once inside the study, Wen Jieyu whispered to Su Chao, "Su Chao, I've examined your father's injuries. The situation is even more serious than you described. He must have suffered a severe blow to his waist, and the wound on his left leg looks like a snake monster bite. The main issue is severe spinal damage and deformation, and there are chronic toxins lingering in his body. These toxins have already invaded his heart and bone marrow. His survival so far is thanks to his former third-tier martial artist constitution, combined with some medicines he has been taking to suppress the toxins. If treatment had been delayed a few more months, even I wouldn't have been able to save him. Su Chao shuddered at the thought. His father's condition was far worse than they had been told. Fortunately, they had met Wen Jiayu. Jiayu, thank you for your hard work. Wen Jiayu nodded. Originally, I expected to heal him within a day, but it might take an extra day. Her tone then grew solemn as she glanced toward Su's father outside the study. Su Chao, I need to tell you something. Although your father has survived these years, his body is severely depleted and overstrained. Even if I completely heal his injuries, his lifespan will be much shorter than that of an average person. Boom! Su Chao felt a dizzy wave wash over him, his body swaying slightly. He had not anticipated such grim news. Lowering his voice, he asked Jiayu, what do you mean by much shorter? I can't give you an exact estimate, she replied, but it's unlikely to exceed 10 years. Su Chao's face turned pale. He had hoped that after this treatment, his father's health would no longer be a concern, allowing him to focus entirely on cultivation and, once strong enough, to uncover the secrets surrounding himself. Instead, this new predicament had arisen. Jiayu, is there truly no solution? He pressed stubbornly. I'm sorry, Su Chao, there really isn't. But don't lose hope. I've heard of some extraordinarily rare spiritual fruits that can extend one's lifespan. However, these fruits are extremely scarce and grow only in perilous locations swarming with powerful monsters. Even average grandmasters dare not venture there lightly. Seeing that Su Chao was not disheartened but rather thoughtful, when Jiayu seemed to understand his thoughts and continued, yes, you're different. You have the advantage of your spatial ability. When your strength reaches the Grandmaster realm, combined with your spatial power, there's a significant chance you could obtain such a spiritual fruit and return safely.
Su Chao nodded.
This was not a matter to rush. He still had time. At his current rate of advancement, he would become formidable in a few years, and then acquiring such a life-extending fruit should not be difficult. Having resolved this in his mind, he exhaled softly. Jiayu, after dinner, please start treating my father so he can begin to recover. As for the lifespan issue, don't tell my parents for now. I will find a way to handle it later. During lunch, when Jiayu truly witnessed Wang Lihua's culinary skills. Normally a light eater, she could not stop herself from eating. With Wang Lihua frequently offering more dishes, when Jiayu ended up consuming twice her usual amount. Uncle, just sit comfortably and rest your leg here, when Jiayu said, pointing to a small stool nearby. After a short rest following the meal, when Jiayu began the treatment, she asked Wang Lihua to help roll up Su Jianye's left pant leg, revealing a gruesome wound on his calf, surrounded by blackened, necrotic flesh.
Su Chao,
please place a small basin beneath your uncle's leg wound. I will guide the toxins out through the wound. Once all toxins are cleared, I will treat the internal injuries. Once Su Jianye sat as instructed, when Jiayu pressed one hand firmly on his shoulder, and strands of green energy seeped from her palm into his body. As the green energy flowed steadily, sweat began to bead on Su's father's forehead, and black liquid droplets slowly dripped from the calf wound into the basin below, accompanied by a pungent, foul odor. The treatment continued relentlessly. Su Jianye was drenched in sweat, while Wang Lihua diligently wiped him with a towel. As the black liquid accumulated, Su's once pale and ashen face gradually regained some color. The process was taxing for Wen Jiayu as well. Sweat formed lightly at her temples. Su Chao, feeling awkward to wipe her brow himself, handed his mother a tissue, silently asking her to do so. An hour passed. The liquid dripping from the wound had shifted from black to the natural red of blood, and the stench had significantly lessened. The basin beneath had collected nearly half a bowl of black liquid. Su Jianye was soaked in sweat, clearly enduring a strenuous detoxification. Yet Su Chao's brow furrowed. He observed Wen Jiayu, who continued treating his father, beads of sweat trickling down her temples and forehead. Her complexion was slightly pale, and the hand resting on his father trembled faintly. All of this clearly indicated that her energy expenditure was immense. It was likely that the detoxification process was far more arduous than she had anticipated. Su Chao, observing her in this state, felt a deep pang of sympathy, yet he refrained from interrupting her directly. After all, he was uncertain whether abruptly halting the procedure might lead to severe consequences. He trusted that Wen Jiayu was a person of discernment and, if the situation became untenable, she would not force herself to continue. Another 10 or so minutes passed in this manner. It was only at a certain moment that Su Chao noticed the fluid seeping from his father's wound had entirely transformed into bright, healthy red blood, prompting him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Indeed, at that juncture, when Jiayu exhaled a long breath, the hand resting on Su's father's shoulder relaxed, and she slowly withdrew it. Her eyes, which had remained tightly shut, gradually opened, revealing profound exhaustion within her gaze. Jae-yu, how are you feeling? Have you overexerted yourself? Su Chao inquired with concern. When Jae-yu, though fatigued, smiled gently in response, there was an unintentional delicacy in her expression that evoked a tender compassion. I am fine. I have already cleansed and expelled all the toxins from your father's body. You should help me over there so I can sit and recover for a while. Hurriedly, Su Chao moved to support her hand, intending to assist her to the balcony to rest. Yet, after only a few steps, when Jae-yu suddenly went limp in his arms, Su Chao's heart ached at her sudden collapse. She was so utterly spent that he had no choice but to scoop her up in a princely embrace. Her previously pale face flushed with a rosy hue as she coquettishly scolded him near his ear. Put me down. Your parents are right there. What would people think of this? Nonetheless, Su Chao was imperious and indifferent to her embarrassment. He held her firmly and did not set her down until they reached the balcony, where he gently laid her down. When Jae-yu cast Su Chao a sharp glance, then glanced toward his mother on the other side. Seeing that she was attentively watching Su's father, who had fallen asleep, seemingly oblivious to their side. When Jae-yu breathed a slight sigh of relief before shooting Su Chao another glare, Su Chao could only sheepishly rub his nose and offer a wry smile. When Jae-yu gestured for him to go to Wang Lihua, go tell your mother not to worry. Your father's body has been completely rid of the toxins, but the detoxification process has drained his energy excessively. He has fallen into a deep sleep. Do not wake him. Let him rest soundly. Once he wakes naturally and has rested and recuperated tomorrow, I will come back in the afternoon to treat the injury to his spine. After that, he should be nearly fully recovered. Su Chao nodded and looked at her with concern. Are you all right? I am fine. Sitting and regulating my breath through meditation will restore me. You should go now, she replied. Earlier, Su Chao had already checked on his father. Although he was asleep, his breathing was steady and even, so Su Chao was not overly worried. Seeing Su Chao approach, Wang Lihua asked anxiously, Xiao Chao, is your father all right? Mom, don't worry. Dad is fine, Su Chao reassured her. He is just very tired and overexerted. A good sleep will set him right. Didn't you notice his usual furrowed brow has relaxed? This time he will definitely sleep well. I guarantee he'll wake up refreshed and full of energy, and his usual banter with you will be even louder. Wang Lihua wiped Su Jianyu's body while glancing toward a small basin nearby, which contained more than half a bowl of black liquid expelled from Su's father's body. She sighed deeply. I never imagined your father's body still held so much poison. How on earth did he endure all these years? It's remarkable that he could still pretend to be fine in front of us. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as she spoke. I remember sometimes waking in the middle of the night, seeing his back trembling. I thought he was cold and scolded him for being so grown up yet not covering himself properly. Now I realize he must have been suffering terribly back then. I won't argue with him anymore. I will be gentler with him. These years have been so hard on him. It's no wonder he wanted to give up multiple times. This kind of daily torment is not something just anyone could endure. Su Chao placed his hands on his mother's shoulders, offering comfort. Mom, it's all behind us now. Things will only get better. After the incident, when we returned to the base city, the hospital said we were too late. The toxins had already spread, and conventional methods couldn't eliminate them completely. They only prescribed some medicine to suppress and slow the toxin's spread. As for the unconventional treatments they mentioned, we couldn't afford them. These years, I've been eager to awaken my abilities quickly so I could treat Dad. Fortunately, fortune favored us, and now it's finally resolved. Wang Lihua nodded, gently stroking Su Jianyu's hand as her gaze remained fixed on him. The longer she looked, the more she noticed how much he had aged over the years. Once a head of black hair, now interspersed with many strands of white. Seeing his mother lost in thought, Su Chao reminded her, Mom, I'll carry Dad into the room. It's quieter there so he can rest properly. Wang Lihua came back to herself and glanced at Wen Jiayu, who was meditating with closed eyes on the balcony. Xiao Chao, this time little miss you has worked very hard treating your father. Please thank her on behalf of both of us. When your father recovers, I will prepare a good meal and invite her over to express our gratitude. Carry your father into the room. I will stay with him there. Su Chao bent down and gently lifted his father. Suddenly, he felt how frail his body had become. Reflecting on how his father had transformed from a strong martial artist to this weakened state over the years, he felt a surge of melancholy. Once his father recovered from tomorrow's treatment, he intended to buy nourishing, restorative foods to improve his health. He also planned to give his mother an additional sum of money so she would not hesitate to prepare wholesome meals. Currently, he still had about 18 million yuan in his account, he would give his mother 5 million more, leaving enough for his own use for the time being. He acknowledged that his spending had been too rapid. Once his father was well, he planned to take Zhang Kuang out again. After leaving his parents' room, Su Chao found a bottle to collect the toxins expelled from his father and stored it within his spatial ring. Then, he sat quietly in the living room, watching Wen Jieyu as she sat meditating with her eyes closed. The longer he observed her graceful figure, the more captivated he became, feeling as though she were a celestial fairy fallen to the mortal realm. Unconsciously, he found himself utterly enchanted. A soft cough roused him from his reverie. When Jieyu had finished her meditation and opened her eyes, at that moment, she shyly fixed her gaze on Su Chao and teased, "Dummy, have you had your fill of watching?" Su Chao dared not continue staring and deliberately rose to make her a cup of tea. "Jieyu, are you feeling better?" When Jieyu accepted the tea he handed her. I've recovered some strength. For now, I can move without issue. After meditating and regulating my breath through the night, I should be nearly fully restored by morning. Luckily, I advanced to a 5th-tier martial artist this time, which has significantly increased my spiritual power. Otherwise, it would have been quite dangerous. This toxin had been in your father's body for so long that it developed a subtle symbiotic relationship with his body, making it very difficult to remove. If it had not been thoroughly cleansed, any residual toxins would have complicated future treatments. Su Chao looked at her with concern. "Jieyu, if you're not feeling well, rest an extra day before coming back to treat my father. All the toxins have now been expelled from his body, so waiting an additional day won't matter." "I'm fine," she insisted. "We can't keep your parents waiting any longer. For someone who has already glimpsed the dawn, even one more day of waiting is a tremendous torment." Seeing her determination, Su Chao silently nodded. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked, "By the way, Jieyu, may I ask you something? Is my mother still able to take the genetic medicine?" When Jieyu was momentarily taken aback by his sudden question. After regaining her composure, she retorted, "You have gene serums in your possession? You must have applied to purchase them from the warrior's house." Su Chao did not deny it, tacitly accepting the implication. Some matters simply did not require explicit explanation. When Jieyu's understanding was perfectly reasonable. After attaining the status of a 2nd-tier honorary citizen, a warrior may apply at the warrior's house to purchase a single vial of 1st-tier gene serum for family use. If one accumulates 10,000 points of battle merit and becomes a 3rd-tier honorary citizen, one may apply to purchase a full set of gene serums capable of breaking through to the 3rd tier. Of course, this only grants eligibility to apply. The cost of these serums is far from trivial. The warrior's house clearly lists the prices. 1st-tier gene serums are priced at 1 million each, 2nd tier at 3 million, and 3rd tier at 6 million. Thus, a complete set of gene serums enabling a breakthrough to the 3rd tier would cost 10 million. This attests to the rarity of gene serums. Their production is extremely limited, making widespread distribution impossible. Otherwise, the authorities would surely release them en masse to elevate humanity's average combat strength. When Jieyu continued, "Su Chao, since you have applied for gene serums, I trust you understand that the process of unlocking the gene lock with these serums is extremely violent and brutal, carrying inherent risks. This is why those who take them generally prefer younger individuals, as youth possess vigorous vitality and are at their physical peak, increasing the likelihood of successfully unlocking the gene lock. Conversely, if elderly individuals take them, their frail bodies may not withstand the serum's intense effects, potentially resulting in severe injury or even death. Your hesitation to decisively administer the serum to your mother stems precisely from this concern. Does it not?" Su Chao sincerely admired Wen Jieyu's astuteness and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I find it difficult to make up my mind. On one hand, watching my mother age and deteriorate day by day, especially in recent years, pains me deeply. I think if she could become a warrior, I do not expect her combat power to be great, but at least her health would improve significantly. On the other hand, as you said, I fear she may not withstand the serum's fierce potency, and unpredictable consequences might occur." After a brief pause, he fixed his gaze on Wen Jieyu and candidly shared his thoughts. "Today, when I saw you treating my father, a sudden idea struck me. If you were by my mother's side to assist during her administration of the gene serum, would that reduce the risk to the lowest possible level?" Seeing the hopeful look in his eyes, Wen Jieyu smiled and nodded gently, causing him to be overjoyed. In his excitement, he strode forward and grasped Wen Jieyu's hand. "Jieyu, you truly are the blessing of our entire family. You've solved 2 monumental problems for me at once. I don't even know how to thank you. Tell me, is there anything I can do to help you? That would ease my conscience somewhat." When Jieyu struggled to withdraw her hand from Su Chao's grasp, slightly embarrassed. "Oh dear, Why are you so clumsy? Assisting your mother in taking the gene serum is but a trivial favor to me. There's no need to make a fuss about it. As for help, your current strength is insufficient, so you can't assist me just yet. Su Chao seemed to have made a resolute decision. Looking earnestly at Wen Jiayu, he said, Jiayu, I've recently made a breakthrough. I'm now a 4th-tier warrior. Of course, this is a secret between you and me. You must keep it confidential. Wen Jiayu stared at him in disbelief. Before coming here, her teacher had speculated that Su Chao might be a dual superpower awakener, but she harbored some doubts. Now, she was 100% certain that Su Chao was indeed a dual superpower awakener, and both of his abilities were likely of considerable rank. Otherwise, there was no explanation for his rapid progression to a 4th-tier warrior within a single year. Such a rate of advancement surpassed even her own S-tier superpower talent. Even SS-tier talent would struggle to achieve the same. She was somewhat moved that Su Chao confided such a significant secret to her.
Su Chao,
You must never reveal this secret to anyone else. I will keep it safe for you. However, if you want to help me, you need to reach at least the Grandmaster level. Su Chao had carefully considered before revealing this secret to Wen Jiayu. Having experienced life and death ordeals together and spent considerable time in each other's company, he had formed a certain judgment of her character. Moreover, his greatest secret was his profile. As long as that remained undisclosed, he need not worry. As for the rarity of dual superpower talents, some had appeared before. Exposure would not cause a worldwide sensation. He was also quietly surprised. It seemed Wen Jiayu's family background was somewhat complicated. After his own breakthrough to 4th tier, he had thought his strength was commendable, yet he was still not qualified to assist her. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Wen Jiayu looked at his expression as if she understood his thoughts. Su Chao, don't be impatient. If I'm not mistaken, you are indeed a dual superpower awakener. Su Chao was not surprised. Given Wen Jiayu's intelligence, it was no difficulty for her to deduce this. Your talent is already the most outstanding I know. Yet even the most extraordinary gifts require time to mature. With time, I believe you will grow to a stature rivaling anyone. Additionally, my situation is somewhat special. I've told you some before, family quarrels and such, but there's no rush now. At least before I graduate, there won't be major troubles. Su Chao looked seriously at Wen Jiayu and said, Jiayu, if you need help in the future, be sure to tell me. I will certainly do what I can. Seeing the sincerity in Su Chao's eyes, Wen Jiayu hesitated briefly, then clenched her silver teeth and made a decision. Su Chao, since you trust me enough to reveal your greatest secret, I'll tell you mine as well. Actually, I am also a dual superpower awakener. My second ability awakened only after our recent life and death experience. This secret is known now only to you and my teacher. Su Chao's pupils dilated in astonishment. Wen Jiayu's S-tier life system talent was already formidable. Now, with a newly awakened second superpower, she had become a dual superpower awakener. What an extraordinary talent she must possess. At the same time, he could not conceal his happiness. The fact that she confided such an important secret in him signified her trust. Now that they shared each other's secrets, their relationship deepened further. That day, Wen Jiayu did not follow Su Chao's suggestion to stay overnight at his home. Su Chao had no choice but to escort her to a nearby hotel, where he booked the most luxurious room and arranged to pick her up the following afternoon to treat his father. Returning home, he found his mother still in the room, already asleep, leaning beside his father's bed. He took a blanket to cover her, unwilling to wake her. He knew that even if awakened, she would refuse to go to bed and would instead remain by his father's side. Gazing upon this tender scene between his parents, he quietly left the room. Today, he unusually refrained from training. Instead, he busied himself with household chores, tidying the rooms and then preparing dinner in the kitchen. The next day at noon, in Su Chao's study, General, heh. Dad, this time you're not allowed to regret your move. You little rascal, I'm not regretting it. It's just that my mind has cleared a bit today, and my eyes are a little blurry, so I didn't see clearly. Dad, that's enough. You looked quite spirited when you woke up this morning, your face flushed with vitality. There was no sign of blurred vision. Just then, Wang Lihua, the mother, entered the study from outside. Seeing the two of them embroiled in an argument, she rolled her eyes. I ask you, can't you two father and son help me with something? You've been at it here for 2 whole hours. Xiao Chao, stop playing chess with your dad. It's about time you go pick up Miss Xiao Yu for dinner. I'm about to start cooking. She was a great help to us yesterday, and we haven't had a chance to properly entertain her. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Jianya abruptly tossed down his chess piece and swiftly cleared the board. Xiao Chao, your mother is right. Hurry and go fetch Miss Xiao Yu for dinner. Su Chao replied, I've already told her. I'll go get her right away. Rising to his feet, he pulled a face at his father. Dad, not to be rude, but I can accept your poor chess skills. Yet your sportsmanship leaves much to be desired. Having said that, he swiftly exited the study. Behind him came Su Jianyes's roar. You little brat. How dare you speak to your father like that? Outside the residential complex, Su Chao was in high spirits, humming a tune as he walked along. His father had slept through until this morning, and upon waking, his vigor was remarkable. He even ate an extra bowl at breakfast. After the meal, he had the leisure to invite Su Chao to play chess, only to be soundly beaten several times. After meeting Wen Jiayu at the hotel, Su Chao noticed her complexion had nearly returned to normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The two quickly returned to Su Chao's home, where, coincidentally, his mother had finished cooking, so they all ate swiftly. The afternoon treatment was much lighter compared to yesterday's detoxification. In less than an hour, when Jiayu retracted her hands, she spoke, Uncle S' spine has been repaired, including the previously damaged internal organs. Later, try standing up slowly and see how it feels. Su Chao once again marveled at the formidable power of life-related abilities. He watched as new flesh gradually grew over the once blackened wounds on his father's legs, while the necrotic skin around the wounds turned into dead tissue and scars before eventually falling away. It was like a magical transformation. Unbelievable. Hearing Wen Jiayu's words, Su Jianya gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly and took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Under the expectant gazes of those present, he laboriously rose to his feet, with Su Chao and his mother gently supporting him on either side. Standing up, Su Jianya savored the long-lost sensation of his feet touching the ground. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Wiping them away, he gently pushed aside Su Chao and Wang Lihua, who were steadying him, and tried to take a step forward, then a second. Like a toddler learning to walk, though somewhat unsteady and swaying, he thankfully did not fall. After just a few steps, he was slightly perspiring. Like a child with a new toy, he turned back proudly and shouted to Wang Lihua, Lihua, I can walk! I can finally walk on my own! Wang Lihua, overwhelmed with joy, tightly grasped Su Jianya's hand. Old Su, I see it now. I'm truly happy for you. You made it through. Though reluctant to break the tender moment, when Jiayu, concerned for Su Jianya's health, gently reminded him, Uncle, you've only just regained mobility. Don't rush. You need to train and adapt slowly before you can fully recover. Su Chao quickly wheeled the chair closer. Dad, listen to Jiayu. Don't be impatient. Take it slow with your rehabilitation exercises. I believe it won't be long before you're completely recovered. Wang Lihua also spoke from the side. Old Su, no need to hurry. Take your time. So many years have passed. A few more days won't matter. Su Jianya glanced back at the wheelchair that had accompanied him for years. A complex expression flickered in his eyes before he obediently sat back down. Su Chao looked at Wen Jiayu, who, though less fatigued than yesterday, still showed signs of weariness, and handed her a cup of tea. Jiayu, are you all right? Go over there and rest for a bit. As for giving my mother the gene medicine, perhaps we can find another time? You've been exhausted these past couple of days. When Jiayu took a sip of the tea Su Chao offered, I feel fine. Let us do it today. Don't change the schedule again. My teacher asked me to return to school today and said I shouldn't leave her side recently. I'll meditate and recover for half an hour. Administering the gene medicine to Auntie take much effort. You should have your mother get ready too. Su Chao found her reasoning sound and did not insist further. Watching Wen Jiayu move aside to meditate and recuperate, he turned to his mother. Mom, about what I told you last night, get ready and change into something loose. After Jiayu rests for half an hour, we'll begin. Wang Lihua was still a bit anxious at the last moment. Xiao Chao, is it really safe? I'm not young anymore. There's no danger, right? Don't want to go through all this trouble only to turn your father into a cripple again. Su Chao laughed. Mom, don't you have faith in me? Or in Jiayu? Didn't you see how she treated Dad just now? Don't worry. The process might hurt a bit, but it's not very dangerous. Su Yiani, who had heard about this since waking up this morning, was also very pleased that his wife might one day become a warrior. He patted Wang Lihua's hand in reassurance. Lihua, don't worry. It's not very risky. Even if something happens, I'll take care of you. Wang Lihua snapped back anxiously. Su Jianya, if you can't comfort people, just shut your mouth. The way you say that only makes me more nervous. Su Chao was at a loss dealing with these two elders. Dad, Mom, can we stop bickering now and just get ready? Nevertheless, their earlier reassurances helped somewhat, and Wang Lihua was less resistant. She rose and went to change clothes. Half an hour later, when Jiayu opened her eyes after meditating, her exhaustion noticeably diminished. Seeing Wang Lihua ready, she nodded to Su Chao, signaling they could begin. Su Chao had Wang Lihua sit cross-legged opposite Wen Jieyu and took out the bottle of first-grade gene medicine obtained from Wu Qiming from his spatial ring. Mom, the process might hurt a bit. You have to endure it. Having made up her mind, Wang Lihua shot Su Chao a glance. Don't underestimate me. I endured the pain of giving birth to you. I'm not afraid of a little pain like this. Su Chao's mouth twitched, and when Jieyu turned her head slightly, stifling a smile, Wang Lihua's remark dissolved much of the tension in the room. Without hesitation, Su Chao opened the gene medicine bottle and poured it into his mother's mouth. When Jieyu promptly reminded, Auntie, close your eyes and focus. After 2 breaths, Wang Lihua began to frown. Then the medicine took effect. Sweat appeared on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. After more than a dozen breaths, her body started trembling. When Jieyu placed her hand on Wang Lihua's chest, and a flash of green light passed through, her trembling gradually subsided. At a certain moment, Wang Lihua, still seated cross-legged, shuddered as if a lock within her body had been released. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling an indescribable lightness throughout her body. When Jieyu withdrew her hand from Wang Lihua's chest, Su Chao saw his mother's eyes open. Mom, how do you feel? Wang Lihua moved her body and said, Very well. My body feels much clearer and lighter. When Shiyu turned to Wang Lihua and said, Auntie, your gene lock has now been unlocked, so you can begin cultivating. Have Su Chao teach you the breathing techniques, and whenever you have time, practice meditation regularly. This will enhance your spiritual power. Combined with taking the qi and blood elixirs, your health will steadily improve. Wang Lihua listened attentively to Wen Shiyu's words, nodding repeatedly like a well-behaved student. When Wen Shiyu finished speaking, she grasped Wen Shiyu's hand warmly. Miss Xiaoyu, thank you so much. You've gone through so much trouble for our family's sake. Whenever you have time, come over often. I'll prepare delicious meals for you. Your character is truly wonderful. I really like you so much. I wonder who in the future will be fortunate enough to marry you. After saying this, she glanced at Su Chao standing nearby. Su Chao seemed to deliberately avoid meeting his mother's gaze and turned his head to look at Wen Shiyu instead. Wen Shiyu's ears flushed slightly at Wang Lihua's praise, and she glanced at the time on purpose. Auntie, it's getting late. I have to go back now. My teacher is urging me. Wang Lihua hadn't expected Wen Shiyu to be in such a hurry to leave. Ah, so soon? Stay for dinner tonight before you go. Maybe next time. The one day my teacher gave me is already up, and I don't want to upset her. Seeing that Wen Shiyu truly had matters to attend to, Wang Lihua said, Xiao Chao, please see Miss Xiaoyu off. Take her home and then come back.
Su Chao nodded.
Mom, you should hurry and wash up. You smell. Wang Lihua sniffed herself, detected the odor, and was startled. She immediately stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Hey, you little stinker, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chao and Wen Shiyu left the house. At the parking lot, they retrieved the car and drove out of the community. Inside the car, Su Chao was driving while chatting casually with Wen Shiyu in the passenger seat. He had learned to drive back in high school before his father's accident. Although he hadn't driven much in recent years, his 4th-tier warrior spiritual power allowed him to pick it up quickly. He wanted Wen Shiyu to rest a bit. Shiyu, do you really have to rush back to school today? Yes, my teacher told me to stay by her side for safety. Is it still about Fang Hui's matter? Not entirely. The teacher said she's been feeling unsettled lately. Someone at her level wouldn't have such a premonition without cause. Su Chao frowned. You mean someone's targeting you? Not necessarily, but the teacher said it's best I stay close to her. Once I break through to 6th-tier warrior, she'll feel comfortable letting me roam outside. The two chatted casually as they drove toward the 1st district. Shanghai Martial Science University ranks highly among the martial science universities across Huaxia's base cities, giving it a unique status in Shanghai Base City. The university is located in the 1st district. To get there, they had to pass through the 5th district, which borders the 12th district.
Su Chao drove swiftly,
his driving skills becoming increasingly adept. Just as they were about to exit the 12th district and passed a relatively secluded stretch of road, suddenly, a large truck from the opposite lane sped directly toward them. The central divider was shattered instantly by the impact. Su Chao felt that even flooring the accelerator wouldn't allow them to avoid the collision. He abandoned the car and grabbed Wen Shiyu by the side of the passenger seat, instantly teleporting out of the vehicle. Their figures reappeared 100 meters away. Meanwhile, the SUV they had been driving rolled and tumbled several times on the road, coming to a halt about 20 meters away, severely deformed. Su Chao's face darkened as he looked at the wrecked vehicle. Wen Shiyu's expression was also grave. She cautiously scanned the surrounding environment. Clearly, She did not believe this was a simple traffic accident. Although they were safe inside the car moments ago, they would have been seriously injured. At that moment, the large truck that collided with them was also badly damaged at the front, its cargo scattered all over the road. Su Chao activated his investigative eye and saw that the truck driver was slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious, with blood flowing from his head. Moreover, the driver was an ordinary person. Could it really have been an accident? He continued to scan the surroundings. Then suddenly his expression shifted. He whispered a few words to Wenxiu before vanishing from sight. About 600 meters from the crash site, in a small copse of trees, two figures were crouched low. Their clothing and hats blended seamlessly with the environment, making them difficult to detect unless one looked carefully. One man gripped a sniper rifle. Judging by the rifle's unique material, it was no ordinary sniper rifle. The barrel was aimed precisely at the location of Su Chao and Wenxiu's accident. The other man held a pair of binoculars. Old cat, the target suddenly disappeared from my sight. Did you see them? Mountain Eagle. I didn't see anyone in the car. Am I seeing things? How did they just appear 100 meters away? What kind of ability is this? Our intel didn't mention the target having such powers. Could it be the boy next to her? Old cat, what do we do now? Should we continue the mission? If I shoot now, I probably won't kill the target. At best, I'll wound her, but that would alert them. Although this sniper rifle is special, and the bullets are made of grade A alloy. The man holding the binoculars, Old Cat, pondered for a moment. Let us not act. We'll abort the mission. The original plan was to trap them in the car with the truck accident so they couldn't dodge. Then you would finish them off with the special sniper rifle. But now the situation has changed. The boy vanished. We retreat. Before he finished speaking, a long knife suddenly pierced his throat. Mountain Eagle was startled by the sudden turn of events. His comrade had been speaking to him one moment, and the next moment he was dead. Looking at the suddenly appearing young man, terror flashed across Mountain Eagle's face. Who are you? He demanded, raising the rifle to aim at Su Chao. If you want to know who I am, you'll have to ask the King of Hell. Su Chao had no intention of leaving any survivors and ended the man's life with another stab. Both men were third-tier warriors. Su Chao's investigative eye detected no traces of supernatural abilities on them. They were likely gene-enhanced warriors. There was no need to keep them alive for interrogation. Assassins like these are unlikely to talk. He swiftly cleaned up the scene, storing the special sniper rifle in his spatial ring and placing the two bodies into bags, which he then stowed inside the internal space. Looking at the four bodies neatly arranged inside the internal storage, Su Chao sighed silently. What was supposed to be a secret storage space had become a dedicated place for corpses. Soon, he returned to Wenxiu's side and said gravely, it really wasn't an accident. Two assassins were lying in wait over there, trying to snipe us with a special sniper rifle. I took care of them. If we had been trapped in the car for even a little while, we could have been in danger. He took the sniper rifle out from the spatial ring and then produced a single bullet, handing it to Wenxiu. Bullets with this kind of power, our bodies can't withstand them. They can easily pierce through a car's body and hit us. Wenxiu's tone was icy cold. It seems someone is getting impatient, daring to make a move even inside the base city. Su Chao glanced around and noticed a vehicle approaching. He quickly pulled Wenxiu away, departing the scene without delay. Fortunately, there were no valuables in the car. It was merely the loss of a vehicle. They had no desire to attract onlookers and invite further trouble. The two sped along the road. Before long, they passed through the 12th district and arrived at the 5th district. There, they hailed another car to take them directly to the 1st district. In Shanghai Base City, not all vehicles from every district are permitted entry into the 1st district. Only those bearing license plates from the 1st through 5th districts are allowed access. The journey ahead proceeded smoothly without further incident, and in just over an hour, they reached the 1st district. This was Su Chao's first time visiting the heart of Shanghai Base City. The buildings here were splendid and luxurious, the streets immaculate and orderly, and the pedestrians elegantly attired, a flourishing scene of prosperity. Moreover, most inhabitants here were martial artists, many of whom Su Chao sensed possessed profound aura and strength far surpassing his own. This was truly the foundation and essence of Shanghai Base City. The vehicle continued on. After another half hour, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of Shanghai Martial University. Su Chao gazed at the imposing and magnificent school gate, a wave of emotion washing over him. His original life trajectory might very well have led him to study here, but fate had diverted him to attend a liberal arts university instead. Although later, teacher Wenjiu had invited him to come here, he had declined. Times had changed. With the existence of his panel, returning here held little significance anymore. Jiu, I'll see you off here. Su Chao's expression turned solemn as he cautioned Wen Jiu. Be cautious recently. Avoid venturing into the wilderness zone for now. Just stay within the school or the first district. You're likely being watched. Wen Jiu nodded. Looking at Su Chao, she said, you don't need to worry about me. I'll stay at school during this time, and my home is in the first district. But you should be careful when you go into the wilderness zone yourself. After a brief hesitation, she added in a low voice, also, keep your own supernatural abilities well concealed. Don't let yourself be targeted. After bidding farewell to Wen Jiu, Su Chao strolled around the first district, purchased some items, and then took a car home. In a luxurious villa in the third district, an elderly man with silver hair sat in the study, flipping through a book. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man, who was on the phone, his expression fluctuating between anxiety and anger. Without looking up, the silver-haired elder inquired, still no news? The middle-aged man quickly responded, yes, father. The 2 assassins I hired have previously succeeded in killing 6th-rank martial artists. Logically, they should have succeeded this time as well. The silver-haired elder closed his book and looked up at him. There's no need to make more calls. Immediately eliminate the phone numbers you used to contact them. They likely won't be coming back. A genius, huh? It's normal for such a difficult target to be hard to kill. She might have some life-saving trump card given by her teacher. However, we can't act too openly here in Base City, that would be suicide. So this time, sending Shanning and Lao Mao to handle it was also to give Lord Fong a proper explanation. The middle-aged man hesitated. Father, should we continue to arrange further attempts? The silver-haired elder shook his head. Since this attempt failed, Su Jin won't allow her to leave the school or the first district again. There's no opportunity left within Base City. Keep monitoring her movements. If she ventures into the wilderness zone anytime soon, inform me immediately. I will take action myself. Yes, father. The silver-haired elder sighed once more. Lord Fong sent me here, but the matter remains unresolved. According to the information gathered so far, the prime suspect in Fang Hui's death is Wen Jiu. I have inspected the valley. Traces of high-level ice element spiritual energy devices remain. I have also investigated the companions she traveled with. None could single-handedly kill Fang Hui. However, it's best to confirm by seeing the body. The problem is, Fang Hui's corpse is in Su Jin's hands at Shanghai Martial University, making it difficult to obtain. My initial plan was, if I couldn't get the body, to kill the prime suspect and give Lord Fong an explanation. Now, she won't leave the wilderness zone for some time. This trip to Shanghai Bay City is officially a business trip. I can't stay too long, and might not have the chance to act. I expect to leave in a few days. You must be careful here, conceal yourself well, and avoid appearing as part of the organization unless absolutely necessary. Also, keep the triad you established low profile and well-behaved for now. I will send you another batch of gene-enhancing drugs later. The middle-aged man acknowledged and then turned to leave. Only the elder remained seated in the study, deep in thought. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. Night fell by the time Su Chao returned home. Opening the door, he saw his parents waiting for dinner. His mother had prepared a large spread of dishes, and his father had specially opened an expensive bottle of wine to share 2 glasses with Su Chao. Today was a joyous day for their family. The father had recovered, and the mother had become a martial artist. When they called their sister, who lived in another base city, she too was overwhelmed with joy and tears of happiness. Everything was so wonderful. The following day, Su Chao taught his mother the breathing technique for cultivation and left her with an ample supply of qi and blood tonic medicines, which he had obtained from the spatial rings of Fang Hui and the tall slender man. After settling family matters in the subsequent days, he and Zhang Kuang ventured once more into the wilderness zone. This trip proved fruitful. Upon returning, they tallied their gains, 3 4th rank, 12 3rd rank, and dozens of 2nd rank monster materials, which added nearly 5 million to each of their accounts. Their battle merits increased by over 1,000 points. With Zhang Kuang's enhanced strength, solitary 4th rank monsters rarely escaped him alive. The lone 4th rank monster and 2 early-stage 4th rank monsters they encountered became materials in their bags. Su Chao did not reveal his internal space before Zhang Kuang, so it was a pity to discard the monster corpses from their joint hunt. He only displayed the 2 cubic meter spatial ring, explaining it was a gift from Wen Jiu to thank him for saving her life, which made Zhang Kuang envious. However, the 2 cubic meter spatial ring could not hold much. It only allowed them to carry some monster materials, which explained how each of them gained nearly 5 million this time. After parting ways with Zhang Kuang, Su Chao eagerly returned to his room. They still resided at the previously used Hunter Association. He carelessly tossed his backpack aside and, unable to contain his excitement, looked at his panel. Source points, 10,086. Despite having only revealed the combat power of a third-rank martial artist this trip, he had slain many monsters and earned nearly 5,000 source points, which, combined with his previous 5,000 plus, finally brought his source points above 10,000. He then glanced at the supernatural abilities section. Supernatural abilities. A-rank investigative eye, B-rank teleportation, B-rank internal space. A smile crept onto his face. His abilities were finally ready for advancement. It seemed that upgrading a B-rank ability to A-rank required consuming 10,000 source points. He chose to upgrade teleportation as it was crucial for survival. The stronger, the better. Upgrade. As the source points rapidly diminished, he felt his comprehension of space deepen, as if layers of spatial veils were being lifted one by one. Previously, the B-rank teleportation felt like a point-to-point connection, but now, under the rapid consumption of source points, his understanding of space gradually approached a transformation from a line to a surface, until, at a certain moment, source points ceased to be consumed, and the realization stopped. He looked at the panel. Supernatural ability. A-class investigative eye, A-class spatial traversal, B-class inner space. Spatial traversal? He sensed it briefly, then swept his hand through the void of the room, instantly conjuring a portal of emptiness within, faintly perceiving that stepping through would transport him to another location. Moreover, the distance would not be insignificant. Previously, upon breaking through to the 4th-tier warrior, his teleportation range had expanded from the original 200 meters to 500 meters. Yet now, he felt that entering this passage would place him at a distance many times greater than that of his teleportation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he ventured inside. In the next moment, his figure materialized from the void. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amid ruins and rubble, with the occasional roar of monsters echoing in the distance. This was the wilderness zone. Far off stood a dilapidated stadium. Su Chao's pupils constricted sharply. He had been here before. This was Kaiyang County City, where he and Zhang Kuang had once fought over the spoils of the Flame Squad within that very stadium. Su Chao could not help but feel astonished. This place was roughly 25 miles from the Starsea base city, and he sensed that this was not yet the limit of his ability. This was merely the initial use, and he had not dared exert his full power. Conservatively, 50 kilometers would pose no challenge. One moment he was in a luxurious suite within the Starsea base city, and the next, he appeared dozens of kilometers away in the wilderness, an almost surreal sensation that left him momentarily dazed. However, he was quickly roused by the sudden onrush of a 3rd-tier monster accompanied by several 2nd-tier beasts. Su Chao grinned broadly. Perfect timing. With Zhang Kuang absent, he could unleash his full strength without restraint. Drawing a long blade from his spatial ring, he activated his killing mode. Half an hour later, Su Chao gazed at the inner space of his body, now filled to the brim with the piled-up corpses of monsters. Around him, within roughly a kilometer, the beasts had been largely eliminated. Shaking his head in resignation, he knew it was time to return. This bout of slaughter had been exhausting. Moreover, his commotion had attracted more monsters, as the investigative eye had already detected reinforcements rushing over. He swept his hand through the void before him. The space, like a thick sheet of paper, was sliced open, forming a passageway. Waving at the swarming monsters, he stepped into the portal, his figure vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared in his previous room. This was the insight Su Chao gained after activating spatial traversal. Any location where he had previously opened spatial traversal would be marked in his spatial coordinates. If within his traversal range, he could reach it directly. This upgraded supernatural ability was simply exquisite. With it, his survival capabilities had leapt several tiers. There was an unexpected bonus. Source points, 3,135. This exhilarating spree of slaughter had yielded over 3,000 source points, alongside the mountain of monster corpses piled within his inner space. As for the 4 corpses that had been there before, they had already been disposed of during his last outing with Zhang Kuang. Su Chao stretched his body, feeling the weariness of recent days. He decided to take a bath and rest well, leaving the matter of processing the monster carcasses until he awoke. When Su Chao awakened again, it was already the next morning. He stretched languidly, instantly feeling refreshed and invigorated. Picking up the phone beside his bed, he saw a message from Zhang Kuang. "Chaozi, I have plans with some classmates today, so I won't be going home with you. You go back on your own." Su Chao curled his lips in disdain. Zhang Kuang was pulling this stunt again, probably off to meet Bai Jie. The last time Zhang Kuang went on a date with Bai Jie, Su Chao had inadvertently seen it but chose not to expose him. Ever since the operation involving the soul infant fruit, the two had somehow gotten involved and kept it secret from everyone else. Bai Jie had a pleasant personality, and Su Chao approved of both her and Zhang Kuang, hoping his good brother would find happiness. He casually replied to the message. Getting up, Su Chao prepared to have breakfast. Today, he intended to dispose of all the monster corpses stored in his inner space. He was not planning to process these intact bodies through the Hunters Association. He spent the entire morning visiting over 10 places. Each store sold between 2 and 5 monster carcasses depending on the size of the beast. Only after selling all 8 third-tier and about 40 second-tier monster corpses from his inner space was the task complete. He could not be blamed for caution. After all, the spatial ring could not hold such a vast number of monster bodies all at once. By midday, his account had increased by nearly 9 million, bringing the total balance to over 30 million. This was the benefit of having a large storage capacity. Otherwise, relying solely on a backpack to carry materials, he could only bring back a little over 1 million worth of monster materials. However, this method was cumbersome in the long run. Su Chao frowned slightly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could rent a warehouse nearby to store all the monster corpses, then have someone collect them in bulk, thus concealing the secret of his expansive storage capacity. Zhao Dezhu from the Hunters Association was a suitable candidate. Su Chao had cooperated with him several times and regarded him as a trustworthy partner. Acting on the thought immediately, he spent nearly 2 hours before finding an ideal underground warehouse nearby. The warehouse spanned approximately 800 square meters with a ceiling height of about 7 meters. Calculated roughly, that was over 5,000 cubic meters, enough to hold his inner space contents about 5 times over, which was sufficient. The rent was 100,000 per month. A trivial sum to Su Chao, who agreed without bargaining and signed a 1-year lease. With that settled, he activated spatial traversal within the vast underground warehouse. Returning to his hotel room, he took out his phone and video called his parents, telling them he would return in a few days and advising them not to worry. His father had regained the ability to walk normally after several days of rehabilitation training and had resumed cultivation, aiming to gradually restore his strength. The blood and chi elixirs Su Chao had left at home would cover the short-term cultivation needs of both his parents. Next, he went to the front desk to pay a week's rent. Returning to his room, he sat in meditation for half an hour to regulate his breath. It was still before 3 in the afternoon. He decided to go back to the wilderness zone for another round of harvesting. Activating spatial traversal, his figure appeared in the underground warehouse, where he opened a spatial portal to Kaiyang County City. Su Chao did not immediately rush to hunt monsters. Instead, he used his investigative eye to observe the surroundings. Since breaking through to the 4th-tier warrior, his investigative IS range had expanded to about 3 miles, effectively serving as a humanoid radar. Within this radius, he discovered 6 4th-tier monsters, dozens of 3rd-tier, and thousands of monsters below the 3rd tier. Additionally, he detected 2 hunting squads operating in the area. Time to get to work. Consciously avoiding the directions of the 2 hunting squads, he began his massacre. Yes, massacre. His current overall combat strength was virtually invincible among 4th-tier warriors. Monsters below 4th tier were typically dispatched with a single strike, while 4th-tier beasts required a bit more time. An hour and a half later, Su Chao was slightly breathless, wiping sweat from his brow as he joyfully surveyed the towering pile of monster corpses in his inner space. He was selective about which monsters he collected, only those above 1st tier qualified. He was too lazy to gather the bodies of unranked beasts. At this moment, the inner space was filled with the corpses of 1 4th tier, 8 3rd tier, 37 2nd tier, and over 200 1st-tier monsters. It was high time to return to the base city. His own energy expenditure had been considerable, and he needed to rest properly. He did not activate spatial traversal on the spot. Instead, he located a nearby residential area, selected a relatively intact building, ascended to one of its rooms, and only then opened the spatial portal inside. This way, he would not have to appear outside upon his next arrival. It would be troublesome if someone accidentally witnessed him materializing out of thin air. In the next instant, his figure manifested directly inside a hotel room in the base city. Glancing at the tea he had brewed before leaving, still warm on the table, he lifted the cup and took a sip. Peculiar thoughts stirred within him. In ancient times, Guan Yu warmed his wine to slay Hua Xiong. Today I, Su Chao, warm my tea to slaughter monsters. He had no intention of returning to the wilderness today. Instead, he planned to rest properly in the hotel for a day, relax, and resume tomorrow. Otherwise, he feared becoming a mere killing machine. He spent a comfortable day lounging in the hotel. The following morning, refreshed and full of vigor, Su Chao resumed his work. First, he went to the underground warehouse and released all the monster corpses from the inner space, piling them into a towering mountain of bodies. Then, Activating spatial traversal, he appeared inside a residential building in Kayong County. The slaughter commenced once more. The familiar routine repeated. After 2 hours, he returned to the hotel room in the Bay City. This time, however, he did not even have the chance to sip his tea before eagerly and excitedly turning to his status panel. Abilities: A-grade investigation I, A-grade spatial traversal, B-grade inner space, D-grade mimicry. Indeed, his panel now displayed a new D-grade ability, mimicry. After slaying countless monsters, he had finally acquired a new power. He had gained it upon killing a third-tier lizard-like monster, somewhat reminiscent of the chameleons from the Nirvana era. That creature had been hiding atop an artificial rock in a park, camouflaged as a stone, attempting to ambush the battling Su Chao, but was instantly slain by his investigation eye. Shortly thereafter, this new ability appeared on his panel. If the probability of humans' awakening abilities was 1%, the chance of monsters' awakening abilities was less than 1 in 10,000. Though the ratio was low, given the terrifying numbers and reproductive capabilities of monsters, many powerful ability-awakened beasts still emerged. Su Chao reaffirmed one truth. As his martial artist rank advanced, the number of abilities he could possess increased. Having just broken through to a 4th-tier martial artist, he was now entitled to 4 abilities. Curious to test this new power, he activated mimicry. Instantly, Su Chao felt he could alter his basic features such as appearance and skin tone, but not his height, weight, or bone structure. Unsatisfied, he eyed the over 8,000 source points on his panel. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to upgrade the ability. Upgrade. Consuming 1,000 source points, the D-grade mimicry advanced to C-grade transformation. He tried out transformation, which allowed him to imitate a specific target's appearance and voice, including subtle expressions and habitual gestures. Quite satisfactory, yet still unsatisfied, he pressed onward. Using 5,000 source points, C-grade transformation was promoted to B-grade mirror replication. Experiencing mirror replication, he realized that beyond the previous capabilities, he could now replicate an entirely new specific individual, including that person's abilities and martial skills. Of course, if the target's ability level exceeded B-grade, the replication would fail. Moreover, this power's duration was limited. He estimated it lasted at most a day. Seeing his source points dwindle back to just over 2,000, Su Chao twitched at the corner of his mouth. Source points came quickly but vanished just as fast. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with the new ability. It was very practical. He could disguise himself as another identity when venturing into the wilderness, adding an extra layer of protection. Back in the hotel room, after bathing, Su Chao comfortably sat on the sofa, sipping tea and casually leafing through a book. He had no plans to return to the wilderness this morning. He intended to rest well, have lunch, and then hunt monsters in Kayong County in the afternoon. From then on, he resolved not to spend the source points gained from hunting, saving them to see if he could elevate one of his A-grade abilities to S-grade before school started. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, facing the hotel mirror, Su Chao altered his physique and visage with his ability, transforming into a young, burly man. He changed into a gray martial arts uniform. Anyone who saw him in this guise would no longer associate him with Su Chao. His figure then vanished and reappeared in the underground warehouse, where he released all the monster corpses from the inner space. Instantly, the mountain of corpses in the warehouse doubled in size. Su Chao looked on with satisfaction. He then opened the spatial portal and entered it, reappearing inside a room in Kayong County. Activating his investigation eye, he found that the monsters around had become much sparser after being slaughtered twice. It was time to change locations. Soon, 5 kilometers from the previous residential area, he began his slaughter anew. After 2 hours, he returned to the underground warehouse. He emptied all the monster corpses from the inner space again. Gazing at the towering pile of bodies, Su Chao decided to contact Jade to arrange a bulk purchase. Among the monsters, the most valuable were 4 4th-tier and 21 3rd-tier corpses. Su Chao stored 2 of the 4th-tier corpses in his spatial ring and turned toward the warehouse door. After locking it securely, he headed to the nearest Hunter Association building. On the 2nd floor of the Hunter Association, inside an office, Jade was in a foul mood. Recently, a managerial position had opened in his department, offering a promotion opportunity. Based on seniority and capability, he had been the prime candidate, but yesterday, his former superior called him to say that a person with connections would be transferred from another district to assume the role. He had learned from others that this newcomer's ability was inferior to his, but the individual had powerful backing. Unwilling to accept this, Jade's superior later told him that if his performance improved significantly within the month, he might still have a chance. Jade smiled bitterly. How could performance improve drastically? The prices they paid for materials were not higher than those of large merchant guilds or alliances. In fact, they were even lower than some small shops, leaving them with no competitive edge. If it were not for his good relationships and many loyal clients, his performance would be no better than others. As he gloomily smoked, a knock came at the office door. Maintaining his usual professionalism, he called out patiently, "Come in." The door opened, revealing a young, burly man wearing a gray martial arts uniform. The aura he emitted was at least that of a fourth-tier martial artist, a perception Zhao had developed through years of dealings with martial artists. "You must be Supervisor Zhao, right? I have a business proposition for you." The person who arrived was none other than Su Chao. He had resolved to conduct the transaction under this assumed identity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to avoid arousing suspicion if a young student possessed so many monster corpses. Zhao Dezhou, perceiving the other's formidable aura, quickly displayed a professional smile and said, "It is indeed an honor. Please have a seat, sir. Let us start with a cup of tea, and then we can discuss matters at leisure." Once Su Chao was seated, Zhao prepared a cup of tea for him and inquired, "May I ask how I should address you, sir? And what business shall we discuss?" Su Chao spoke candidly. "Everyone calls me Old Mo. I have monster corpses to dispose of. A friend told me that Director Zhao conducts business fairly, so I have come to you." Upon hearing about the monster corpses, Zhao Dezhou's eyes lit up. "Ah, may I have the honor of inspecting them, Old Mo?" Su Chao removed the spatial ring from his hand and handed it over. Zhao Dezhou channeled his spiritual energy to probe it, discovering only 2 fourth-tier monster corpses, which left him somewhat disappointed. Although complete fourth-tier monster corpses were not without value, they were merely decent. He quickly composed himself and said, "Old Mo, these 2 fourth-tier monster corpses are quite intact. The fatal wounds pierced through the eyes, leaving the fur unblemished. I can offer you 3,500,000. How does that sound? I trust you understand that the highest price for a fourth-tier monster corpse is 2 million, and since these 2 are not peak fourth-tier monsters, my offer is quite generous." Su Chao nodded silently, acknowledging the honesty of the offer, and found the price reasonable. Without hesitation, he agreed. Just as Zhao Dezhou was about to transfer the payment, Su Chao raised his hand to stop him. "No rush, Director Zhao. This is merely an appetizer. I have many more monster corpses of this kind, ranging from 1st to 4th tier. Perhaps you might be interested?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhou rose excitedly. "Truly, Old Mo, you are not jesting? Of course. If you have any doubts, you are welcome to accompany me. My warehouse is not far from here." "That sounds splendid. I will accompany you." Old Mo. Su Chao nodded and rose, leading Zhao Dezhou out. Soon, they arrived at an underground warehouse. Upon opening the door, Zhao Dezhou was utterly stunned by the towering piles of monster corpses before him. He had initially imagined dozens, but this was a veritable mountain of corpses. Swallowing nervously, he asked with a trembling voice, "Old Mo, may I ask approximately how many are here?" Unconsciously, he had already adopted a respectful tone.
Su Chao Riplit Kasua.
"About 600 or 700. Among them, 2 are 4th tier, 21 are 3rd tier, 70 or 80 are 2nd tier, and roughly 600 are 1st tier. Zhao Dezhou nearly jumped for joy. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. Was his springtime about to arrive? This volume was roughly equivalent to his typical monthly transaction quota. If he could close this deal, his monthly performance would surely double, and with some maneuvering by his superiors, a managerial position might not be out of reach. As for the origin of these monster corpses, he did not concern himself. His professional experience taught him that some matters were best left unasked in the underworld. He fixed a solemn gaze on Su Chao and spoke earnestly, "Old Mo, please allow me to purchase this batch of monster corpses. I vow to offer you the highest price within my authority."
Su Chao smiled freely.
"Of course, I trust Director Zhao. It is in your hands. Send someone to count and appraise them. I will wait for you at your place after having some tea. Once you have settled accounts, come find me." With that, he waved at Zhao Dezhou and turned away. Zhao watched Su Chao's graceful retreat with admiration, thinking, a true master's demeanor. He immediately took out his phone and called a few subordinates to assist. Su Chao indeed went to the Hunters Association for tea. To him, the monster corpses themselves were of little concern. In this post-apocalyptic world, monsters were abundant. A single outing could yield hundreds of them. What mattered was Zhao Dezhou's character and whether he could reliably handle the disposal of monster corpses over the long term. After only 2 cups of tea, Zhao Dezhou came running over. "Old Mo, I have completed the appraisal. The total value is 54,150,000. Rounding up, I'll say 55 million. What do you think?" Su Chao gave him a meaningful glance, thinking, this fellow is a talent. This rounding up truly wins my heart. He nodded. Very well. I accept your offer. I will come to you again in the future. Please arrange to have the monster corpses in the warehouse transferred as soon as possible today. I will lock the doors after dark. Understood, old MO. I will also have my people remove all the spirit armor fragments and store them in the warehouse for you. After leaving the Hunters Association, Su Chao's account balance had increased by 55 million, bringing his total to around 86 million. Of course, he had transferred the money to a different account to avoid recognition during the transaction. He then moved to a secluded corner and activated his spatial travel back to his hotel room. Concentrating on the panel, he observed, source points, 7,365. He had originally gained over 10,000 source points this time, but had spent 6,000 enhancing his disguise ability. Moreover, once he exchanged the spirit armor fragments for battle merits, he expected to gain over 2,000 more, which would bring his total battle merits to over 4,000. That evening, after speaking with his parents, he transferred 5 million to his father, Su Janya. His father's recovery and cultivation would require funds. As a man, it was prudent to keep some money on hand. Besides, his father intended to reunite with old comrades, and such gatherings would require expenses. He also sent 5 million to his sister, sensing that she was hiding something during their call. He hoped the money would help her family and resolved to visit them when time permitted. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chao sat in the lounge of the Hunters Association, sipping tea, overhearing several warriors chatting nearby. Hey, have you noticed? Recently, the number of monsters outside Shanghai base near Kaiyang City has significantly decreased. Another replied, I noticed that yesterday too. Especially monsters of second tier and above, they've clearly become much scarcer. Others chimed in, I guess a squad of 5th tier or higher experts must have gone there to hunt. The first speaker shook his head in disagreement. A squad of 5th tier or higher experts would typically venture farther afield for better yields. After all, spatial rings can only hold so many materials. Who would bother hunting so many 2nd and 3rd tier monsters there? At that moment, a warrior who had been deep in thought suddenly spoke. Brothers, haven't you noticed something strange? With so many monsters slain, there should be corpses left behind. Even if the flesh is eaten by other monsters, the bones should remain. But have you seen any traces of monster corpses in Kaiyang City? It's as if thousands of corpses vanished into thin air. Another warrior agreed that analysis makes sense. It is indeed suspicious. Could someone be using spatial rings to collect the monster corpses? A dissenting voice retorted, don't joke about that. Who could have such a large spatial ring? Most mid and low-tier warriors have spatial rings no larger than 5 cubic meters. Don't tell me some mid or low-tier warrior has a spatial ring of over 100 cubic meters. That's only possible for top-tier experts. And it's unlikely any top-tier expert would be bored enough to hunt so many monsters there for fun. Su Chao sat there leisurely sipping his tea, listening to a few people speculating and debating nearby, unable to suppress a smile. Those martial artists beside him could never have imagined that the very instigator of the topic they were discussing was sitting right next to them, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. In the past 20 or so days, apart from spending 3 or 4 days at home and going out once more with Zhang Kuang, Su Chao had been relentlessly hunting monsters. Every time before he ventured out, he would transform into the robust young man clad in a gray martial arts uniform. He had gone out alone for 14 consecutive days, twice daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Each time he headed toward Kaiyang County. He activated his eye of exploration to find a deserted area for monster hunting. In a single day, he could amass nearly 7,000 source points. As for the carcasses of the monsters he brought back, every 2 days he would call upon Jade to come to the warehouse to purchase and process them. Over this period, he had dealt with more than 7,000 monster corpses. This had nearly caused Jade to treat him like a revered benefactor, neglecting other affairs and delegating responsibilities to his subordinates, focusing solely on liaising with Su Chao. This was because his former superior had called him a few days ago. Due to Su Chao's recent surge in performance, the higher-ups had come to highly recognize his capabilities. After deliberation, they agreed to appoint him as the manager of a vacant position within the association. Hence, Jade was even more motivated to maintain a good relationship with Su Chao. To express his gratitude, the subsequent purchase prices were always set at the highest limits permitted by his authority. Moreover, Jade had reserved a luxurious suite within the association using his privileges, offering it to Su Chao for free. Though Su Chao cared little for such trivial sums, he accepted the gesture with a smile, appreciating the goodwill. Once all the monster materials were processed, Su Chao's account balance had surged by over 400 million. Adding his previous balance, his net worth skyrocketed past 500 million. Su Chao had become numb to it all. First, He had felt a thrill watching his account balance climb steadily, but now he found himself gradually indifferent. When money reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes nothing more than a string of numbers. He used to think such remarks were pretentious, even harboring disdain for those who said them. Yet now, with a hint of Versailles-like irony, he realized he had ultimately become the very person he once despised. Money was merely one of his gains over these 20 days. What concerned him most was the accumulation of source points. Glancing at his interface, source points, 96,465. The source points were finally approaching 100,000. He had a vague sense that once the source points surpassed 100,000, his A-rank superpower might ascend. It was now noon. One more outing in the afternoon would suffice. As for another gain, battle merits, he had stored many spirit armor fragments in his inner space but had not hastily exchanged them all for merits. His battle merits still hovered around 4,000 plus. If he were to convert all his spirit armor fragments at once, he estimated he could acquire about 15,000 battle merits, an astonishing figure. For a student who had awakened barely 2 months ago, such a vast accumulation would undoubtedly attract attention from above. Hence, he refrained from exchanging them hastily, preferring to wait until his strength increased further. In fact, during these 20 days he had one final gain: strength. Physique, 124. Spiritual power, 51. Indeed, 10 days ago, his strength had surged again. His spiritual power rose from 42 to 51, and his physique from 88 to 124, consuming a total of 1,260 source points. His realm had reached the mid-4th stage. A physique of 124 corresponded to a strength of 12,400 kilograms. With the 80% enhancement from his perfected martial skill, he could unleash 22,300 kilograms of force, rivaling the strength of a martial artist newly entering the mid-5th stage. In the afternoon, in the wilderness area of Kayong County, a sturdy young man wearing a gray martial arts uniform swiftly darted between buildings. He targeted 2nd and 3rd stage monsters exclusively, and with each swing of his long blade, one monster after another fell lifeless and then vanished. This man was none other than Su Chao, transformed into the guise of Lao Mo. Su Chao was now intimately familiar with this area. He planned to harvest this final wave of monsters and then cease coming here. The 4th stage monsters had been nearly exterminated, leaving only 2, a pair of peak 4th stage Vajra tigers, 1 female and 1 male, residing at the very center of the county seat. If he could eliminate these 2 most formidable beasts this time, the danger level of Kayong County would temporarily decline, rendering it suitable for low-rank martial artists from the Shanghai Bay City to train. With his current strength, he could practically stroll through here unhindered. Soon, he arrived at a shopping center in the heart of the county. His eye of exploration detected the 2 Vajra tigers wandering on the 2nd floor. Besides them, there were over 10 3rd-stage monsters and dozens of 2nd-stage monsters on the periphery. No wonder other hunting teams had been hesitant to approach this direction. Any typical hunting team venturing here was essentially courting death. Even an average 5th-stage martial artist could be overwhelmed and perish if besieged. Su Chao feared no ambush. At worst, he could teleport away. Without hesitation, he charged forward, slaughtering his way up. After dispatching over 10 2nd-stage and 4 3rd-stage monsters, Su Chao reached the 2nd floor, where the Vajra tigers were startled and charged toward him, roaring continuously to summon more monsters to converge. When enemies meet on a narrow path, a fight is inevitable. With a swift teleport, he appeared beside the leading female tiger. Employing the perfected martial skill Shadow Stab, he thrust his long blade straight through her eye into her brain. Before she could comprehend what had happened, she collapsed into a lifeless corpse. The Vajra tiger's pelt was highly valuable. Su Chao deliberately spared it from damage, choosing to kill through the eye. The male Vajra tiger behind, witnessing its companion vanish inexplicably, roared furiously. Its body swelled dramatically, and its aura intensified considerably. Su Chao narrowed his eyes, curious to test its strength in this berserk state. Since his recent enhancement, he had yet to fully unleash his power against an opponent of equal rank. With a perfected martial skill Whirlwind Slash, he clashed with the tiger's claw. A resounding clang of refined iron echoed. The floor beneath them shattered, creating a large hole through which they both plummeted a floor below. Su Chao felt he had gained the upper hand in that collision. The berserk tiger had reached the power level of an early 5th-stage warrior. After being knocked down, it rolled several meters away, while Su Chao only took a step back. Exhilarating, he raised his blade and pressed forward to engage the tiger again. After a dozen breaths, Su Chao felt sufficiently acquainted with the battle and decided not to prolong it. activating his Eye of Exploration with its accompanying mental intimidation effect. The tiger was caught off guard and stunned momentarily. Su Chao teleported instantly, stabbing his blade into its eye. The tiger fell, dying in unwilling defeat. At the very moment he killed the Vajra tiger, Su Chao sensed a new superpower had appeared on his interface. E-rank Berserk. This newly emerged ability flickered persistently on the display. Seeing that Su Chao had no intention of retaining or replacing other powers, it gradually vanished. Su Chao shook his head, confirming his earlier suspicion. At his current 4th stage martial artist strength, he could only possess 4 superpowers. This supernatural ability belongs to the enhancement category. It is not a particularly impressive power and is far less practical than the 4 abilities he currently possesses, so he has no intention of replacing any of them. After retracting the corpse of the 4th-tier Pinnacle Vajra tiger, Su Chao surveyed the surroundings, where monsters were steadily closing in. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Facing hundreds of monsters alone, this advantage is mine. Gripping his blade, he charged forward. The sword in his hand swung with such speed that afterimages appeared, monsters falling one after another, then vanishing on the spot. Half an hour later, in the heart of Kaiyang County City, the area where the monsters were strongest, only pools of blood, severed limbs, and some low-tier monster corpses remained. Su Chao glanced around, his expression somewhat complex. He had spent the longest time in this city of Kaiyang County. From the cautious first time he came with Zhang Kuang to now, where he could come and go at will alone, it had practically become his backyard, ripe for harvesting, amassing him a vast fortune and source points. His footprints were everywhere, and this place had greatly accelerated his growth. It's time to leave. I probably won't come back here anymore, because at this moment, his source points displayed on the panel have exceeded 100,000. He reached out and opened a spatial portal in the void before him, then slipped inside. The next moment, he returned to a hotel room in the base city. No time for tea. He immediately looked at the panel. Name: Su Chao, level 4th tier martial artist. Abilities: A-grade Eye of Exploration, A-grade Spatial Traversal, B-grade Inner Space, B-grade Mirror Duplication, Constitution 124, Mental Strength 51, Source Points 101,534. Martial Techniques: Primary Martial Technique Shadow Stab, Mastered. Primary Martial Technique Wind Cutting Slash, Perfected. Primary Martial Technique Mountain Calming Fist, Mastered. Having surpassed the 100,000 source point threshold, an A-grade ability could indeed be upgraded. He would gain his first S-grade ability. Which ability should he elevate? Currently, he had 2 choices: A-grade Eye of Exploration or A-grade Spatial Traversal. Su Chao pondered deeply and ultimately decided to first upgrade the Eye of Exploration. He had his reasons. Now that he possessed Spatial Traversal, it could satisfy his current needs. However, he would soon be venturing frequently into the wilderness, no longer the areas near the base city he had previously frequented. He would most likely need to explore deeper regions. Moreover, he was searching for longevity-enhancing spiritual creatures for his father, placing great expectations on the upgraded Eye of Exploration. Regardless of the task, having prior knowledge unknown to others and always staying one step ahead was paramount. With his decision made, he no longer hesitated. Sitting down cross-legged on the spot, he began the enhancement process. As his source points were consumed at a terrifying rate, Su Chao sensed the Eye of Exploration on his panel beginning to transform, though this process took considerably longer than before. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, he felt the source point consumption cease, exactly 100,000 source points spent. He glanced at the panel. Abilities: S-grade Eye of Truth, A-grade Spatial Traversal, B-grade Inner Space, B-grade Mirror Duplication, an S-grade ability. Su Chao's heart surged with excitement. He finally possessed his first S-grade supernatural power, Eye of Truth. At the same time, he grew curious about the capabilities of this upgraded S-grade ability. Activating the Eye of Truth, Su Chao immediately perceived the immense power of this evolved skill. First, the various energies flowing through the air materialized visually. Previously, his Eye of Exploration could only faintly detect energy currents in the air. Now, he could clearly see these energies existing in different forms throughout the surrounding space. For example, dense, stable, ochre-colored earth energy, green wood energy gradually absorbed by nearby plants, and fiery red and golden yellow fire energy intertwined, forming delicate threads of power flowing into the body of a fire element martial artist meditating nearby. Following one particularly strong energy flow, Su Chao discovered a gray-robed elder meditating in a room atop the Hunter-S Association building where he resided. His Eye of Truth instantly transmitted the elder's information into Su Chao's mind. A 6th-tier pinnacle martial artist? B-grade fire element ability. The elder was completely unaware of Su Chao's surveillance. This was the strongest individual within the Hunter-S Association that Su Chao had detected. He cautiously continued to scan outside the association. The cultivation levels and ability grades of all visible martial artists appeared in his mind. He found only a few A-grade ability users, but no S-grade ones, confirming their rarity. When he scanned the city wall, his pupils suddenly contracted. In a pavilion on the wall, he saw a man in a black martial arts uniform around 50 years old, meditating. A tremendous energy surged into his body, his aura restrained yet overwhelming. To an untrained eye, he would appear ordinary, but Su Chao thought otherwise. Information flooded his mind. A 7th-tier pinnacle martial artist, A-grade wind element ability. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within. Surveying his surroundings, his aura erupted like a volcano. It seemed he sensed someone spying on him but could not determine who. After a moment of suspicion, he closed his eyes and resumed meditation. 1 kilometer away, in the Hunter-S Association room, Su Chao withdrew his gaze, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. A grandmaster, so formidable. At that instant, every hair on his body stood on end, as if he had glimpsed a colossal beast and sensed an instinctive danger. Yet, he was very satisfied with his upgraded ability. He recalled that when he first acquired the Eye of Exploration, spying on this grandmaster atop the city wall had resulted in the man detecting him immediately. Now, although the man seemed to sense something, he could not locate Su Chao at all. Moreover, Su Chao felt he had not yet fully unlocked the full potential of this upgraded S-grade ability. He would have to explore it gradually in the future. Staring at the panel S information, he fell into deep contemplation. For abilities, 1 S-grade, 1 A-grade, 2 B-grade. If he were to categorize ability users into tiers, for example, B-grade ability users were elite talents like Bai Jie and Fu Jun, prized recruits for major powers. A-grade ability users were geniuses like Zhang Kuang, heavily courted and considered core members of their factions. Rarer still were S-grade ability users, top-tier prodigies like Wen Jieyu before awakening her dual abilities, a secret trump card for major factions. Above that were the extremely rare SS-grade ability users and dual ability wielders, true prodigies like Chu Feiyu, the foundation of humanity's strength. As for SSS-grade ability holders, he had never heard of any. Perhaps his level was insufficient to encounter them. As for himself, possessing 4 abilities, all B-grade or above, including 1 S-grade, what did that make him? He did not know, nor did he intend to tell anyone. Even when Jieyu only knew he was a dual ability awakener. Assessing his strength comprehensively, he believed that when facing 5th-tier monsters, as long as they were not excessively abnormal, he had the confidence to confront and even slay them. He rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. How refreshing! At last, he had attained a certain degree of self-protection and was no longer considered weak among warriors. Then, thinking of the substantial sum in his account, he resolved to use it promptly to enhance his combat prowess. First, the matter of weapons and equipment. With his current strength, B-grade weapons were beginning to fall behind. He needed to acquire an A-grade or even S-grade weapon and gear. As for the remaining funds, he planned to devote more time to the gravity training chamber at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall in the near future, believing he was close to advancing to a higher warrior rank once again. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chao noticed he still bore the appearance of someone freshly returned from the wilderness zone. His body stained with blood. Earlier he hadn't felt it, but now he was quite uncomfortable all over. Without delay, he went to the restroom to wash up. Afterward, he brewed a cup of tea, settled comfortably on the sofa, and opened the warrior's home website. He began perusing weapons and equipment, growing increasingly astonished with every glance. Previously, he had thought that having several hundred million was a fortune that could last him a long time. However, he now saw that an A-grade weapon could easily cost tens of millions, with the most expensive reaching 50 million. As for S-grade weapons, they could run into the hundreds of millions. Moreover, there were special requirements for purchase. One must have at least 1,000 battle points to qualify. He gritted his teeth and resolved to buy a full set of S-grade weapons and armor so as to avoid frequent replacements. Ultimately, he selected an S-grade longsword costing 11.8 billion and armor priced at 18.2 billion. His account balance plummeted by 3 billion immediately. Money came fast and went just as swiftly. Having completed his weapon and equipment purchases, he had initially planned to buy an advanced martial skill. Yet, upon seeing the requirements, he realized a minimum of 10,000 battle points was needed to qualify. While he could afford the nearly 1 billion purchase price, he was forced to abandon the idea. Instead, he considered purchasing an intermediate martial skill as a temporary measure. After much contemplation, Su Chao relinquished even that plan. Even if an intermediate martial skill were cultivated to perfection, he estimated the increase in strength would only be about 20 points more than a primary skill. However, to bring it to full maturity would likely consume 10 to 20,000 source points, which was not cost-effective. It would be better to wait until he could obtain an advanced skill and then improve it, thus avoiding waste of source points. With everything settled, he picked up the phone to order food delivery and planned to rest well that day. Tomorrow he would return home, stay for 2 days, and wait to receive his equipment. He had already been away for several days. At the Shihu Beiwen community, Su Chao's residence, Su Jianya softly spoke to Wang Lihua, who was meditating and cultivating in the study room. Lihua, stop cultivating for today. Xiao Chao is coming back. Let us go buy some groceries and cook at home. I'm tired of ordering takeout these past few days. We can't have Xiao Chao come home only to eat takeout, can we? Wang Lihua slowly opened her eyes and shook her head helplessly. Su Jianya, can't you cook yourself? Have I spoiled you too much before? Since becoming a warrior and beginning to cultivate, Wang Lihua had grown increasingly engrossed in the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger after each session. Often, she had no time to prepare meals, which led to frequent takeout orders from nearby restaurants. Su Jianya wore a rueful expression. Lihua, I've tried cooking, but it's not like the meals you make. When I cook, it tastes like pig slop, completely inedible. Wang Lihua sighed, ending her cultivation session with a complicated look. Old Su, I've only recently realized that becoming a warrior and cultivating is truly fascinating. No wonder so many desire to become warriors. Unfortunately, I started too late and wasted too much time. It's not that I don't want to cook for you all. I'm thinking that if I work hard on my cultivation and grow stronger, I'll be able to spend more time with you and the children. I've heard that after becoming a warrior, one's body genes evolve and lifespan extends. For example, those who just become warriors typically live past 100 years. And if one cultivates to the Grandmaster realm, they say the lifespan can reach 200 years. She then gave a self-deprecating smile. I know it's almost impossible for me to reach the Grandmaster realm, but the older one gets, the more one fears death. Especially now that we just started living well. Su Jianya grasped his wife's hand with guilt. Lihua, it's my fault. Don't worry about anything and focus on your cultivation. I've just regained my previous strength and am not rushing to cultivate further. I'll learn to buy groceries and cook. Leave the household chores to me. At that moment, the door opened and Su Chao's voice was heard. Dad, don't bother cooking either. Let us eat out. I'm sorry I didn't consider this before. Mom was right. You two can cultivate now and shouldn't waste time on daily chores. I think we should hire a housekeeper so you can focus on training. Mom, I'll transfer 10 million to you later. Don't worry about money. This afternoon, I'll also get you both membership cards at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall and deposit some funds so you can train there regularly. Wang Lihua was delighted to see her son return but immediately complained. Xiao Chao, you often go out to the wilderness to earn money, which isn't easy. Don't waste money frivolously on us. I now understand that advancing as a warrior requires many resources. Your own cultivation is the most important. Don't let us hold you back. Su Chao approached and massaged his mother's shoulders, causing her smile to brighten further. Mom, you and Dad don't need to worry about my cultivation. Your son is a genius and improving rapidly. As for money, I recently made a small fortune again, enough to cover the family's expenses. Wang Lihua looked at her son with curiosity. Xiao Chao, I've heard that it's dangerous and difficult for other warriors to earn money in the wilderness zone. How come it seems so easy for you? As if you're just picking up money? Su Chao chuckled inwardly, thinking his mother was not wrong. These past days in the wilderness had indeed been like picking up money. He replied with a smile. Mom, I have my own methods for making money that others can't learn. Don't worry about it. Then he turned to his father. Dad, you and Mom get ready. Let us go out to eat. I'm starving. Su Jianya nodded and went with Wang Lihua to their room to change clothes. He didn't want to stay and listen to his son's boasting, especially when Su Chao looked at him knowingly while saying others couldn't learn his methods. He recalled how, in the past, he and a few comrades had ventured into the wilderness zone to hunt monsters, fighting desperately only to earn tens of thousands each trip. This boy's methods must be strange indeed, making money so effortlessly. He had recently transferred tens of millions home, and surely had more on him. Something was amiss. Could it be that he had been disabled and not gone to the wilderness all these years, or had the monsters weakened? As Su Chao settled onto the living room sofa, his phone rang. He picked it up and was somewhat surprised. It was a call from his sister, Su Yufei. Hello, sis. Calling me at noon. Could it be that my little niece Tong Tong misses me? His sister had been married for over 3 years and had a daughter nearly 2 years old with her husband. Sometimes Su Chao video called his sister mainly to see his niece, who was now beginning to learn to speak and was very entertaining. However, the voice on the other end was anxious and choked with tears. Xiao Chao, your brother-in-law has met with an accident. He was severely beaten and is hospitalized. Currently still in critical condition. Xiao Chao, you have to help your sister. I really can't think of anyone else who can assist me. You're the only warrior I know who can help. Su Chaoding abruptly rose from the sofa. Casting a glance toward his parents' room, he proceeded to the balcony. His countenance grave as he whispered, Sister, there is no need to rush. Take your time and tell me exactly what happened. On the other end of the line, his sister Su Yufei's voice trembled with tears as she recounted. I can't quite explain it clearly. About a month ago, your brother-in-law came home suddenly elated, telling me that our family was about to enter a prosperous period, that his research had achieved a major breakthrough. But in the past fortnight, he has come home every day looking grim and unwilling to talk much. Even with Tong Tong, he rarely plays with her anymore. I tried initiating conversations, but he barely responded. Sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night to find him alone on the balcony, smoking. Something he hardly ever did before. Then this morning, I received a call saying your brother-in-law was in a car accident and is now in critical condition at the hospital. Su Chaoding could already envision the chaotic scene unfolding there. He quickly said, Sister, don't lose hope. Listen to me. I will transfer a sum of money to you immediately. You must tell the hospital to do everything to save your brother-in-law's life, regardless of the cost. I'm setting off right now and will arrive by this afternoon. Until then, try to stay in crowded areas of the hospital to protect yourself and Tong Tong. After ending the call, Su Chaoding swiftly transferred 50 million yuan to his sister's account, then sent her a message saying to ask for more if the money proved insufficient. His expression darkened as he gripped the phone, standing on the balcony lost in thought. From his sister's brief words, he sensed the gravity of the situation. This was unlikely a mere traffic accident. His sister must harbor suspicions, which prompted her to call him. Hence, Su Chaoding urged her and his niece to remain in crowded hospital areas. Such places would deter anyone intent on harming them. Regarding his brother-in-law Zhao Jihong, Su Chaoding had little direct contact. He and his parents had attended their wedding several years ago, and from what he had learned since, Zhao was a quintessential research-oriented individual, reserved in speech but kind to his sister. During their family's difficult times, his sister frequently sent money to their parents, and Zhao had been supportive throughout. Therefore, Su Chaoding held a favorable impression of him. Such a man was unlikely to have made mortal enemies. A significant reason for this was related to the research Zhao was undertaking as mentioned in the call. Next, Su Chaoding contemplated his means of travel. The Shuguang base city, where his sister resided, was the nearest base city to Shanghai base city, approximately 900 kilometers to the east. Large caravans often traveled between the two cities, escorted by formidable warriors to ensure safety. Some paid a considerable fee to hitch rides with these caravans, though ordinary families could scarcely afford such costs. However, caravan departures were irregular and not daily. With a hopeful heart, Su Chaoding called to inquire whether any caravan was scheduled to depart for Shuguang Base City that day. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. The reply was that a large caravan had just left early that morning, and none were expected to depart for Shuguang Base City in the next couple of days. The wilderness was perilous, and without enough powerful warriors guarding the caravan, they dared not set out lightly. Su Chaoding shook his head. Fortune never stayed with him for long. Though his strength was considerable now, the thought of crossing 900 kilometers alone to another base city still unsettled him. But there was no alternative. His sister could not wait indefinitely. He would have to brave the journey alone. Equipped with an S-tier true eye and spatial traversal ability, he could at least detect danger and retreat in time. At that moment, his parents emerged from their room. Su Chaoding realized he could not conceal this matter from them, especially since he was heading to another base city for an uncertain duration. Thus, he informed them that Zhao Jihong had been in a car accident but downplayed the severity, calling it an unfortunate incident. His parents immediately grew anxious and insisted on accompanying him. After much persuasion, Su Chaoding managed to dissuade them, assuring them he would assess the situation first and that they could join later if needed. Just then, the doorbell rang. Su Chaoding opened the door to find a delivery person from the warrior's house with the S-tier equipment he had purchased. He was delighted at the timely arrival. After quickly signing for the package and seeing the delivery person off, Su Chaoding examined the S-tier longsword in his hands. Its design was similar to the broadsword he had used before, but the blade emitted a subtle gray-black glow and weighed more than 10 times his previous B-tier longsword, evidently forged from a higher density alloy. The armor was equally impressive, made from an unknown material that was extremely flexible and comfortable to wear. The product description claimed it could ignore attacks from warriors below the 4th rank, and even 6th rank warriors could not penetrate its defense. However, if worn by a lower rank warrior, it might cause fatal shock. Such a scenario was unlikely, as low-rank warriors could neither afford it nor dare to provoke 6th rank adversaries. Satisfied with his new gear, Su Chaoting swiftly stored them in his spatial pocket. Noticing his father's envious gaze, he retrieved his old C-tier armor and B-tier longsword and handed them over. He refrained from giving his father the spatial ring and equipment obtained from Feng Hui, fearing potential trouble. By noon, Su Chaoting and his parents had a quick meal at a nearby restaurant before parting ways at the gate. He did not disclose to them that he would be traveling alone to Shuguang Base City. About 50 kilometers from Shuguang City, a large convoy thundered down the road, consisting of at least dozens of vehicles and hundreds of people. The August sun blazed fiercely, sapping energy from those beneath it. Inside one armored off-road vehicle sat an unremarkable young man with his eyes closed, his body swaying gently with the motion of the vehicle as if asleep. This man was Su Chaoting in disguise. After departing, he headed steadily toward Shuguang Base City. Once he was several dozen kilometers beyond the city limits, he found the pace too slow and considered activating spatial traversal. However, the wilderness teemed with powerful beasts, and if a spatial portal opened inside a high-level monstrous lair, the consequences would be dire. Opting for caution, he activated his true eye to scout ahead, locating safe zones before traversing. His current detection range was about 10 kilometers, so he teleported approximately every 10 kilometers. After about 10 such jumps, he would find a safe spot to meditate and recover for half an hour before continuing. This method took him nearly 4 hours to cover over 800 kilometers. Although slow, it ensured his safety. Moreover, having now traversed the route once, he had established positional markers. Next time he returned to Shanghai Base City, he could make longer spatial jumps of about 50 kilometers each, requiring only a single rest stop, reducing travel time to under an hour. The deeper he ventured into the wilderness, the more apprehensive he became. He was already exercising considerable caution, sensing the terrifying aura of numerous high-level monsters along the way, and swiftly evading them each time. Venturing deep into the wilderness was far too perilous. When he was still more than 60 kilometers from Dawnlight Base City, he encountered a large convoy that had set out yesterday from Starsea Base City. Upon scrutinizing the convoy with his true eye, his pupils contracted sharply. To his astonishment, the convoy was guarded by 2 Grandmaster-level warriors. It was evident that the cargo they were escorting was no ordinary freight. Throughout the journey, he had been continuously traversing through space, and although he had taken breaks, he was already quite fatigued. Now that he had come across the convoy, he no longer wished to press onward alone. Thus, he informed the caravan leader and offered to pay for passage to Dawnlight Base City. Naturally, he had altered his appearance. Otherwise, a lone youth resembling a student wandering the wilderness would inevitably arouse suspicion.